The late afternoon sun cast a golden haze over the Mediterranean, painting the Beirut waterfront in warm hues as 15 heavily armed American security operatives fanned out around a restless crowd. Their protectee, a charismatic political figure, stood on a makeshift stage near the marina, delivering a fiery speech in Arabic that sent waves of energy through the 500 listeners swaying before him. The security team formed a loose perimeter, some perched on a low concrete barrier separating the parking lot from the docks, others scanning the high-rise apartments in shadowed alleyways beyond the rally. Dressed in tactical gear, moisture-wicking shirts, armored vests, and combat boots, the two men on the wall couldn't have looked more different. One was a grizzled veteran in his 40s, the other a fresh-faced rookie barely out of his 20s. Both carried rifles slung across their chests, loaded with enough gear to start a small war. Their eyes kept drifting to a cluster of hostile-looking men loitering near a rundown hotel, their scowls sharp enough to cut glass. "Total circus," muttered the older operative under his breath. His partner smirked. "When is it ever not? Panther's got a death wish, acting like he's invincible." The younger man glanced at the candidate, still preaching to the crowd, then back at the glowering spectators. "Let's hope those guys don't decide to test that theory." The veteran chuckled darkly, his fingers tapping the grip of his rifle. They'd been in Lebanon less than a month, replacing a local security team that had been torn apart in Sidon. 4 dead, 5 wounded, all because they weren't prepared for real combat. The candidate had barely escaped that ambush, yet here he was, holding another rally like nothing had happened. Hiring Americans was supposed to be the solution. So far, it had worked. No attacks, no close calls. But the tension in the air said that wouldn't last. The hum of the sprawling city pulsed beneath the amplified voice, booming from the stage in the packed parking lot. Every member of the security detail could sense it. Somewhere in the urban maze, another group of troublemakers was likely plotting against their high-profile client. The seasoned operative leaned toward his younger counterpart, voice barely above a whisper. "You picking up on that, Bravo 5? The rookie's gaze darted across the restless crowd. "Loud and clear, one." No more words passed between them. Their fingers tensed around their weapons as they scanned the thinning daylight, stealing glances at the fading sun over the water. 7 o'clock meant dusk was closing in fast, and the team wanted their principal, codenamed Panther, safely back at the hotel before nightfall. But Panther ran the show, and they'd move when he decided. The two men on the perimeter barely understood the speech, but after weeks of repetition, they recognized the closing lines. The crowd erupted as the silver-haired politician raised a triumphant fist, his elegant wife shifting uncomfortably behind him. She looked ready to bolt. Panther pulled her forward, clasping her hand in a show of unity, and the audience roared. The security team edged closer, the older operative muttering, "Check out Tabby. Looks like she'd trade this for a dentist appointment right now." The younger agent kept his eyes locked on the shadowy figures lurking at the edges. 6 months ago, she was sipping champagne in Paris. If her husband wins this election, her life's about to get real complicated. "You think he's got a chance? My job's to make sure nobody takes a shot at him." "Fair point. Think we're clocking out after this? Schedule's clear, but Panther loves last-minute detours. Bet he drags us to a shisha lounge or some random shopping plaza before calling it a night." "Hope you're wrong. My boots are killing me." "Same." As the candidate and his wife descended the stage, the lead agent moved in sync, barking orders into his mic. The two men on the wall dropped down, falling into formation. "Rear security," the older one confirmed. The crowd surged forward, but the security team carved a path toward the waiting SUVs. The lead agent's voice crackled through their earpieces. "Push them back, Charlie team. We're not here for selfies." Bravo 5 spotted the candidate suddenly stop on the sidewalk, turning to the lead agent. Over the comms, the order came. "All teams hold. Panther wants a word." The older operative nudged his partner. "Told you, Never a clean exit with this guy. Panther wasn't in the mood to head back to the hotel just yet. Guess there's always one more person to charm, someone muttered over comms. Alpha One's voice crackled through the headsets. Listen up, everyone. Panther wants to hit the promenade for some meet and greet, but Tabby's not feeling it. I'll take point in Alpha Vic Charlie 1, you're on limo duty. Get Panther in Charlie Vic. Bravo 1, you've got Tabby. Take Bravos 5 and 6 in the Suburban. Stick close to the limo and lead vehicle until we hit Saib Salam, then break off and get her back to the Phoenicia. The rest of Bravo team can pile into the Yukon with Alpha for extra eyes at the next stop. Bravo 1 clicked his radio. Copy that. He turned to Bravo 5. Duff, you're with me. Right behind you, boss. Chapter 2. They found Tabby waiting by the rear passenger door of a white Chevy Suburban. Bravo 5 swung it open with a flourish. Madame, your chariot awaits. She barely glanced at him as she slid inside, her expression unreadable. Bravo 1 followed her into the back, but as he passed 5, he dropped his voice. Love it when you get all fancy with the French. Only for you, Duff shot back before shutting the door. He climbed into the front passenger seat, eyeing Bravo 6, the team's veteran driver, who kept his gaze locked on the black armored Range Rover ahead, their so-called limo carrying the principal. Stay sharp, Duff, the driver muttered. At least until we peel off, nobody's gunning for Tabby, so once we're clear of the motorcade, we're golden. Duff nudged him with an elbow, then jerked a thumb toward the woman in the back. The driver smirked. Relax, man. She doesn't understand a word we're saying. With a sigh, Duff rolled down his window and freed his rifle from its sling, giving himself room to maneuver if things went sideways. Bravo 1 leaned forward between the seats. You heard Alpha 1, Larry. Stick with them till Saib Salam, then take General de Gaulle straight to the hotel. Rushed movements make me twitchy boss. Too many ways this could go bad without a solid route plan. We'll be fine. As the Suburban fell into formation behind the other vehicles, Alpha 1's voice buzzed in their earpieces again. Drivers, keep it tight. Scan intersections and oncoming traffic. Shooters, windows down, weapons at the ready. Shotguns on traffic duty. Nobody cuts into the motorcade. This was routine by now. Just another movement in a long line of them. Alpha 1 added, run the reds if you have to. Stay alert. Larry kept his eyes on the road but muttered to Duff. Hey, once Tabby's locked down in the suite, mind covering my watch for an hour? Need to hit the market. Grab something for the wife. Duff kept scanning the streets, his instincts honed to spot trouble before it happened. No problem, he answered without hesitation. In the back, Tabby was deep into a rapid-fire French phone conversation, but Bravo 1 had caught the exchange. He leaned forward again, grinning. What are you getting her? A Hezbollah was here coffee mug? The guys chuckled, eyes still on the road. Larry groaned. She wants a damn rug. How the hell am I supposed to fit that in my gear? She probably thinks I'm out here lugging around an empty suitcase or something ridiculous. Bravo 1 chuckled darkly. Picked up a rug in Iraq. Thought it'd be a nice souvenir. Unrolled it back home and the damn thing crumbled to pieces. Just another parting gift from that hellhole. Alpha 1's crisp voice cut through the chatter. Coming up on the first intersection, protest signs spotted. Stay sharp. Bravo 1 nodded. He's not wrong, Duff. Saw some troublemakers waving pro-government banners earlier. If they're still hanging around, keep an eye on them. Duff's gaze swept the scene with practiced precision. They're keeping their distance. No trouble. The drive fell quiet for a moment, save for Tabby's muffled phone conversation in the back. Larry broke the silence. Appreciate you covering for me, Duff. Need me to grab something for your kid while we're out? Maybe a doll or whatever? Still scanning his sector, Duff replied. Already got Mandy covered, but if you spot something for a baby, something blue, feel free, I'll pay you back. Whose baby? Duff kept his eyes on the road. Mine. Nicole's pregnant again. Boy, this time, just found out last night. Bravo 1, still leaning between the seats, barked a laugh. How the hell did that happen? You've barely been home long enough to take your boots off since Christmas." Duff smirked. "Guess I left 'em on?" Bravo 6, maintaining a steady distance behind the limo, chimed in. "Or your kid's gonna come out looking like the UPS guy." Real funny. Bravo 1 clapped Duff on the shoulder. "Congrats, man, that's great news." But his tone shifted as he spotted movement in traffic. "Larry, cut that guy off." A middle-aged man on a beat-up motorcycle was weaving dangerously close, trying to merge into their convoy. Larry tightened his grip on the wheel. This idiot's pushing his luck. Duff leaned out the window, waving sharply. "Back off! Move!" The biker flipped him off, but froze when he caught sight of the rifle resting against Duff's shoulder. He slowed, backing down. Duff gave a quick nod. "Thanks, friend." Inside the Suburban, Bravo 6 muttered, "Eat dirt, moron." Duff turned his attention forward again. "Just some guy trying to get home. We're the ones causing the traffic jam." The motorcycle fell back, disappearing down a side street. Moments later, Alpha 1's voice crackled over the radio. "Bravo Actual, turning off ahead. Stay on this route. You'll hit the hotel in 15. Bravo 1 acknowledged, then pointed ahead. "Watch this turn. They'll have to slow for the—" Larry's shout cut him off. "That bus up ahead, it's not stopping." Alpha 1's voice turned urgent. "Bus! Watch the bus!" Duff's pulse spiked as a white passenger bus barreled toward them, swerving wildly through oncoming traffic. "It's targeting the limo." He grabbed his rifle, but the angle was impossible from their position. The bus clipped a small red car, then veered straight for the motorcade, sliding between Alpha's Yukon and the Range Rover carrying the candidate. Time seemed to slow as the chaos unfolded. Duff barely had time to line up his shot through the cracked windshield when the bus plowed straight into the limousine just ahead, sending a shockwave through the intersection. Larry instinctively slammed the brakes. Years of private security work had honed his reflexes, and he knew disaster was coming. A searing flash erupted, swallowing everything in white light before the explosion sent a fireball roaring into the sky. Metal fragments sprayed like shrapnel, and Duff felt the windshield splinter under the barrage. His ears rang from the deafening blast as glass shards peppered his face, cracking his shades. The force threw him back against the seat, his vision swimming from the flare. The Suburban rocked violently as debris rained down. The world reduced to chaos and smoke. Silence. Duff blinked, disoriented, his eyes stinging from the acrid haze. He shook off the dizziness, tossing his shattered Oakleys aside. Time felt distorted. Had it been seconds or minutes? The smoke thinned just enough to reveal Larry gripping the wheel, blood streaking his beard, dazed but conscious behind him. Bravo 1 coughed up soot, wiping dust from his shades, while Tabby sat motionless, a crimson trail trickling from her hairline. Reality snapped back. The ambush, Duff's gaze locked onto movement through the smoke. "Contact front." He barked into the radio, adrenaline sharpening his voice. "Alpha, shooters east side. I'm blind from here." Larry didn't need orders twice. He punched the gas, the Suburban lurching forward just as Alpha 1's panicked voice crackled through the headset. "Back up, now!" The distant rattle of AK-47s erupted, followed by the screech of tires as Alpha's Yukon reversed, straight into the flaming wreckage. Duff barely had time to process before Bravo 1's shout cut through the chaos. "Rooftop! Third floor! RPG incoming!" A rocket screamed across the intersection, slamming into Alpha's vehicle with a thunderous blast. The shockwave rattled the Suburban, more glass pelting Duff's face. Larry stomped the brakes, tires shrieking as Duff and Bravo 1 unleashed a barrage at the rooftop. Brass casings clattered inside the cab, the stench of gunpowder thick in the air. The gunmen scrambled to reload, but this time the Americans weren't giving them the chance. The woman they were protecting clamped her hands over her ears, her scream piercing the chaos. Up front, Duff emptied his rifle's magazine in rapid succession before yelling, "Reloading! Bravo!" One adjusted his rate of fire, but kept shooting, his voice cutting through the gunfire. Covering fire! We're moving for Panther! Bravo 6's voice cracked from the driver's seat as he stared ahead. Look at that damn limo. Just 20 yards ahead, the vehicle sat at a sharp angle in the street, flames consuming what was left of it. The once luxurious SUV was now a twisted wreck, pressed against the mangled bus. No way anyone survived that! Alpha's gone! It's just us now! Behind Larry, Tabby let out another anguished cry as she caught sight of her husband's burning car. Ignoring Bravo 6's grim assessment, Bravo 1 kept firing and barked. "We're going for Panther?" Larry shot back. "We've got Tabby to worry about." Tabby isn't the principal. Yeah, well, the principal's already dead. Duff slammed a fresh magazine into his rifle, the bolt snapping forward. "I'm back in," Bravo 1 reloaded, his voice steady but urgent. "Listen, Duff, we keep the Suburban here in case those wrecked vehicles blow. You and me, we move fast. I cover. You find Panther. If he's alive, drag him back. Got it. Copy. Larry wasn't having it. Hell no! There's a dozen shooters out there, plus RPGs. We need to get the hell out." Bravo 1 chambered around, his tone final. "I'm up, Larry. Stay with Tabby. Duff, 50 feet to the limo. Move now." Both passenger doors of the Chevy flew open as Duff and Bravo 1 hit the pavement, weapons blazing. Duff fired at gunmen near the burning Alpha vehicle, while Bravo 1 suppressed shooters on a rooftop to the east. Duff sprinted through the thick smoke, bullets whizzing past him. He was halfway to the wreck when Bravo 1's voice crackled in his earpiece. More RPGs, east rooftop. A rocket screamed overhead, slamming into a storefront across the street. Duff pushed forward, his only cover the burning remains of his teammates' vehicles. Peering into the limo, he saw the grim truth. His gaze shifted to the gray Yukon before he dropped to a knee, reloading. No survivors here or in Alpha Vic. Principal confirmed Key IA. They're all gone. Bravo 1's response was immediate. "Roger, get back here!" A single thunderous shot cut through the gunfire, a high-powered sniper round. Duff spun, sprinting back toward the Suburban. Larry's panicked voice filled his headset. "Bravo 1's down. He's on the hood. His face is gone." Duff emerged from the smoke to see Bravo 1 sprawled across the Suburban's hood, blood pooling beneath him. 25 feet away, Duff dropped to one knee, firing one-handed toward the rooftop while keying his mic. "Larry, come to me, I've got cover." He couldn't hear if the vehicle was moving over his own gunfire, but after emptying his magazine, dropping one enemy with a clean headshot, he glanced back. Larry screeched to a halt inches away, flinging the passenger door open. The team leader's lifeless body remained sprawled across the SUV's hood as Duff whirled around and threw himself into the vehicle. Before the door could slam shut, his voice cracked through the chaos. "Move now, go!" Larry slammed the accelerator, swerving sharply to avoid the flaming debris before barreling toward the enemy truck. Bravo 1's corpse jostled violently against the windshield, his boots scraping against the hood with every turn. In the back seat, the woman's panicked screams mixed with frantic shouts in French and Arabic, but Duff barely registered them, his focus locked on reloading his weapon. As they sped past the armed truck, Larry leaned out his shattered window, emptying his Beretta toward the remaining gunmen. Most were already down, but a few wild shots pinged harmlessly off their armor. Duff jammed another magazine home and barked, "I'm good! Gotta pull Ken inside!" Planting his boots against the dashboard, he kicked out the rest of the windshield, grabbed Bravo 1's limp arm, and hauled him into the cab just as Larry veered hard, sending them deeper into Beirut's urban maze. Duff knew combat medicine, but one glance at the gaping exit wound in Ken's skull told him it was too late. Still, he gripped his leader's vest and shook him. "Ken, boss, you with me?" Larry's voice was raw with adrenaline. "He's gone, man. They wiped us out. What's the damn plan now?" "Just drive," Duff snapped, twisting to check on Tabby, only to spot 4 black pickups gaining fast in the rear view. Larry's grip tightened on the wheel. "Oh, come on. More of 'em what now?" Duff stayed eerily calm as he stripped Ken's bloody armor off. "Cover Tabby with this. I'll hold them off from the back. You focus on the road, call out anything you see." His steady tone anchored Larry, who gave a shaky nod, sweat streaking his face. Yeah, got it." Struggling under Ken's weight, Duff finally wriggled free and crawled into the rear, shoving Tabby down and draping the armor over her. He snatched his rifle, ducking as AK rounds peppered their tailgate. Flipping his radio channel, he transmitted Ops Center Bravo 5 under heavy fire. Panthers Ki, request QRF and medevac at Saeb Salam and Habib Abi Chala. Another volley erupted behind them. Larry cursed. "Why they still on us? They got what they wanted." A crisp female voice crackled in Duff's earpiece. "Bravo 5 ops copies. Confirm Panther Kia, body unrecovered. Tracking you east on Gregorius Haddad." "Affirm," Duff replied, then shouted to Larry, "Can we hit Delta?" "Negative, no damn way." Swallowing blood from a split lip, Duff keyed the mic again. "Ops, diverting to RP Echo. Hostiles still in pursuit. Roger, evasive, status on Alpha?" Duff spat red. "Alpha Charlie, 3 Bravo teams down at primary site. Total loss on the X." His voice never wavered, even as the city blurred past in a haze of smoke and gunfire. "Bravo Actual is down, and Bravo 6 is the only one left standing with me. Looks like we're the last survivors, how copy?" The radio crackled with tension. "Good to go? Are you kidding me? We're screwed. Completely screwed." The driver, Larry, was on the verge of losing it. "Get a grip, man." Duff snapped. The voice from the operations center cut in, calm but urgent. "Copy that. Bravo 6. Stand by for QRF ETA at Rally Point Echo." Tabby's screams grew louder, drowning out the radio chatter. Larry swerved hard onto a narrow street in the downtown district, flipping the comms to the ops channel in case Duff didn't make it. "Shut her up before I lose my damn mind," he barked. Duff leaned toward Tabby, switching to French in a desperate attempt to soothe her. "Calm down, please, ma'am. You're safe." He barely had time to reassure her before snapping back up, firing a quick burst at the pursuing trucks. Bullets pinged off the SUV as he ducked again. "What's the situation back there?" Larry yelled. "3 technicals, maybe 8 to 10 hostiles, all armed. Thought I saw 4 earlier. Did we lose one? Could be trying to flank us. Stay sharp." "No kidding," Larry muttered. The ops center crackled back in Duff's earpiece. "Bravo 5, QRF en route. ETA to Rally Point Echo is 13 minutes. Repeat, 1-3 mics." Duff exhaled sharply, squeezing off another round before responding. "Negative, Ops Center. We'll be at the RP in 3 to 5. We need backup now." Larry wasn't using the radio, just shouting over his shoulder. "They want us to disengage? Tell these clowns to disengage from us?" Duff rolled his eyes, keying the mic. "Doing our best, Ops. It's just me and Larry holding this mess together." He fired again, counting rounds. Then came the bombshell from the Ops Center. "Bravo 5, be advised, Tabby is not your principal. You are cleared to separate from her and proceed to the RP." Larry went dead silent for the first time since the ambush. "What the hell does that mean?" Duff was just as confused. "Ops Center, say again?" No response. Then Larry was back to yelling, flanking technical next intersection, heads down. Duff flattened himself, shielding Tabby as gunfire erupted outside. The SUV swerved hard, throwing him against the door. "Damn it, Larry, warn me before!" Another violent jerk. Duff scrambled up, only to freeze. Larry's body was slumped, his head a bloody ruin. Brain matter streaked the dash, and Bravo 1's corpse was twisted in the passenger seat. The realization hit like a sledgehammer. They were barreling down the street at 60 miles per hour with a dead man driving. Duff hurled himself onto Tabby, pinning her beneath the heavy canvas armor as the SUV careened wildly. The impact came in brutal waves. First a sideswipe, then a jarring leap onto the sidewalk before the bone-rattling crunch of metal meeting immovable force. His vision blurred as he collided with the front seats, then collapsed onto Ken's abandoned gear and Tabby's trembling form. The wreckage groaned around them, radiator steam hissing like an angry serpent, shattered glass tinkling as Duff struggled upright. Through the haze of dust and smoke, he glimpsed the Suburban's crumpled nose wedged against a delivery truck's bumper. Blood trickled down his temple as he yanked the armor off Tabby. "You alive? Wait, vous êtes bien?" he stammered, his brain still scrambling languages. She shoved the canvas aside, breathless. "I'm unhurt. English!" Duff blinked, then his phone erupted with chirps. Through the shattered rear window, 4 black trucks disgorged armed men taking cover behind doors and beds. The street was eerily empty. Civilians long fled for a heartbeat. He dared hope it was Nicky calling, until a clipped voice barked through the speaker. "Panther's dead, Duffy! Contract's void! Ditch the woman and run!" Silence. Tabby's fingers dug into the seat beside him as the controller's voice turned venomous. "Leave her or die with her!" Duff coughed, throat raw from smoke. "Signal's trash! Didn't catch that!" He killed the call and keyed his radio instead, voice steadier than he felt. "Ops Bravo 5, Vic's toast. 6 is gone. Hostiles advancing. We're out of time." The response was grim. "QRF en route. Hold position." A dry laugh escaped him. "Tell him to bring sandwiches." Tabby met his gaze, her auburn hair matted with debris. "They told you to abandon me." Outside, rifle bolts clacked. Duff wiped his palms on his thighs. "Yeah, funny thing I suck at following orders." The first gunshots cracked against the Suburban's hull as he yanked a pistol from Ken's rig. "You any good with one of these?" The air hung heavy with tension as Duff checked his rifle, sliding the magazine out and back in with practiced ease. His voice was firm when he finally spoke. "Not a chance we stick together no matter what." Before Tabby could reply, a booming voice cut through the chaos from the street behind them. A man hidden behind one of the pickup trucks yelled in heavily accented English, "Just hand over the woman, do that, and we let you walk away alive." Tabby sank lower in her seat, her fingers gripping the torn upholstery. "Duff, what's the plan?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackling of flames. Duff scanned their surroundings, his vision obscured by thick plumes of smoke and steam. "This rig's tough, might still run even with the tires shredded. If I can get it moving, we might make it a short distance before it gives out completely." He didn't sound convinced, but there was no time for hesitation. Reaching forward, he unbuckled the lifeless driver, Larry, and strained to drag him out of the seat, the weight of the body armor making the task grueling. "Sorry, brother," he muttered under his breath before shoving the body aside. Tabby's voice trembled. "Tell me how to help?" Duff coughed, the acrid smoke burning his lungs. "Behind you, black case. Grab it, but stay low." As he hauled himself into the driver's seat, the sticky warmth of Larry's blood soaked into his pants. The dashboard was a mess of shattered glass and twisted metal, the hood crumpled like paper. The steam had stopped, probably because the radiator was bone dry. "Got it," Tabby said, her hands shaking as she unlatched the case. "What next?" "Those green canisters marked M18 smoke red. Pass 'em up." The enemy's voice rang out again, impatient. "Now, last warning, give us the woman or we storm that truck." Duff smirked to himself. They had no clue how many of his team were still alive in there. That ignorance bought them precious seconds, but not much more. Tabby handed him the smoke grenades, and he quickly fastened his seatbelt. "All right, listen close," he said, his tone shifting from grim to almost reckless. "I'm gonna pop these smokes, chuck 'em in the back, then reverse like hell. We won't see a damn thing, but neither will they when we blow past." Tabby's eyes widened. "You're serious? We're just gonna drive blind? Unless you've got a better idea? Yeah, I'll lay down some cover fire as we go. Keep their heads down. But no time to argue. Get that armor over you and stay down." She obeyed, pulling the heavy vest over her head before murmuring, "Thank you, Duff." He snorted. Don't thank me yet. We ain't out of this. A final ultimatum echoed from outside. 10 seconds, then we shoot. Duff yanked the pins and lobbed both grenades into the back of the SUV. Instantly, thick crimson smoke billowed from every shattered window and bullet hole, engulfing the vehicle in a swirling haze. The engine roared to life as he slammed the gas, tires screeching as the Suburban wrenched free from the wreckage. Gunfire erupted instantly, bullets tearing through metal like it was tinfoil. Duff didn't flinch. He kept his foot jammed on the pedal, steering blindly backward with one hand while drawing his pistol with the other. The SUV slammed into one of the pickups, sending it spinning and scattering the men using it for cover. The moment he felt impact, Duff leaned out the window and emptied half his magazine into the chaos, the muzzle flashes lighting up the smoke like a demented fireworks show. The truck lurched forward, picking up speed as they barreled down the street, a comet of red smoke and desperation. The world around Duff dissolved into a haze of crimson smoke, his vision reduced to nothing but swirling red clouds. He kept firing blindly, emptying half his magazine in a desperate attempt to keep enemy gunfire at bay. As they sped backward through the streets of Beirut, another burst of automatic fire erupted from his left. He pivoted his weapon toward the threat, finger tightening on the trigger. But before he could fire, a searing pain exploded below his knee. It shot through him like electricity, forcing a ragged scream from his throat. His hands flew from the wheel, and his pistol clattered to the floor as he clutched the wound. Blood pulsed between his fingers, and jagged bone pressed against his palm. Time blurred. The Suburban careened wildly, smashing into parked cars before lurching up a set of concrete steps, crumpling metal and shredding tires. When it finally shuddered to a stop, the engine sputtered and died, leaving only the distant pop of smoke canisters and the ringing in his ears. Through tear-filled eyes, Duff saw they had crashed outside a sprawling mall, bystanders scattering in terror. His leg was a mess. He was sure a 7.62 round from an AK had torn through it. Then he smelled smoke. Flames curled from the hood. "Tabby, you good?" he barked, fumbling with his seatbelt. "I'm fine," she answered, voice steady despite his earlier screams. "But we need to move now." Gritting his teeth, Duff snatched his pistol from the blood-slick floor and shoved the door open. He tumbled onto the steps, Tabby hauling him up. No sign of their pursuers, but staying put wasn't an option. Leaning on her, he hobbled toward the mall entrance, each step sending fresh waves of agony through his leg. One wrong move, and a bone fragment could slice an artery, game over. Sweat stung his eyes as they pushed forward, drawing stunned stares from bystanders still ducking for cover. A security guard rushed toward them, speaking rapid Arabic. Duff's instincts flared. He swung his gun up, but Tabby shoved it down. "He's trying to help you, idiot." After a quick exchange, the guard sprinted toward the wrecked Suburban while they staggered inside. Every breath was fire, every step a gamble, but stopping wasn't an option. Not when the flames behind them were the least of their problems. Duff's mind swirled with confusion, but the searing pain in his leg drowned out any coherent thoughts. Stumbling into the dimly lit employee corridor, he fumbled with the medical pouch strapped to his chest. His fingers trembled as he yanked out a tourniquet and wrapped it just below his hip, gritting his teeth against the agony. The makeshift bandage barely slowed the bleeding. He knew he'd need proper treatment soon, but stopping wasn't an option. Not with armed men closing in, not with Tabby depending on him. Images flashed through his foggy mind. Nicole's smile, Amanda's laughter, the unborn son they'd already named Harry. He clung to them like a lifeline as Tabby steadied him, her grip firm despite her own shock. Pushing through a rear exit, they emerged into the fading evening light where rows of parked cars lined the loading dock. Duff's vision blurred as he swept his pistol across the shadows, his movements sluggish. Then Tabby's voice cut through the haze. "That bread truck! No side door! Engine running!" He didn't hesitate. "You're driving!" he muttered, thrusting the gun toward her. Her eyes widened. "Me? Unless you'd rather shoot our way out." She exhaled sharply, then nodded. "Fine, I'll drive." Leaning heavily on her, Duff staggered toward the truck, each step sending fresh waves of nausea through him. Tabby's voice was insistent. "We need a hospital now." He shook his head, sweat dripping from his beard. "You first, somewhere safe." "Wardy Hospital," she said quickly. "It's close. The director knows my husband knew him. They'll protect us." Duff barely registered climbing into the passenger seat before Tabby wrestled the bulky vehicle onto the chaotic streets. Her driving was rough, gears grinding, but she kept them moving. His focus narrowed to a tunnel, scanning for threats, pressing down on the loose tourniquet, fighting the creeping darkness at the edges of his vision. He longed to call Nicole, to hear her voice one last time, but his hands were full, just staying conscious. As they sped northwest, Tabby's gaze flicked to him. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough," he grunted. "Eyes on the road." She hesitated, then whispered, "My husband, you're sure he's—" "Yeah." Duff's jaw tightened. "I'm sorry." Silence settled between them, broken only by the rumble of the engine. Then Tabby pressed the accelerator harder, her voice steady. "Then let's make sure you don't join him." Duff doubted any conversation could distract him from the agony coursing through his body, but he forced a nod, searching for words. "That guard at the mall, what did you say to make him back down like that?" Tabby's gaze remained steady. "I told him to look at me. Everyone in Beirut knows my face. You took a gamble," Duff muttered, his vision blurring as pain radiated from his leg. She shrugged. "Not entirely either. He respected my husband or hated him." "If the latter, I was ready to watch you put a bullet in him." Duff exhaled sharply. 3 weeks with Tabby had painted her as quiet, overshadowed by her husband's commanding presence. Now he saw the steel beneath, why enemies wanted her dead as much as Elias. His fingers fumbled with the tourniquet again, but his leg had gone numb. 75% of the bleeding had stopped, but time was slipping away. "Josh," she demanded suddenly, snapping him back. "Your real name—" "Duffy," he managed, meeting her eyes. "And yours. I only knew your husband as Elias Kabaz." "Rafka," she said. "Rafka Kabaz, pleased to meet you." A weak laugh escaped him. Is now really the time for introductions? "You saved my life," she insisted. "That deserves a name." His head lolled forward, exhaustion pulling him under until her sharp voice cut through. "Stay awake, we're almost there." Yeah, he slurred, blinking hard. "Just keep talking." "How's the leg?" "Let's not dwell on that," he muttered. To his surprise, a fleeting smile crossed her face. "A baby boy, yes. You'll meet him." His chest tightened. "You heard that, huh? Doesn't feel like I'll get the chance." "You will," she said fiercely. Then, after a pause, "Why didn't you tell me you spoke English? Figured my terrible French was charming enough." Her grip tightened on the wheel. "I didn't trust Americans guarding us, but you stayed. You didn't run." Darkness crept in as the truck swerved into Hospital Wardier's driveway. The last thing Duff heard was Rafka shouting for help before everything faded. Chaos erupted as she bolted from the vehicle, her blood-stained dress drawing stairs. Orderlies rushed to haul Duff onto a gurney while hospital staff gaped at the infamous widow in their midst. The doctor bowed slightly. "Madam Kabaz, an honor. Your husband's cause is ours," she responded in rapid Arabic, her voice steady despite the blood, the fear, the weight of the life still hanging in the balance. "Thank you," she said urgently, gesturing toward the unconscious man being wheeled in on the gurney. "This man saved both me and my husband. Give him whatever treatment he needs." The doctor barely glanced at the patient before asking, "Where's your husband now, Mrs. Kabaz?" Her voice turned steely. "My husband is beyond help. Focus on saving this young man instead." The doctor finally looked down at the patient. The tactical vest, the scruffy beard, the dirt-streaked jeans and hiking boots. "Just a hired gun," he muttered. Rafka's glare could have melted steel. "He gets your absolute best care now." The doctor snapped into action, barking orders to prep the first trauma room. No one dared stop Rafka as she followed the medical team inside. Duff stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently as nurses sliced through his pant leg and wrestled off his gear. Monitors beeped frantically while an orderly yanked at his boot, until Duff's pained shout made the doctor intervene. Water sluiced over his mangled knee, revealing the damage just as the surgeon strode in and cinched the tourniquet higher. Duff didn't even flinch, lost in his murmurs. The surgeon probed the bullet wound below the knee, then whistled through his teeth. Clean through, but somehow missed the artery. Small miracles. His metal tool scraped bone as he hunted for damage. Then he glanced at the plummeting vitals on the monitors. His team arrived in a flurry of scrubs as he made the call, "Legs unsalvageable. Prep for amputation and get blood ready." He locked eyes with Rafka, deferring despite his authority. Her nod was grim. "Do it. He has a child on the way. I won't let him die before holding his son." Just then, Duff's eyes flew open, wild but lucid. He'd understood enough Arabic. "Hell no," he roared in English, thrashing. "You're not taking my damn leg." The anesthesiologist jammed a syringe into his IV while a nurse soothed. "You're safe, sir." His protest slurred into pleading. "Not my leg, please, before the drugs dragged him under." Rafka gripped his hand. "I'm right here, Josh." His lips moved weakly. "No!" Then the heart monitor screamed. The EKG line flatlined. "Code blue!" The team swarmed, shoving Rafka back as they ripped open Duff's bloody shirt. Perspiration mixed with blood from his face, smearing the tattoo over his heart. Nicky, a nurse, scrubbed his chest bare as the crash cart rattled in. The doctor raised the paddles. Clear, and the room crackled with electricity. 3 years later, steam curled around the man in the shower as he braced himself against the tiles, head bowed under the scalding spray. Water sluiced through his short hair, carrying away suds and the ghosts of memories. Steaming water traced paths down Josh Duffy's freshly shaved jaw, dripping past his collarbone and over the inked letters spelling Nicky across his chest. The soap suds momentarily blurred the tattoo before revealing it again, like some shameful secret he couldn't wash away. Though the showerhead forced him to tilt his head back, the weight pressing down on his shoulders had nothing to do with rinsing shampoo from his hair. The bathroom mirror would have shown red-rimmed eyes if not for the thick steam clinging to every surface. Nature's mercy for a man who refused to admit he'd been crying. Another morning, another performance, he'd perfected the art of pretending everything was fine. But lately, even his Oscar-worthy act felt like it was crumbling at the edges. Sure, he had reasons to keep going. A wife, kids, the whole American dream package. But this hollowed-out version of his life tasted nothing like the future. He'd promised them all. The water shut off with a squeak, and Josh shoved aside the plastic shower curtain with more force than necessary. His fingers groped across the cluttered bathroom countertop before reality snapped back into focus, right? The leg wasn't where he'd left it. Kneeling on the damp tiles, he padded around the floor until his wife's voice cut through the fog. "Mandy's got it," Nicky called from what sounded like the kitchen, her tone laced with the particular exasperation reserved for mornings when the school bus loomed and someone misplaced a limb. The towel around his waist barely had time to settle before tiny footsteps pounded down the hallway. Josh plastered on a grin just as his daughter barreled into the bathroom, her curls bouncing with each skip. "Daddy's leg delivery service," Mandy announced, thrusting the prosthesis toward him with both hands. The carbon fiber gleamed under the vanity lights, the sock and dress shoe suspiciously pristine. "Mom made me scrub the stinky part real hard," she added, wrinkling her nose for effect. Josh's smile held until the moment her bare feet disappeared down the hall, then evaporated like the condensation on the mirror. He stood there gripping the prosthetic, water pooling around his feet, staring at the unnatural curve where machinery met flesh. By the time he emerged, dressed for work, navy blazer, crisp tie, hair combed into submission, The living room tableau could have been ripped from a sitcom. Mandy sat cross-legged before cartoons. His toddler son stacked blocks into precarious towers, and Nikki hunched over her sewing machine, ripping out stitches with violent precision. The tension radiated off her in waves even before she spoke. "You can't keep treating that leg like gym equipment," she said without looking up, the needle punching through fabric with sharp clicks. "The VA won't replace the high-end model if you ruin it jogging through mud puddles." Josh adjusted his tie, the silk suddenly strangling. "I told you I was going to." 6:30? She interrupted, finally meeting his eyes. "You're sure?" Behind her, the sewing machine whirred back to life as Josh swallowed the dozen excuses on his tongue. The fluorescent light caught the exhaustion in Nikki's face as she added, "Bank floors in Alexandria tonight. Might as well pack my toothbrush." Their eyes locked in silent understanding. Another missed dinner, another bedtime story told by phone. Somewhere beneath the starch of his shirt, the ghost of his missing leg throbbed in time with his heartbeat. The clock ticked towards 6 as the rhythmic hum of the sewing machine filled the small apartment. Duff straightened his back, forcing optimism into his tone. "Tuesday's my day off. Gonna hit every business in town with my resume." His wife Nicole paused mid-stitch, her tired eyes meeting his. "You're watching the kids Tuesday," she reminded him. "I've got that deep clean at Mrs. Parnell's, $60 after splitting with the team. We need that money." The weight of their situation pressed down on Duff's shoulders, his posture wilting like a deflating balloon. At 32, the lines on his face deepened as he glanced around their cramped living room, where Mandy and Harry played in the limited space. "This isn't forever," he muttered, more to himself than anyone. "We'll get through it." Nichols set aside her work and crossed the room, wrapping her arms around his neck in a silent embrace. No smile touched her lips. Those had become rare lately. "I know we will," she whispered. "Just keep pushing." Duff managed a weak grin, though frustration still simmered beneath the surface. He loved his family fiercely, even if life hadn't turned out the way he'd hoped. Mandy suddenly abandoned her cartoons, darting over to hug his leg. "Love you, Daddy," she chirped. Harry, still engrossed in his toys, mumbled the same without looking up. "Go save them all from bad guys," Mandy added with all the seriousness of a 5-year-old issuing a mission. Duff ruffled her hair. "You got it, kiddo." As she scampered back to her show, Nickel caught his eye. "She asked where you go all day. I told her the truth." "Yep," Duff replied, bitterness creeping in. "Sheriff of Tyson's Galleria. At your service." She kissed him again, her voice pleading. "Stay positive, Josh, for me." He nodded, forcing another half-hearted smile. "Always." Spring mornings at Tyson's Galleria in McLean, Virginia, unfolded with quiet predictability. Shopkeepers rolled up security gates while early shoppers drifted toward coffee stops, their footsteps echoing in the vast 3-story space. Josh Duffy moved among them, silver badge glinting on his blazer, shift leader today, so no neon security vest for him. He helped an elderly woman wrestle open an optician's gate, exchanged nods with a Louis Vuitton clerk, and paused outside Lebanese taverna, the aroma of spiced meat transporting him momentarily to another life. By 11, he was weaving through Neiman Marcus when a frail hand clamped onto his arm. Years ago, such a surprise touch would have ended differently. "You've gone soft," he thought grimly. The woman thrust a dress at him. "I bought this for a funeral, but my housekeeper says it's blue. Is it blue?" Josh studied the fabric. "Yes, ma'am. Definitely blue." The dress was a deep navy, almost black, but the elderly woman insisted it was blue. Her face twisted in dismay, as if this minor inconvenience was the greatest tragedy she'd ever faced. She thrust the garment toward Duff, demanding an exchange. The old Josh Duffy would have brushed her off to the nearest clerk. But this gentler version guided her to the women's department, explained her issue to avoid repetition, and even offered condolences for her loss because clearly only a funeral would warrant such a somber purchase. Stepping out of the department store into the mall's second floor, the bland muzak and fluorescent lights made the place feel eerily tranquil, amplifying Duffy's creeping despair. Who was he anymore? Not a protector. This cookie-cutter Virginia shopping center needed no safeguarding. Not a provider. His security guard paycheck barely covered rent. The existential weight pressed down as he descended the escalator, emerging near a bustling Starbucks kiosk. The rich aroma of overpriced coffee taunted him. He could never justify splurging on a latte, not when the break room's burnt sludge mixed with powdered creamer did the trick. Then he spotted him, a businessman doctoring his drink. Head bowed. Something in the man's posture snagged Duffy's attention. 5 steps past, he froze, turned, stared. The stranger finally glanced up as Duffy approached, recognition dawning slowly. Gordon? The well-built black man in his 40s squinted. You got the wrong guy? Mike Gordon. Duffy pressed, voice firm. It's me, Josh. A beat. Duffy. Gordon's eyes blew wide. Duff? Holy hell? Coffee abandoned. They clapped each other's backs in a bear hug that drew stares. 5 years. Easy, Gordon laughed, stepping back. Last time was J-Bad, right? Jalalabad, then Coast, Gardez, all the garden spots, Duffy deadpanned. Gordon's grin faded. Lost a good man there. South African, always cracking jokes. Carruth, right? Andy Carruth, Duffy confirmed, jaw tight. Damn, that op went sideways fast. Gordon studied Duffy's expression and clapped his shoulder. Hey, you kept our asses alive when my rifle jammed. Carruth took a round. But that's the job. You know that. Duff stared at his shoes. The mall's cheerful muzak, suddenly grating against the ghosts between them. Gordon hadn't expected memories of Jalalabad to hit him when he walked into work that morning. You saved my life back then, Gordon said, clapping Duff on the shoulder. Never forgot that. Still owe you one. And don't think I've forgotten Gardez either. You dragged me out of hell that day, too. He grinned, shaking his head. Damn, kid. Good to see you. Right back at you, boss. They'd started as grunts in the same private military outfit, but Gordon had climbed the ranks, leading Duff's team before their contracts ended. As Gordon lifted his coffee for another sip, his eyes caught the badge on Duff's jacket. He froze mid-motion. Wait, you work here? Duff smirked. Yeah. Gordon barked a laugh. No way. No damn way. What? Duff played dumb, though he knew exactly where this was headed. You're telling me Duff, the same guy who held his own in Jalalabad, is a mall cop now? Gordon's voice carried across the food court, drawing stares. Duff shrugged, forcing a grin despite the heat creeping up his neck. What can I say? Less mortar fire here than in J-Bad? Gordon scanned the surroundings, still shaking his head. Yeah, I'd guess so. Duff steered the conversation away. You here shopping, or what? Gordon glanced down at his crisp suit. New gig interview. Meeting the agent in charge soon, just grabbed this at needless markups. Where? That's what my ex called Neiman Marcus. He chuckled. Had them rip the tags off, changed in the bathroom like some undercover ope. Stateside job? Nah. If this goes through, I'm airborne tomorrow. Duff couldn't hide his envy. Lucky bastard. Heard contracts are drying up. Good ones are. This one's rough, but the pay's insane. If the money's right, it can't be all bad. Gordon sipped his coffee, silent. Unless, Duff added, you lost your damn mind and signed with Armored Saint. Gordon's gaze flicked away. He checked his watch. No, seriously. Times are tough, kid. But Armored Saint? Jesus. The company was infamous bottom of the barrel, even by PMC standards. Duff's old outfit in Beirut had at least kept some dignity. He shifted gears this job, back in the sandbox, Mexico. Could be worse. You don't know the details. Try me. Gordon's grin turned sharp. $1,200 a day, 3-week assignment. Duff whistled. Hell, Mike, that's sweet, and if I snag team lead, another 10 grand. 35 total. Unreal. But Armored Saint? Those guys are nuts. Mike jabbed a finger at him. Careful, I'm one of 'em now. Right, sorry. Duff glanced at his radio. Gotta make rounds? Walk with me. Gordon laughed. Foot patrol, just like the old days? I'll take point. You always did. Chapter 10. They walked, Gordon dominating the conversation, same as always. A solid leader. But he never shut up. Still, Duff hadn't seen anyone from his contracting days in years, and Gordon's stories pulled him back in. Tales of old teammates, alcohol, divorce, even a suicide. Not exactly cheerful, but Duff hung on every word, and beneath it all, curiosity gnawed at him. What had really brought Gordon here? Gordon exhaled sharply, shaking his head as he leaned against a storefront. Been keeping busy since Afghanistan, but it's not the same anymore. Some contracts paid well, others barely covered gas money. Last job with Triple Canopy dried up when the Pentagon pulled funding. Tried my luck with an Australian outfit in Libya, but the UN shut that whole operation down. Ended up babysitting a warehouse in Kuwait for 6 months. Turns out the terrorist threat was about as real as a $3 bill. Duff chuckled, nodding toward a kid stacking sweaters at the anthropology entrance. Classic. Can't count on extremists to keep us employed, huh? Laugh it up, Gordon shot back. But you know how it is? No bad guys, no paychecks. Duff's grin faded. Yeah, I get it. Nobody wants us if we're not stopping bullets. Gordon eyed him, unimpressed. Us? Come on, man. You clock in at the mall now? What's the big score this week? Some soccer mom stuffing lipstick in her purse. Heat crept up Duff's neck. This is temporary. I've got leads, okay? Things in motion? Sure, Gordon scoffed, but this paycheck ain't covering diapers and a mortgage. How's Nikki holding up? Duff glanced at the Prada store, more out of habit than necessity. She's managing works nights, cleaning offices while I'm on day shift. 2 kids, no sleep. Her business pulls in double what I make, but we're still barely scraping by. Gordon let out a low whistle.
Damn! Captain Nikki? Running a mop bucket? She was on track for general! Hell! She outranked half the battalion by 30!
Duff's jaw tightened. We had a plan. Back when I was pulling in contractor money, it made sense for her to get out. Then everything went sideways. Beirut? Duff froze mid-step. You know about that? Gordon's expression softened. Heard you got left hanging, company bailed on extraction, stuck you with the hospital bills, pretty much. Gordon jabbed a finger at him, half smirking. And don't act like Armored Saints any worse. United screwed you just fine on their own. Duff kept walking, tossing his empty cup away. Yeah, well, at least your guys don't charge widows for the zipper on the body bag. Jesus, Duff. Gordon's voice turned sharp. That's bullshit, and you know it, Duff sighed. Sorry. Just hell, I miss it. Miss being good at something. The silence between them was heavier than the shopping bags in their hands. Things are pretty tough these days, you feel me? Duff exhaled, rubbing his temple. Gordon gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Listen, you and Nikki have been through hell, but you're fighters. You'll bounce back. He checked his watch again, shifting impatiently. Look, I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a meeting in 20. And Duff grabbed Gordon's arm, his grip tight with desperation. Wait, maybe you could pull some strings for me. Gordon frowned. Strings for what? The Mexico job. Gordon recoiled like he'd been slapped. Are you out of your damn mind? That contract's a death sentence? Armored Saint only got it because every decent PMC ran for the hills. You just called them a solid company. And you just trashed them 5 minutes ago. Now you're begging for a spot? We're both full of it, Duff. Either way, Mexico's not happening for you. Duff clenched his jaw. I can handle it. I'm still sharp. If you're so sharp, why are you stuck doing mall security? Duff looked away, his voice dropping. Nikki lost it after Beirut. The kids, you know how it is. But I'm ready to get back in the game. Gordon scoffed. Word is Beirut messed you up bad. That's bull. I'm good. I don't need to be some hotshot operator making bank. I'll take whatever logistics comes. Hell, I'll sweep floors. You owe me, Gordo. You said it yourself. I owe you a favor, not a suicide mission. He turned to leave, but Duff matched his stride. Medical bills from Beirut buried me. Still owe 20 grand. I need this man. Gordon stopped dead, his expression pained. Don't make me do this. I'll beg if I have to. Jesus, get a grip. Gordon hesitated, then sighed. Fine. The guy running the op is Shane Remick? Duff's eyes widened. Remick, the Navy SEAL? I've listened to every episode of his podcast. Dude's a legend. Yeah, and a grade A prick. But he's tight with Armored Saints' CEO, and they pay stupid money. No clue if he's even hiring, but I'll mention you. If he bites, he'll want to meet fast. He's at the Ritz. Duff grinned. Perfect. You got my resume? Sure, I'll shoot it over, but don't thank me. Best case scenario, Remick laughs you out of the room. Mexico's gonna be worse than that hellhole in Afghanistan. Josh Duffy had spent a year patrolling the mall, but the Ritz-Carlton in Tyson's Corner was another world. The hotel connected to the Galleria's second floor, and just before 3, Duff slipped through the door scanning for the elevators. He ditched his security badge, splashed water on his face in the restroom, and tried to smooth out his wrinkled shirt. He wasn't aiming for frontline work, just something low-key like intel or radio duty. The cushy logistics gigs usually went to seasoned guys, but a man could dream. Duffy wasn't some fresh-faced rookie. He'd spent years as a security operative, trained to handle danger and keep people safe. Sure, he wasn't gunning for a high-stakes combat role anymore, but he still had skills. All he needed was a decent contract, something to chip away at his mounting debts. When he showed up at Remick's suite exactly on time, just like Gordon's text had instructed, he paused outside the door, steadying himself before knocking with just the right mix of confidence and restraint. The voice from inside was sharp. It's open. Stepping in, Duffy took in the spacious suite, polished dining area, plush living space, and then locked eyes with Remick. The guy was lean, built, and looked like he'd seen more than his share of battles. His haircut screamed military, but not the kind you'd see on active duty SEALs, more like a guy who refused to let go of the past. Glasses perched on his nose. He barely glanced up from the papers in his hand, probably Duffy's resume. Mr. Remick, sir? Josh Duffy? Mike Gordon mentioned? Yeah, I'm reading your file now. Sit. Duffy tried to lighten the mood. Can't say I've ever had a job interview at the Ritz. Classy. Remick wasn't biting. Army Infantry. 11 Bravo. 4 years. Duffy nodded. Yes, sir. After that, 7 years in high-threat security. Remick finally looked up, peering over his glasses. I can read. A beat of silence. Then the older man rattled off Duffy's career like a grocery list: Academy, Triple Canopy, United Defense, deployments in Fallujah, Jalalabad, Benghazi, every stop a reminder of how much ground Duffy had covered. You were in Mogadishu, Remick said. How many runs through the Garunka Kalamiga? Duffy didn't hesitate. 204, sir. Remick's eyebrows shot up. You're joking! No, sir. A low whistle. I did 51, got shot at a third of those. How many times for you? 88. And how many times did you return fire? Duffy met his gaze. 88. A grin flickered across Remick's face. I like that answer. Then his tone darkened. Then Beirut happened, made a call before you got here, heard about the Kabaz hit. That's what ended you. Duffy's stomach tightened. This was the moment. I'm fully operational, sir. Radio room, support vehicle, whatever you need. Remick leaned back, fingers laced behind his head. Son, I've got a stack of guys who can sit behind a desk. What I need is someone who can handle the heat. A shooter, not a paper pusher. And just like that, Duffy knew this wasn't going to be easy. Duff knew the protection detail gig paid way better than sitting in the ops center. But the idea of operating in Mexico made his stomach tighten. 3 years had passed since he'd last handled a rifle. His fitness level was nowhere near what high-risk security work demanded, and the last thing he needed was drawing attention to his prosthetic limb during a firefight. Yet the paycheck kept gnawing at him. After a brief pause, he nodded. "Count me in, sir." Remick studied him with a skeptical glance. "Usually we'd put you through a physical, but we're wheels up in 48 hours. You fully recovered from that mess in Lebanon?" This time, Duff didn't falter. "How about a quick lap around the parking lot to prove it?" Remick snorted. "At my age, I only run if I'm chasing something or running from it." "Fair enough." Leaning forward, Remick tapped the paperwork in front of him. "Gordon already told you the rate. 1,200 a day." Duff kept his expression neutral. "Sounds about right." Remick's eyes sharpened. "We're mercenaries, Duffy. He definitely told you." "Yes, sir. Crystal clear." "Good. Here's the deal. Listen close, then. Decide if you're still game. No hard feelings if you walk." He laid out the mission, escorting 4 diplomats, 2 from Mexico, 2 from the UN, into the rugged western Sierra Madres to meet Rafael Archuleta, leader of the Black Knights cartel. The region was a powder keg, with over 13,000 dead in recent years. The Mexican government, pressured by withheld U.S. anti-drug funding, had massed troops at the foothills, but sending them in would mean catastrophic civilian casualty. Refused to leave his stronghold, so the diplomats had to go to him. Remick paused, noticing Duff's distant stare. "You even care why we're doing this?" Duff locked eyes with him. "My job's keeping the principles alive. Their politics." "That's their problem." A rare grin cracked Remick's stern face. "Smart man. This peace mission is a joke. Those cartels won't stop killing until there's nobody left. But hey, if the UN wants to throw money at us, we'll take it." Duff stayed silent. "Any questions?" Remick finally asked. "How many on the detail?" 22. Duff raised an eyebrow. "That's thin for cartel territory." Remick shrugged. "The cartels need this to work as much as we do. Our real threats? Meth head bandits, rogue gangs, mountain idiots who didn't get the memo. We're not starting a war, just keeping the idiots off the VIPs long enough for them to talk." He gestured to a map. 5 vehicles, all diplomats in one. Stay sharp, and we all go home rich. The armory was stacked with serious firepower, body armor, automatic rifles, explosive launchers, the kind of gear that made a man feel invincible. Remick gave a casual shrug. "Well, you in or out?" Duff hesitated. The mission was high risk, no question, and he hadn't been in the field for years. But this was the break he'd been waiting for. "Hell yes, sir. Count me in." Remick studied him, then cracked a grin. "Don't know what it is, Duffy, but I like your style. My wife says the same thing." Duff shot back, grinning. Remick grabbed the file again, kicked his feet up, and got down to business. "I'm Alpha 1, running the whole show. 8 men, 2 trucks." Gordon's taking Bravo team, same setup. Charlie's short a leader, just 6 guys in 1 vehicle. Had a ranger lined up, but he bailed this morning. He scoffed, lost his nerve. Duff kept his face neutral. "Tough break, sir." Remick leaned in. "Ever led a high-threat escort mission overseas?" Duff's stomach tightened. Team leader. He'd come in hoping for a desk job, and now he was staring down a command position in hostile territory. But then he thought about the paycheck. 35 grand, enough to fix everything Lebanon had broken. "No, sir, but if you're offering, I'll step up." Extra 10 grand for the role, Remick added. Duff straightened, his doubts shoved aside. "I'll make damn sure you get your money's worth." Remick held up a warning finger. "Here's the catch. Your team, ex-Special Forces, Marines, officers, you're just an 11 Bravo, an infantry sergeant. They won't follow you unless you make them. Every second, every move, you'll have to prove yourself. He locked eyes with Duff. Leading Charlie takes guts. Duff's pulse hammered. Fear, excitement, the urge to call Nickel, it all surged through him. He met Remick's stare. Guts aren't a problem, sir. Remick tossed the file onto the table. All right, Charlie. One, let's move out. Duff nodded. You won't regret it. Remick's grin turned sharp. Better hope I don't. The black Mercedes S-Class wound its way up the mountain roads overlooking Lake Chapala in Jalisco, Mexico. Two armed men in suits sat up front, Scorpion SMGs hidden under their jackets. Two more flanked the back seat. Weapons at the ready between them sat a fifth man, hooded, silent, his hands empty. The lake's beauty was lost on him as the car climbed higher, leaving the water behind for the dense forest of the Sierra de San Juan Cosala. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel under the tires. The sedan took another sharp turn before slowing at a set of towering wrought-iron gates. Three armed guards in polo shirts checked the driver's credentials before waving them through. The car climbed the winding driveway, cutting through rolling hills until it halted before a grand colonial estate. Stone steps led up to heavy oak doors, flanked by more armed men. One guard yanked open the sedan's rear door, while two others hauled the hooded figure out, guiding him across the crushed marble driveway and up the steps. Inside, the mansion was cool, the scent of lemon polish hanging in the air. A housekeeper in a black uniform barely glanced up from dusting the frame of an unsigned Rivera painting as the group passed. The hooded man's footsteps echoed down the tiled hallway past works by Tamayo and Siqueiros. Silence had clung to them since leaving Guadalajara. But now the prisoner spoke, his voice dry with amusement. Every city, every crew, same routine, the hood, the sweat, the endless drive. You'd think your boss could afford a better welcome committee. No one answered. The man chuckled. Ah, the strong, silent types, very professional. A hand steered him left into a study where he was seated in a leather wingback chair. The hood stayed on until an older voice cut through the quiet. Remove it. Give him a towel and a scotch neat or rocks, Senor Cardoza. The hood was yanked off. Oscar Cardoza blinked against the light, dabbing his face with the offered towel before accepting the drink. He wasn't tall, but his tailored suit and sharp gaze spoke of controlled power. The ice clinked as he took a sip, his tone light. Excellent choice. Across the room, a high-backed chair faced the window. The man in it turned slowly, revealing a black mask covering half his face. His gray hair was slicked back, his suit just as immaculate as Cardoza's. Oscar Jesus Cardoza Ortega, he said. I've heard much about you. Cardoza smiled, swirling his scotch. All good things, I hope. His relaxed posture didn't hide the danger beneath, a man who could charm you one moment and end you the next. The masked figure studied him, unreadable. We'll see. The man raised an eyebrow. Good scotch, isn't it? Cardoza swirled his glass, admiring the rich amber hue before glancing around the room. The drink's excellent, Patron, but I was actually talking about this place. You've got taste. I've seen my share of estates across Mexico, and this office, pure old-world charm. The masked figure lifted his own drink, something darker, probably aged tequila, and took a slow sip. Funny you mention that. First time I've laid eyes on it, too. Last I checked, I owned 22 homes. Never stay in one long enough to enjoy it, occupational hazard, as you well know. Cardoza smirked. Not my problem, Patron. I'm just a simple consultant. One modest home, a suitcase full of hotel key cards. The man leaned back, studying him. Let's cut the formalities. I know what you really do. No official ties, but you've got friends in every shadow. Sinaloa, Jalisco New Generation, even those psychos in Los Zetas, government contacts, federal agents, military brass. All while keeping your hands clean. Impressive hustle, Cardoza. Cardoza shrugged. Call it networking. As long as the cartels refuse to play nice with each other, there's always a need for someone who can move between them. I'm the only one who does it without picking sides. The mask tilted slightly. All of them? That's not the rumor I heard. Almost all, Cardoza admitted, swirling his eyes. Los Caballeros Negros? Still working on that. Rafa Archuleta's crew doesn't roll out the welcome mat for outsiders. But I'm getting closer. The patron scoffed. Those mountain fanatics don't play by anyone's rules, not even the cartel code. Archuleta's got his own little kingdom up in the Sierra Madres, owns the towns, the cops, the whole damn supply chain. And you answer to no one must be liberating. Cardoza's grin turned razor thin, says the man who owns Guadalajara's ports, the chemical trade from Asia. If anyone's truly free, it's you. Freedom? The patron's laugh was dry. My masters are the cartels buying my product, and they're very particular about their meth shipments. Every major player uses my routes except one. Ah, the Black Knights again. Exactly. They're getting their supply elsewhere. China may be smuggled through Europe and driven right under our noses in those damn NAFTA trucks. But here's where you earn your fee, consultant. What's this about a government delegation heading into the mountains? Cardoza leaned in. My contacts in Mexico City say it's happening soon, and when it does, you'll finally get your answers. The mask hid the patron's expression, but his voice sharpened. Then consult. Cardoza raised his glass. Gladly, a delegation of high-ranking officials, 2 from Mexico's Interior Ministry and 2 from the United Nations, will depart Mexico City in 3 days, accompanied by their U.S. trained security team. Their route will take them north through Guanajuato, Zacatecas, and Durango before winding into the rugged highlands. The Black Knights, a local faction, have guaranteed safe passage through the mountains. El Patron swirled the amber liquor in his glass before taking a slow sip. The Black Knights think the UN can shield them from what's coming, he mused, his masked face unreadable. His attendant hovered nearby, ready to refill the glass, but El Patron dismissed him with a flick of his fingers. Señor Cardoza, he continued, his voice smooth but edged with intent, it's crucial that this UN mission encounters resistance. Cardoza traced the rim of his own untouched drink, his expression thoughtful. Your people made your position clear, but I'll admit, I don't understand your fixation on the Sierra Madres. Those mountains aren't yours, and you've got no stake in them. El Patron leaned back, the leather of his chair creaking. If the army storms those peaks, they'll torch everything. Labs, poppy fields, meth operations, that'll drive the northern cartels straight to my ports in Acapulco. And as for the Black Knights, they buy from my rivals, weaken my allies. If the UN swoops in, they'll shield them under some humanitarian pretense. But if the army goes in first, they'll grind the Black Knights to dust after bleeding for it. Either way, I win. A dark chuckle rumbled in his chest. Let my enemies tear each other apart while I watch from the sidelines. Poetic, no? Cardoza set down his glass, ignoring the attendant's silent offer of more. There's another problem, he said. Even if the UN deal falls through, the army won't move against the Black Knights. Not with those missiles in play. El Patron nodded. The Iglis, 60 launchers, 120 missiles stolen from Venezuela, smuggled here. The Americans lost track of them until 2 shot down Marine helicopters in Sinaloa last month. 19 dead. Now the ICC's sniffing around, ready to slap war crimes on Rafa Archuleta if they tie him to the attacks. He'll never let them take him. El Patron said flatly, but the army won't risk sending choppers into a sky full of SAMs. Public outrage would bury them. So we remove the missiles. Cardoza smirked. I have a plan, then execute it. I don't care how, just get it done. Trust is all I ask, senor. My methods stay mine. El Patron's masked face betrayed nothing, but his voice carried a razor's edge. Fine. Rally the other groups. Make them see things my way. I want the army in those mountains, and the Black Knights in the ground. Cardoza exhaled, shaking his head. Chaos isn't just a tool, Patron. It's the way of the world. Josh couldn't suppress the chaos swirling inside him. That was the whole point of chaos, after all. But as his frown melted into a sly grin, he realized he could at least nudge it in the right direction. El Patron mirrored his smile, clapping him on the shoulder. "That's all I needed to hear, my friend. Now, how about some lunch?" By the time Josh Duffy rolled his aging F-150 into the carport that evening, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. His wife, Nicole, was used to his late arrivals, but tonight was different. The moment he walked in, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers and a bottle of Cabernet, her eyes narrowed playfully. "What's the occasion?" she asked, accepting the flowers with mock suspicion. He kissed her cheek, his grin widening. Just felt like celebrating. Great day at work, amazing family. What more could a guy want? She disappeared into the kitchen to find a vase, while Josh rummaged through the cabinets for wine glasses, dust-covered relics from their wedding registry. Meanwhile, their kids, Mandy and Harry, bounced in their seats at the dinner table, their eyes locked on the candy bags. Josh had pulled from his jacket. "Eat your greens first," Nicole warned, as she set down plates of spaghetti, using the sweets as leverage. Once seated, Josh poured Nicole a generous glass, so full it nearly spilled over. She shot him a look. "One glass," she reminded him. "I've got a shift later," he chuckled. "Relax. I'm not plotting anything. Just enjoy it." She rolled her eyes but took a sip anyway as they joined hands for their usual dinner blessing. Throughout the meal, the kids chattered about school and friends while Josh kept the energy high, laughing and engaging with every story. Nicole, though, stayed quiet, her gaze flickering toward her husband between bites. Finally, during a lull, she set down her fork. "All right, spill it. You don't just show up with wine and candy for no reason," Josh feigned innocence. "Can't a guy spoil his family?" "Not when he's this obvious about it," she countered, turning to the kids. "You two want to hear Dad's big news?" They cheered in unison, spaghetti sauce smeared across Harry's face. Trapped, Josh exhaled dramatically. "Fine, you win." He took a slow sip of wine before continuing. "I got a new job today." Nichols' eyes lit up. "Seriously, that's amazing. What is it?" His smile held steady. "Security work," her excitement faltered slightly. "But you already do security." "Not like this," he said, picking at his food. "It's overseas. Temporary. But the pay's insane." The room went quiet. Nicole's fingers tightened around her glass. "Overseas." Josh met her gaze, the weight of his words settling between them. "Yeah, and it starts next week." Josh had already secured time off from the Galleria, a fact he mentioned with a faint smile as he twirled spaghetti on his fork. Mandy, wide-eyed, piped up, "What's Oconus mean?" Nichols' earlier excitement had faded, her tone now edged with tension. "It stands for outside the continental U.S., honey." Before Mandy could stumble through another attempt at the phrase, Nicole cut in, steering the conversation back to Josh. "So you're saying you're traveling abroad? Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Her grip on his shoulder wasn't affectionate. It was a demand for answers. "Another private military gig? Please tell me it's paperwork, logistics, anything but field operations." Josh hesitated, fingers twitching toward his wineglass before thinking better of it. "Well, technically it's ops, but—" "Ops?" Nicole's voice cracked. "You can't do ops anymore. Static security, maybe? Guarding some embassy in Germany." "Not exactly." Her face paled. "You're telling me this is mobile work? You're actually going to be moving around?" He forced a casual shrug, topping off his wine. "Yeah, but it's a cakewalk, barely counts as ops." "Where?" she demanded, her voice rising. "The Middle East?" Josh shook his head. "Mexico? I'll bring the kids a piñata." Mandy opened her mouth. "What's a pin? Mexico?" Nicole nearly shouted. "You think that's reassuring? Have you seen the headlines? Why not just hand yourself over to Hezbollah while you're at it?" Josh glanced at the kids, their eyes huge, then back at his wife, who seemed oblivious to their presence. He reached for her hand, his voice low. It's 35 grand, Nicole. She froze. 35,000 for how long? 1 day prep, 3 weeks on the ground. He braced himself as she did the mental math, knowing what was coming. Pass the spaghetti? Her hands stayed clenched in her lap. If they're paying that much, it's not some easy job. This is high threat, isn't it? His shoulders sagged. There was no sugarcoating it now. We need the money. We need you alive, she shot back. It's not that bad. Just escorting some diplomats and politicians. They made me team lead. Could open doors for admin work later. Her laugh was sharp. Team leader? You haven't worked in years, and now some company hands you a leadership role? With your leg? My reputation still carries weight. The prosthetic doesn't define me. Her glare turned icy. Let me guess, no physical? They trusted my experience. I leave in 2 days, so. What kind of PMC skips a physical for high-risk mobile ops? Her breath caught as realization hit. Josh, tell me you didn't sign with Armored Saint. Mandy's small voice broke through. Can I go? Nicole blinked as if suddenly remembering her children were there. Of course, sweetheart. She wiped Harry's face with her napkin, her hands trembling slightly, then turned back to Josh, her expression a mix of fury and fear. Take your brother to the living room and turn on the TV, she said, her voice tight. Josh smirked, stealing a quick gulp of wine before asking, Mind if I step out? She didn't laugh, just waited until the kids were gone and the hum of cartoons filled the house. Then, gripping the edge of the counter, she took a slow breath. I can't wrap my head around this, she finally said. You nearly got blown to bits working for the second-rate mercenary outfit on the planet, and now you're signing up with the bottom of the barrel? You know what Armored Saint is. You're not some young hotshot anymore. Running ops in Mexico isn't like tackling a shoplifter at the food court. Duffy shrugged. For the record, it was a cheese Danish, and I nailed the guy, didn't I? Stop it. This isn't funny, he exhaled, rubbing his temples. I can handle it. You've got to believe in me. Her fingers brushed his cheek. I do, but I don't trust the cartels. I don't trust Armored Saint. And I sure as hell don't trust anyone desperate enough to work for them. Guess that makes me desperate then. You were the best, she whispered, gripping the back of his neck. But you walked away from that life. Duffy gestured around their cramped kitchen. Yeah, and look where it got us. She shook her head. We hit a rough patch, but rough patch. He yanked up his pant leg, revealing the sleek carbon fiber prosthetic. Nicole recoiled, arms crossed. Yeah, Josh, I was there. Every damn surgery, every therapy session. You think I forgot? He dropped the fabric back into place. I screwed up our future, our kids' future. This is me fixing it. Her voice softened. If you'd walked past that woman in Beirut, you'd still have both legs. But what kind of man would that make you? What kind of father? Silence. She kissed him. We love you. All of you. He pulled back, jaw set. Second chances don't come for guys like me. This morning, I was finished. Then one old friend shows up, and suddenly there's a way out. We're drowning, Nick. I won't let us end up in some trailer park. She stared at the floor. A month from now, he pressed, everything changes. I have to do this. My dad could. Your dad said no twice. We're not begging him again. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'll take extra shifts. We can tighten the budget. Money's the only way out, and the fastest way to get it, me doing what I know. The argument dragged on until Nicole finally buried her face in her hands. When she looked up, her eyes were dry, resigned. Nothing I say will stop you, will it? He shook his head. Fine. She pushed back from the table. Then let's get you ready. I'll call Marla. They'll survive without me tonight. Why? Because, she said, voice steady, I've got about 30 hours to make sure you come home alive. Having served as an Army officer, I've got experience you don't. This is your first time leading, and there's a steep learning curve ahead. And let's be honest, you're not in the same condition you were 3 years ago. I'm going to push you harder than you've been pushed in a long time to get you ready for Mexico." Josh gave a faint grin. "Understood." She sized him up with a critical eye. "Better swap into something you can sweat in. This isn't going to be a quick session." He rose to his feet, the hint of a smirk still playing on his lips. "Yes, Captain." Oscar Cardoza thrived in the shadows, moving swiftly across Mexico like a ghost. His role as a mediator between cartels kept the peace, or at least kept the money flowing. But it meant constant travel, urgent meetings, and delivering messages in person between rival leaders. Efficiency was key, so he relied on planes to skip the danger zones where roads were a death sentence. Owning an aircraft was out of the question, too much of a paper trail. Even renting from the same company twice was a risk. Instead, he rotated through over 200 charter services, using a collection of meticulously crafted aliases. Some were major operators in Mexico City or Guadalajara with fleets of jets. Others were lone pilots running single-engine planes from dirt airstrips in the middle of nowhere. Today's trip took him from Mexico City to the rugged northern state of Coahuila near the Texas border. Time was tight, but speed wasn't his only concern. The remote landing strip ruled out a jet, and a turboprop might attract the wrong kind of attention. Instead, he'd booked a small charter out of Toluca, a three-plane operation flying piston-engine aircraft. The Mooney Acclaim he boarded at 4 a.m. was the fastest of its kind, but even at 200 knots, the 4-hour flight left him restless. Now at 7:30, the plane dipped lower over the desert, weaving between jagged green mountains as the pilot slowed to navigate the rough terrain. Cardoza checked his watch. He'd be right on schedule. The man he was meeting wasn't a stranger. They'd crossed paths in Juarez and Nuevo Laredo before, but this was different, a secluded rendezvous with what remained of Los Zetas. Once a dominant force in Mexico's drug trade, their influence had shrunk over the years, splintering into localized factions, yet they still had hardened fighters scattered along the border and beyond, no longer the global traffickers they once were, but still dangerous in their own right. As the plane descended, Cardoza adjusted his jacket, mentally rehearsing the conversation ahead. This meeting wouldn't be about old alliances. It was about survival in a changing game. Los Zetas might not have been the biggest or most powerful cartel on the global stage, but Cardoza understood their strength lay in their discipline. These were hardened soldiers, trained killers with a structure that rivaled any military unit. Over the past 5 years, Cardoza had sat across from 2 of their commanders, brokering deals that defied old rivalries. The first agreement had been with the Gulf Cartel, an unlikely truce between sworn enemies until a Knights Templar hit squad ended that commander's life. Cardoza hadn't hesitated to return to Nuevo Laredo, striking a fresh deal with the new leader. This time, though, he wasn't meeting the top brass. The plan was already approved. Now it was just about ironing out the details with a tactical commander on the ground. The Mooney touched down just outside El Infante, its wheels cutting through a veil of morning mist. 5 mud-splattered jeeps idled on the cracked tarmac, their engines growling. Cardoza stepped out, slinging a single backpack over his shoulder before 2 young men in brown fatigues, AR-15s slung across their chests, patted him down. His bag was rifled through, then tossed into the front seat beside a stone-faced Sicario. The convoy roared to life, speeding away with Cardoza blindfolded, not with the usual black hood, but a red bandana. He exhaled, settling into the worn leather seat as the jeeps tore through the countryside. 20 minutes of winding roads later, the vehicles lurched to a stop. The blindfold came off, revealing a narrow dirt path swallowed by dense jungle. Gunfire crackled in the distance, but the men around him barely flinched. Then movement figures emerged from the trees, drenched in sweat and mud, rifles slung over their tiger-striped camo. At their center stood a man in his 30s, cleaner than the rest, a pistol strapped to his hip. Raindrops speckled his uniform as he smirked at Cardoza's pristine outdoor gear. "Senor Cardoza," he said, voice rough, Welcome back to Zeta territory. Cardoza knew the cartel's grip on the region had weakened, but this patch of jungle was still theirs. Good to see you, Lobo, he replied, clasping the younger man's shoulder. The scar running down Lobo's throat told its own story. A former Marine turned cartel enforcer, his boyish face hardened by years of violence. His grin revealed yellowed teeth as he joked, "Hope the flight wasn't too rough." Cardoza returned the smile. "Appreciate you making time on short notice." Lobo barked a laugh. "Orders are orders. Told them showing you around a training camp was insane. But they didn't care." He shrugged, amused. "Guess that's why I'm not in charge." The rain picked up, but neither man seemed to notice as they moved deeper into the jungle, the sound of distant gunfire fading behind them. Cardoza had mastered the art of blending in, adapting his demeanor to whoever stood before him. With the refined leaders of the Guadalajara cartel, he played the polished diplomat. Among battle-scarred Zetas enforcers, he became one of them, rough edges and all. His flattery was deliberate, calculated. "That gunfire sounds tight. Your men drilling hard for what's coming?" Lobo flashed a knowing smirk. "Take a look for yourself." They trudged up a winding dirt path slick with rain, emerging at the edge of a shallow gully. Below, 4 squads of armed men moved with precision, each unit of 20 executing synchronized drills. Rifles barked in controlled bursts as one team advanced, fired, then peeled away to reload while the next took their place. Farther up the valley, another group practiced shooting from the beds of moving trucks, bullets pinging off steel targets. 80 strong? Cardoza asked. Lobo nodded. 4 platoons, 5 shooters per squad, plus me. Cardoza studied the scene, then cut to the chase. "I've seen the big picture. Walk me through the details." Lobo exhaled smoke from his cigarette. "We move out for the Sierra Madres in 2 days. These men, ex-military, everyone blooded in Juarez, hardened in Nuevo Laredo, they don't just pull triggers, they fight. Gear? Transport, AKs, ours, enough RPGs to level a town. Buses get us west, then we switch to trucks for the push into hostile ground." Cardoza pulled a weatherproof tablet from his pack, swiping through maps of western Mexico. "Federales will escort the UN convoy to Sombrerete, then bail. After that, it's just the diplomats and their light security heading into the mountains." Lobo jabbed the screen. "We hit them here before they reach the high passes." Cardoza smirked. "Scared of a little altitude?" Lobo bristled. "I'm scared of nothing." "Relax." Cardoza wiped rain off the tablet. "I'd rather avoid those peaks, too. But the ambush has to happen up there, has to look like the Black Knight's work. That's what your bosses agreed to with Guadalajara." Lobo offered his cigarette. Cardoza waved it off. "I follow orders for now," Lobo muttered. "But someday we'll be the ones giving them." Cardoza clapped him on the shoulder. "You'll lead Los Zetas one day?" "Me? I'm just a consultant." Lobo snorted. "Bullshit. My bosses whisper about you. They know you're more." A beat passed. Somewhere below, another volley of gunfire echoed through the valley. "You're a man who matters," Cardoza said casually, shifting gears. "Let the motorcade stumble into their own mess first. Trigger-happy locals with rusty rifles and drugs to defend. Once the delegation reaches Devil's Spine and finishes their little chat with Rafa Archuleta, that's your moment. Strike hard, leave no witnesses, then vanish from those god-forsaken mountains forever." Lobo frowned. "Why wait until after the meeting?" Cardoza smirked. "I've got business to handle before then. I plan to be right there with Archuleta when the UN shows up. Keeping a low profile, naturally. The Black Knights have state-of-the-art anti-air missiles. That's what the meeting's about, and I need to know where they're stashed." Lobo's eyes narrowed. "What's the play?" "Simple. If we want this war to ignite, the army can't win if their birds get clipped. The Black Knights own the ground, but the sky, that's the army's domain. We leak the missile locations, level the playing field." Lobo scoffed. "Sounds like you're cheering for the damn army." Cardoza chuckled. A fair fight lasts longer, amigo. More chaos, more destruction. If a few transport planes go down over the Sierra Madres, the army retreats, the UN sends more suits, and eventually those meddling gringos take over. That's how we shield the Black Knights. Lobo absorbed it all. Though Cardoza knew the man was more brawn than brains, sure, he'd flattered him with talk of leadership, but Lobo would never rise beyond commanding his little band of thugs. A ruthless killer? Absolutely a strategic mastermind? Not a chance. Fine, Lobo muttered. Your plan's insane, but that's your problem. Mine's wiping out that motorcade and surviving Devil's Spine. Those people up there, they're not just Black Knights. Every last one's a lunatic. Cardoza grinned. How would you know? You've never set foot there? Never planned to either. They shared a laugh, then a rough embrace. Lobo mistook it for camaraderie, but Cardoza knew better. He'd just sold the fool on a shared mission. Manipulation was his specialty. I'll call you after I meet with Sinaloan leadership, he added. Lobo stiffened. Sinaloa? You're going to Culiacan to see El Escopeta? Unfortunately, yes. Gotta make sure they don't interfere with your operation. I hear you two have history. Lobo took a drag of his cigarette before flicking it into the brush. You could say that. He put a bullet in my cousin. My condolences, I didn't know. Lobo shrugged. No loss. My cousin was an idiot. But El Escopeta, dude's obsessed with La Santa Muerte, prays to skeleton saints in wedding gowns. Total psycho. Cardoza waved it off. Luckily, I don't care about his hobbies. I'll get Sinaloa's blessing for your men to move through the mountains. Lobo scoffed. Sinaloa doesn't own that turf. The Black Knights do. True, but Sinaloa's fighting them up there. Better to unite everyone against Los Caballeros Negros avoids unnecessary bloodshed. He checked his watch. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a flight to catch. Lobo shook his head in disbelief. Cardoza, I've met some real characters, but the stories about you, they're something else. If even half those stories are true, you're the most insane guy I've ever known, Lobo muttered, shaking his head. Cardoza just chuckled and adjusted his sunglasses. Nah, man, I'm just a simple advisor trying to get by. Lobo's skeptical glare said everything, his tight-lipped shore dripping with disbelief. The Duffy family's pre-dawn drive from Falls Church to Dulles was eerily smooth, a stark contrast to the emotional turbulence inside their minivan. Josh gripped the wheel, while Nicole fired off last-minute leadership advice beside him, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. In the back, Harry and Mandy dozed peacefully, oblivious to the storm brewing in their father's mind. Josh nodded along to Nicole's words, but his thoughts spiraled. Was he really cut out for this? The fear gnawed at him. One wrong move, and he might not make it home to tuck his kids in again. Nicole, ever the rock, masked any doubt with relentless optimism. Their bond had always been this way, forged in chaos years ago, when he was a rookie contractor and she was a no-nonsense Army lieutenant opposites on the surface, yet somehow perfectly balanced. Where she charged ahead, he diffused tension. Where he hesitated, she pushed. 7 years of marriage had taught them this dance, their love the one unshakable truth when the world crumbled around them. Dulles buzzed with pre-dawn energy, travelers shuffling toward flights as Josh wedged the minivan into a cramped spot. He moved to hug Nicole, but she stopped him with a firm grip on his arms, her gaze all mission, no sentiment. Tourniquets in your duffel, she rattled off. Chem lights on your pack, life straw in the go bag, and for God's sake, recharge those flashlights when you get the chance. Josh forced a grin, then turned to the back seat. Mandy's curls were mussed from sleep. He kissed her forehead, whispering, "Love you, sweetheart." Harry barely stirred as Josh lifted him for a careful squeeze. You too, buddy. The lump in his throat threatened to betray him, but he swallowed it down. Nickel was already hauling his gear to the curb. The backpack felt like lead as he shrugged it on. 30 hours of nonstop training had left his muscles screaming. When she thrust the duffel at him, her voice sharpened. Hydrate. Salt tablets are in the— I got this, Nick. He cut in, dropping the bag to pull her close. This time, she didn't resist the kiss, though she broke away just enough to lock eyes with him. You'll be fine if you own it out there, she said, her tone shifting from drill sergeant to something fiercer. No hesitation, no second-guessing. You let those guys scent weakness, and they'll eat you alive. A glance at his watch time was up. The airport lights blurred as he hoisted his bags, the weight of her words heavier than the gear on his back. Go ahead and be a jerk if you want. Message received. I mean it. Yeah, I get it, sweetheart. My plane won't wait. At least take your extra prosthetic. It's right there in the back with the kids. You never know what could. Nobody can find out about my leg. Toting a spare around kinda defeats the purpose. Just stash it in your duffel. 6 guys crammed in a truck. Nicky, we'll be living in each other's pockets. Secrets don't last long. He paused, then smirked. Except this one. Keep my boots on and they'll never guess. He pulled her close for one last kiss, and this time she clung to him, her grip fierce. Tell the kids I love them when they wake up, he murmured. 3 weeks, and I'm back. You better be. Nicole shot back, her voice cracking as tears welled up. I love you, Duff said, swallowing hard. Her smile wavered, the fear in her eyes barely masked. Come back in one piece, she whispered, so I can show you just how much. The Bell Jet Ranger lifted off from Benito Juarez Airport just before noon, barely an hour after Josh Duffy's flight from Dulles touched down. After breezing through customs, he was hustled straight onto the chopper for the short hop to Armored Saints Mexico City HQ, a repurposed military base in the northern suburb of Coyotepec. The helo kicked up dust as it landed, spitting him and his gear onto the tarmac before vanishing back into the smoggy sky. Before the rotor whine faded, a familiar voice cut through the heat. Welcome to the circus, Duff. Ready for the show. Mike Gordon stood there, grinning under a company ball cap, his black polo and cargo pants looking freshly pressed. Hey, Gordo, when'd you get in last night? Seriously, though, how'd you land team lead? What'd you do, promise Remick a back rub? Duff shouldered his pack as Gordon grabbed his kit bag. They trudged toward a squat barracks building, the sun baking their necks. He handed it to me in the interview, said his last lead bailed. Yeah, like a scared rookie lost another guy this morning to the same yellow streak. Gordon shrugged, pulled in some desk jockey as a replacement. Seems decent, he side-eyed Duff. But you, team lead, no offense, man. Why's that? Because in J-Bad you were the guy who never complained, never pushed back. Everyone walked all over you, especially me. He chuckled. Leading takes a different breed. You sure you're ready? Nicky's been drilling it into me. I'll handle it. No more Mr. Nice Guy? They stepped into a dim hallway. I've got your 6 if things go sideways, Gordon offered. Appreciate it, but I'm good. Whatever you say, Charlie. Lead. They stopped at a cramped room with 2 cots and a jumble of gear. Home sweet home, meeting with Remick in 20, but dump your stuff and I'll introduce you to your team. Met 'em already, solid guys running them, that's on you. The team room was chaos. Bunk beds lining one wall, picnic tables buried under gear and half-eaten MREs. Someone's rap music thumped in the background. Duff grimaced. God, I hate rap. Josh Duffy scanned the room, taking in the 5 men prepping their equipment. A flicker of unease shot through him. This wasn't his usual role. Normally, he'd be the one quietly loading mags in the corner when the team leader walked in. Now he was the one giving orders. Swallowing his nerves, he gave a firm nod to the group. Gordon moved to a bulky Bluetooth speaker perched on a bunk and dialed down the thumping bass. Gentlemen, meet your new team leader, Josh Duffy. A few men offered nods in his direction, others barely glanced up, their faces unreadable. Gordon gestured toward the first contractor. A lean, intense guy in his 30s with slightly shaggy hair, but the unmistakable posture of a seasoned operator. His expression was ice cold. "Duff, this is Wolfson. You're Charlie, too." Those sharp gray eyes locked on to Duffy's, making him feel like he was being sized up and found lacking in an instant. Their handshake was firm, bordering on aggressive. "Good to meet you," Duffy managed. Wolfson's reply was a loaded question. "You're the army guy?" The disdain was barely concealed, but Duffy kept his cool. "That's right." Gordon jumped in, eager to smooth things over. Wolfson was SEAL Team 3. Afghanistan, Syria, plenty of action he won't bother bragging about. Wolfson's gaze never wavered. So, let's not. Duffy matched his stare, jaw tightening. "Works for me, Charlie, too." This guy was going to be a challenge, no doubt about it. Before the tension could thicken, another figure approached. At first glance, Duffy assumed the man was too old to be part of the team, probably support staff. His worn white t-shirt stretched over a barrel chest, and his salt and pepper buzz cut barely reached Duffy's nose. But then the man extended his hand with an almost theatrical flourish, his French accent thick and unexpected. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Gordon clapped Duffy on the shoulder. "Jean-Francois Allard, your Charlie 3. Former Commandos Marine, then Foreign Legion, and the last decade in private security across Africa." "Oh, and he's your medic." Duffy blinked. This guy had seen more combat than most of them combined. Allard grinned. "Most call me Frenchie." Duffy raised an eyebrow. "And you're okay with that?" Proudly, Frenchie replied with a wink. "At your service, Charlie 1. At least he knew the chain of command." "Glad to have you," Duffy said, relieved. Gordon steered him toward a bunk where a shirtless, muscle-bound African-American guy was hopping down from the top rack. His cargo pants were the only thing covering a physique that looked like it belonged on a fitness magazine cover. A Marine Corps tattoo stood out on his arm, but his baby face made him seem barely out of his teens. "This is Squeeze, your 6, Gordon announced. Duffy offered a hand. Squeeze's grip was strong, his voice booming with confidence. "Heard you were 11 Bang Bang back in the day." Duffy smirked. 11 Bravo, 3rd ID. "And yeah, back in the day, you?" Squeeze gave a lazy salute. 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he barked, "Get some." Duffy played along, flashing a grin. "Semper Fi, devil dog?" Squeeze eyed him sideways, nodding slowly. "Yeah." The unspoken challenge hung in the air. Duffy had his work cut out for him. "Got it," Gordon said, keeping the introductions rolling. A tan-skinned man with a ponytail stood up from a table where an iPad and a Monster energy drink sat in front of him. "Meet Tony Cruz, call sign Charlie 4, Gordon announced. "Another Army guy." Duffy shook hands with Cruz, who was shorter but solidly built, maybe late 30s, with sharp, skeptical eyes that reminded him of Wolfson, just not as intense. "Good to have another brother in arms," Duffy said. Cruz gave a half shrug. "Different kind of army, though. I was 5th Group." Duffy caught the edge in his tone. Special Forces, Green Berets, a tier above his own unit. He squared his shoulders, keeping his voice firm. "Respect, Charlie 4. Still the same flag we served under." Cruz held his gaze. No disrespect meant. Gordon jumped in. "Lucky break, Duff. You've got a Spanish speaker on your squad." Cruz smirked. "Puerto Rican, grew up in Chicago. Ain't fooling anyone down here." Just then, the last guy in the room spoke up. Blonde, blue-eyed, and dressed in a ridiculous t-shirt featuring a cartoon guy in a turban and Hawaiian shirt standing by a hot dog stand with the words "Aloha Snack Bar" underneath. His drawl was pure Southern. Hell, you'll still blend in better than me. Gordon gestured. "This is Evans, Charlie 5, your driver?" Evans shook Duffy's hand with an easy grin. "Call me NASCAR." Duffy raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Used to race," Gordon cut in. SWAT in Atlanta, then rally racing, even did some Xfinity Series NASCAR's minor leagues. Evans scoffed. Bull. I ran Cup Series too. Squeeze smirked. How many races? One, Evans admitted, then added, well, most of one. Duffy couldn't help but laugh. So you quit NASCAR to drive through cartel country? Evans chuckled. Lost my sponsorship, corporate crap. Got my pilot's license, flew choppers for private contractors, but work dried up, ended up driving for Armored Saint. Cruz snorted. Yeah, work dried up after you ditched a helo in Kandahar. Mechanical failure, Evans shot back, and I landed that bird smooth as hell. Sure you did, Cruz muttered, clearly not buying it. Squeeze jumped in, then got booted from 2 other gigs for reckless driving. He turned to Duffy. We got the short end, TL. This guy's gonna plow into a taco truck before we hit the city limits. Evans lunged at Squeeze, but Cruz shoved them apart, cursing. Before Duffy could intervene, Gordon grabbed his arm. All right, kids, Charlie 1's got a meeting with Remick. Duffy felt the weight of the moment. Gordon still had more sway over the team than he did. He gave a stiff nod. Good meeting you all. Likewise, 11B, Squeeze said, oozing sarcasm. Outside, Duffy clenched his jaw, but Gordon just clapped him on the back. Gotta say, it's refreshing to see your teams just as nuts as mine. Duffy smirked as they walked toward headquarters. My team's a real circus. Washed-up wannabes, over-eager kids, and a Frenchman who looks like he fought in World War II. Gordon chuckled, slapping him on the shoulder. Relax, Frenchie's the real deal. I watched him take down Nazis on the History Channel once. The conversation shifted as they stepped into the sunlight. Remember when I said Remick was a prick? Gordon muttered. Well, here's proof. His Alpha team, all ex-CIA, top-tier operators who've worked together before. Meanwhile, we get stuck babysitting a bunch of misfits. Duffy shrugged. At least we're getting paid. Alpha can handle the VIP security. I'm just glad to be here. Gordon's expression darkened. Then you're not picking up what I am. What's that? That some of us aren't walking out of those godforsaken mountains alive. The door swung open at Remick's sharp command. Inside, the rundown Mexican HQ buzzed with activity. Laptops humming, maps sprawled across the walls. Remick stood rigid by the largest one, his voice cutting through the chatter. Alpha 1 from now on, Duffy, he corrected as they shook hands. Duffy barely got a word in before Remick cut him off. Nobody gives a damn about your flight. A smirk tugged at Duffy's lips. This wasn't corporate America anymore. Remick's laser pointer traced their route across the map. First stop, Durango, then into the Sierra Madres. We'll bunk in El Salto. No reservations, no warnings, Gordon frowned. These village stops, any heads up for the locals? Negative, Remick snapped. The VIPs want surprise visits, only the Black Knights know we're coming. His pointer jabbed at the devil's spine. Day 3, cartel territory. Sinaloa and the Black Knights are tearing each other apart up there, and we're walking right into it. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling like dust. The roads through the region are a complete battleground, made even more dangerous by the fact that many of the neutral locals are armed and openly hostile toward outsiders. Gordon and Duffy shared a tense glance as Remick laid out the situation. The Sinaloa cartel is banking on this conflict spilling into their territory. If it does, they'll pull back to Culiacan and let the military wipe out the Black Knights for them. That's why they'll do anything to stop us from interfering. Meaning, if they catch wind of our mission, we'll have a fight on our hands. Staying under the radar isn't optional. Duffy raised an eyebrow. And how exactly are we supposed to stay low-key with armored vehicles and a bunch of high-profile meet and greets? Remick didn't flinch. We'll push hard on the main roads when we can, slip through the backcountry when we have to. Stay sharp, move fast, and handle whatever comes our way. Understood. Duffy gave a half-hearted hoo-yah, his voice lacking conviction. What's the backup plan if things go south? If, and that's a big if, We get pinned down, we'll call in Mexican military support. Duffy shot Gordon a skeptical look before turning back. I thought the Mexican military wasn't operating in the Sierra Madres. They're not. But there's a base near Durango, just east of the mountains. Duffy studied the map as Remick's laser pointer landed on a spot that looked way too far for comfort. Best case scenario, reinforcements take 18 hours to reach us, Remick admitted. This is a self-sufficient mission. What we've got is what we've got. Duffy swallowed hard. Copy that, boss. Gordon's silence spoke volumes. He wasn't thrilled about the lack of quick backup either. But he kept his concerns to himself. Any idea where we're meeting Rafael Archuleta? Not yet. We'll get updates once we're moving. Remick tapped a barely visible dot on the map. First stop is Boca Arriba, but it's just a staging point. Odds are we'll be sitting around waiting for the Black Knights to give us the green light. Once they do, we'll escort the VIPs to Archuleta, seal the deal, then spend the next 2 weeks touring the region to promote their so-called peacekeeping effort. After that, we head north to Creel in Chihuahua. VIPs fly out from there. We head to Mexico City, and our gear gets hauled back to Dallas. Gordon studied the map, shaking his head. I've run plenty of mobile ops, but this terrain is brutal. Steep, broken, probably washed-out roads. Feels like the Hindu Kush all over again. Exactly like it, Remick agreed. What's your point? Why aren't we using helicopters, man-pads? Gordon frowned. Shoulder-fired missiles? Since when do cartels have that kind of firepower? Remick cut him off. 2 Mexican Marine choppers got shot down over Sinaloa earlier this month. 19 dead. Official story was a mid-air collision, but they were hundreds of yards apart when they got hit. Someone leaked the truth to the UN. Duffy's eyes widened. The Black Knights did that? Remick just shrugged, leaving the question hanging in the air. The conversation shifted to the possible culprits behind the missile threat. Could have been the Sinaloa cartel, but intel points to the Black Knights, someone suggested. Another voice chimed in, baffled. Since when do cartels get their hands on military-grade missiles? The response came quick. CIA reports trace them back to Venezuela. High-end IGLA SSA-7s, straight from U.S. military classifications. Money talks down there, and the Black Knights have plenty. UN analysts believe Archuleta secured these the moment government forces threatened to reclaim his turf. Gordon's voice was low, almost a murmur. I'd rather roll the dice on the roads. Survived 1 helo crash. Never again. Remick nodded in agreement. Been there. Ground transport it is. Duffy added his own grim experience. Seen what's left after a chopper goes down. Count me in for staying on solid ground. Just as Remick turned back to the map, a hesitant knock interrupted them. Perfect timing. That'll be our cultural consultant, he said. Gordon and Duffy exchanged puzzled glances as the door opened. A woman in her 30s stepped in, dressed in a crisp black polo and cargo pants, her short brown hair framing a sharp, observant face. Gentlemen, meet Dr. Gabriela Flores from the National Museum of Anthropology, Remick announced. She's joining us as a regional specialist born and raised in the Sierra Madres, fluent in local dialects. She'll handle translations, navigation, and intel assessments. At first glance, Duffy pegged her as unassuming until she shook his hand with a grip that spoke volumes. Doctor, he acknowledged. She turned to Gordon with the same quiet confidence. Pleasure. Remick continued. Dr. Flores will keep us from getting lost both literally and culturally. Gordon flashed a reassuring grin, and we'll make sure you get home safe. But her composure flickered for just a second. Safety isn't up to us, she countered. It depends on avoiding the forces waiting out there, and whether the diplomats can keep the Black Knights from turning on us. Gordon shot Duffy a look as Dr. Flores pressed on. I hope you realize what you're walking into. No laws, no rules, just armed factions with drugs, guns, and rockets, like the Wild West, but with modern firepower. Don't forget the man-pads, Gordon muttered. Remick guided her toward the door with a firm hand. "Come to the briefing. You'll see we're prepared." As they filed out, Duffy hung back with Gordon. "You knew there's no quick reaction force on standby?" Gordon's whisper was tense. "Told you this op was a bad call. No backup? Exactly the kind of disaster I warned about." Duffy's jaw tightened. "You knew?" "Found out same time you did," Gordon admitted. "We're in this mess together, kid." With a frustrated sigh, Duffy followed him outside, squinting as sunlight hit his face. He slid on his Oakleys and joined his team near the row of armored vehicles. Their dark frames gleaming under the harsh sun, the armored vehicles stood massive and imposing, each towering nearly 9 feet tall and stretching over 20 feet long. Their rugged frames boasted reinforced turrets, gun ports along the sides, and thick all-terrain tires that could chew through any landscape. The windshields and windows were shielded with steel mesh layered over bulletproof glass, while slat armor wrapped around the exterior, a defensive grid designed to trigger incoming missiles prematurely, keeping the crew safe inside. Duffy had ridden in plenty of APCs during his tours in the Middle East, but these beasts were something else. For a moment, his confidence surged until reality hit. Sooner or later, he'd have to step out of that rolling fortress and into the line of fire. On the parade ground, the teams assembled under the scorching sun. Alpha Team looked like they'd been carved from granite, every man sharp-eyed and rigid, mirroring their leader's intensity. Bravo Team, though, was a different story. They reminded Duffy of his own crew, some lean, some burly, a few even looking like they'd rolled straight out of bed. Remick strode forward, slapping the grill of the nearest APC before addressing the group. "These aren't just trucks. They're Guardians, top-of-the-line armored carriers built for war zones, 6.2-liter V8s pumping out 400 horsepower run-flat tires, suspension that laughs at potholes, and enough armor to shrug off 50 cal rounds and grenades. Each one can haul 8 fully kitted operators, plus supplies, and if things go sideways, you've got escape hatches on every side, even the belly." A voice from Bravo Team cut in. "What about RPGs?" Remick smirked. "Slat armor helps, but a lucky shot could still cripple us. Same goes for IEDs. Big enough, and we're in trouble. So let's not give Murphy any chances, yeah?" The briefing rolled on. Warhorse would lead the convoy, packed with Alpha's finest. Pack Horse 1 and 2 would carry Bravo, along with extra gear and fuel. Showhorse, the VIP transport, sat snug in the middle, loaded with Remick, the principals, and Dr. Flores, and bringing up the rear. Crazy Horse Duffy's team, tasked with counter-assault. Flores blinked. "Wait, Cat." Remick grinned. "Counter-assault Team Doc? If things go loud, Charlie's the hammer." The tension was thick as Remick laid out the plan with brutal honesty. "Crazy Horse will cover us if things go south on the road," he said, locking eyes with Duffy. "Charlie 1, if the convoy gets hit, your job is to unleash hell on anyone dumb enough to attack. Keep firing until the VIPs are clear, then fall back. Got it?" Duffy gave a sharp nod. "Copy that, sir." Behind him, Squeeze couldn't resist muttering under his breath, "Hell yeah, let's do this." Remick either missed it or chose to ignore it as he turned to Dr. Flores. "Doc, pardon the language. When it's time to motivate, I don't sugarcoat things." She forced a tight smile. "Understood, Mr. Remick." With that, he stepped toward the contractors, his voice dropping into a no-nonsense growl. "Listen up, you mercenary bastards. I might be new to Armored Saint, but I've been in this game long enough to know why each of you signed up. Maybe it's the paycheck. Maybe it's the thrill. Or maybe you just can't stand another day of your wife's bad cooking and your kids whining. Frankly, I don't care. What matters is that, when we roll into bandit country, you follow orders without question. This isn't a joyride. It's a suicide mission if you screw up. And if anyone hesitates..." He paused, scanning the group with cold precision. "I'll personally rearrange your face. Are we clear?" A few silent nods answered him. "Good. Gear up, full kit, and be back here in 30. And if you've got questions, he smirked. Save 'em for someone who gives a damn. Laughter rippled through the group, but Duffy caught Dr. Flores glancing around like she'd just walked into a madhouse. The team split off toward the armory, a massive concrete bunker just beyond the parade grounds. Inside, crates of weapons and gear lined the walls, with a shipping container packed to the brim with enough firepower to start a small war. Duffy took it all in. Armored Saint might cut corners on pay and support, but they didn't skimp on firepower. Wolfson, the former SEAL, sidled up. So, how we playing this, Duff? Duffy straightened, channeling the unshakable confidence Nickel had drilled into him. NASCAR's driving. No arguments, he said, ignoring Squeeze's muttered jab about NASCAR's questionable skills. I want you on a compact rifle. Something you can maneuver from the window if we get pinned down. NASCAR eyed the rack of ARs. 10.5-inch barrel. Good balance. Solid choice. Duffy turned to the rest. I'll ride shotgun, literally with a short rifle and a pump action between the seats. Cruz, the ex-Green Beret, smirked. Real original boss. Duffy let it slide, though Nicole's voice echoed in his head. Don't let them question you. Wolfson, you're our sharpshooter. Take the starboard gun port with a precision rifle and a backup subgun. Wolfson nodded. HK-417 with a 10-power scope. I'll make it count. The air hummed with anticipation as they prepped, each man mentally bracing for what lay ahead. Duffy watched as the team geared up, his eyes scanning the armory walls. I'll take that Scorpion with the folding stock, he said. Grabbing the compact SMG, Frenchie stepped forward, and Duffy pointed him toward the port side. You're riding behind NASCAR as our medic? Grab a scoped carbine. Nothing too short. You'll need range, but keep it maneuverable on foot. Frenchie gave a crisp heel click and nod, which Duffy found oddly professional. There's a FAMAS in the crate, Frenchie offered. Duffy had never handled the French military rifle, but if it was Frenchie's comfort pick, that was good enough. Turning to Squeeze, he knew the ex-Marine wouldn't be as formal. You're on the turret with an LMG and an M32 launcher. Grab a collapsible SMG for when we're on the ground. Squeeze grinned, his excitement obvious. Hell yeah, 11B. I got you covered. Duffy suppressed a sigh, tension coiling in his gut as he faced Cruz. Your rear security. Last vehicle means we need eyes and firepower pointed backward. Cruz smirked. I'll be your trunk monkey, TL, but I want a belt fed. No argument here, Duffy said. Biggest gun you can handle, we're the only ones watching our 6. Cruz chuckled. My biggest weapon's my... Save it, Duffy cut in, patience thinning. Joke around later, right now. We're professionals. The room went quiet. Duffy took a slow breath, locking eyes with Cruz. Call me TL, boss. Charlie 1. I don't care. But no nicknames. No bro. No 11B. Understood. Cruz held his gaze, then nodded. Roger that, TL. Duffy turned to the group. Everyone grabs a 9mm, Glock, Swindalu, or HK. Keep it simple. He glanced at Frenchie. No French pistols. Frenchie grinned. HK VP9, Mon Chef. German engineering. Good, Duffy said. 20 minutes to gear up and get to Crazy Horse. As the team scattered, Duffy eyed the weapons rack. His attention landed on a short-barreled AK-47 with a folding stock and an EOTech sight. He checked the action, racking the bolt a few times before shouldering it. Perfect. It had been years since Josh last held a rifle, not since he'd abandoned his M4 in that flaming Chevy Suburban back in Beirut. He knew his skills would be rough around the edges, especially during the initial drills. But the AK-47 in his hands? That was a different story. It wasn't the go-to choice for most American contractors, but Josh didn't give a damn. He needed every edge he could get. The AK was a beast, dependable as hell, and he trusted it with his life. NASCAR had already strapped on his body armor and slung his AR across his chest. When he caught sight of Josh's weapon, he let out a low whistle. Damn, boss, rolling with an AK? That's bold. Josh shrugged. Underfolder's better for tight spaces. Hits harder than your AR, and let's just say I've got history with these things. NASCAR smirked. Yeah, I bet. Probably from both ends, right? Josh chuckled darkly. More than I'd like to admit. He slung the rifle over his shoulder, feeling its familiar weight. He'd had plenty of these pointed at him. Hell, one might have even cost him his leg, but that wasn't something he'd bring up now. By the time the team was geared up, the sun had vanished behind thick clouds, turning the air cooler. Josh welcomed the relief today was going to be brutal, especially for someone who hadn't done this in years. As they moved toward the parade ground, he fought off a creeping doubt. If these guys knew that just days ago he'd been helping some woman hunt for her lost phone in a damn clothing store, they'd never take him seriously. No, they'd write him off before the mission even started. Mexico's rainy season had kicked in, and by late afternoon the skies opened up. The downpour was relentless, but Josh didn't mind. They trained through it, running drills in the mud, working the range, and maneuvering around the APC like they were already in the thick of it. By the time they finished, they were drenched, exhausted, but sharp. Back at the barracks, most of the team had crashed, but a few lingered outside under the tin roof, nursing beers and swapping stories. Josh, too, wired to sleep, had spent the last hour double-checking maps and gear with NASCAR. Every med kit, every spare battery, every round of ammo, they'd gone over it all, even in the rain. Now, with the night stretching quiet around him, he pulled out his phone, one quick call home, then maybe, just maybe, he'd catch a couple hours of shut-eye before the 4 a.m. wake-up. As Duffy punched in his wife's number, the rhythmic drumming of rain on the metal awning above him blended with the distant clatter of Alpha Team loading equipment into their armored vehicles. Though the official schedule listed departure at 4:30 a.m., Gordon had warned him these guys were relentless. No surprise they were already hauling crates of ammunition into Warhorse, the convoy's lead truck. The moment Nikki's voice crackled through the phone, everything else faded. "Hey, you!" Her tone was warm, cutting through the tension coiled in his shoulders. "Hey, babe, first day as boss man survived. Bet you had them running drills till they dropped. Close enough." Felt like old times in Fallujah. A dry laugh. "Please tell me there's no wide-eyed interpreter waiting to swoon over you this time. Only one woman ever fell for my charm, and she stuck with me." His grin faded as he exhaled. "You weren't wrong about this job? Couple of the guys act like I'm their drill sergeant from hell." Nikki's voice sharpened, then put the fear of God in them. "Josh, day one sets the tone. I'm handling it. Medic and driver are solid. The rest, let's just say they'll learn." She softened. "You'll whip them into shape, just like you did with that platoon in Ramadi." A pause. "You shipping out at dawn, 060? Gonna crash after this? We miss you already." "Sat phone spotty, but I'll check in when I can." "Focus on your team. We'll be here." Her teasing edge returned, though. "If you need backup, I could always fly down and scare those boys straight. Miss the chaos that much?" "Miss the purpose," she corrected. The unspoken weight of her early discharge hung between them until she lightened the mood. Mostly miss yelling at cocky privates. Laughing, Duffy stepped into the downpour, the call lingering like the scent of gun oil after a long day. Oscar Cardoza's knuckles whitened on the armrest as the Beechcraft descended toward Culiacan's glittering sprawl. Sinaloa's capital pulsed beneath him, a neon spiderweb of cartel territory. He'd navigated Mexico's underworld for years, balancing alliances with everyone from the Zetas butchers to Guadalajara's polished operatives. But the Sinaloa cartel, they were a different breed. Unpredictable, volatile, the plain-banked lights reflecting off his sunglasses. Tonight's meeting wasn't just business, it was a dance on a razor's edge, and Cardoza knew better than anyone. One misstep in this city meant no one would ever find your body. Cardoza's track record with his recent missions had been anything but consistent. One operation had ended with partial success, another was a total disaster, though luckily he hadn't taken the blame, and the last, while technically completed, had backfired spectacularly. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, a rising force that had overtaken the Gulf Cartel in power, had retaliated hard, leaving chaos in their wake. Despite the risks, Cardoza knew meeting the Sinaloa cartel leader in Culiacan was crucial to his endgame. He had to strike a deal before the diplomatic convoy and their American security detail reached the mountains. Traveling solo was his usual style, even if it meant walking into a hornet's nest. No backup, no muscle, just his wits. Sure, he could handle himself in a fight, but against an army of cartel enforcers? That was a losing battle. His real weapon was his mind. Flattery, bribes, name-dropping, whatever it took, he had connections, and in this world, influence was better than firepower. He'd spent years playing both sides, and tonight, he'd do it again. But beneath the calculated confidence, he dreamed of escape. Soon, he told himself, this would all be over. No more looking over his shoulder, no more fearing arrest or a bullet in the dark. After this job, he'd vanish, somewhere far, somewhere safe. Maybe an island where nobody knew his name. For now, though, danger loomed. His plane touched down at Baquigualato Federal International Airport under a drizzle and the cover of night. Not ideal, but time wasn't on his side. He grabbed a rented Jeep, heading east until he hit Taquinolpa. A quick gas stop, a phone call, and then a tense wait. 15 minutes later, a biker pulled up beside his Wrangler. A silent nod and Cardoza followed him into the hills. The gravel road wound past makeshift homes, the air thick with wood smoke. The locals watched him, no visible guns, but their stares carried weight. Cardoza knew trouble when he saw it. These weren't just bystanders. They were part of the landscape, hardened by it. His instincts kicked in. Whatever came next, he'd have to talk his way through it. The tension thickened as Cardoza climbed higher into the rugged terrain, the wary stares of locals boring into him like hot coals. He'd anticipated their suspicion. This wasn't his first rodeo, but the hostility in the air still set his nerves on edge. The deeper he drove, the more the weapons escalated. First, it was young men idling with battered pump shotguns slung carelessly over their shoulders. No roadblocks, just restless fighters waiting for the call to action. As the elevation rose, so did the firepower, Uzis dangling from the belts of hardened men, their eyes tracking his Jeep with cold precision. By the time he reached the steeper slopes, the Uzis had been replaced by G3s and AR-15s, their owners sizing him up like he was fresh meat. Yet no one stopped him. A smirk tugged at Cardoza's lips. These guys weren't here to block his path. They were itching for a fight. Lunatics, he thought, shaking his head. These weren't even real mountains, just the ragged foothills of the Sierra Madres. His Wrangler handled the rough terrain effortlessly until, finally, a checkpoint forced him to halt. As he parked, he could almost hear the whispers of armed men hidden in the darkness, praying for the sound of gunfire to break the night. But one man in a Jeep? Hardly worth the excitement. After a quick ID check and a radio call, he was waved forward, trailing the same motorcycle escort until the path curved, revealing his destination. No sprawling estate like in Guadalajara, just a squat cinder block shack with a tarp for a door, illuminated by flickering candles. A crowd of armed men loitered outside, dressed in cowboy boots and ball caps, their AR-15s and body armor leaving no doubt about their readiness. A pickup with a mounted machine gun idled nearby, its operator lazily propped against the barrel, eyes locked on Cardoza. One wrong move and the Jeep would be Swiss cheese. Slowly, Cardoza stepped out, stretching before shedding his jacket, revealing a polo shirt and dark jeans. He forced an air of nonchalance, though the weight of their stares prickled his skin. Two young men approached, rifles slung over their shoulders. "Turn around, Señor Cardoza," he complied, resting his hands on the hood as they patted him down. He couldn't help but laugh. "You really think I'd bring a gun into cartel territory? That'd be suicide, amigo." Arms out, with a shrug, he faced them, spreading his arms wide. The search continued, thorough and silent, until finally they stepped back. One spoke, his voice flat. "Follow us!" The heavy wooden door creaked open, and a young attendant nodded respectfully. "You may enter, sir." Cardoza offered a polite smile. "Much obliged, son." Stepping inside, he was immediately struck by the contrast between the building's plain exterior and the surreal atmosphere within. Flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across the walls, while the scent of burning incense hung thick in the air. A haunting melody drifted from somewhere unseen, slow and hypnotic, wrapping around him like a ghostly whisper. The narrow hallway stretched before him, lined with candles that illuminated wisps of smoke swirling in the dimness. His pulse quickened as he moved toward the open doorway at the far end, where the glow intensified. The room beyond was modest, low ceilings, concrete floors, and rolling metal doors suggesting it had once been storage for farm equipment. But now it held something far more unsettling. Against the far wall stood an altar, roughly 3 feet high, constructed from cinder blocks and plywood yet adorned with fresh flowers, flickering candles, and ornate incense burners. At its center, elevated on a wooden throne painted deep crimson, sat a life-size skeleton draped in an elaborate wedding gown. The figure held a scythe, its curved blade gleaming in the candlelight. Cardoza recognized her instantly, La Virgen de Santa Muerte, the Saint of Death in Mexico City. Where he lived, devotion to such a figure would be met with ridicule, but here in this hidden sanctuary, the reverence was palpable. He folded his hands, mimicking the solemnity of the man kneeling before the altar. A full minute passed in silence before the man finally spoke, his voice soft yet commanding. "Senor Oscar Jesus Cardoza Ortega. It's been too long, hasn't it? Come closer, witness her grace." Cardoza obeyed, stepping forward. "Escopeta, I appreciate you making time for me." The man rose, his black hair slicked back into a tight knot, his white linen shirt hanging open to reveal a sprawling tattoo of crossed shotguns across his chest. Smoke curled from the barrels, etched into his skin, as if still burning. He didn't turn, his gaze fixed on the skeletal bride. "Look at her, Oscar. So delicate, so lethal." Cardoza swallowed hard. "Yes, striking." Escopeta's lips curled into a faint smile. "That skeleton, a real girl, a beauty queen, just 16, died in Acapulco, bullet through the gut. Missed the bones, left her perfect." Perfect for this, Cardoza thought grimly, but he kept silent. The irony wasn't lost on him. Death dressed as a bride, worshipped like a saint. And yet standing there, even he felt the eerie pull of devotion. The finest vascular surgeon in Mazatlan carefully removed the flesh, leaving only pristine bones that spent a full year bleaching under the Chapala sun at one of my ranches. The delicate wedding gown she wears, custom-made in Paris, designed exclusively for her. "Stunning, Senor," Cardoza remarked, then immediately regretted his choice of words. "She, Oscar, not it." "Obviously," Escopeta replied, his gaze lingering on the skeletal figure. "La Santa Muerte, of course." Cardoza studied the man before him, polished, almost too refined for a cartel boss, yet the rumors of his brutality were impossible to ignore. This was the same man who had carved his way to power within the Sinaloa cartel, his hands stained with blood. Escopeta smirked, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. "Tell me, do you light candles for the saint back in Mexico City, or is that just a quaint countryside tradition?" "My devotion lies in my work," Cardoza answered smoothly. Escopeta's bloodshot eyes locked onto his unreadable. Was it exhaustion, intoxication, or something darker? "I see right through you, Oscar. You think we're all superstitious peasants, don't you? That the mountain air has rotted our brains?" The man was unhinged, no question, but unpredictability was his weapon. Cardoza needed to steer this back on track. With respect, these are just the foothills. The real mountains and the Black Knights are farther east. Escopeta scoffed. "Sinaloa runs on mountain blood. The devil's spine shelters the knights for now. But we're the ones who built this empire from the dirt. Time to cut to the chase, and I can help you reclaim it." Escopeta turned back to the altar. "Explain. El Patron de Guadalajara seeks an alliance. In exchange for your support, tell Guadalajara to choke on his own greed." Cardoza barely suppressed a sigh. "I'll relay that, but consider this. Neither the mountains nor La Virgin have stopped the Black Knights from seizing your labs, your fields, your territory. We can change that." Escopeta waved a dismissive hand. "The army will wipe them out soon enough. Or the UN steps in and suddenly Rafa Archuleta gets protection instead of bullets, unless we make sure the peace talks never happen." Escopeda's interest sharpened. "Go on. Let Los Zetas move freely through your mountains. They'll handle the obstacles. The army will have no choice but to storm the Sierra Madres, and your enemies vanish overnight." Escopeta whirled on him. "You want me to let those animals into my land? For what? A few dead guards?" Cardoza held his ground. "For control, for revenge, for everything you've lost." A tense silence stretched between them, the skeletal bride watching in eerie stillness. The dim glow of candlelight flickered between them as the hypnotic music played on. "Did you even notice my men when you arrived, or were you too busy staring at your own boots?" Escopeta's voice cut through the smoky air. Oscar Cardoza remained calm, adjusting his cufflinks. "My apologies, but these hills aren't yours anymore. Sure, you've got enough firepower to take out that convoy, but why bother when the Zetas can do your dirty work? Guadalajara still considers you their top client, disagreements aside. They'd prefer Sinaloa stays clear of what happens up in those mountains. Let the Black Knights take the blame while the Zetas handle the real damage. Your reputation stays spotless, my friend." Escopeta wiped his forehead, studying Cardoza like a puzzle. "You're not from Guadalajara. Not originally. Just consulting for them these days. Think of me as a middleman equally at your disposal as theirs. We've crossed paths before. I recognize you, but I don't know you." "Where are you really from?" "Mexico City." Escopeta smirked. "Your accent says otherwise." Cardoza shrugged. "Born in Tepic, raised in the capital. These days I live in Polanco, right by the park, actually." Escopeta exhaled sharply, hands resting on his hips as he weighed the offer. Finally, he nodded. "Fine. The Zetas can use the highways? My men won't interfere? Smart choice. You won't regret it." The younger man jabbed a finger toward Cardoza's face. "But if they step 1 foot off that road even for a second, I'll peel the skin off those idiots myself. I'll deliver the message." Escopeta suddenly gripped Cardoza's shoulders, locking eyes with him. "La Virgin swore I'd reclaim these mountains. She sent you to me. Don't disappoint her, or she'll send me to you." 10 minutes later, Cardoza was back in his jeep, winding down the dark hills toward the distant glow of Culiacan. The same motorcycle escort trailed him as he slipped in his earpiece and dialed a satellite phone. After a few rings, a gruff voice answered. "Bueno? Lobo? It's Cardoza." A dry laugh crackled through the line. "Cardoza? Thought they'd bury you in Culiacan?" Still breathing. "Thank God. Just had a chat with Escopeta. Yeah, what that lunatic say? He's welcoming your help in the Sierra Madres." Silence. Then Lobo's voice turned serious. "You're joking. Dead serious. He's eager to have you and your men." Cardoza smirked. "Might want to stick to the highways, though. Easy to get lost up there." Another pause. "He threatened to wipe us out if we leave the road, didn't he?" Cardoza chuckled as he drove. "You know how he is, always the showman?" Lobo barked a laugh. "You've got a way with words, Cardoza. All right, we'll move out at dawn. You'll be there? You won't see me, but I'll be close. Stay in touch. Going solo again? Always. You're as insane as they are." Just then, the motorcycle rider pulled ahead, signaling Cardoza to stop. He rolled down his window as the young man, barely more than a kid, dug into his jacket. "Escopeta wants you to have this." He handed over a small revolver. Loaded. I don't need. Keep it till you hit the devil's spine, then toss it. We'll send you a back route faster, but riskier. Cardoza tucked the gun in his glove box and drove on, the motorcycle vanishing behind him. He exhaled, returning to the call. Numbers won't save you on the devil's spine, Lobo. His laughter was dark, edged with the thrill of the game. Cardoza's voice hardened as he tossed the earpiece onto the dashboard. Guess you'll be the one needing luck out there, partner? He muttered to the empty cab, gripping the wheel tighter as dawn's first light crept over the city skyline. The armored convoy sat like sleeping giants along Abraham Gonzalez Street, their black hulls steaming slightly in the crisp morning air. Inside Crazy Horse, Duffy adjusted the strap of his headset, the faint static buzz mingling with the scent of gun oil and stale coffee. Through his reinforced window, he watched a street vendor unfold his breakfast cart across the boulevard, the man's movements unhurried despite the military presence. NASCAR had killed the engine to save fuel, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the occasional crackle of radio traffic. Squeeze stretched in his turret seat, cracking his knuckles as he scanned the rooftops through the armored glass. Man could get used to this view, he joked over comms, though nobody laughed. Below him, Wolfson methodically checked his sidearm for the third time in 10 minutes. The tension was thicker than the eventual smog that would blanket the city. Everyone knew this quiet moment was the calm before the storm. A sudden chime from the speakers made Duffy's shoulders tense. Remick's voice filled the compartment with its usual no-nonsense tone, announcing the VIP's imminent arrival. As Duffy swung open the massive door, its hydraulic hinges whispering rather than groaning, he caught a whiff of diesel and fresh-baked bread from a nearby panaderia. The juxtaposition of mundane morning routines and their high-stakes mission sent a chill down his spine. Save the snack requests for the mess hall, Duffy finally radioed back to Squeeze as his boots hit pavement. He joined the greeting party at the Secretariat's ornate doors, where Flores kept glancing at her watch and Gordon bounced on the balls of his feet like a boxer before a match. Remick stood statue still, his rifle's sling creaking slightly as he shifted weight. Somewhere behind them, a taxi honked at a bicyclist, the sound absurdly normal against their tactical gear. Duffy exhaled slowly, mentally cataloging the escape routes he'd memorized during their approach. This mission would test them all, and the city's postcard-perfect colonial facades offered no protection from what lay ahead. Remick adjusted his tan ball cap, his clean-shaven face contrasting with the stubble on Duff and Gordon. The heavy front doors of the government building swung open, revealing security personnel who scanned the armed vehicles and their operators before a quartet emerged, each pulling their own luggage. 3 men in tailored suits and a woman in sleek slacks and a cream silk blouse made their way down the steps. Flores, dressed in her black armored St. Polo and cargo pants, her hiking boots scuffed from use, flicked her ponytail and muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Duff to catch. Business attire for a war zone, they might as well be heading to a boardroom. Remick either ignored her or didn't care, stepping forward with practiced ease to greet the silver-haired man at the base of the stairs. His handshake was firm, his smile polished. Minister Herrera, always a pleasure. Hector Herrera carried himself with the quiet authority of a seasoned diplomat, his English flawless. Good to see you, Mr. Remick. Allow me to introduce my team. He gestured to a broad-shouldered man with salt and pepper hair and a jawline that looked carved from granite. This is Reinhard Helm, Deputy Director of UN Peacekeeping. Remick clasped his hand. Shane Remick, lead agent. I've admired your work for years. Helm's German accent curled around his words, the feelings mutual. Having a legend like you on this trip is an honor. Remick waved it off with a grin. Just doing my job. You're the VIPs here. Next, Herrera introduced Michelle LaRue, a sharp-eyed Canadian with sun-bleached hair and sunglasses perched atop her head. UNHCR's field manager for Latin America, he explained. Mrs. LaRue, Remick began. Miss, she corrected, her tone dry. Divorce finalized last month, and don't apologize, I'm not sorry. Her gaze drifted past him, lingering on the armored trucks. Remick chuckled. "Glad to have you with us." Herrera then presented Adnan Rodriguez, his assistant, a wiry man with slicked-back hair and designer frames. "Mucho gusto," Rodriguez said. Remick fumbled through a reply in broken Spanish before Rodriguez laughed. "No need, undergrad at UT Austin. Law degree from Rice. I speak English like a Texan." "Perfect. Dallas born and raised." With a quick gesture, Remick introduced his own team, Gordon handling supply trucks, Duffy commanding rear security, and Flores, their local expert, who exchanged a few rapid-fire Spanish pleasantries before stepping back. Herrera's voice turned serious. "We appreciate Armored Saint's support. The group we're meeting won't allow UN peacekeepers armed until terms are set. That's where you come in." Several private security firms had turned down the job, claiming the operation was too risky. Gabby stood close to Duff, her voice barely audible as she muttered in English. "Too risky, really?" Remick responded to Herrera with practiced professionalism, effortlessly adjusting his tone to match the situation. "Armored Saint is honored to take the assignment. Rest assured, Mr. Deputy Secretary, your mission is in capable hands." Duff's gaze drifted back to Michelle LaRue from the UN, who was still eyeing the line of armored vehicles. She gestured toward the convoy with a skeptical frown. "Mr. Remick, I have to ask, what's with all the firepower?" Remick tilted his head slightly. "Firepower, ma'am. The heavy armor, the weaponized transports. These aren't assault vehicles, they're reinforced personnel carriers." LaRue crossed her arms. "Even so, I thought we were here to negotiate peace, not prepare for war." Remick's calm never wavered. "That's the official stance, yes, but the Sierra Madres aren't exactly known for their hospitality. We have to be ready for anything." LaRue turned to the German UN officer beside her. "Mr. Deputy Director, don't you think this sends the wrong message? These warlords don't need much of an excuse to escalate." Helm sighed but held his ground. "Michelle, we've been over this. The risk assessment is clear. We need the protection." Remick cut in smoothly. "Our intel team on the ground agrees, in fact, Miss LaRue. I'd bet within 2 days you'll be glad we came prepared." Dr. Flores stepped forward, locking eyes with the UN representative. "There are people who will do anything to stop us, including killing us. Mark my words." LaRue blinked. "And you are," Remick answered for her, "Dr. Gabriela Flores, our cultural advisor. She knows the region better than anyone." Herrera nodded in agreement. "Michelle, my president insisted on maximum security for this mission. Armored Saint's assessment aligns with our needs, so the decision stands." Helm gave a firm nod. "Let's move out without further delay." Remick held up a hand. "One last thing, part of our security protocol requires everyone to surrender their communication devices, phones, radios, anything that could be tracked. My team will keep them secure." Duff admired Remick's effortless authority, making a mental note to adopt some of that presence as he refined his own leadership style. Helm reached into his bag and handed over a rugged satellite phone. "This is all we have." Herrera pulled out a bright yellow Iridium Extreme, similar to the ones carried by Armored Saint operatives, though theirs were camouflaged. "Just one sat phone between us. We'd appreciate having it back in the evenings to update headquarters." "Understood," Remick said. "We'll make sure no one up there gets wind of our approach." Gabby couldn't resist adding, "except Los Caballeros Negros." Her tone carried just enough edge to make Duff wonder if she thought this entire mission was a disaster waiting to happen. Remick shot her a sharp look. Obviously. Before anyone could say more, the rumble of approaching engines cut through the tension. The group turned as 4 black federal police trucks rolled into view, kicking up dust in their wake. The convoy rumbled to a halt as a line of motorcycles emerged behind the trucks, their riders clad in black masks and tactical gear, AR-15s strapped to their backs. More pickup trucks followed, each one bristling with armed men gripping mounted machine guns, their faces obscured by balaclavas and helmets. Hector Herrera gestured toward the imposing escort. "Federal police, they'll take us as far as the foothills. 12 bikes, a dozen trucks, and over 60 officers." Duff's fingers tightened around his rifle, his trigger finger hovering just above the guard. Beside him, Gordon flicked his safety off, the metallic click sharp in the tense air. Both men angled their armored vests toward the newcomers, instincts overriding trust. Even allies could turn dangerous. Reinhard Helm frowned. "Why the masks?" Adnan Rodriguez answered grimly. "In our country, a federal police badge paints a target on your back, and your family's officers hide their identities, especially when dealing with cartels." Duff glanced at Remick, who remained unfazed despite the sudden firepower. "This rig in the middle is your ride," Remick said, motioning to the armored vehicle. "Stow your gear and grab a seat." Michel Leroux scoffed. "A limo looks more like a war wagon." Remick smirked. "In our line of work, any vehicle hauling VIPs gets called a limo. You're part of the precious cargo, so hop in." The others moved, but Leroux hesitated, locking eyes with Helm. "Sir, this is reckless. Rolling into hostile territory with an arsenal is just begging for a firefight." Gabby pushed past Duff, her patience fraying. "You think we're the ones inviting trouble? You have no clue what's waiting out there. The danger isn't the armor, it's the destination." "Gabby," Remick cut in, his calm cracking for the first time. Leroux stiffened. "Listen, Dr. Flores. I know the risks, but parading through like an invasion force guarantees a bloodbath." Remick stepped between them. "We're professionals. Discipline keeps you alive now. Let's load up in show horse. That's our limo's call sign." He turned to Gabby. "Come translate while I brief the escort commander. We need to talk." Leroux wasn't finished. "Deputy Director, we've got 60 armed cops around us, and we're not even in the hot zone yet. I won't die because someone got trigger happy." The tension in the air was palpable as the group debated weapon protocols before heading into the mountains. "I strongly suggest our security team keeps their firearms unloaded until we reach the highlands," the woman insisted, her tone firm. Remick's usual composure flickered briefly before he responded. "With all due respect, ma'am, that's not happening. My team is highly trained." Hector Herrera cut in smoothly. "We're in the heart of Mexico City, and we'll be traveling on secure highways for hours. Once we hit the Sierra Madres, handle things your way. But until then, let's avoid unnecessary risks." Duff could see the gears turning in Remick's head. Time was slipping away, and the sooner they reached their destination, the better. After a brief pause, Remick finally relented. "Fine, we'll adjust." He turned to Duff and Gordon. "Team leads, mount up. We're rolling out." As they walked back to their vehicles, Gordon scoffed. "Did she just call us security guards?" Duff smirked. "Sure, sounded like it." Gordon shook his head. "Unloaded weapons? Who does she think we're dealing with, a school field trip?" Duff chuckled. Remick would never agree to that. "Gotta admire her nerve, though. She doesn't back down." Gordon reached his truck and gave Duff a fist bump. "Just a scenic drive through Mexico today. Tomorrow, when we hit the high ground, things get interesting." Back in his own vehicle, Duff propped his AK-47 between his knees as NASCAR fired up the engine. "How'd the meeting go?" NASCAR asked. Duff sighed. "UN rep wants us riding with empty chambers under police escort." Squeeze groaned from the back. "You've got to be kidding me!" Before Duff could reassure him, Remick's voice crackled over the comms. "Alpha 1 to all units, weapons on safe, chambers clear until we reach the mountains." A chorus of disbelief followed. "What the hell is this?" Squeeze muttered. Frenchie just muttered. "Incroyable!" Duff grabbed the radio. "Charlie 1 copies." Behind him, the team reluctantly unloaded their rifles, the metallic clinks of ejected rounds filling the air. Cruz wasn't having it. "Half these cops are cartel-backed. This is a joke." Duff kept his voice steady. "NASCAR, let's move. Stay sharp on these escorts." As the convoy rolled forward, Squeeze griped, "So I'm just supposed to sit in the turret with a paperweight?" Duff didn't argue. He knew his team was right. But Remick had his own pressures, balancing diplomacy with security. It was going to be a long ride. Duff knew this mission didn't call for him to play diplomat. His team needed every advantage they could get. The sight of 60 armed federal police swarming their convoy only deepened his suspicion. Back in the day, Josh Duffy would have followed orders without question, but Beirut had scraped that blind obedience right out of him. After a tense pause, he keyed his radio, deliberately avoiding Remick's channel. "Charlie team, disregard previous command. Lock and load." Wolfson hesitated. "But Remick just told us? I'm your team leader, not Remick." Duff snapped. "Condition read. These federal police, something's off." His gut tightened as the armored vehicles rolled through Mexico City's crowded streets. NASCAR's voice crackled over the comms. "Yeah, boss, these masked clowns give me the creeps." When Duff didn't hear the familiar clatter of weapons being prepped, he barked, "I said, get hot, Charlie." Instantly, the team responded. Charging handles racked, pistols chambered, Squeeze called down from the turret, locked and loaded, ready to party. Cruz added with a grin. "Good call, boss. Maybe you've got a spine after all." The convoy, nearly 30 armored vehicles, rolled northwest as the morning sun blazed behind them. They moved fast, pushing civilian traffic aside like an afterthought. A fuel stop in Leon brought a brief respite, with federal police securing a truck stop so the VIPs could stretch their legs. Bravo team handled refueling while Duff's men stood guard, scanning the perimeter. Nearby, Flores and LaRue exchanged quiet words near Showhorse, but Duff kept his focus on the passing cars and pedestrians. Back on the road, the endless stretch of highway blurred past agave fields sprawling on either side, broken only by the occasional dusty town. The armored truck's AC hummed against the oppressive heat. A small mercy in the sweltering lowlands, lunch was a U.S. military MRE, and Duff grimaced as he chewed, realizing it was basically a salt and sugar grenade meant for teenagers, not a guy in his 30s. He glanced back at Frenchie, who was savoring a French ration like a gourmet meal. Pâté first, then duck with mashed potatoes. NASCAR, meanwhile, squeezed cold chili straight from the bag into his mouth, steering with his knees. "That's enough agave to drown Mexico in tequila," he mused. "Could use a margarita right about now." From the turret, Squeeze groaned. "Quit whining. You're down there in the AC. It's hotter than hell up here." "Get me an ice-cold beer," someone demanded. Frenchie took a sip of his tea and chimed in. "Honestly, a margarita sounds pretty good right about now." Cruz smirked. "Frenchie, I figured you French guys only drank wine." Frenchie rolled his eyes. "I've spent more years outside France than in it. I'm a citizen of the world." Squeeze couldn't resist. "Yeah, the ancient world." Duff cut through the banter. "Eyes on your sectors, not the scenery. What's the situation? How are the cops moving around us?" Wolfson, the ex-SEAL, gave Duff a sideways glance. "You seem a little jumpy, TL. You holding up okay?" "Starting with you, Wolfson," Duff shot back. Charlie, too, exhaled into his mic before reporting, starboard side, 2 motorcycles keeping pace. They're just cruising like it's a regular shift. 3, Duff pressed. Frenchie answered, port side, 2 guys on bikes near Crazy Horse. Nothing unusual. 4, Cruz chimed in, 3 gun trucks and 2 bikes trailing us. Cops look sharp, but not aggressive. 6. Squeeze took his time scanning the perimeter from the turret. "So far, these federals are playing nice, for now." 5. NASCAR chuckled darkly. "Same as you, boss. We're at the tail end of this parade, surrounded by masked guys with enough firepower to start a war, and everyone's acting like it's just another Tuesday." Duff stayed silent, grabbing a handful of napkins from the glove compartment and tossing them to NASCAR as he packed up his food. NASCAR kept talking. "Look, I'm usually the glass half full type, but if these guys wanted to ruin our day, they could do it any time." Squeeze's voice crackled from above. Relax, Caredy Cat. I've got your back. Duff stuffed the trash into a plastic bag just as a sharp beep cut through the vehicle's speakers. Alpha 1 to all drivers, full halt. Full halt! Guns up! Duff barked, slamming his AK into the gun port. Behind him, he heard the crew scrambling into position. NASCAR hit the brakes hard, sending the trailing motorcycles swerving to avoid a collision. Duff scanned outside. No threats, no gunfire. Squeeze, what's the play? Nothing full sweep, and it's all clear. Even the cops look confused. Then, Remick's voice crackled over the radio. Alpha 1 to Charlie 1, over. Duff grabbed the handset, pulse racing. Go for Charlie Actual, Alpha. Flores is heading your way. She'll ride with you for the rest of the op. You're her babysitter now. Repeat, she's your problem. Duff blinked. Roger that, Alpha Lead. He hesitated. Anything I should know? Remick's tone was clipped. If she's got intel, pass it along. If she's got opinions, complaints, or ghost stories, keep 'em to yourself. Copy. Loud and clear, Alpha. Duff hung up and turned to the team. Stand down, boys. False alarm. The museum lady was getting on everyone's nerves, so now she's our guest. Wolfson groaned. We sure got lucky, NASCAR muttered, shaking his head. Duff watched through the windshield as Dr. Flores strode down the highway past rows of parked vehicles, the local cops staring at her in bewilderment. Let her in on your side, Wolfson, Duff ordered. She's riding shotgun with you. As Flores climbed into the truck, Duff caught her muttering in Spanish under her breath, something about idiots who didn't understand a thing. Wolfson wrestled with her harness while Cruz adjusted her radio frequency, switching her from Alpha to Charlie Team's channel. The moment Remick's voice crackled over the comms, move out, NASCAR shifted gears and the convoy rolled forward again. Can you hear me back there, Dr. Flores? Duff asked. Instead of answering, she launched into a rant about UN policies, the Tarahumara people, and the futility of disarming them while cartels still roamed the Sierra Madres. Duff cut her off with a promise to keep her safe, but she barely registered his words. And now they're threatening Archuleta with war crimes if he doesn't comply, she snapped. This whole mission is doomed. Silence. Not a single contractor responded. What's wrong with you, gringos? She demanded. Frenchie, ever. The diplomat chimed in. Madame, with all due respect, I am not a gringo. That only set her off more. You think you can just... Charlie 2, Duff interrupted. Bulldoze through our country? Yeah, boss, and force your will on people who... Take her mic off. Duff ordered. Let her cool down. Wolfson didn't hesitate. Flores's furious transmission cut out mid-sentence, though Duff could still hear her muffled protests over the engine's growl. He figured she'd run out of steam once she realized no one was listening. Let's start over, Duff said, keeping his tone steady. We're not here to shoot anyone who doesn't need shooting. Just sit tight, stay quiet, and if you need something, talk to me when I'm not working. But Flores wasn't done. She unbuckled her harness, shoved past Wolfson, and leaned between Duff and NASCAR. You're not working, she shouted over the engine. You're just sitting there. Duff exhaled sharply. Lady, all 6 of us are scanning for threats constantly. We don't have time for a lecture. Radio discipline keeps us alive, she scoffed. Where we're headed, your guns won't save you. You need a better plan than just rolling in like this. Wolfson pulled her back, frustration creeping into his voice. If you hate this mission so much, why'd you even come? Flores just shook her head, her anger giving way to something heavier, something like resignation. I don't oppose the mission. I oppose it failing. If this convoy gets wiped out or the UN can't strike a deal with Archuleta, the military will be stuck in those mountains for years, slaughtering countless civilians. When silence met her words, Gabby nearly yelled at the men surrounding her, None of you give a damn, do you? You're just here for the paycheck. Wolfson smirked as he yanked her harness tight, buckling her into the bench beside him. Damn straight, sweetheart. As twilight settled, The convoy veered north of Sombrerete, Zacatecas, rolling along the open highway toward the western foothills. Military units flanked the road, their gear arranged with parade ground precision, like they were moments from jumping into action. But to Duff, the soldiers seemed more lethargic than prepared. Maybe they assumed the cartel would accept the peace deal without a fight. He wasn't so sure. Flores had raised valid concerns. Even a non-diplomat like him could see how slapping Archuleta with war crimes charges might backfire. The vehicles pressed on, passing Villa Insurgentes along the Durango-El Calabazal highway until they hit the final army checkpoint before the rugged Badlands. The road was barricaded, fortified positions bristling with heavy machine guns aimed westward. Remick's voice crackled over the radio. All units, halt at Waypoint Delta. Federates peel off here. We proceed solo past the checkpoint. A pause, then weapons hot. Squeeze keyed his mic for Charlie Team's benefit. Click, click, locked and loaded. Frenchie and Cruz chuckled darkly. As the Federales veered onto a northern side road, Squeeze quipped from the turret, "Guess our babysitters tapped out." NASCAR snorted. Now we get to clean up their mess in the mountains. In the APC's rear, Cruz peered through the bulletproof glass at the departing Federate bikers. One, barely 25 feet back, locked eyes with him, then slowly dragged a gloved finger across his throat before vanishing down an alley. Cruz radioed dryly. "Hey, boss, just got a friendly wave from Ski Mask back there." Throat-slitting gesture? "That's not great, right?" Duff exhaled. "Yeah, not great." Flores cut in, voice tense. "Those Federales answer to the Gulf Cartel. They know exactly what's waiting for us on Devil's Spine. Wish the rest of you did." Wolfson's sarcasm dripped over the comms. Real inspiring, Duff. Nothing like a doomsayer to keep morale high. The armored saints rumbled forward as the sun dipped behind the hills. 40 minutes later, they'd left the highway for a narrow back road, dust swirling in the fading light as they rolled through the ghostly quiet of Nombre de Dios. The air smelled of dry earth and diesel, the kind of stillness that comes before a storm. The convoy had just crossed into Durango when Remick unexpectedly signaled a stop in a rugged, forested stretch of road. Squeeze didn't need instructions. He popped the turret hatch, gripped his MK-48, and swept the terrain for threats. Inside Crazy Horse, the rest of the team snapped into action, weapons at the ready as they peered through reinforced glass. Duff craned his neck, but Pack Horse 2 blocked his view ahead. Remick's voice crackled over the radio, tense but controlled. Alpha 1 to all units, roads blocked by an abandoned bus. No hostiles visible yet. But stay sharp. Gunners, watch those ridges. NASCAR's drawl cut through the static. Great. Not even an hour in, and we're already dealing with this crap. Wolfson chimed in. Foothills today, Sierras tomorrow, save the drama. Then Mike Gordon's voice clipped and alert. Bravo, actual to Alpha actual. Eyes on figures in the tree line 3 o'clock. No visible weapons, but they're observing. Remick's next transmission left no room for debate. Charlie actual. Move Crazy Horse up front. Have your gunner put 2 each rounds 30 meters left of that bus. Time to remind these clowns who runs this road. Squeeze whooped, but Duff shut him down fast. Stow the infantry talk and follow orders. Exactly. He exhaled, forcing calm into his voice. Nobody gets trigger happy. As Frenchie passed up the grenade launcher, Gabby piped up, her mic finally working again. Sir, let me try talking to them first. Negative. Stay put. Warning, shots only. Squeeze lined up his shot, hesitated. Clear to fire, Charlie 1. 2 rounds only. The first 40-millimeter grenade shattered the base of a pine near the bus, splintering wood and filling the air with smoke. The second hit higher, raining debris down the slope. Before the echoes faded, Warhorse's driver radioed in, movement inside the bus. Duff spotted it too, a shadowy figure sliding into the driver's seat. The engine coughed to life and the bus lurched aside, clearing the road before the driver bolted into the trees. Remick's dry commentary followed. If that was their idea of a power play, they're gonna have a real bad week. A new detail. As the dust settled, a lone crow swooped down to perch on the bus's crumpled hood, tilting its head as if amused by the chaos. The men watched it for a beat, an absurd moment of stillness before the mission rolled on, Charlie fall back and take the rear position. "Everyone else, let's roll out," Duff tightened his grip on the radio. "Lock it down, Squeeze," he ordered before keying the mic. "Charlie copies, Alpha." Behind him, Squeeze secured the turret hatch with a metallic clang and dropped onto the bench beside Frenchie, facing Gabby and Wolfson. Cruz twisted in his seat, flashing a grin as he bumped fists with the ex-Marine. "Hell of a show back there, Squeeze." "That just getting started, brother?" From the front, Duff cut in with a dry chuckle. "Easy, Six. Save the fireworks. Try to act like you've done this before." Squeeze shot back. "No shame in enjoying the work, boss." "You should give it a shot." Gabby's sharp gaze swept over the rowdy contractors before muttering, "The other team at least pretends to be professionals." Wolfson snorted. "Take a hike. Terp." Duff's voice snapped through the cabin. "Charlie 2, knock it off." He twisted to face Gabby in the dim light, his tone shifting to something more diplomatic. "My apologies, ma'am. Adrenaline's running high. They'll focus when it counts." Gabby arched a brow. "So you need violence to settle down? That's the solution?" Duff stayed silent, but Cruz leaned back with a lazy smirk. "Just point me at the trouble, Mamacita. Nothing like a little action to mellow a guy out." Gabby's jaw tightened, her dark eyes glinting. "Don't flatter yourself, Cruz. The enemy won't wait for an invitation. They'll come for us, all of us." Squeeze groaned, slumping against the bench. "Man, why's everybody in this rig gotta be so damn miserable?" The convoy rolled into the quiet town of El Salto just after nightfall, tires crunching over cobblestones as they circled a tree-lined square with a weathered bandstand at its heart. Showhorse led the way, stopping in front of a grand but aging colonial hotel, its faded elegance still striking under the glow of flickering street lamps. Duff's Crazy Horse peeled off into the shadowed alley behind the building to secure the rear, while the remaining trucks fanned out along the surrounding streets. Locals eyed the unmarked armored vehicles with wary curiosity, and a police cruiser arrived within minutes. With one of Alpha's men handling Spanish, Gabby wasn't needed as Remick stepped out to brief the officers. The presence of Deputy Secretary Herrera smoothed things over, and soon the VIPs and Alpha team were inside, commandeering 2 floors while the overwhelmed hotel staff scrambled to call in reinforcements. Once security was set, Crazy Horse watching the back, another team out front. The rest of the crews were cleared to lock up and rotate inside. Half an hour later, Duff's team got the call. They filed into the creaky, ornate building, Gabby trailing behind as they claimed 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. Duff's room had Frenchie stubbornly refusing the lone bed until Duff shoved him onto it, opting for an ancient armchair himself while NASCAR dumped his gear on a sagging love seat. Gabby was given her own room next door, though Duff made it clear he'd be checking on her. She was still his charge. The rest of Charlie settled nearby, while the VIPs took the remaining rooms on the floor. Downstairs, Alpha and Bravo teams had already claimed most of the 2nd floor. Just before 9, Remick's voice crackled over the radio. Dinner at 9:30 in the hotel restaurant, with Charlie on close protection while Alpha stood down. Bravo would maintain perimeter security through the night, a quiet but constant shield in the darkness. Charlie team had a brief 45-minute break before heading back to their assignment downstairs. Duffy took a quick shower, washing off the grime from their journey through the rugged terrain of western Mexico. He changed into fresh clothes in the bathroom, not out of shyness, since he'd spent years in shared living spaces, but to keep his prosthetic leg out of sight from his roommates. After tucking his pants snugly into his boots, he stepped out to let the others clean up. Climbing the creaky stairs to the rooftop of the aging hotel, Duffy found a quiet spot overlooking the park. The evening air was crisp, a stark contrast to the scorching afternoon they'd endured at this altitude, over 8,000 feet, and with the sun long gone, the temperature had dropped significantly. He pulled out his satellite phone and called Nicole, exhaustion creeping in. This wasn't some cushy mall security gig. The intensity of the mission had left him drained. But the moment he heard her voice, his weariness faded. "How's the road treating you?" she asked. "Not bad," he replied, keeping it light. "Mostly smooth highways. We're holed up in this historic hotel near a park. You'd dig the vibe. The guys are freshening up before we take the VIPs to dinner downstairs." "Sounds suspiciously like a getaway," she teased. "What aren't you telling me?" Duff smirked. "Relax. We've got Mike Gordon's team outside in armored trucks, plus local cops patrolling the park. We're locked in." Nichols sighed. Okay, I worry." "Don't. The most excitement we've had? One of my guys blew up a tree. Her silence was deafening. Just a warning shot," he clarified. "Some local toughs thought they'd test us. They bailed the second things got loud." "Already?" she muttered, barely audible. Then, more seriously, "Do you trust your team? And the threats, are they under control?" "The guys are solid. NASCAR and Frenchie are decent. The rest, total tools, but they get the job done. You've always won people over. They'll come around. But the danger, what's your gut saying?" "Too soon to call. We're not even in the mountains yet. But the federales escorting us today looked like they'd rather put bullets in us than guard us." Nicole's sharp inhale crackled through the line. "Jesus, Josh, we ditched them with the Army. Honestly, I prefer it that way. Our gear and training outclass anything around here." "But numbers matter," she countered. "Yeah, Gabby won't let me forget that." "Who's Gabby?" Duff hesitated. "Our cultural liaison." "Your what?" "Exactly. She's riding with us, critiquing everything we do. Surprisingly, she's got a point now and then." Nichols' voice sharpened. "Wait, she's in the counter-assault vehicle?" "The diplomats couldn't stand her complaining, so she got dumped on us." Alarm crept into Nicole's tone. "What's her issue with the mission?" Duff laughed. "Pick a topic. Is she scared?" Realizing he'd said too much, Duff backpedaled fast. Duff had let his guard down, sharing more about his worries than he probably should have. She doesn't exactly approve of this whole thing," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "But she's sticking with me regardless. So how bad could it really be?" Then came the question he'd been dreading. "What about your quick reaction force?" Nicole asked, cutting straight to the point. Most spouses wouldn't even know what a QRF was, but his wife had spent years in the field herself, sharp as a tack and twice as observant. Duff hesitated, scrambling for the right words. "On standby," he finally said, convincing himself it wasn't a complete lie. The Mexican army was supposedly their backup, but Remick had warned it could take hours for them to mobilize. Nicole didn't need to know the details. "They'll pull you out by helicopter?" she pressed. Duff winced internally. The hole he was digging just kept getting deeper. "Yeah, sure. Look, we'll be fine." He deflected, steering the conversation toward safer ground. "How are the kids?" To his relief, she let it drop. "Harry drew you today," she said, her voice softening. "A big, brave stick figure protecting little stick figure kids. He's so proud of you." Duff smiled despite himself, glancing at his watch. "That's sweet. Listen, Nick, I've got to meet the VIPs for dinner. I'll call tomorrow. Stay safe. Always," he joked, "unless I scorch my tongue on some spicy enchiladas." "Jerk." She laughed before telling him she loved him. The hotel restaurant boasted floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the park, a decent view if you ignored the grimy streets below. But as soon as Duff and his team arrived with their VIPs, they had the staff draw the curtains. Even with Pack Horse 2 stationed outside, Duff wasn't taking chances. Some trigger-happy sniper could be lurking, waiting for a clean shot. The other diners shot annoyed glances as the room darkened, but Duff ignored them, positioning his principals at a central table with clear exits. Michel Leroux and Reinhard Helm from the UN sat across from Hector Herrera and Adnan Rodriguez, already deep in discussion over cocktails. Duff started assigning security posts, but when he got to Wolfson, the former SEAL just stared back, arms crossed. "I was just up on the roof," Duff said, keeping his voice low. Perfect sightline to the park. Grab a rifle and set up overwatch. Wolfson barely moved. Gordon's guys have exterior security covered. Duff clenched his jaw. "We've got 5 men inside. You can back up Gordon's team from above." Wolfson's expression didn't change. Duff could practically hear the unspoken thought. "Why should I take orders from an ex-Army guy with half my experience?" "Gordon's got 8 guys out there," Wolfson said flatly. "Plus local cops' perimeters locked down." Duff barely registered his teammates' complaints. His mind was stuck on the realization that he hadn't just given Wolfson an order, he'd practically handed him an invitation. Nicky would have chewed him out for that. "You're a sniper, aren't you?" He cut in, obviously. Wolfson muttered. Duff clenched his jaw. "Then do your damn job from the roof instead of arguing with me about it. Move!" When Wolfson hesitated, Duff straightened, voice dropping to a growl. "That wasn't a suggestion. Get out of my sight." Wolfson finally left, though not without a sarcastic salute. NASCAR, leaning against the wall with his rifle slung, snorted, "SEALs, man, always gotta make things dramatic." "Just cover the lobby," Duff snapped, "and watch the kitchen exit." Managing this team felt like wrangling toddlers. For the next half hour, though, things ran smoothly. Diplomats chatting over wine, Rodriguez nursing his mezcal with occasional glances at his watch. The staff moved quietly, no threats in sight. Gordon checked in from the rear vehicle. Wolfson reported a quiet rooftop, and even Bravo team's lazy smoke break outside their armored truck didn't raise alarms. Then Flores walked in. NASCAR eyed her but didn't stop her, so Duff intercepted. "You were supposed to stay upstairs." Flores brushed past him. "I need 5 minutes with Michelle and Reinhardt." The casual use of their first names set his teeth on edge. Contractors didn't act like that. "They're in a meeting. After today, maybe you should stick to room service." She ignored him, already launching into some rant about mountain routes and a gorge deeper than the Grand Canyon, until Rodriguez stood abruptly, claiming a stomachache. Duff signaled crews to escort him upstairs, but Flores seized the opening to slide into Rodriguez's vacant seat. Before Duff could drag her out, Wolfson's voice crackled over the radio. "Charlie, 2-1. We've got a problem." Duff's grip tightened on his earpiece. "Go ahead. Bravo's clowning around down there, but they're missing the show. 4 cop cars in the park, empty." A chill shot down Duff's spine. Empty cars meant cops weren't just parked, they were somewhere else, and that never meant anything good. Duff glanced at the fluttering curtains by the window, his instincts screaming. "No cops anywhere? You telling me the entire precinct decided to take a coffee stroll and abandon their cruisers?" His grip tightened on the table's edge as the first crack of gunfire erupted outside. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Glass exploded inward, bullets shredded the drapes, and terrified diners hit the deck or sat paralyzed. In a heartbeat, Duff, Frenchie, and Squeeze lunged for their VIPs. Duff slammed into Leroux, knocking her chair over as he covered her with his body, then yanked Dr. Flores down by her sweater sleeve. Over the radio, Wolfson's voice cut through the gunfire, contact front. Shooters behind the bandstand, engaging. A deep boom echoed from the rooftop as Flores curled into a ball beside him, her breath ragged. Leroux, though, fought like a cornered cat, forcing Duff to wrestle her down while barking orders into his comms. "Charlie 1 to Bravo 1, light up that bandstand! Charlie 2, sweep the rest of the park for tangos!" Wolfson's reply was ice cold. "Already on it. 2 hostiles using a cop car for cover. They pop up, they're done." The thunder of a machine gun joined the fray as Pack Horse 2's gunner unleashed hell. Duff spotted NASCAR vaulting over cowering patrons to take position by the shattered window, his AR-15 spitting rounds. "Suppress that window, nobody breaches," Duff roared, glass and plaster rained down as Wolfson's rifle cracked from above. A chandelier shattered near them, and Duff knew they had to move. "Squeeze! Back up NASCAR! Frenchie, we're moving the principals now." Gabby scrambled to join them, but LaRue was still resisting. "Stop manhandling me!" she shrieked. Duff's patience snapped. "Then move your ass!" The words tore out of him, raw with memories of Beirut, the same primal fear, the same desperate sprint for survival. Frenchie and the others surged forward, weaving through overturned tables and wounded civilians, the air thick with gun smoke and screams. Helm yanked Duff back by the strap of his tactical vest, his voice tight with urgency. "There's a waitress hit. She's bleeding out." Duff barely broke stride, shoving forward through the chaos. "Eyes on the stairs! Move!" Helm hesitated, his boots scuffing against the tile. "We can't just leave her." Duff spun, his face inches from Helm's. "You stop now, and the next bullet's got your name on it." The team surged through the lobby, weapons raised, scanning for threats. Over the comms, NASCAR's voice crackled with adrenaline. "Target down, one less scumbag breathing." Duff hit the stairwell first, taking the steps 2 at a time, his breath ragged. Frenchie brought up the rear, herding the others toward the 3rd floor. The hallway was dim, shadows stretching long, as Duff fumbled with his keycard, his fingers slick with sweat. The door finally clicked open, but the room felt anything but safe. "Bathroom now," Duff barked, pointing. Frenchie took position outside while Herrera and Helm hustled inside. LaRue hesitated, arms crossed. "I'm not cowering in a damn." Helm cut her off, his accent sharp. "Michelle, move your ass before I drag you in there." She scowled but obeyed, joining the others beside the vintage clawfoot tub. Gabby Flores crouched behind the bed, her eyes wide. Outside, the gunfire had tapered off, just eerie silence. Duff keyed his radio. "Charlie 1-2 status?" The response was clipped. Opposition pulling back, 5 hostiles down in the park. "Bravo's got a man hit, working on him now." Duff exhaled hard. "One of Gordon's guys, gone. Copy. Sound off, Charlie team." Frenchie checked in from the doorway. Cruz reported from down the hall with Rodriguez barricaded in a bathtub. Duff knelt in the hallway, rifle trained on the stairwell. An elderly man cracked his door, peering out. Duff's finger twitched near the trigger before the man ducked back inside, his stomach twisted. "Did I almost gun down some poor bastard just trying to stay alive?" NASCAR's voice broke through his thoughts. "Civ, casualties in the restaurant, one's critical." Duff swallowed. "Stabilize who you can. Stay sharp." Then Gordon's voice, ragged over the comms. "Duff, it's bad. Lost my number 5 out here." Duff leaned his forehead against the doorframe, teeth clenched. Son of a bitch, the weight of it all pressed down, the blood, the near misses, the lives balanced on every split-second call. This wasn't just a job anymore. It was a damn nightmare. The mission started with a grim discovery: a contractor lay dead on the first night. Duff shook off the shock and radioed in, "Copy. All 4 principals secured in room 304. Break. Charlie 1 to Alpha 1. Silence." He tried again. "Charlie to Alpha Actual, respond." Still nothing. Turning to Gordon, he asked, "Gordo, can you raise Alpha?" After a few attempts, a deep voice finally crackled over the comms. "Alpha Actual, Bravo Actual status report." Gordon responded, "Bravo has 1 KIA, no injuries. Enemies pulled back and were still loaded." Remick barely acknowledged the loss before demanding, "Charlie 1, sitrep?" Duff relayed their position. 3 operators guarding the principals, but they needed backup. Civilians in the restaurant were wounded, and Squeeze was already down there patching them up. Remick's response was clipped. "Roger, sending 2 to you. The rest will handle casualties and secure the street for Bravo's recovery. Meet in the lobby in 5. As Cruz took over at the door, Duff checked on Gabby. She was shaken but composed. "You all right, Doc?" She nodded, and he motioned for her to join him downstairs. "Because you know more about this mess than I do, probably more than Remick, too." She smirked. Obviously. He shot her a warning glance. Just keep it diplomatic. Gabby raised an eyebrow. You're asking for diplomacy after a firefight? Duff shrugged. I didn't pull the trigger. His grip tightened on his rifle to hide the tremor in his hands. Downstairs, Squeeze and NASCAR met them, blood streaked across their sleeves. The restaurant echoed with moans. 3 civilians hit, Squeeze reported. 1 took a round straight to the head, lights out instantly. NASCAR muttered, Yeah, brains don't handle bullets well? The waitress and another woman had survivable wounds, but Squeeze's tone darkened. Bravo screwed up. If Wolfson hadn't been on Overwatch, this would have been a massacre. Before he could finish, Remick stormed in, his voice booming. What the hell went wrong, Duff? Multiple shooters, locals and cops. All down or gone? Gordon pushed through the doors, sweat and blood staining his gear, fury in his eyes. Remick snapped. Bravo report. Gordon's voice was tight. 5 attackers down, 2 were cops firing on us. The rest, just hired guns. Duff knew that, look, Gordon was barely holding it together. The night was far from over. The thick smears of blood on the pavement told a grim story. Bodies had been hauled off in a waiting vehicle, leaving only crimson streaks as evidence. Remick wiped his gloved hand across his stubbled jaw, his expression unreadable. You think we're dealing with the Black Knights here? Gabby Flores shook her head, her voice edged with certainty. If the Black Knights were involved, we wouldn't be looking at 5 or 10 guys. Try 50, maybe 100. Remick opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then thought better of it and turned to Gordon instead. Get the injured to the nearest ER and bag the dead. His sharp gaze shifted to Duff. What about the VIPs? They were all inside when the shooting started. Duff hesitated. Mostly, sir. But Rodriguez was heading back to his room with Charlie 4 when everything went sideways. Keep them together from now on. Remick snapped. Bravo was supposed to handle perimeter security. Charlie had the interior. This was a goddamn disaster. No more mistakes. Gordon folded his arms. Mind if I ask where Alpha was during all this? Remick's stare could have cut glass. Taking a dump, Mike. You good with that? Just asking, boss. Without another word, Remick stalked outside to inspect Packhorse 2, his team falling in behind him like shadows. Duff turned to his men and keyed his radio. All Charlie units, grab your gear from your rooms. We're bunking in Crazy Horse tonight. He glanced at Gabby. You too, no exceptions. She shrugged. Fine by me. Feels safer in the armored truck. Squeeze muttered under his breath as he headed for the stairs. It's not a damn tank interpreter. 2 blocks from the hotel, hidden from view but with a clear line of sight to the park, Oscar Cardoza lowered his binoculars and snatched his phone from the passenger seat. The Jeep's speakers crackled as the call connected. Bueno, Cardoza smirked. Lobo, it's me, where are you? Chihuahua foothills. We hit the Devil's Spine by tomorrow night. You! El Salto, Durango. The motorcades holed up in a hotel across the square. Lucky them, not so lucky. They got hit tonight. Some local punks and crooked cops took out one of their guys, maybe killed him. You saw it go down? From my Jeep? Hell of a show. How'd the security team hold up? Started slow, but they pulled it together. Attackers never made it inside. Most are dead. The rest ran. Lobo chuckled. We don't run. I know, but they'll be on high alert now. You and your boys better be ready. We're Zetas. We're always ready. Another dark laugh. Tell those amateurs to leave some gringos for us, eh? I'll keep you posted. Buenas noches. Buenas noches, senor, at 3 a.m. A dented minivan rolled into a cramped carport in Falls Church, Virginia. Rain drizzled as a blonde woman in yellow scrubs stepped out, yanking her purse over her shoulder. She trudged to the neighboring house and tapped lightly on the storm door. Inside, a sleepy-eyed woman in her 30s handed over a drowsy 3-year-old boy while a little girl with wild curls shuffled forward in pajamas. They behave? Nicole Duffy asked, exhaustion heavy in her voice. Dina Latham rubbed her eyes, still shaking off sleep. Like angels, they did great, she said, then hesitated before adding, "Any idea when Josh will be back?" Nicole forced a casual tone. "Couple more weeks. Why?" Dina gave a half shrug, her smile knowing, "Just looking out for you, sweetie. Though between us, I wouldn't mind if he took his time. These babysitting gigs are keeping my car running." Nicole's laugh sounded hollow even to herself. "We're managing. Josh will be fine." She gathered her children's jackets while Dina lingered in the doorway, the yellow porch light catching the silver in her hair. "Same time tomorrow?" Dina asked. Nicole nodded, already calculating the week's expenses in her head. $40 a night for childcare stung, but Josh's contractor pay covered it, and her own cleaning shifts at the medical plaza brought in just enough to keep the fridge stocked. Back home, she moved through the dark house like a ghost, shucking off grease-stained work clothes, scrubbing the smell of industrial cleaner from her skin. The VMI shirt she pulled on was soft from years of washes, the Latin motto across its chest, faded but legible. "By wisdom and courage." Funny how those words felt like relics from someone else's life. The bed was too big without Josh, the sheets cold. She just curled into the emptiness when her phone shattered the silence. Her body reacted before her brain, feet hitting the floor, throat tight with terror. Only two kinds of calls came at 3 a.m., wrong numbers or nightmares. "Hello," she rasped. Josh's voice was a rope thrown into darkness. "Nick, it's me." Her knees buckled, she caught herself on the dresser alive. He was alive, then the tension in his words coiled around her again. "What's wrong?" "Listen fast," he whispered. "Gordon lost a man tonight, ambush at our position." The world tilted. She saw Mike's face, his crooked grin at last year's barbecue, how he danced with her youngest on his shoulders. "Jesus, Josh, who? Doesn't matter." His breath hitched like he was running. "We got the clients out clean, didn't even return fire." Something in his tone, too sharp, too controlled, made her stomach drop. "You're lying," she said. The silence that followed was answer enough. "I need you home," she pleaded, nails biting her palm. A rustle on the line. Then his voice dropped lower. "They're counting on me, Nick." She wanted to scream. Instead, she stared at the rifle patch sewn onto his side of the closet door, the one he'd joked about needing for office decor. The dark joke didn't feel funny anymore. "Come back," she whispered, "before I have to sew that damn patch onto a flag." The line went dead. Outside, a mockingbird started its pre-dawn song like nothing had changed at all. Nicole knew she couldn't change his mind. He had a duty to fulfill. Not to mention the $35,000 his family was counting on, money that meant survival. So instead of arguing, she swallowed her fear and whispered, "I love you. Just come back to me in one piece." His quiet promise of "I will" did little to ease the knot in her stomach. After the call ended, she clutched her phone like a lifeline, pulling up a satellite map with shaky fingers. Zooming in on the rugged terrain where Josh was headed, she traced the jagged mountain passes, imagining every hidden danger lurking in those shadows. Sleep was impossible. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw him stumbling through that unforgiving landscape. Sure, she ran a small cleaning business in Virginia now, but her military instincts refused to stay quiet. Nicole had never been one to wait around, yet tonight, for the first time, she felt utterly powerless. Dawn crept in, but her restless dreams were worse than being awake, dragging her back into memories she'd fought hard to bury. 7 years earlier, the night sky over Iraq hummed with the rotors of 2 Apache longbows slicing through the darkness, flying 1,000 feet above scattered farmlands northeast of Fallujah. The helicopters moved in precise formation, their advanced night vision systems cutting through the black. Below the pilots, the gunners hunched over their screens, fingers dancing across the controls of the target acquisition and designation sites, slewing the high-tech cameras to scan for threats. Call signs Assassin 43 and 44 belonged to the 1st Battalion, 3rd Aviation Regiment, a unit usually based in Germany but now thrown into the chaos of Iraq's collapsing front lines. ISIS was tearing through the country, outmatching the Iraqi forces at every turn. The American crews had expected resistance, but not this level of sheer, unchecked momentum. In the lead chopper, veteran pilot Max Henderson kept a steady hand on the controls. Behind him, young Captain Nicole Martin, fresh off a promotion and 2 tours in Afghanistan, monitored the battlefield with sharp focus. The Apaches circled in a lazy holding pattern, waiting for orders from Baghdad. To the south, Fallujah burned, but here for now the night was eerily quiet. Too quiet, Nicole thought, her grip tightening on the controls. Something was coming. She could feel it. Captain Martin glanced at the glowing digital clock in the cockpit, 3:07 a.m. Her muscles ached from the endless patrols that had started before sunrise the day before. "This shift just won't quit," she muttered into her headset. Behind her, Chief Henderson groaned. "Man, I should have been in bed hours ago." She smirked. "Hang in there, Chief. Only 30 more minutes. Then you can catch some Z's. Until we're back up at dawn," he grumbled. "1 more month, though, and I'm done with these crazy hours." Martin had only flown with Henderson for a few weeks, but she knew all about his retirement plans. "You're really walking away from all this?" "Damn right," he shot back. 30 days, and I'm a free man, unless we get shot out of the sky before then." "Let's avoid that," she said dryly, scanning the terrain through her targeting system. The outskirts of Fallujah stretched below, quiet but unpredictable. "What about you, Captain? Gonna stick it out for the full 20? She gave her usual answer. "Both my parents did over 2 decades. Feels like the family business." Henderson banked the Apache gently, the second aircraft mirroring their movement. "Must have been rough on them, raising kids in the service." "Yeah," she admitted. "But I'll figure it out when the time comes." Switching focus, she asked, "So what's the grand plan after you ditch the uniform?" "Starting my own aviation company," he said, voice brimming with excitement. "Not some massive airline, just a couple of birds, a chopper, maybe a small jet. Got it all mapped out, government contracts, steady work along the Arizona border." "Sounds like the dream," Martin mused. "Might have to hit you up for a job if I ever bail." Henderson laughed. "An officer taking orders from me? That'd be a first." Before she could retort, the radio crackled. "Assassins, 44. This is 43. We've got a hydraulic warning light. Tried resetting it. No luck, probably minor, but we're heading back." Martin exhaled sharply. If 43 returned to base, she'd either have to escort them or stay alone in hostile airspace. The night had been uneventful, but that could change in a heartbeat. "Copy that, 43. We'll hold position another half hour," she decided, watching their wingman peel away into the darkness. Henderson chuckled. "Bet they're not missing much." "Not a damn thing," she agreed, refocusing on her screen. The high-powered optics revealed empty streets and silent buildings for now. But in this part of the world, quiet never lasted. As she adjusted her camera westward, a sudden burst of light flickered on her thermal display, appearing as dark streaks against the grainy feed. 2 more flashes followed in rapid succession. Henderson, though not zoomed in as closely as Martin, caught the glimmers too. "Artillery fire east of Fallujah," he muttered. She confirmed with a nod, tightening the focus on the source. "A barren field near what looked like an old processing plant." "That's gotta be the Iraqi forces," Henderson added. "ISIS doesn't have the training for those big guns." Martin exhaled sharply. "Give them time. They'll learn." She traced the trajectory back to 3M198 howitzers, their 155mm barrels angled toward the city. "They're hitting something west of here, just inside Fallujah." Henderson's voice crackled over the comms moments later. "Impacts confirmed, 12 clicks due west." Martin relayed the intel to the TOC, marking both friendly and enemy positions before swinging her camera back toward the city. Then she froze. A mass of armed figures clustered near a mosque well outside Fallujah's main streets. Pickup trucks lined the road, their beds loaded with weapons, while a team hurried to assemble mortars. Henderson missed the scene, focused instead on another artillery volley. But Martin's pulse spiked. "Chief, 50-plus hostiles, 4 mortars setting up. They're 2 clicks from our guys. This is an attack waiting to happen." Henderson cursed under his breath. If the Iraqis don't realize they've got enemies breathing down their necks, they're toast. Martin radioed the talk again, urgency sharpening her tone. "Talon Assassins 44, any comms with ISF at heading 170, silence stretched before the reply came. "Negative, Assassins. Nearest JTAC is 20 clicks out. No links to that unit." She turned to Henderson, her voice low but fierce. "Those mortars are about to rain hell on our guys. We've got fuel. We've got weapons." Henderson hesitated. "We're one bird against who knows what, if they've got reinforcements nearby." Martin cut him off. "We didn't fly this far to watch. Those friendlies are sitting ducks." For a heartbeat, the cockpit hummed with tension. Henderson's reluctance was palpable, but the choice was already made. The fight had found them. An ISF artillery unit, at least several dozen strong, remained oblivious as enemy forces crept within striking distance, moments away from launching their assault. "All right," Henderson muttered under his breath. "Let's see if the TOC can scramble any air support." Martin didn't hesitate. "No chance. By the time we set up a 9-line and coordinate with other units, it'll be too late." Without waiting for a reply, she keyed her radio. "Talon, this is Assassins 44. Enemy forces spotted in the open, 40 to 50 personnel, 4 mortars in play. They're 2 clicks west of our friendly grid, requesting immediate clearance to engage." The response crackled back. "Assassins 44, confirm visual on weapons?" "Affirmative, belt-fed machine guns, mortars, multiple technicals with dismounts." A deeper voice cut in. Talon 6. "Assassins 44, you are cleared hot. Copy that. Cleared hot." She switched to intercom, her fingers dancing over the console. "Arming up." The weapons display flickered to life, inventory scrolling past, rockets first, then guns for cleanup. Henderson exhaled sharply, frustration in his tone, but Martin was already laser-focused. She painted the center of the ISIS formation, right where the mortars were dug in. "Choof, bring us in on their nose. I'll fire at 4,000 meters, then we break east." Grudgingly, Henderson acknowledged. "Roger, egress heading 090, rolling in." The Apache banked hard. Martin's eyes locked on the screen. The crosshairs wavered, not quite aligned. "Adjust right?" "More there, ma'am." "We're over structures now. Thermals aren't picking up. Stay on target." Through the nose cam, she watched an ISIS fighter drop a mortar round into its tube. A black puff signaled the launch straight toward the Iraqi position. Calm as ice, Captain Nicole Martin squeezed the trigger. Firing. 5 Hydra rockets streaked from the pods, their contrails etching the sky. The display flashed as impacts erupted below, each warhead splitting into a storm of flechettes, shredding men and machines alike. Technicals erupted in fireballs. "Impact! Hell yeah! A beat, stand by." Henderson veered east, then swung back west, the camera tracking the chaos. "Still got targets," Martin called. 24 runners, maybe more, piling into trucks. Belt-feds in play. "Bring us around hard guns this time." Henderson hesitated. "Ma'am, stand off. A hellfire would—" 30? Mike does the job better," he relented. "Fine. Suggest we ingress from the east, not north." Martin's voice was steel. "Make it fast. They scatter quicker than roaches when you flick the light on." Her hand hovered over the chain gun controls. Slave to her gaze, the barrel followed her line of sight. 30-millimeter rounds, armor-piercing, fragmentation-loaded, waited for her command. The cockpit hummed with tension, the scent of ozone and adrenaline thick in the air. Captain Martin preferred to engage targets at close range, even though her rifle could accurately hit from over 2 miles away. As she steadied her aim and called out, Taking the shot. Henderson's urgent voice crackled over the headset. Incoming RPGs. Twin streaks of fire erupted from the streets below, flashing past the helicopter's nose with terrifying proximity. Before Martin could react, Henderson wrenched the chopper into a sharp right turn, the cityscape tilting violently as they banked at just 300 feet. Another rocket screamed toward them, this time from a rooftop. Martin tracked its path, expecting it to miss, until a deafening impact rocked the aircraft. Warning alarms blared and her screens flooded with red alerts. Henderson fought to stabilize their flight, veering west toward Fallujah's outskirts. Martin clenched her jaw as the helicopter shuddered, her hands hovering uselessly over the controls. "Are we staying airborne?" she demanded. "Barely," Henderson grunted. "Hydraulics are leaking, tail rotors chewed up. We'll crawl back to base if we're lucky." His cautious adjustments betrayed the strain on the damaged bird. Martin scoffed. 80 miles. We'll be a fireball before we hit the tarmac. Head for the Iraqi artillery position now." Henderson ignored her, stubbornly holding course. "Those guys are getting overrun as we speak. No rescue, no support. I'd rather gamble on making it home." Martin radioed their status to Talon, her voice tight. When she switched back to the intercom, she didn't mask her frustration. "Quick reaction force is en route. Maybe they'll catch us before we crater." Then the cockpit erupted in fresh alarms. Henderson's voice turned grim. "Engine fire." Shutting it down. Fear clawed at Martin's throat. But she buried it. "Turn us around, Chief. We won't make the QRF. I've got this," he snapped. Her command cracked like a whip. "That's an order." Silence. Finally, Henderson banked southwest, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sure thing, ma'am. Let's go hold hands with the Iraqis while ISIS rolls in." Martin ignored the jab, reaching for the radio until every screen died. Henderson cursed, all systems dark, switching to analog. She barely had time to process the failure before the helicopter convulsed, slamming her against the harness as the world spun into chaos. Captain Nicole Martin fell silent as she turned to Henderson, but before she could say a word, a deafening explosion rocked the helicopter. The tail rotor had blown apart. Henderson cursed loudly as the aircraft lurched into an uncontrolled spin, fighting to stabilize their descent. He cut power, banking on auto-rotation to soften the inevitable crash. Nicole, just 25 and gripping the fuselage handles, pressed her head back and shut her eyes. Through her headset came the call she'd dreaded. Henderson's voice, tight with urgency. "Assassins, 44. We're going down hard. Repeat, we're going down." Years later, Josh Duffy found himself staring through the grimy window of a sweltering elementary school in El Relito, a dusty mountain town in Durango. The laughter of children playing outside tugged at him, their makeshift flag game a stark contrast to the tension inside. His focus, though, remained on the adults gathered in the cinder-block room. His job demanded it. But for a fleeting moment, his mind wandered to his own kids, Mandy and Harry, and then to Nicole. The thought of her receiving that call, the one Joe Bennett's ex-wife in Albuquerque, would soon get sent a cold shiver through him. Bennett, a guy he barely knew from Bravo Team, had been gunned down the night before, leaving behind 2 high schoolers. Duffy forced the image away, his fingers tightening around his rifle. The radio crackled in his ear, just routine chatter between Alpha and Bravo, nothing urgent. The weight of Bennett's death hung heavy over Charlie Team, their usual banter replaced by clipped work-only exchanges. Outside, the Sierra Madres loomed in the distance, a reminder of the long climb still ahead. Inside the school, Michelle LaRue addressed a hastily assembled crowd of local leaders through a translator. This was El Relito's biggest moment, yet the mayor had only been informed 3 hours prior when Mexico City called. Duffy half listened, more concerned with the ticking clock in his head. Every minute here was a gamble. The armored trucks outside were a beacon for trouble, and he knew it was only a matter of time before armed men came looking. The mission pressed on, but the air was thick with unease. No one wanted to be the next name on the casualty list. LaRue addressed the crowd, explaining the ongoing negotiations with the Black Knights, a chance for compromise that could pave the way for peace. El Rayito would serve as a sanctuary, with more safe zones planned throughout the Sierra Mountains. As Reinhard Helm took over to outline peacekeeping logistics, Duff's attention drifted. Outside the window, children played in the schoolyard, their usual Friday disrupted by the arrival of armored trucks and armed men in ball caps. His gaze settled on a little girl with jet black hair and a long ponytail. Nothing like his daughter Mandy back in Virginia, yet her innocent curiosity mirrored his own child's. It struck him how kids everywhere carried that same spark, no matter where he'd been. Lebanon, Iraq, Somalia. They were all the same until they grew up and turned into, well, adults. Deputy Secretary Herrera began discussing the peace agreement, but Duff barely registered the speech as Gabby Flores sidled up beside him. "Mr. Duffy," she murmured, nodding toward the children. "Look at them. Even without war, their lives are danger every day. Poverty, violence, drugs." Duff kept his eyes forward. "Just doing my job, Dr. Flores." She wasn't deterred. This UN plan won't fix anything. Local officials only want foreign money. I can spot the opportunists in this room. Nothing changes here. Duff exhaled. "Real ray of sunshine, aren't you?" She shot him a sharp look. "I'm a realist. The UN is naive. The Black Knights control too much. The farmers have no power and the government is rotten. There's no path forward." His patience thinned. "Maybe the military stepping in will shake things up. If the locals are as corrupt as you say, a little cleanup might help." Flores scoffed. "The army? They're in the cartel's pockets. They crack down or look the other way, whichever pays better. The only honest money around here is what the UN's paying you." Before she could finish, Herrera wrapped up his speech to polite applause, and Duff tuned her out completely. The speech concluded, and Duff expected Remick to hustle everyone back into the armored vehicles without delay. "Doc, hold on a sec," he muttered, before keying his headset. "All Charlie units, we're wrapping up here. Mount up and provide cover for Alpha's advance from the street." He fell into step behind Remick and 3 Alpha operatives, their diamond formation tight around the 4 VIPs as they moved toward the exit. Flores kept pace beside him, frustration in her voice. "Did you even listen to me?" Duff's eyes never stopped sweeping the room. "Heard every word, but you're barking up the wrong tree. Newsflash, I'm just another trigger puller in this circus." "You're the only one who actually listens," she insisted. Under his breath, he muttered, "Guess that's my fatal flaw." "You're in charge here, whether you admit it or not." His grip tightened on his rifle as they passed a shadowed stairwell. "Lady, my job's simple. Keep Crazy Horse running. Watch Charlie Team 6, and make sure you all don't end up dead. That's the whole checklist." "That's exactly my point." Flores shot back. "This isn't just another op. The villagers, their faces, they're looking at us the same way those federales did yesterday, like we're marching straight into a death trap on the devil's spine." Stepping into the glaring sunlight, Duff slid on his sunglasses. "I'm no different from the rest of the guys still breathing on this detail. My job's to keep the VIPs alive so they can do theirs. Not sure why you think I've got some magic fix for this mess." "You are different," she pressed. "I saw how you looked at those kids back there. You're a father, aren't you?" "Yeah, but I'm not a mother. Never had that chance. But I know a man who sees people, not just targets. When we hit the spine, you need to trust me." "I know what's coming," Duff exhaled sharply. "Fine, keep talking, I'll keep listening. But stick close to Crazy Horse, and don't slow me down. We've got 2 more stops before heading into the mountains tonight." Flores fell silent as they boarded the vehicles, the convoy leaving the village and its wide-eyed children behind as it rolled toward the highway, winding deeper into the Sierra foothills. Oscar Cardozo was pushing his Jeep to its limits. The rugged 4x4 clawed its way up a treacherous back road, tires spitting gravel, a shortcut whispered to him by Sinaloa cartel contacts. They'd also slipped him a revolver just in case, though he'd balked at carrying it. Getting caught with a pistol at a Black Knight's checkpoint would be suicide. But the cartel had insisted. Bandits lurked on these remote trails, armed with little more than machetes and desperation. That 38 might be the thin line between making his rendezvous or ending up in a shallow grave. So far, the gamble had paid off. Curious eyes tracked him from crumbling shacks in scattered hamlets, but no one raised an alarm. Hours of jolting over ruts and rocks finally spat him back onto a narrow asphalt ribbon, hemmed in by dense forest. The air smelled of pine and diesel, the only sounds the Jeep's growling engine and the occasional screech of a distant hawk. The real test, he knew, was still ahead. The threat of rogue highwaymen had faded into the rearview, and Oscar Cardoza briefly considered ditching his .38 revolver out the window. Instead, he checked his Sunto watch and decided to check in with his employer, the powerful crime boss known as El Patron, back in Guadalajara. The satellite phone crackled to life after a moment of searching for a signal. Oscar came the gravelly voice in Spanish, laced with dry amusement. "How's the scenic route treating you in the Sierra Madre? Pouring rain here? You getting showered with lead up there?" Cardoza smirked, slipping into his usual role, the smooth, obedient fixer with just enough arrogance to pull off the job. Just a light sprinkle last night. The real storm's coming, pushing higher now, should hit the spine by dark. And your so-called friends? Los Zetas? The old man's mocking tone was deliberate, but Cardoza didn't bite. They'll make their move after the Black Knights finish their little meeting. 2 days, maybe? Depends how the talks go? Perfect. El Patron mused. Tell me, does that mountain look like a good battlefield? Looks like a terrible one. Then it's perfect. Cardoza tightened his grip on the wheel. Once we take out Archuleta's missiles and the convoy, this whole region goes up in flames. I'm counting on you to light the match. Just then, a crude wooden barrier swung into view, a thick pole suspended over the road, manned by 3 armed figures. No way around it. The terrain was too rough. Cardoza exhaled sharply. Gotta go, Patron. Roadblock ahead. El Patron chuckled. I know your methods, Oscar. Do what you do best. The line went dead as Cardoza slowed to a stop. The men looked like typical backcountry militia. Worn clothes, battered rifles, faces hardened by hunger. Their shock at seeing his Jeep was almost comical. Too late now to ditch the gun. One guard stepped forward, palm raised. Cardoza studied them, not elite, but dangerous. If they were Black Knights, they'd been stationed here because they lacked the brains for anything more complex. Still, they knew how to handle weapons. Their G3 rifles were relics, powerful but clumsy in tight spaces. Violence wasn't ideal. These low-level grunts might be his ticket in. He'd have to talk his way through. Then he noticed the 4th man leaning against the guard shack, watching silently. A wild card Cardoza's fingers twitched near the gear shift. This just got complicated. The weapons were probably lifted from old Mexican naval stockpiles by the cartel, or bought off the underground arms trade. Each guard carried an extra mag in their pocket, but wore no body armor or tactical equipment. Oscar Cardoza rolled down his window and kept both hands visible on the wheel to avoid spooking the lookouts. "Good morning, gentlemen," he greeted them. One man edged toward his window while maintaining distance, another circled to inspect the Jeep's rear, and the third peered into the passenger side with casual interest. Their half-decent professionalism caught Cardoza off guard. "Kill the engine." The nearest sentry ordered in Spanish. Cardoza obeyed, hands returning to the wheel. He'd navigated cartel roadblocks for years without trouble. He knew the drill, and so did they. The guy at the back locked eyes with Cardoza through the side mirror, sunken cheeks, missing teeth, the bloated gaze of someone who'd been drinking. His words dragged. "You from Culiacan?" Cardoza shook his head. "Nah, buddy. Rental plates grabbed it at the airport. Flew in from Mexico City, just visiting family. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere?" The sentry by the window stepped closer, bloodshot eyes watering. A cheap pot leaf pendant dangled from his neck. "Wrong turn was coming up this mountain. We're Black Knights." Culiacan's Sinaloa turf, Cardoza forced an easy smile. "No cartel ties here, amigo. Heading to Soyatita to see my uncle." "Step out." Cardoza exhaled, masking irritation. All right. Moving slow, senor." He complied, stepping onto the road only to be spun around and shoved against the hood. The drunk with the runny eyes patted him down roughly. Cardoza played passive, but his mind raced through escape plans. The stench of liquor clung to the guard, and the one rifling through his jeep wasn't any steadier. The third lingered near the rear bumper, swaying slightly. A pocket knife got tossed onto the hood before clattering to the dirt. "Plates are from Culiacan," the slurring sentry announced, as if they hadn't covered that already. Cardoza checked his watch time, slipping away. "Nice piece," the frisker remarked. Cardoza nodded. "Yeah, real nice. Yours if you let me roll out so I can make it to my uncle's." "Pistol." The searcher lurched up, waving a wooden-gripped .38 like a trophy. Cardoza shut his eyes briefly. This was about to get ugly. He reopened them, slipping back into character. "Seriously? You guys really playing bandits up here?" Cardoza barely had time to finish his sentence about bringing protection before the guy with the hemp necklace grabbed him by the shoulder, spinning him away from the vehicle and toward a rundown wooden shack. A fourth figure emerged from the doorway, an older man in a dusty cowboy hat who moved with the exaggerated confidence of a washed-up rodeo star. The guy had a Glock shoved into his belt like some bargain bin gunslinger, his face weathered beyond his years from hard living in these mountains. As he swaggered down the creaky steps, Cardoza couldn't help but think of those corny westerns his dad used to marathon on lazy Sundays. "Damn you reek of Sinaloa," the cowboy drawled, sizing him up like a piece of meat. Cardoza kept his expression neutral, but internally he was rolling his eyes. These clowns wouldn't know professionalism if it kicked them in the teeth. One of the guards piped up, "Claims he's from the capital." The older man's grin turned predatory. Even worse, he stepped onto the dirt road, his eyes raking over Cardoza's Uri jacket, designer frames, and the kind of haircut that screamed, "City boy." The silver wedding ring didn't escape his notice either. "You're lost, cabron," he declared, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Cardoza knew the game. This was the guy calling the shots. Time to switch tactics. "Listen, Jefe," he said smoothly, "I'm here under direct orders from your bosses. Grupo de Guadalajara sent me. Rafael Archuleta himself cleared my visit. This is a private matter." The cowboy burst out laughing, his yellowed teeth betraying decades of bad habits. "Oh, now you're going to see Rafa. Funny how nobody told me." Cardoza had the meeting, sure, but he hadn't expected these low-level thugs to be in the loop. "I took a shortcut to save time," he lied smoothly. "This is sensitive. And you thought you'd waltz into a meet with the Black Knight's boss armed?" The man cut in, incredulous. "Obviously not. I was ditching the gun before. Mentiroso," the man snapped. Cardoza's friendly mask dropped instantly. "Here's how this goes," he said, voice icy. "I get back in that Jeep, drive up to Devil's Spine, and you pretend this never happened." The cowboy's face darkened. "You don't give me orders," Cardoza scoffed. "King of the checkpoint, huh? No point playing nice anymore." The guy with the weed necklace raised his rifle, while another guard circled around, rifling through Cardoza's bag. The cowboy leaned in. "I could blow your head off right here." Cardoza smirked. "No, you won't. You're just picturing my watch, my cash, and this Jeep disappearing into the woods. But here's the thing. If you really thought Archuleta was expecting me, you wouldn't dare touch me." He straightened, locking eyes. "I've got a meeting with the real king of this mountain, and unlike you, he doesn't like to be kept waiting." Oscar Cardoza didn't negotiate. he dictated. Cardoza quickly calculated the odds that these 4 stumbling drunks would let him walk away after his little speech, maybe 1 in 3 at best. The grizzled leader stepped right into his personal space, flashing a yellowed grin that looked like a broken picket fence. "How about my boys here drop you to your knees in the dirt?" he slurred, fingers twitching toward the pistol wedged in his waistband. "And I put a bullet right between your—" Before the threat could finish, Cardoza's hands shot forward like twin vipers, snatching the Glock as it cleared the man's belt. He dropped low knees, hitting the pavement hard, twisting the weapon midair until its muzzle kissed the leader's gut. A single twitch of his pinky sent a round tearing through the man's abdomen. Overhead, 2 deafening shots cracked as the remaining sentries fired wild, their bullets finding each other's shoulders instead of Cardoza's skull. The cowboy-hatted leader crumpled backward, hands clawing at his ruined stomach, while his companions toppled like bowling pins. Ears ringing, Cardoza pivoted on his knees, flipping the Glock in a flashy arc before catching it properly. He sighted through the Jeep's open door at the 4th sentry fumbling with a slung rifle. 1 shot to the chest dropped the man. A second under the Jeep's chassis finished the job. Rising slowly, Cardoza wiggled a finger in his ear, the gunfire's echo still throbbing in his skull. He glanced down at the gut-shot leader, now gargling blood at his feet. "Funny thing about stomach wounds," Cardoza mused, nudging the man's boot with his own. "Every guy I've met who took one said it was worse than childbirth. Course, none of them lived long enough to elaborate. His head snapped up as a rifle barrel glinted from the shack's doorway 50 yards uphill. 6 rapid shots later, another body tumbled down the steps. Wincing at the persistent ringing, Cardoza holstered the Glock. "Tell you what," he said, crouching beside the dying leader. "When I see Rafa, I'll make sure he knows you and your crew couldn't guard a piñata at a kid's birthday." He stood, brushing dust from his jeans. "Wish I had time to watch you bleed out, but some of us have actual appointments to keep." Halfway to his Jeep, he paused, turning back with a smirk. "Oh, and thanks for the warm welcome. Really sets the tone for the whole visit." The final words hung in the air like a cruel joke. "You died for nothing, amigo. Seems fitting, since that's all your life ever amounted to." The old man lifted a trembling, blood-streaked hand toward the sky, his cracked voice barely a whisper. "Ayuda. Help," Cardoza smirked, shaking his head. "Help? Sure, I'll help you, Checkpoint King." A single gunshot echoed the Glock's muzzle flash illuminating the man's lifeless face before Cardoza dropped the weapon onto the corpse. "Don't mention it." Wiping his folding knife clean on his pants, he shoved aside the roadblock beam and slid back into his Jeep. His ears still rang from the shot as he accelerated north, the jagged silhouette of the Devil's Spine looming ahead. Meanwhile, Shane Remick's convoy crawled through the wilderness like a wounded animal. Avoiding highways meant navigating ancient dirt paths swallowed by overgrowth, turning the journey into a bone-rattling nightmare. NASCAR squinted through the dust-caked windshield of Crazy Horse, barely spotting Pack Horse 2's taillights through the haze. 5 miles an hour felt like warp speed on this terrain. Every pothole threatened to shake the armored truck apart. Gear lashed down and back still clattered like a junkyard symphony, ammunition cans dancing alongside packs, slamming against the walls. Duffy winced as vibrations shot up his prosthetic leg, the carbon fiber digging into his knee with every jolt. "How's our girl holding up?" he muttered into his mic. NASCAR triggered the wipers, smearing dirt into a muddy film before clearing it. Tough as nails, gas and tires are all she needs. From the shadows, Frenchie's voice cut in. "And bullets. Lots of bullets. We've got 5,000 rounds in here," Duffy countered, plus reserves in Pack Horse 2. Wolfson's dry chuckle followed. "Almost sounds like enough." The mood had been sour since losing a man on day 1, and Dr. Flora's grim prophecies didn't help. Duffy exhaled, scanning his sector. This was the easy part? The thought vanished as the convoy lurched downhill. Then Remic's voice exploded through the speakers. "Full halt, now!" NASCAR stomped the brakes. "Brace yourselves." Crazy Horse skidded, kicking up gravel before jerking to a stop, 6 feet from slamming into Pack Horse 2. Dust swirled, and for a heartbeat, the only sound was the engine's growl and the creak of strained metal. Somewhere in the chaos, a loose bullet casing rolled across the floor like a bad omen. Without hesitation, Squeeze took charge, yelling. Heading up, he flipped the latch and shoved the hatch open, rising with his MK-48 in hand, scanning through the swirling dust in every direction. Duff and the rest of the team quickly positioned their weapons through the gun ports, alert but unsure of what or who they were facing. Before the dust could clear, Remic's voice crackled over the comms. "Alpha 1 to all units. We've got a group blocking the road ahead, at least 6 individuals, no visible weapons. Charlie, Actual, what's your rear look like?" Duff strained to see behind them, but visibility was non-existent. Only Squeeze and Cruz had a clear angle. "Cruz?" he called out. "Nothing back here but trees and that God-forsaken rocky road," Cruz replied. Squeeze chimed in, frustration in his voice. "Can't see a damn thing through this dust." Just as Duff was about to report no contact, Cruz suddenly shouted, "Hold up! Multiple hostiles, 6 o'clock, coming from the tree line." Squeeze confirmed, "Yeah, I see 'em, whole damn group moving in formation." Cruz's voice tightened. "There's gotta be 20 of them, spread out. Some are carrying something, machetes. Do I light 'em up? Hold fire," Duff barked. "Squeeze, can you ID weapons? Too much dust, too much brush. I need binos, then use 'em, damn it." Remic's impatient voice cut in. "Charlie, Actual status." Duff keyed his mic. "Alpha, we've got 20-plus hostiles approaching from the rear. No confirmed firearms yet, still assessing. Copy that. Same up front. Bravo, stay sharp. No engagement without confirmed weapons." Duff needed answers fast, but Gabby Flores chose that moment to chime in. "Let me check. Maybe I can." Wolfson snapped. "Stay down and shut up." Duff caught movement outside his window, figures emerging from the trees. "Movement at 3 o'clock. Squeeze, get eyes on them." A tense pause. Then Squeeze muttered, "Wait, are those spears?" "Spears?" Duff grabbed his binoculars, wiping the grime from the lens. Cruz confirmed, "Yeah, some have spears, bright red shirts, machetes too. Do we engage?" "Stand down," Duff ordered. Flores cut in urgently. "They're not cartel. They're Tarahumara, indigenous." "Those are ceremonial weapons. They won't attack," Cruz scoffed. "Lady, 20 armed dudes marching on us looks plenty hostile." "Then why are they advancing?" Squeeze demanded. "Because you rolled into their land in armored vehicles," Flores shot back. Wolfson growled. "This ain't a damn tank." As the circle tightened around them, Remick relayed new orders. "All units," Director Helm says, "proceed slow, no engagement. These people are allies. Their survival depends on us." Flores pressed, "They don't know that. We need to explain." Duff ignored her, but she kept arguing. How would they even know about any truce? Duff finally spun around, his patience gone. Duff gripped the handset tightly, twisting in his seat to glare at the woman behind him. "We heard you the first time," he snapped, his voice thick with irritation. Gabby had already unbuckled her harness, lunging for the microphone before anyone could react. She snatched it from his grasp, pressing the transmit button as Frenchie scrambled to intervene. "Miss LaRue, this is Dr. Flores," she said urgently. "I speak Tarahumara fluently. Let me explain our presence to these people before this spirals out of control." Remick's voice cut through the comms sharp and commanding. "Charlie 1, get that damn mic back from your passenger now." Frenchie wrestled the handset away, shoving it back into Duff's hands while Gabby protested. "Strap her in." Duff barked, and Frenchie forced her back into the harness, ignoring her furious objections. Duff keyed the mic again. "Alpha 1, we have a translator on board who could—" "Negative. Keep moving." Squeeze's voice crackled over the radio, tense. I've got long guns, old lever actions, and hunting rifles, but they're armed. Cruz confirmed the sighting, his tone edged with disbelief. And now they're bringing out bows and arrows. Seriously, bows? From the turret, Squeeze growled. I've got hostiles closing in. I'm lighting them up. No, Gabby shouted, struggling against the harness. Hold fire! Duff echoed her command, but Wolfson snapped back. Since when does she give orders? Who's in charge here? Duff ignored him, repeating into the radio. Squeeze, do not engage around them. Other vehicles reported armed locals blocking the road, their numbers swelling. NASCAR muttered under his breath, we should just drop these clowns before they get bold. Then Remick ordered the convoy forward, and Crazy Horse lurched into motion. But seconds later, Cruz's voice rose in alarm. Boss, they're lining up behind us, bows drawn. Duff's stomach dropped. Say again? Bows and arrows, like something out of a damn history book. Duff barked at Squeeze to seal the hatch just as a metallic clang reverberated through the armored hull. Once, then again. Get inside. Duff reached back, grabbing at Squeeze's legs, but the younger man barely budged until another volley rattled the vehicle. With a curse, Squeeze finally dropped down and slammed the hatch shut. This is insane, he spat. Duff relayed the situation to Remick, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. Taking accurate bow fire, no gunshots yet. Remick's response was clipped. Do not engage unless lives are at risk, NASCAR scoffed, and this doesn't count. Duff shot him a glare. You're not getting skewered through steel. Stay cool. Wolfson wasn't convinced. They could shoot out a tire, trap us here. They're run flats, Duff shot back. Quit panicking. In the chaos, Gabby slipped free again. Before anyone could stop her, she bolted for the starboard hatch. Wolfson, distracted by his rifle scope, didn't notice until the latch clicked open. Frenchie's shout of alarm came too late. Gabby was already halfway out. Murd! He cursed, lunging after her as the vehicle rumbled forward. The woman moved fast. Wolfson barely managed to grab her shirt as she bolted through the door, but she slipped free. Stumbling from the slow-rolling vehicle into the dirt road, she threw her hands up. Wolfson slammed the hatch shut behind her, following standard procedure. God damn it! Duffy barked, keying his radio. Alpha 1 heads up. Flores just bailed from Crazy Horse. Standing in the open, Flores waved frantically at the armed men on the ridge ahead. Remick's voice crackled back instantly. Hold positions! What the hell, Duff? Ryan and your damn team? Furious, Duffy tossed the radio aside and yanked his AK-47 strap free. Nobody move! I'm going out unarmed to get her. He pulled his sidearm from its thigh holster and shoved it at NASCAR, who stared at him like he'd lost his mind. You're doing what? Cruz scoffed. 11B, you're out of your damn skull. Just cover me. If I go down, light 'em up. Wolfson shook his head. That's your genius plan? Better pray, Charlie 2. You might be running this show in 30 seconds. Squeeze muttered under his breath. TL's lost it, man. Hands raised. Duffy stepped out, half expecting an arrow between the eyes. Miraculously, none came. Gabby was already 25 yards ahead, closing in on the armed locals scattered along the rocky slope. She glanced back and snapped. Stay put, I'll handle this. Get your ass. She ignored him, launching into rapid dialogue. Wolfson's voice buzzed in Duffy's earpiece. Boss, hit the dirt if they fire. I'll hose that ridge down. Squeeze'll clear the tree line. A pause. That idiot's on her own. Duffy kept his voice steady. Stand down, Wolfson. Then, louder. Gabby, what are they saying? She turned. I told them you're in charge, and we're peaceful. Get up here. Hands still raised, Duffy advanced. No arrows. Good sign. When he reached Gabby, she hissed, Greet them. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest and bowed, only for her to roll her eyes. Wrong continent, genius? Just shake hands. Chagrined, Duffy complied. The locals' grips were firm, but their eyes stayed cold. One lanky kid clutched a hunting rifle, finger resting near the trigger. Gabby resumed talking, but the language wasn't Spanish, something guttural, unfamiliar. Remick's voice cut through the radio static. "Charlie 1, report," Duffy exhaled. "Outside the Vic negotiating with locals via Flores. Might be stabilizing. Stand by. Negotiating?" Remick snarled. "We didn't come here for tea and crumpets. Run 'em over if you have to." Duffy interrupted Gabby. "What are you telling them?" "The truth. They're clueless," Remick's growl returned. "Duff, status." Duffy's gaze flicked downhill. Archers had drawn beads on him and the trucks. "Gabby, I've got a dozen arrows aimed at my face." She broke off and turned. "They want to know if you'll kill the Black Knights. Say yes." Duffy shrugged. "We're against anyone threatening peace." The moment Gabby translated, hands shot out to clasp his again, warmer this time, almost eager. Gabby exchanged a few more words with the locals before turning to Duff with a reassuring nod. "We're good to go. They just need to signal the others ahead." Duff gave an awkward bow and thumped his chest in what he hoped was a respectful gesture, only to be met with bewildered stares. Luckily, Gabby was already wrapping up her conversation and didn't catch his blunder. As they made their way back to the armored vehicle, Duff radioed in, "Charlie Actual to Alpha Actual Dr. Flores, got us clearance to proceed." Remick's response crackled through the comms, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, great. Because nothing says welcome like the threat of getting shredded by our guns. Get back in Crazy Horse and keep Flores on a damn leash for the rest of this mission, understood?" Duff clenched his jaw. "Copy that." Gabby, unfazed by Remick's outburst, leaned closer to Duff as they walked. "See, the villagers aren't the problem. They're just stuck in the middle. The real danger is the Black Knights." Duff smirked darkly. "Yeah, and we've got a lovely lunch date with them tomorrow." Gabby rolled her eyes, completely insane. Back inside the vehicle, NASCAR shot Duff a skeptical look. "That was a risky move, boss. Might have worked once, but I wouldn't push my luck." "Not planning on it," Duff replied, scanning the cabin. "Gabby, I want you up front, right behind me. Wolfson, grab a pelican case for her to sit on. We'll rig a harness so she's secure. She stays within arm's reach from here on out." Wolfson blinked in disbelief. "You're putting her closer after that little stunt." "She just saved lives and bought us some goodwill," Duff countered. "So now she's your second in command?" "No, that's still you. But I'm not here to gun down unarmed civilians. We're backing the UN, not starting a massacre. She's got insight. She'll see what I see and tell me what she thinks." Gabby gave a small smile. "Gracious, Mr. Duffy." Before Wolfson could argue, Remick's voice cut in sharply over the radio. "Alpha 1 to all units. Roads clear. Move out." The engine roared to life and the vehicle lurched forward, leaving the villagers behind in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, in the fading light of a Friday evening, Oscar Cardoza rolled into the mountain town of Boca Arriba in his mud-splattered Jeep Wrangler. The place was livelier than he'd expected. Music spilled from the town square, locals wandered the streets with drinks in hand, and kids chased each other around a worn-out park. Nestled high in the mountains, the town was a strange mix of rugged terrain and urban sprawl, with cinder block buildings and neon signs advertising everything from soda to auto parts. Cardoza had done his homework. This used to be farming country, but now the cartels called the shots. Poppy and marijuana fields dotted the hillsides, tended by locals under the watchful eyes of armed enforcers. The Black Knights ran the show here, and tonight they were setting up his meeting with Rafa Archuleta. As he scanned the bustling streets, he noted the ever-present trucks loaded with sicarios, reminders that in Boca Arriba the cartel's word was law. The townsfolk worked the land, but they weren't part of the Black Knights. They were just trying to survive. The farmers toiled under the weight of exploitation, earning barely enough to survive while facing starvation, or worse if they dared resist. Cardoza recognized this cycle, centuries of oppression repeating itself across continents, where power always crushed the weak. Sure, a handful of places still valued freedom, But those were exceptions, not the rule. He felt neither pity for the broken nor resentment toward the oppressors. This was just how the world worked. Brutal, yes, but undeniably human, yet Cardoza refused to be part of it. He was different, a man with a plan, a ticket out. As his unfamiliar jeep rolled through the dusty streets, curious glances followed him. To the locals, he was either someone dangerous or someone doomed. Neither was wrong. He gripped the wheel tighter, forcing calm into his veins. This was it, his last gamble, a desperate play for the kind of payday that would let him vanish before everything collapsed. For a fleeting second, he let himself dream white sand, a cold drink in hand, an ocean stretching forever. Maybe even company, someone warm, laughing, carefree, or hell. Why stop at one? He smirked at the thought. 3 was pushing it, though, not greed, just good taste. A sharp breath brought him back. He dialed the number scribbled on the crumpled paper. The line clicked open, silence. "It's Cardoza," he said. "Just got into Boca Arriba." "We know," the voice replied. "We've been watching." His eyes flicked to the rusted Tacoma across the street, 2 shadows inside. "Of course you have." "Armed?" "No guns." "Knife?" Cardoza hesitated, his favorite benchmate a parting gift from better days. But sacrifices had to be made. He tossed it out the window, the metal clattering on asphalt. "Happy." The burgundy van arrived like a predator door sliding open, darkness inside. A hand thrust out a blindfold. He didn't flinch as he tied it, ignoring the villagers who knew better than to look. Then he was in, the van already moving. No turning back now. The silence stretched until Cardoza finally broke it. "How much longer? Shut your mouth!" a voice snapped. The man from Mexico City exhaled quietly, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Time and distance blurred together, but he guessed they'd been driving for at least 30 minutes, grinding up steep, winding mountain roads that felt more like a demolition derby course than anything fit for travel. The van jolted violently over every rut and rock, yet somehow held together. Proof, Cardoza figured, that mechanics along the devil's spine must be suspension wizards. These weren't roads, they were obstacle courses, punishing every vehicle that dared climb them. The van slowed as they hit a rare stretch of smooth pavement, the hum of other engines nearby, suggesting they'd reached another settlement. Higher? Hidden? Nothing like the mapped-out town of Boca Arriba. Cardoza frowned. He'd pored over satellite images before this trip, yet here he was, blindfolded and disoriented, in a place that shouldn't exist. The van stopped. Hands yanked off his blindfold, and he blinked against the sudden glare of electric lights illuminating a postcard-perfect colonial village. How had he missed this? Some secret mountain paradise? They'd parked beside a massive structure that radiated light, its windows glowing against the night. Norteño music blared from unseen speakers, twangy accordions, tales of power and bloodshed. Not the kind of thing you heard in Mexico City, but Cardoza knew the sound. The parking lot was packed with hulking pickups, F-250s, Rams, Silverados, each one screaming cartel with their gun racks and tinted windows. No visible men, but the trucks told him everything. Escorted inside, no cuffs, but 3 armed shadows at his back. He passed through a lobby into a cavernous space that felt like a rodeo arena, sawdust underfoot, bleachers lining the walls. The music wasn't coming from here. It drifted from somewhere outside where a crowd seemed to be gathered, but Cardoza wasn't headed there. His destination was the lone table at the center of the floor, where a man in his 50s sat carving into a steak so large it dwarfed the plate beneath it, juices bleeding into the white tablecloth. The scene was surreal, a feast in the middle of nowhere, power served rare. The dim glow of a single candle flickered across the table where Rafael Archuleta sat, surrounded by empty wine glasses and a half-finished bottle of premium tequila. A lime wedge and salt shaker sat beside a shot glass, while 2 neat lines of cocaine rested on a small mirror, the kind of casual drug display that screamed power in these circles. The air carried an odd mix of leather, liquor, and the unmistakable barnyard scent that made Cardoza's nose twitch. He'd never laid eyes on Archuleta before. But the man's presence was unmistakable. The way his armed entourage stood at attention, the deliberate carelessness in his posture, the whole performance of a man who wanted you to know he wasn't trying to impress you. Archuleta looked like a character ripped from an old Western silk cowboy shirt embroidered with fighting roosters, a bandana loosely knotted at his neck, and a gold watch that probably cost more than most people made in a year. His salt and pepper beard contrasted sharply with his jet black hair, and his deep-set eyes held a calculating stillness. He didn't bother glancing up when Cardoza approached, just kept sawing into his steak with a knife that looked more suited to field dressing game than fine dining. Finally, after downing a shot, Archuleta fixed his gaze on Cardoza and gestured lazily with the blade. "Set him a place," he ordered his men, "and bring him a steak." Then, with a smirk, "I like mine bloody." "You—" "Only way to eat it," Cardoza lied smoothly, though he usually preferred his meat with a little less moo. Archuleta chuckled, swirling his drink. "People in Guadalajara still drink tequila, or is it all fancy wine now?" "I'm from Mexico City," Cardoza corrected, keeping his tone even. "And I'll take tequila, mezcal, or scotch over rosé any day." The room went quiet. Archuleta's smirk widened. This was a test, plain and simple. Two women materialized to set a place beside him. But before Cardoza could sit, Archuleta barked, "Take his steak knife. You think I trust some Mexico City suit with a blade near me?" Laughter erupted, louder this time. Cardoza forced a polite chuckle as he settled into his seat. No handshake, no pleasantries, just Archuleta's cold amusement. "Señor Archuleta," Cardoza began, "an honor to finally meet the man behind Los Caballeros Negros." Archuleta ignored the formality. "Heard about you," he said, around a mouthful of steak, "the big-shot mediator who wants us all holding hands and singing campfire songs." A server poured tequila into Cardoza's glass. He leaned in slightly, ready for whatever came next. "I facilitate discussions between organizations," he replied. Nothing more. Archuleta's grin didn't reach his eyes. "We'll see about that. If we all start getting along like some cheery sitcom family, I'll be out of a job," Cardoza remarked dryly. Archuleta let out a rough chuckle, chewing a mouthful of barely cooked steak. "Wouldn't want that. Guess we'll keep the bloodshed going just to keep you employed." He paused, then added casually, "Any trouble making it here?" Cardoza took a sip of his tequila before answering. "One of your checkpoints nearly put a bullet in my head." Rafa barely glanced up, still focused on his meal. "Brave move, coming alone." "You invited me?" "I invite people to their funerals more often than not," Rafa countered, raising his glass in a mock toast. Cardoza mirrored the gesture, both men drinking in silence before setting their empty glasses down. Then, with the ease of someone asking about the weather, Archuleta said, "So, how many of my guys did you take out?" Here it comes, Cardoza thought. The next few seconds could decide whether he walked out of here or got carried out. Keeping his tone indifferent, he replied, 4, maybe 5, lost count." Archuleta didn't even flinch. He signaled for more drinks, then sliced into his steak again. "Doesn't seem to bother you much." "Just business," Cardoza said. That made Rafa pause. His gaze snapped up, sharp and assessing. The cartel boss didn't care about a few dead guards. They were disposable, but dismissing them so casually, that was a slight against his authority. Cardoza held his ground, refusing to backtrack. The silence stretched until a plate was slid in front of him, a thick, nearly raw steak oozing juices. The plastic knife barely made a dent, but he forced a bite anyway, masking his disgust. He'd endured plenty of power plays, but this one might actually give him food poisoning. Finally, Archuleta spoke around a mouthful of meat. "So why'd Guadalajara send you all the way up here?" "Correction, I'm not theirs. Just a consultant hired to deliver a message. I work for whoever pays me. Dangerous line of work. Rafa sounded bored, but Cardoza knew better. Not as dangerous as yours, Cardoza shot back. Archuleta's grip tightened on his knife. That a threat? Not at all. El Patron wants better relations. Truth is, he needs them. Everyone knows the Black Knights are the future. He's offering to supply you at 20% below your current rate. Rafa scoffed. Why would I need him? My supply chain's solid. Because, Cardoza said smoothly, he knows you're taking over the U.S. market. Sinaloa, Gulf Cartel, Zetas, they're all losing ground. He just wants a seat at your table before it's too late. Archuleta wasn't supposed to know this, but Cardoza decided to lay it all out anyway. He's practically begging to get you on board as a client. A dry chuckle escaped Archuleta's lips. If he's that eager, he can start by slashing his prices in half. The others at the table laughed, but Cardoza set his fork down, fingers tapping against his jaw. 50's steep, but I bet we could talk him down to 30 if we play it right. Archuleta leaned in, elbows planted on the table. I'd love to hear more, but as a man in your position must know I've got bigger problems, like keeping the military off my land. Of course, Cardoza conceded. Your men have a reputation, but 40,000 soldiers? That's a different game. Silence stretched as Archuleta refilled their glasses with tequila. Finally, Cardoza broke it. Guadalajara might have a solution for you, a way to keep the army at bay. I don't need his help, Archuleta scoffed. The UN's sending a delegation to broker a ceasefire. All I have to do is agree to stop clashing with the Sinaloans, and they'll deploy peacekeepers, just 4,500 of them with strict rules. They won't touch my labs or warehouses. Cardoza gave him a knowing look. If only it were that straightforward. What's the catch? Between bites, their eyes locked. The missiles, that's your problem. Archuleta feigned ignorance. What missiles? I don't deal with that kind of hardware. The UN and the Mexican government think otherwise. They won't send peacekeepers or pull back the army unless you hand them over. Archuleta's temper flared. He shot to his feet, his height surprising Cardoza, along with the genuine shock on his face. War crimes? What kind of bullshit is this? Cardoza's gaze flicked to the oversized belt buckle on the man's waist, an AK-47 engraved on silver the size of a dinner plate. They'll tell you themselves when they get here. The deal's dead unless those missiles are destroyed. Mexico won't agree to the UN's terms otherwise. So, you've got two options. Admit you have them and risk a trial, or deny it and watch the army roll in. Either way, you lose. Archuleta forced himself to sit back down, gripping his utensils like they were the only thing keeping him grounded. If I really had those missiles, I could just take out their choppers, couldn't I? Cardoza didn't flinch. And then the U.S. gets involved. They're still fighting this drug war. If their aircraft are threatened, they'll send jets, drones, enough to overwhelm you. They won't play by the UN's rules. You're out of your mind, am I? Everyone wants those SAM missiles out of the cartel's hands, but I'm the only one who can make it happen without tying the Black Knights to their acquisition or deployment. Even if I had them, which I don't, I could just wipe them out, right? No one would ever pin those helicopter takedowns on me. He spoke like the issue was settled, but Cardoza just gave a dismissive shrug. That would be a bad move. Why? Because I, my friend, can make sure the blame lands on your enemies while keeping you completely clean. It's a delicate operation. Maybe we should discuss this somewhere more private. Archuleta raised a finger, cutting him off, then gestured sharply. His armed men stepped back, spreading out along the walls of the horse arena, leaving them alone, especially with the blaring accordion music from outside, drowning out any chance of eavesdropping. You've got my attention, Archuleta murmured. Cardoza glanced around before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. There's a man in the UN convoy works for me. During the meeting, he can slip away and your guys can take him to the missiles, assuming they're nearby. Once he verifies the count, your men load them onto trucks and drive them to that hidden airstrip just south of Babunica. You know the spot? Archuleta studied him. Yeah, I know it. It's mine, but it doesn't exist on any map. I know. Then how do you know about it, Mr. Mexico City? Cardoza poured himself another shot of tequila, then topped off Archuleta's glass. He had the upper hand, for now. There's a plane parked there, covered in chemo. But in the midday sun, it heats up. At night, satellites with thermal imaging pick up the residual warmth. He smirked. A plane stashed next to the only flat stretch of land for miles? That's an airstrip. And Guadalajara just happens to have access to thermal satellites. Cardoza's smile didn't waver. I was brought into this because of my connections. I found your strip through channels I can't disclose, Senor Archuleta. That's all I'm saying. Archuleta let it slide. That plane's mine. My first used to fly black tar and hash into the States back when I was wilder. But it's grounded now. Hasn't flown in years. If you're thinking of using it, Cardoza shook his head. We don't need it. A different aircraft will land there, big enough to haul all the missiles. We'll fly them to a warehouse in Badiraguato, Sinaloa, owned by El Escopeta and his cartel. Rafa knocked back another shot. That lunatic, Cardoza, ignored him. A day later, while you're still playing nice with the UN, still acting clueless about the missiles, we leak the warehouse location to the feds in Mexico City. They'll send Marines, ones not on the cartel payroll, and it'll prove Sinaloa's behind the war crimes, not Rafa Archuleta and the Black Knights. The peacekeepers move in, the army stays out, and you avoid a one-way ticket to The Hague. Archuleta leaned over, snorted a line of coke off the mirror with practiced ease, then locked eyes with Cardoza. Guadalajara wants to help me? Bull. If the army crushed me, their usual clients would take over the market. They'd win. Cardoza didn't flinch. I've convinced El Patron that the Black Knights are the future. Rafa had only been in the game for 5 years, yet his operation outproduced, outdistributed, and outsold nearly every competitor. The U.S. market alone held untapped potential, and El Patron saw promise in him, enough to offer support in exchange for a profitable partnership. Rafa chewed the last tough bite of his steak, unbothered by the gristle. Swallowing, he studied Cardoza with a smirk. You're an interesting man. Cardoza tossed back his tequila unfazed. Guess I'd be in a ditch if I wasn't. True enough, Rafa admitted. I'll consider your proposal, but don't expect an answer tonight. Fair, Cardoza replied, but tomorrow's the deadline. My inside man won't stay available forever. Rafa leaned back, eyes sharp. You'll have my decision by morning. Until then, you're staying close. Guadalajara, the Zetas, even the government. They might trust a consultant who plays both sides. I don't. He signaled to his men. You'll be taken to Cinco Lagrimas, near the UN meeting site. Nice hotel, park view. Move around if you want, but my guys will be watching. Cardoza bowed slightly. An honor to assist you, senor. Without warning, Rafa snatched his steak knife and pressed it inches from Cardoza's eye. His voice dropped to a growl. Betray me, and you're dead. I'm not like the other cartel bosses. My blood runs Apache. My ancestors survived these mountains when they fled the U.S. Over a century ago, we don't forget, and we don't forgive. He pulled back just as suddenly, flashing a grin. Now desert. The armored Saint convoy hunkered down beside a sprawling hillside cemetery, engines quiet under the cold mountain air. Remick kept watch rotations tight, his team bundled in windbreakers over their armor. No fires, no risks by dawn. They rolled out, tires crunching over the rough road as they climbed higher. The desert scrub gave way to pines, the scent of wood smoke drifting from hidden villages. Fuel wasn't an issue. Each vehicle carried reserves, stretching their range past 1,000 miles. Still, Remick wasn't taking chances. Spotting a lone Pemex station in a dusty town, he signaled the convoy to refuel. The market beside it stood quiet, but every trigger finger stayed ready. The gas station owner stood frozen in shock as 5 armored vehicles pulled up to the pumps, drawing stares from everyone on the steep hillside street. Remick, Gordon, and Duffy ordered their teams to dismount. weapons ready, while the rest of the convoy stretched their stiff legs after the long night's drive. Duff followed Flores inside the small market, keeping one hand on his rifle as she grabbed snacks and a soda. Outside, the crowd had grown locals watching warily as turret gunners swiveled their weapons and sunglasses-wearing operators stood guard. Flores paused to chat with a woman making tortillas over an open fire, the scent of corn masa mixing with the tension in the air. Duff wandered back toward Crazy Horse, scanning the scene. Nearby homes and shops lined the street, but the real spectacle was the uneasy standoff between the armed convoy and the silent, distrustful townspeople. A woman approached Cruz, clutching a faded photo of her missing son. She spoke in rapid Spanish, her voice breaking as she blamed Los Caballeros Negros for his disappearance. Cruz, his Chicago accent coloring his Puerto Rican Spanish, offered hollow reassurance before she cut him off. "They killed him anyway," she muttered, turning away. Duff caught only fragments of the exchange, but Gabby filled him in, her tone flat. The weight of the woman's warning settled over them, thick as the mountain mist. The locals weren't hostile, just resigned, as if they'd already written off the outsider's fate. Duff sipped bitter gas station coffee. Trying to ignore the gnawing unease, nearby Gabby tore into a fresh tortilla, her silence sharper than any words. "You good, Dr. Flores?" he finally asked. She chewed slowly before answering. "I'm not a museum curator," she said, wiping her hands. "I work for the National Museum of Anthropology. My doctorate focuses on indigenous cultures, people who've survived conquests, invasions, and men with guns showing up uninvited." Duff exhaled, glancing at the jagged peaks ahead. Right? The mountains loomed indifferent. Somewhere up there, the real mission waited, and with it, the kind of danger no paycheck could justify. That sounds like a sweet gig compared to what you're dealing with now. Why put yourself through all this? She wiped her mouth with a crumpled napkin before answering. "I can't just watch entire cultures disappear. The Tarahumara, the farmers in Sinaloa and Chihuahua, they're not the enemy. They're just trying to survive. If there's even a small chance I could help stop this war, I had to be here. My whole career has been studying dead civilizations now. One's vanishing right in front of me in my own country. I wasn't about to sit in some cushy office in Mexico City, taking notes for future history books while it happened." She finished the last bite of her tortilla with a bitter laugh. "Looking back, it feels ridiculous. We're all idiots on this mission, aren't we?" Duff kept scanning the perimeter. "Guess that's why they picked us." Nearby, Wolfson lounged against the side of the armored truck, his rifle resting beside him. He spat a dark stream of chewing tobacco into the dirt before drawling, "You ought to be thanking us, lady. We're the ones cleaning up your mess. Your cartels flood our streets with poison, and here we are, still trying to broker peace." Duff braced for her reaction, and she didn't hold back. "You think we feel sorry for you? America has everything: opportunity, freedom, endless choices, and what do your people do? Waste it all on drugs that fund the violence killing mine. I wish you'd stop, but you won't. So honestly, I don't care what happens to your country, just stop destroying mine." Duff cut in. "Ease up, Gabby. We're not the bad guys here, and like I said before, we don't make the rules. We just follow orders." Her eyes flashed. "Right? You're just another hired gun, no different from the men waiting to ambush us up the trail." Duff clenched his jaw. "I don't get paid to kill. I get paid to protect." "That's exactly what the cartel sicarios think they're doing," she shot back. "Protecting their families, their bosses, their way of life." Duff glanced toward the last truck refueling. "Bull, I'm here for one thing, keeping you and the diplomats alive, and if I make it home in one piece, even better." She studied him as she chewed. "You're different. You actually care, not just another mercenary." His gaze stayed fixed on the restless crowd. "Not sure what I am anymore." NASCAR slammed the fuel cap shut and locked it. Gabby kept her focus on Duff. "You told me you're a father? That's who you are. How many kids? 2, boy and a girl. He flicked a glance her way before returning to watch the perimeter. You married? 6 years. Then God's been good to you. Duff smirked. Sometimes I think he's got it out for me. She shook her head. He only gives you what you can handle. Even this mess? Maybe, she said softly. This is how you'll finally meet him, so you can thank him for everything he's given you. That's a blessing, too, in its own way. Duff snorted. Lucky me. Remick's voice crackled over the radio. Wrap it up. Move out. Duff guided Gabby back into the truck and slid into his seat beside NASCAR, who gripped the wheel with a grimace. Reminds me of Haiti? The Alabaman muttered. 5 more minutes, and these folks start chucking rocks. Trust me, it only gets uglier from there. Duff exhaled. Yeah? The tension in the truck was palpable as Duff wiped sweat from his brow beneath his Oakley sunglasses. He took a swig from his trusty pickle juice jar, his go-to for staying hydrated in full combat gear, before passing it to NASCAR. The driver kept his eyes glued to the winding mountain road while taking a quick sip, then grimaced at the salty tang. Man, look at the dust we're kicking up, NASCAR muttered. We might as well be blaring a siren with this trail we're leaving. Outside, the rugged terrain stretched endlessly, jagged rocks, dense pine oak forests, and the occasional glimpse of snow-capped peaks, reflecting the midday sun. Beautiful, sure, but Duff knew that same visibility worked both ways. Every passing mile made stealth feel like a joke. Locals on horseback or in beat-up trucks watched them roll by. Their expressions unreadable, Gabby leaned over, her voice low. Bet every kid over 14 in these parts is running intel for Los Caballeros Negros. Then came the pickups, loaded with armed men who just stared as the armored convoy roared past. No shots fired, no chase, but the message was clear. They'd been made. Duff keyed his comms, breaking the tense silence. Squeeze, you spotting anything across the valley? A dry chuckle crackled through the headset. Buddy, I'm busy dodging flies the size of small aircraft and praying this mountainside doesn't bury us. You want me to play lookout for hostiles half a mile away, too? Duff smirked. Figured the guy with his head in the breeze might want to know if we've got company. The turret creaked as Squeeze swung it eastward, but the radio stayed quiet. After a beat, Frenchie's voice cut in, sharp and impatient. The unspoken truth hung heavier than the dust cloud behind them. This mission had just gotten a whole lot harder. The thin mountain air made every breath a struggle, and Duff could feel the altitude gnawing at his bones. Though he was decades younger than Frenchie, even his joints protested as they climbed past 7,000 feet. His lungs burned with each inhale, his fatigue heavier than it should have been after just driving. Glancing at the map, he knew worse was coming. Soon they'd hit 9,000 feet, and if he had to sprint loaded down with gear, he'd be gasping like an out-of-shape jogger. Hang tight, Frenchie, he muttered, offering a swig of pickle juice. The older man scoffed. Only you Americans would drink that garbage. A sharp beep cut through the hum of the engine, followed by Mike Gordon's voice crackling over the comms. Bravo 1 to Alpha 1, we've got a problem. Remick's reply was clipped. Go ahead. Gordon's update wasn't good. Packhorse 1's engine was overheating, likely from a busted water pump or a clogged line. They needed to stop now, not in 3 kilometers where the tree cover would offer some protection. Duff clenched his jaw as Remick hesitated, stopping. Here was a risk, but letting the engine blow was worse. The order came through. All vehicles, full halt. Duff snapped into action, barking commands for perimeter security while NASCAR suggested checking their own rig. Dash looks clean, but these roads are eating our undercarriage alive, NASCAR said, already popping the hood. Duff nodded, turning to Gabby. Stay put. This isn't exactly a roadside diner. He dropped onto the dusty track, the volcanic grit crunching under his boots. Ahead, Packhorse 2 idled, but the curve in the road blocked his view of the lead vehicles. Metal clanged in the distance as Bravo team wrestled with their engine, curses punctuating the noise. Sweat trickled down Duff's neck, despite the mild temperature. 2 straight days in body armor had turned it into a second skin, one that chafed and weighed him down. He kept his rifle ready, eyes locked on the valley below, while behind him, NASCAR worked under the hood. The minutes dragged until Gordon's voice finally crackled over the radio. "Lines clear, engines cooling." Relief was short-lived. As Duff reached for the door handle, the sharp snap of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the rocks beside them. The heavy door groaned as Duff swung it open, only to be met by the sharp ping of a bullet striking the armored plating of his truck. The delayed crack of distant gunfire echoed through the valley, sending the motorcade into chaos, shouted commands, revving engines, the adrenaline-fueled scramble of men taking cover. Duff's pulse hammered as he ducked instinctively, his body remembering the old reflexes even if his mind hadn't processed the threat yet. He vaulted into the vehicle, slamming the door behind him. But the gunfire's origin remained a mystery, the sound bouncing off the canyon walls like a cruel game of hide-and-seek. Over the radio, Remick's voice cut through the noise. "Who's got eyes on the shooter?" Duff keyed his mic. "Squeeze, you seeing anything?" The reply was tense. "Valley's playing tricks, can't pin down the source." Another round whined off a nearby boulder, and Duff flinched despite the Guardian APC's reinforced steel. "Keep your heads down," he barked. Squeeze shot back. "No argument here, boss." Remick's next transmission was grim. "Charlie Actual, fires coming from behind your position. Alpha and Bravo can't engage. Suppression's on you," Duff exhaled sharply. His team, his problem, he grabbed his binoculars, scanning the ridgeline. "Wolfson, anything in your scope?" Before the sniper could answer, a bullet smacked the bulletproof glass behind Duff's head. Wolfson's voice was tight. "Don't see 'em, but they sure as hell see us." Gabby, ever the diplomat, started. "Maybe it's just locals who don't realize?" Wolfson snarled over her. "Don't care if they're handing out damn cookies. They're shooting at us." Duff ignored the bickering, zeroing in on movement uphill. "Got 'em 4 o'clock, 350 meters in those trees." Squeeze confirmed, eyes on same spot. The gunfire intensified, peppering their vehicle. Gabby grabbed Duff's arm. "Please, let me identify them first." Duff hesitated, then nodded. "Hold fire." Wolfson nearly exploded. "You serious, Duffy? They're dialing in on us." But Duff held up a hand. "Gabby, make it quick." As she leaned forward, another volley slammed into the APC. Wolfson's patience snapped. "We're sitting ducks. Take the shot." Duff's jaw tightened. Diplomacy had its limits. "Wolfson, light him up." Cruz whooped from the back. "Hell yeah." Gabby's protest was lost in the roar of return fire as Duff's team unleashed hell. The valley erupted in thunder, the hunters becoming the hunted. The tension in the vehicle was electric as Cruz leaned forward, gripping his rifle. "Seriously, TL, are we gonna sit here or put these guys down?" His voice crackled with impatience. Duff clenched his fists, forcing his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. It wasn't the gunfire rattling him, it was the weight of command. "Stay behind cover and hold your fire," he barked, his tone sharp enough to cut through the chaos. Gabby scrambled over the center console, nearly toppling into Duff's lap as she snatched the binoculars. "Check those trees near the dry creek," Duff directed, his voice tight. 2 pickups, armed men, probably the shooters. Gabby adjusted the lenses, her breath uneven. "Could be locals mistaking us for cartel," she muttered. "Not all indigenous folks look the same, you know?" Duff's jaw tightened between Remick's demands, his team's frustration, and the bullets whizzing past. He snapped. "Enough talking. Find them, or we're dropping every last one." Gabby's hands steadied as she peered through the optics. "Wait, got eyes on. They're not civilians. Those trucks, the weapons, definitely cartel." Remick's voice crackled over the radio, sharp with irritation. "Duff, what's the holdup? We need suppression now!" Gordon chimed in, urgency lacing his words. "Dude, take them out!" Duff exhaled, shutting out the noise. "Charlie team, light him up!" The cabin erupted. Wolfson's sniper rifle thundered, the concussion-rattling teeth even through noise-canceling headsets. Squeeze unleashed hell with the MK-48, brass casings clattering like hail inside the compartment. Duff keyed the radio, voice steady, engaging 3 pickups, 10 hostiles east of our position. Remick's relief was palpable. "Copy." Crazy Horse break off and pursue. Gabby wrestled back into her harness as Duff turned to NASCAR. "Can this beast handle that slope?" NASCAR grinned. "I could do it in a damn Corolla." "Then move," Duff barked. Frenchie whooped as the APC lurched forward, tires churning dirt as they barreled down the hillside. The ride turned brutal, tossing them like ragdolls. Duff braced against his gun port, cursing as his aim wobbled. "Squeeze, you're up! I can't get a shot!" Squeeze didn't hesitate, hammering the enemy with relentless bursts as they crested the ridge. NASCAR squinted. "They're running. They know they're toast." Duff smirked. "Damn right they do." The gunfire had ceased, leaving behind a scene of chaos. A lone pickup truck swerved wildly before speeding off, while the remaining vehicles sat abandoned, their frames billowing smoke. As the team reached the hillside grove where the ambush had originated, they found only corpses and a burning truck. Squeeze had already reloaded his MK-48, scanning for any lingering threats while taking in the grim aftermath. "5 down," he muttered. "The other 2 trucks are hauling ass up the ridge. Total cowards." "Take the shot," Duff commanded. Even though the enemy was retreating, experience told him they'd regroup and return. Starting a fight meant finishing it. Squeezed off a few rounds before lowering his weapon. "Lost 'em. They ducked behind the ridge." NASCAR offered. "I can chase 'em down." Duff shook his head. "Negative could be baiting us into a trap." Wolfson scoffed. "You really think these clowns are that smart?" Ignoring the comment, Duff ordered NASCAR to turn back toward the convoy. He keyed the radio. "Charlie 1 to Alpha 1?" The truck rolled forward cautiously, volcanic dust coating every surface. NASCAR flicked the wipers on, clearing the grime from the windshield. Remick's voice crackled through the speakers. "Alpha here. 5 enemy Kia. No losses on our end. Chased off the rest. Didn't pursue bad sightlines. Solid call. No damage here except some scratches on Pack Horse 2. Copy that, rejoining the convoy." Silence settled over the team comms until Squeeze dropped back into his seat, slamming the hatch shut. "Gotta say it? Those guys were trash." Gabby Flores chimed in. "Not the Black Knights too small. Probably just a Sinaloa patrol." Wolfson snorted. "Whoever they were dumb as rocks. Firing AKs at armored trucks from a mile away. No RPGs, no belt-fed amateurs." Cruz chuckled. "Dead amateurs, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If that's the best they've got, we might actually survive this mess." Duff cut in sharply. "Don't get comfortable. They took a pot shot thinking we'd bolt. A real attack won't be this sloppy stay sharp." Squeeze groaned. "How sharp can we be if we gotta ask permission to shoot back every time?" The jab made Duff grit his teeth. The rules were clear. Return fire when fired upon, but survival here meant discipline. "Next time we're engaged," he said flatly, "weapons free." Flora started to protest, but Duff shut her down. "You shoot at us, Gabby. You're the enemy. No debate." "Damn right," Frenchie agreed from the back. Duff flexed his hands, willing the tremors to stop. The adrenaline would fade soon, leaving exhaustion in its wake. As Crazy Horse rumbled back toward the road, he focused on the horizon, pushing down the unease, tightening his chest. The halls of Northern Virginia Community College's Alexandria campus were quiet at 8 in the evening. The usual bustle of students replaced by the steady hum of cleaning equipment. A small crew of 6 moved through the building, tackling the deep cleaning tasks the day shift never had time for, scrubbing gym equipment, wiping down whiteboards, mopping floors. Nicole Duffy wasn't just their supervisor. She worked alongside them, sleeves rolled up, disinfecting stair railings in the Center for Design, Media, and the Arts. But her mind wasn't on the job. Every swipe of her rag was punctuated by thoughts of her husband, her fingers twitching toward her phone, hoping for a call. She kept her worry hidden, though, forcing a calm expression for her team. Then at 8:16, her phone buzzed. She nearly dropped her squeegee into the bucket, fumbling to tap her earbud as she wiped her hands on her scrubs. "Josh, is that you?" His voice crackled through the static exhaustion, clinging to every word. "It's me, babe. Are you okay?" "Yeah, fine. Just stopped in some village to refuel. VIPs are taking a bathroom break. My guys are stretching their legs, and I'm stuck babysitting the truck." Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. The connections sputtered, cutting in and out. "You're breaking up," she said, pressing the phone closer to her ear. "Where are you?" "Mountains. Signal's crap up here." She swallowed hard. "How's the trip going?" "Fine. Couple more hours, then we'll crash in the vehicles." Bet the diplomats are thrilled about that. Her grip tightened. "Any trouble today?" A pause, then with forced lightness. "Just a little excitement. Some guys took pot shots at us. We handled it." Her stomach dropped. "What do you mean, handled it?" "They ran off. Probably just a Sinaloa patrol trying their luck." She knew he was downplaying it. Casualties? Only on their side. How many? Another beat of silence. 5 down. 5 got away. He rushed to add, "Not Black Knights, just some local muscle." "No big deal." "No big deal?" Her voice cracked. 2 firefights in 2 days, Josh. You've got weeks left." "We're good, Nick. Promise. Tomorrow's the meet with Archuleta if he shows?" She slid down the wall, landing hard on the floor outside the bookstore. "And if he doesn't? Do I get you back early?" "Maybe, but less pay." She exhaled sharply. "You think I care about the money more than you?" The line fizzed, his reply broken. When his voice returned, it was quieter. "Half of me wants to turn back. The other half needs this paycheck." Her frustration flared. "So half of you has sense, and the other half's turning into a hired gun." "Everything's fine, Nick." She didn't believe him. "Not for a second. Josh, I love you, but you're lying to me." Silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Finally, he murmured, "Love you too. Love the kids." A sigh, raw and weary, cut through the static. "Gotta go." The call died. She pressed her palms to her forehead, the weight of his fear settling over her like a shadow. She knew him too well, heard the strain he'd tried to mask, the guilt driving him to risk everything for 35 grand. And beneath it all, something darker gnawed at her, the unspoken truth that this wasn't just about money, it was penance. Josh wasn't just the kind of man who'd take a bullet for his family. He was the type who'd charge headfirst into a firefight if it meant saving a stranger. Nicole had lost count of how many times he'd proven it, throwing himself into danger without hesitation, even when logic screamed at him to walk away. His moral compass was so unshakable, it sometimes outmatched his own survival instincts. Back in his days as a security contractor, long before they'd met, he'd waded into war zones most people wouldn't dare enter: Beirut, Afghanistan, Somalia, places where the line between hero and fool blurred. But Nicole had known from the moment she first saw him that this was who he was. The reckless bravery that terrified her was also the reason she couldn't help but love him. 7 years earlier, Nicole Martin jolted awake, her skull pounding, her vision swimming. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The air smelled like burnt metal and dust, thick enough to choke on. She tried to turn her head, but something held it locked in place. The weight of her helmet pressed down straps, digging into her shoulders. Silence. No engine roar, no rotor thump, just the eerie absence of sound where there should have been chaos. The helicopter wasn't level. She could feel it in the way her harness pulled. Her body pitched forward at an angle that made her stomach lurch. Then it hit her. They'd gone down. Her mind clawed through the fog, shot down. Impossible. But the evidence was all around her, the shattered cockpit, the missing canopy, the warm desert wind licking at her face. The world outside was a mess of shadows and distant amber streetlights, flickering like distant fireflies. The chopper must have rolled, tumbling from some rooftop before slamming into this trash-strewn lot. "Chief?" Her voice cracked. No answer. Henderson was somewhere behind her, above her, if her instincts were right. She fumbled for the emergency radio, but her right side was pinned, crushed against the crumpled hull. Wires and twisted metal snaked around her helmet, holding her in place. Dirt coated everything, her flight suit, the controls, the shattered instruments. "How the hell was she still alive, Max?" she shouted. Louder this time. The street outside was empty, too quiet. That was the real horror. If ISIS was close, and they had to be, why wasn't anyone coming? The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through her. She wasn't just trapped, she was bait. The Apache had gone down hard, and though someone must have seen the crash, no one had reached her yet. With her left hand, Nicole fumbled with the harness straps across her chest and waist, but even freed from the restraints, she remained pinned in place. The twisted wreckage of the helicopter had fused with the right side of her body, locking her in like a vice. She strained to reach the remaining buckles, but her fingers barely brushed against them. Then an engine roared, unseen headlights off before a vehicle skidded to a halt beside the wreck. A door swung open and stayed that way. "Chief, can you grab your weapon?" No answer came from Henderson. Nicole twisted, her left hand clawing uselessly toward her holstered sidearm, but the crumpled fuselage held her too tightly. Metal groaned under shifting weight. Someone was climbing toward her. Desperate, she shoved against her own hip, trying to force her fingers toward the pistol, but it was no use. A shadow loomed over the shattered instrument panel, a young man bearded, his face twisted with a hatred that sent ice through her veins. He barked something in Arabic, and a moment later, a Kalashnikov flew up into his waiting grip. The barrel swung toward her. Nicole locked eyes with him, bracing. A single gunshot cracked. The man jerked forward, his grip faltering before he collapsed over the controls, then slid off the wreckage and out of sight. Another burst of gunfire echoed, then silence. Her M9 was inches from her fingers, her M4 just out of reach above her shoulder. She rocked violently, but the wreck refused to release her. "Max?" she whispered. "Max, your rifle, can you move?" Stillness. Then scraping, shifting metal. Her breath hitched. Someone else was coming. She squeezed her eyes shut, steeling herself, but before she could see the threat, a voice cut through the dark. "Friendly, hold on!" A figure hauled himself up beside her, his backward baseball cap and scruffy beard catching the dim light. His hands, bare, gripping the mangled controls, were streaked with dirt. He studied her, brow furrowed, before calling, "Sir, you with me?" American, no uniform, no visible weapon, in the middle of hostile territory, that meant only one thing: special ops. Probably one of the quiet professionals she'd glimpsed around base, the ones who moved like ghosts. She didn't bother correcting him. "I'm good help Henderson." "Copy that, ma'am." He flicked on a red-lensed flashlight, scanning the cockpit. "You injured?" "Just stuck." Not for long. Martin scanned the eerily empty street, her helmet tangled in the wreckage's wiring. "Where's your team?" she demanded, struggling against the twisted metal and debris pinning her down. "Just me, Captain." "Hang tight," Josh Duffy replied, scaling the wreckage like a jungle gym to reach the pilot. "Hang tight," Martin muttered under her breath. "Easy for you to say." She yanked at the wreckage in frustration, only to wince as a sharp pain shot through her right leg. Duffy reached the cockpit and found the pilot slumped over, blood smeared across his face, his shattered monocle dangling. A quick pulse check confirmed he was alive. "Sir, can you move?" The man groaned, lifting his head weakly. "Get your harness off. I'll free your co-pilot first, then come back for you." Sliding back down, Duffy found Martin still wrestling with the wreckage. her progress limited to a few loose hoses. "How's Henderson?" she asked, locking eyes with him. Alive, barely coherent, breathing steady, but no clue about internal damage. "Then don't move him," she snapped. Duffy shot a glance over his shoulder. "Ma'am, hostiles saw you go down. More are coming. We don't have time for medical debates." He started working on her restraints, ignoring her weak shove. "I can do it myself," she growled. "Pretty sure my foot's broken, but I'll still kick your ass if you manhandle me." Duffy smirked. "With your good foot? What are you gonna stand on, Captain? You think this is funny? Wait till I hit you with morphine. You'll be laughing too." She glared. "It's Captain." Noted. He kept prying at the metal, then froze at the distant crack of gunfire. "We need to move now. You don't give me orders." "Not your subordinate." "I'm a contractor. Triple canopy." Her eyes narrowed. "A civilian? What the hell are you doing here?" "Running an errand," he said, wrenching another piece of wreckage free. "Saw your bird go down. Figured you could use a hand," she scoffed. "You travel alone in a war zone?" "Teams guarding a radio station. We ran out of water. I drew the short straw." He glanced around again. "And now we're officially out of time. Everything had turned into a complete disaster." Duff yanked at the tangled wires, forcing the last piece of twisted metal aside to free the Army co-pilot. As he worked, he muttered, "Saw you go down? Thought I could reach you before your evac showed up." "You came by yourself?" the woman asked, gritting her teeth. "Sometimes one guy in a pickup with a scarf is stealthier than a whole convoy of armored Humvees," he shot back. "Not this time," she groaned. Duff smirked. "No kidding. All right, you're loose. Let's move before we get lit up." "Move where?" she snapped. "Good question. My truck's close. You're manageable. But your warrant officer looks like dead weight." He tugged her arm, and she let out a sharp cry. "Your foot?" "Yeah, still stuck. Pretty sure it's shattered. Sorry, but I've got to pull harder. Damn it." More headlights swept over them, but Duff ignored them. "Ready?" He yanked again, and she screamed but finally broke free, using her good leg to push. Her right arm throbbed as she reached, not for him, but for her rifle. "Leave it," Duff barked. She ignored him, fingers stretching toward the weapon, so he hauled her out of the wrecked Apache with one brutal tug. They both tumbled from the wreckage, Duff twisting mid-fall to shield her as they hit the ground hard. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and the woman groaned on top of him. Gasping, Duff scanned the street. Shadows were spreading out 100 yards ahead. The captain rolled off him, ripped off her helmet with her left hand, and coughed out, "No offense, but you're the worst rescuer I've ever met." He pushed up onto his knees, grabbing his M4. "No offense, but you're the worst pilot I've ever seen." She sat up, wincing. "We got shot down! Genius!" Then she spotted the figures advancing. "Henderson!" She reached for the carbine. "Give me that! I'll cover you!" Before Duff could react, a noise above made them both look up. The chief warrant officer was climbing down the wreckage until gunfire erupted from the street. Duff returned fire while the captain drew her pistol, emptying the magazine in rapid bursts. Henderson dropped beside them, scrambled behind the Apache's wing, unarmed. Duff tossed the empty carbine aside and grabbed his AK-47 from the dirt. "Chief, your captain's hurt! Carry her to my truck! 30 feet, I'll cover!" Silence. The captain reloaded clumsily, her wrist clearly injured. "Max!" she shouted. "That's an order! Get over here! Like hell!" Henderson yelled back. Bullets whizzed past as Duff stood, dragging the captain toward the truck by her vest strap. She screamed but kept firing, emptying another mag. He shoved her toward the passenger door, but she spun on him. "Give me that rifle!" Duff hesitated for a split second, eyeing Henderson, who looked perfectly content, staying put. "He seems fine where he is," Duff muttered, more than ready to abandon the guy if he wasn't going to lift a finger to save himself. The captain's sharp glare cut through his resistance. "Yes, ma'am," he relented. Balancing on one leg, she grabbed the AK-47, braced herself against the truck's hood, and squeezed off precise shots, buying them precious seconds while the triple canopy contractor dashed back for the downed pilot. Duff didn't waste time. He bolted across the exposed terrain, bullets kicking up dirt around him. Henderson was still huddled behind the Apache's wrecked wing, shaking like a leaf, his sidearm untouched. Without a word, Duff hauled him up, half dragging him toward the pickup as more headlights crested the horizon. The captain's rifle fell silent just as they reached the truck. "Move," Duff barked, shoving Henderson into the bed before scrambling into the driver's seat. The engine roared as he slammed into reverse, tires spinning. A bullet shattered the windshield as he whipped the truck into a wild backward spin, then jammed it into drive and punched the gas. Only then did he notice the captain's short, sweat-matted blonde hair, her face tight with pain as she glanced back at Henderson.
"Your boy back there didn't exactly cover himself in glory,"
Duff remarked. When she stayed silent, he added, "Guess that's what happens when you let your dad tag along on missions." A pained laugh escaped her. "He's solid in the air, but combat not his thing. Disobeyed 2 direct orders tonight. I could bury him with paperwork." "You gonna?" Duff asked. She shrugged. "Right now, staying alive tops my to-do list." Her breathing grew ragged as the adrenaline faded. Duff rummaged through his med kit, pulling out a morphine auto-injector. "You need this now?" "No," she snapped. "Not until we're clear. Might have to shoot again. We're heading to Triple Canopy's base. You won't be any good to anyone if you pass out from pain." He moved to administer it, but she shoved his hand away. "I said no. I need my head straight." Duff studied her. "No offense, but you look young for a captain." "Flattery won't get you anywhere," she shot back, wincing. "Especially not like this." "You'd scrub up nice," he teased. "Ex-military, army?" She arched an eyebrow. "And now you're a hired gun? Bit young for that, aren't you?" Duff smirked. "Still on the right side, though." Her weak smile flickered. "Can't argue with that." "Wow, no argument. That leg must really be killing you." A groan cut through her gritted teeth. "Not even close. Why'd you bail on the army?" Wanted more action. He gestured at the chaos around them. "Mission accomplished." "Mission accomplished?" she echoed, then gasped as another wave of pain hit. Duff held up the morphine again. "Seriously, ma'am." "Forget it," she growled. "You're not taking on ISIS solo." Duff jerked his thumb toward Henderson, curled up in the truck bed. "Worry about him, not me. When everything went sideways, at least I could count on Henderson." She let out a bitter laugh, wincing through the pain. "Would have been smarter if you'd brought backup, and it would have been smarter if you hadn't turned into target practice up there." He shot back, watching her eyes glaze over. "You're useless to me if you pass out." Before she could react, he jammed the auto-injector into her thigh, ignoring her sharp cry. "Yeah, I know you hate me right now, but trust me, you'll be glad I did this." The empty syringe clattered onto the floor as she cursed him. Duff didn't bother defending himself. What was the point? For a long minute, the only sound was the hum of the engine, his gaze flicking to the rear view every few seconds. When she finally spoke again, the edge in her voice had softened. "Our intel was garbage. Had no idea Triple Canopy had boots on the ground here." Duff scoffed. "Story of my life. Contractors always get the short end. What's your name? Duffy." In the dim light, the wounded captain squinted at him, first or last. "Josh Duffy." "But my team just calls me Duff." She blinked slowly, her words starting to drag. "Duffy Duff doesn't exactly save syllables, does it?" "Guess not. How about Josh?" He glanced at her name tape. "And I'll stick with Captain Martin." "Nicky," she corrected. "Yes, ma'am." He kept his eyes on the road, nodding. "Morphine's doing its thing. You'll pull through." She stared ahead for a beat, then sighed. "Sorry for earlier. Stress turns me into a nightmare." A grin tugged at his beard. "Join the club." "You held your own back there." Her lips curved into a drowsy smile. "Thanks, Josh." Within seconds, she was out. Josh allowed himself a quiet chuckle, stealing a glance at her. Anytime. Chapter 39. Present Day. The mountain town of 5 Tiers, Chihuahua, was a place where time moved differently. Oscar Cardoza sat alone in the cramped hotel restaurant, picking at a mediocre steak drowned in chimichurri, washing it down with tequila and beer. The elderly waitress who served him carried herself with oblivious cheer, seemingly unaware that nearly every resident over 14 was tangled in the drug trade. This was a land that had shrugged off the law generations ago, a haven for those who wanted to stay off the government's radar. Cardoza had swapped his travel clothes for a suit, a habit from his Mexico City days, though here it was pointless. The locals barely glanced at him, their indifference as thick as the mountain air. His guards loitered nearby, but Archuleta was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he'd spent the day holed up in the hotel, killing time with meaningless satellite calls, knowing full well his every word was being monitored. By 9, he pushed his plate away, straightened his tie, and thanked the blushing waitress with exaggerated praise. As he left, 3 armed sicarios peeled themselves from the lobby walls, shadows at his back. Across the way, a group of rough-looking men at the cantina bar tracked his movement. He offered them a polite nod before heading upstairs. His 3rd-floor room was modest but tidy, with a small balcony overlooking the plaza. Tomorrow's meeting with UN officials would take place in the municipal building below, a fact that didn't escape him as he stepped outside, the cool night air sharp with the scent of pine and distant gunpowder. After dismissing his security detail for the night, Cardoza shrugged off his tailored jacket, undid his silk tie, and stepped onto the balcony. The crisp Highland breeze carried the faint twang of banda music from a beat-up Chevy rolling down the deserted street below. Most Mexican towns would be alive with weekend energy right now, but Cinco Lágrimas moved in terrified silence under Archuleta's iron grip. Cardoza recognized the oppressive stillness of cartel territory, that electric tension humming beneath every boarded-up window and lowered gaze. He exhaled sharply, pushing thoughts of the cowed townspeople aside. Tomorrow would decide everything. Either his meticulously crafted scheme would catapult him into unimaginable luxury, or it'd be the last sunrise he'd ever see. His mind drifted to the French Polynesian hideaway he'd spent months researching. First-class tickets to Bogotá already waited in his briefcase, followed by connections to Buenos Aires. Then that glorious final leg across the Pacific to Tahiti. A rickety island hopper would deliver him to Rangiroa's turquoise lagoon, where a private yacht stood ready to whisk him away to Motu Teta. No extradition treaties, no rival cartel lieutenants. Just white sand beaches and a lifetime supply of aged tequila, provided he survived the next 48 hours. The satellite phone's vibration shattered his reverie. He snatched it from the bed, jaw tightening at El Lobo's caller ID. Stepping back onto the balcony, he muffled the receiver against his palm. "Speak." Lobo's voice crackled with adrenaline. "We've got visual on the convoy. They took a mountain switchback like idiots, 5 minutes until they're in our crosshairs. Say the word, and we turn them into scrap metal." Cardoza's grip turned the phone casing white abort. Now, but they're sitting ducks. Why wait? Because Archuleta's missile stockpile could be anywhere, Cardoza hissed, watching shadows shift under the hallway door. You torched that motorcade early, and we're all hunting ghosts while the Black Knights hunt us. Static filled the pause before Lobo's grudging acquiescence. Cardoza ended the call, tasting salt on his lips. Not ocean spray from his dreamed-of paradise, but sweat. The clock was ticking. Cardoza clenched his fists on the hotel balcony, the phone still warm in his hand after Lobo's abrupt hang-up. "Damn fool," he muttered under his breath. Then louder when the door creaked open behind him. One of his security detail, a kid barely out of his teens with a worn ball cap and an old G3 slung across his chest, peered out. "Everything all right, sir?" "Yeah, fine," Cardoza lied, forcing a smile. Just my idiot brother-in-law causing problems again. The guard chuckled knowingly before retreating inside, leaving Cardoza alone with the weight of what was coming. The mountains loomed dark ahead, but he could almost hear the distant rumble of engines, the clatter of gunfire waiting to erupt. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, praying the enemy would win just this once. Meanwhile, Josh Duffy blinked hard behind his ballistic glasses, the convoy's taillights flickering like fireflies through the swirling dust. The road twisted along the Devil's Spine, sheer drops yawning on either side, the jagged peaks of the Andes standing silent witness. "Can't see a damn thing past these headlights," Squeeze grumbled from the turret. Then Cruz's voice crackled over the radio. "Unknown vehicle trailing us. No lights, 150 meters back." Duffy's grip tightened on the wheel. "Copy? Can you ID?" A pause. Then Cruz came back, tense, breaking out FLIR, now wait, 2 pickups, matching speed. "Guy in the bed of the lead truck holding something." Squeeze cut in, voice sharp. "RPG! RPG!" The grenade hit the cliff face in a burst of rock and flame, sending debris skittering across the road. NASCAR swore, flooring the gas as bullets pinged off the armor. Duffy exhaled through his teeth. Here we go again. Some missions never changed, just the scenery. And tonight, the mountains were watching. The tension inside the armored vehicle was electric as 4 barked orders. "Light those bastards up. Squeeze. Toss some grenade rounds their way." Duff's fingers flew across his radio handset, his voice tight. "Enemy rear. Multiple hostiles in technicals launching RPGs down the road." Frenchie moved like lightning, grabbing the grenade launcher and shoving it toward the young soldier, who snatched it while sliding the MK-48 down into the turret. The machine gun changed hands, but before Frenchie could settle in, Squeeze ducked back inside with a sharp yell. "Incoming RPG." The explosion rocked the truck, lifting the rear wheels off the ground before slamming them back down with a metallic groan. NASCAR, gripping the dashboard, gave it an approving smack. "Took a hit, but she's holding together. Tough old girl." From the back, Cruz's voice crackled over comms. "Armor took the brunt, but that shot was way too close to my position." Wolfson, scanning for targets, turned to Gabby with a sneer. "If your so-called friends are packing RPGs, they're walking corpses." She stayed silent, her eyes locking with Duff's as he twisted to see the chaos behind them. Squeeze launched another volley of grenades, the blasts shaking the hillside, but the enemy trucks kept coming unfazed. "Adjust your aim." "Squeeze!" Cruz snapped. "You're overshooting." Then Gordon's voice cut through the radio static. "Bravo 1 to all units. Packhorse 1 reports contact left." Enemy pickups dug into the mountainside, waiting for us. The Warhorse commander chimed in seconds later. "Alpha 2 to all roadblock ahead. Light 'em up, boys." Duff didn't need to say it. The realization hit everyone at once. It's an L-shaped ambush. Squeeze kept firing, the hollow thumps of grenades followed by distant explosions. Cruz whooped over the radio. "Got one." Squeeze grinned. Rear trucks toast, but Cruz wasn't celebrating for long. Took out their RPG guy, but the lead Vic's still rolling. Then 2 more rockets streaked from the hillside, arcing high before vanishing into the valley. A third struck the road ahead, showering the convoy with debris. Remick's voice was razor-sharp. "Charlie, cover the limo now." Duff didn't hesitate. "Packhorse 2, handle the rear," he turned to NASCAR. "Flank left, put us between the ambush and the VIP." NASCAR gunned it, swerving off-road onto rough terrain. The APC lurched violently, harnesses straining as bodies slammed against seats. Duff kept barking orders. "Squeeze, watch 9 o'clock for that ambush. Frenchie, cover him through the portside hatch." "Way ahead of you, boss," Frenchie muttered, rifle braced against the gun port. NASCAR expertly wedged their truck between Showhorse and the kill zone, bullets pinging off the armor. Squeeze lobbed more grenades while machine guns from other trucks raked the tree line. Then came the worst news yet. Alpha 2 here. Roads blocked. Massive logs. No way through. Remek's reply was ice cold. Then ram through or find another path. Negative, sir. These things are 2 feet thick. Even an APC can't. Gordon cut in. Can we blast them apart with high explosive rounds? The situation was turning into a nightmare. Clearing this roadblock would eat up precious time and resources. We're gonna burn through ammo and hours if we don't get those chainsaws up here now. Someone barked over the comms. Either we cut through this mess, or we're stuck turning back, and that's not an option with a cliff drop waiting behind us. Remek's voice crackled through the radio again, urgency sharp in his tone. Alpha 1 to Bravo 1, your team's got the saws in Packhorse 2. Move them past Warhorse and handle that damn obstacle. Gordon acknowledged with a quick copy that. He relayed orders to Duff, who signaled his driver to edge forward, letting Bravo 2's vehicle slide past on the left. The moment they rolled ahead, gunfire erupted. Bullets smacked against Crazy Horse's armor, and one punched straight into NASCAR's window. Packhorse 2 lurched up the steep incline, tires gripping at a near-impossible angle before leveling out and stopping beside Warhorse at the convoy's front. Behind Duff, Cruz muttered, "That pickup's still me-I." Either I took out the driver, or Duff cut in. Or they're hanging back to let their buddies move in. Frenchie's voice held disbelief. Are these Black Knights? Why would they invite us just to ambush? Gordon's transmission cut him off. Bravo's deploying 2 men with chainsaws. They need heavy cover. Remek's response was immediate over the gunfire. We'll lay down suppressing fire. Charlie, advance another 50 meters. Give those saw teams some armor on their left. They're on their own for fire from the opposite ridge. NASCAR gunned the engine, but his grip on the wheel was tense. Boss, not to state the obvious, but this was planned. Someone knew we were coming. He braked hard near Packhorse 2, where the road was choked with downed pines. 2 contractors bolted from their vehicle, chainsaws roaring to life as they dodged sporadic gunfire and dropped to their knees, blades biting into the logs. Duff keyed his mic, voice raw. Light up that hillside. Make them keep their damn heads down. The response was instant. Squeeze lobbed grenades, Frenchie and Cruz sprayed the tree line, and Wolfson scanned for targets across the valley. The firefight raged until Gordon updated, logs are halfway cut. Once they're through, we'll shove them aside with Packhorse 2, but it's not gonna be quick. Move faster, Bravo, Remek snapped. Fresh enemy rounds peppered the convoy. Squeeze ducked as an AK round ricocheted off the turret. These aren't some backwater militia. They're trained shooters. We're outnumbered, and they're not missing. Frenchie passed him the machine gun, and Squeeze rose again, laying down fire. With no targets on his side, Duff could only watch, jaw clenched, as bullets kicked up dirt near the exposed saw team. Frustration boiled over. He shoved his door open, stepped onto the running board, and leaned out, rifle braced against the roof just below Squeeze's turret. The air smelled of gunpowder and pine sap, and the mountain echoes turned every shot into thunder. Duffy squeezed the trigger of his AK-47, spraying bullets into the tree line overhead in a desperate bid to suppress the enemy fire. As he scanned the hillside, NASCAR's panicked voice crackled through the radio. Damn it! One of Bravo's guys just ate dirt. Clean headshot. Ducking back into the armored truck to reload, Duffy caught Gordon's transmission. Packhorse 2's got a casualty through the windshield. The headlights illuminated the fallen contractor curled on the ground, chainsaw abandoned beside him while his teammates scrambled for cover. Frenchie's voice cut in, urgent. Boss, I can patch him up. Grabbing the radio, Duffy barked, Bravo 1, our medic's en route. We're 20 meters back on your left. Remek's command sliced through. Negative, Crazy Horse holds position. Protect the limo at all costs. Medic goes on foot, but that gun truck stays put and keeps firing. No movement authorized. Cruz exploded from the back seat. We're already a damn bullet magnet. This is garbage. Frenchie stayed calm. I'll drop through the floor hatch, sprint to the barricade, and stabilize him. Duffy's heart hammered so violently he wondered if it might give out. Swallowing hard, he shut it down. Frenchie? No. What? I'm the closest medic they've got, and you're not crossing 20 meters of open kill zone? Another Bravo operator radioed in. Voice tight. Bravo 8. To all units, obstacles cleared. Push through. But heads up, Bravo 4's key IA, I'm hauling him back to. Remick roared over him. Leave the body and get in your damn truck. I'm not abandoning, move, or we roll right over you. We are X-filing now. Inside Crazy Horse, gunfire and shouts filled the cabin as the team laid down suppressing fire. Frenchie slammed his rifle stock against the floor in frustration. Duffy gripped his shoulder. Nothing you could have done now. Get back on that gun and light 'em up. Remick's voice returned, cold. Bravo, push your second vehicle through those logs. Clear us a path. Gordon's response was hollow. Copy. The loss of another man had clearly rattled him, but he stayed in the fight. Packhorse 2 lurched forward, its surviving operator dragging his dead teammate toward the truck while shoving aside the split logs. The man ducked under the vehicle, tossed up a chainsaw, then braved the gunfire again to haul the body forward. Cruz's warning came sharp. Boss, more vehicles inbound 50 meters behind us, Duffy exhaled. Must have pissed 'em off good if they're calling in backup. Squeeze, reloading his MK-48, snorted into the comms. Backup? Thought we were up here bustin' hillbilly drug runners. Since when do they got? His voice cut off, then a raw scream. RPG, South Haste. Duffy yanked his door shut just as the explosion rocked the night. Shrapnel and flames pelted the truck. For a heartbeat, he thought Crazy Horse had taken the hit until he saw Packhorse 2 engulfed in fire, its undercarriage spewing flames. His breath caught. Jesus. Duff watched in disbelief as Packhorse 2 erupted in a catastrophic explosion, the blast wave shaking Crazy Horse violently. The armored vehicle's windshield spiderwebbed under the shock, and even with his noise-canceling headset, Duff's ears throbbed from the deafening roar. When the smoke finally thinned, the wreckage was unrecognizable. No one could have survived that. Bravo 8, who had been hauling a fallen comrade toward the hatch, had vanished, likely thrown clear by the force of the detonation. The radio stayed eerily silent for a long moment before Gordon's voice cut through the static, calling out for missing teammates. Gabby unbuckled her harness and peered through the fractured glass, whispering a prayer under her breath. The gunfire outside intensified, and new orders crackled over the comms. Wolfson, positioned just behind Duff, radioed in, insisting on checking for survivors. Duff shut him down immediately. There was no point. But Wolfson wasn't backing down, even as enemy rounds hammered the side of their vehicle. They're gone, Duff barked. Stay inside. The burning wreck of Packhorse 2 cast an eerie glow across the mountainside, illuminating the chaos. Duff forced himself to focus, ordering the convoy forward while his men argued about retrieving the dead. Remick's refusal was absolute. No stops, no risks. Squeeze cursed over the radio, ready to defy orders, but Duff held firm. We keep moving, he snapped, his voice raw with frustration. As the motorcade broke through the ambush, the gunfire faded. Crews confirmed the enemy had vanished, likely retreating to their fortified positions. The tension inside Crazy Horse was suffocating. Gabby broke the silence, voicing what they all suspected. This wasn't just random violence. If the Black Knights were behind the attack, then the mission was already compromised. Wolfson shot her a sharp look, but the truth hung heavy in the air. Whatever welcome they'd expected, it had turned to blood and fire. Nobody gives a damn, she muttered, yet pressed on. With numbers like these, it's gotta be the Black Knights, unless some rival crew slipped past both them and the Sinaloas. And let's be real, nobody else has operated this far north in years. Inside Crazy Horse, the men's griping had turned into a chorus of frustration. Duff recognized it for what it was, fear masquerading as anger. He felt it too, watching that many contractors go down in one ambush. It made pushing forward feel like a death wish, but he kept his doubts to himself, shutting down the chatter with a sharp order to reload and stay sharp. The hum of the engine filled the silence until NASCAR's voice crackled over the comms. Gordon's team got hit hard. Bravo's down to 3. Just him and 2 guys left in Packhorse 1. Duff exhaled. Yeah, poor bastard. Cruz wasn't having it. We keep going. We're dead. Flores said it. No one else up here has the numbers except the damn Black Knights, and who else knew we were coming? Duff shared the unease, but couldn't show it. We've rolled through a dozen towns. Any local with a phone could have tipped off half the cartels in the spine. He cut Cruz off before another protest. Remick's calling the shots. He'll decide if we bail or push through. Squeeze snorted. Bail now and kiss 2 weeks' pay goodbye. Damn right I'm here for the money. NASCAR shot back. Wolfson echoed him, but Cruz just shook his head. Those 5 guys in Bravo, they were here for the paycheck too. Look how that worked out. The rest of the drive passed in tense, quiet tires crunching over the mountain road. Oscar Cardoza lounged on his hotel balcony, swirling cheap scotch in his glass. 4th pour of the night, and it still tasted like gasoline. He'd kill for a decent Macallan, but this backwater only stocked Buchanan's, 12-year-old swill that burned going down. Below, the town square slept under dim streetlights, the mountains a jagged shadow in the distance. No gunfire reached him, but he knew the fight was on. 75 sicarios dug in against 21 armored contractors. The Americans might survive, but at what cost? If they turned tail now, everything he'd built would collapse. The thought twisted his gut, but losing control wasn't an option. Smashing the furniture or screaming curses would only tip off the Black Knights. So he drank, waiting for word, either from Lobo with the Zetas or his mole in the convoy, 2 sides clashing blind to the puppet master pulling their strings. He capped the bottle, debating whether to fake sleep when his phone buzzed. Cardoza dragged the blanket over his head, muffling his voice as he answered. The game wasn't over yet. Oscar Cardoza kept his voice low and measured as he spoke to the caller, his responses detached yet calculated. The moment he ended the first call, his phone vibrated again. Without hesitation, he answered with a quiet, "Yeah?" Cardoza? The voice belonged to Lobo, just as he'd anticipated. "Still here," Cardoza replied dryly. "Same place as last time. Cinco Lagrimas, hotel room. Care to explain how things went sideways?" Lobo's tone was tense. "We hit the motorcade? And?" 11 of my men are dead or injured. Took down at least as many of theirs." Cardoza scoffed. "Try 4. One of your RPG teams got lucky, hit an exposed hatch, turned a truck into scrap metal." A pause. "How the hell do you know that?" Cardoza's voice dripped with icy condescension. "Because I know everything, and now the security team's on high alert. The Black Knights are hunting you. The UN's sniffing around, wondering if this was some cartel power play, exactly what I warned you about." Lobo's bravado didn't waver, even after losing a chunk of his men. "We'll wipe them out, every last one. The Black Knights won't find us. We'll regroup, fortify, and finish the job." "Sounds familiar," Cardoza mused. "Pretty sure you said that last time. Go to hell." Cardoza rolled his eyes, wiping sweat from his brow. The room was stifling. "Maybe I should take my business to the Sinaloans instead. Cut you out completely." Lobo fired back instantly. "Maybe I should pay your ex-wife a visit, slit her throat." "Divorced, unfortunately," Cardoza said, twisting the wedding ring still on his finger. "Do what you want, you'd be doing me a favor." "We're the damn Zetas, you idiot." Cardoza smirked. "Right now, you're 64 men in hostile territory. One call from me and the Black Knights, with their army of sicarios, will turn you into a footnote. Or better yet, I'll dial up my new buddy, Rafa Archuleta." He let the silence stretch, savoring Lobo's simmering rage before continuing. If you don't follow my orders to the letter, you'll die in the devil's spine, and if by some miracle you make it back to Juarez, your own bosses will butcher you for breaking our deal. He expected a furious outburst, but the line stayed quiet. Satisfied, Cardoza wrapped it up. Head north of Cinco Lagrimas. Stay off the roads. Wait for my signal. And this time, don't screw it up. I'm not scared of you. Of course not. You're not smart enough for that. But you're terrified of your bosses, seen what they do to traitors. You're just smart enough to know you don't want to end up dissolved in a barrel of acid. So you'll obey, won't you? The line went dead, but Cardoza wasn't concerned. Lobo would fall in line. His survival depended on it. Hours later, the remaining vehicles of the armored Saint convoy pulled into a secluded poppy field, the blooms glowing faintly under the moonlight. The spot gave them a clear view of the valley's winding road, while the towering cliffs at their backs shielded them from ambush. They positioned the gun trucks, engines idling, facing the open expanse ahead. The night was far from over. Remick instructed the team to keep headlights and white lights off, with everyone using red-filtered headlamps to maintain night vision. Sentries occupied every turret except Showhorse, equipped with night vision goggles and poised with hands resting on their mounted machine guns. The atmosphere was heavy as the team leaders wandered through the poppy field, lost in thought, while security personnel set up tents, prepped meals, or unrolled sleeping bags. Nearby, Duff noticed a Bravo team member quietly crying inside Packhorse One's open hatch. Remick crouched alone near the road, speaking in hushed tones to Armored Saints headquarters over the phone. Duff tried to engage Gordon in conversation, but his old friend dismissed him with a muttered excuse about weapon maintenance. Frustrated, Duff returned to Crazy Horse, where Squeeze manned the turret while Wolfson, Frenchie, and Cruz tore into MREs. Gabby Flores struggled to read a map under the dim red glow of her headlamp. Exhausted, Duff wanted nothing more than to collapse into his seat. But Flores's nonstop chatter had worn him out. Instead, he circled the vehicle with NASCAR, inspecting the armor for damage. The RPG strike had left a jagged scar in the rear plating, just below the ballistic glass Cruz had been peering through. The impact had narrowly missed, causing catastrophic damage, something NASCAR pointed out with grim admiration. "These guys don't miss," he muttered, tracing the dent with his glove. Duff nodded, noting the dozens of bullet marks peppering the truck, most of them superficial. When Remick finally ended his call, he ordered an urgent meeting in Showhorse. Duff asked if Flores could join, but Remick ignored the request and moved on. Minutes later, Duff and Gordon sat inside the limo, the hatches sealed to allow white light. Gordon looked hollow, his usual confidence gone, his rifle resting limply between his knees. Michelle LaRue and Reinhard Helm entered, deep in discussion, followed by the Mexican officials, Minister Herrera and Adnan Rodriguez, who stashed a backpack under the bench. The principals offered condolences, but Duff barely registered their words. His focus was on Gordon, wondering how it felt to lose 5 men in a single day. The weight of the mission pressed down on them all. The poppy field, now a silent witness to their exhaustion and grief. Gordon barely registered the condolences offered to him, his gaze fixed on Rodriguez with an intensity that didn't go unnoticed by Duff, though Rodriguez himself remained oblivious. The tension in the armored vehicle thickened as Remick climbed back inside and sealed the hatch. Both Duff and Gordon straightened, their focus sharpening as the discussion resumed. The VIPs offered another round of sympathy, this time directed at Remick, before Deputy Director Helm cut to the chase. "So, Remick, who do you think hit us tonight?" The agent in charge removed his headset, wiping sweat from his brow before running a hand through his short hair. "This wasn't the Black Knights," he said firmly. Michelle LaRue nodded sharply. "Absolutely not." Duff, who had planned to stay quiet, couldn't hold back. "How can you be so sure?" Rodriguez answered instead of Remick. "The Black Knights need us here, Duffy. They wouldn't sabotage their own survival." "Then who did?" Duff pressed. Minister Herrera leaned forward. "Sinaloa. They're trying to stop the peace deal," Duff scoffed. "How would Sinaloa even know about the motorcade's route, unless the Black Knights tipped them off or someone else did?" He was echoing Gabby's earlier suspicions, but the logic was solid. LaRue shook her head dismissively. "Sinaloa used to control these mountains. They still have fighters here. We just stumbled into them. They probably thought we were the Knights." Duff exhaled in frustration. "You really think the Black Knights roll around in armored vehicles? They use pickups, just like the guys who ambushed us. That attack was planned. They knew exactly who we were." LaRue turned to Remick, her tone dripping with condescension. "With all due respect, some of your men sound like they're looking for an excuse to bail. You came for a fight? Now you're scared of one?" Remick's jaw tightened. Nobody's backing out. But Duff wasn't done. "Sir, the unit we faced tonight was leagues ahead of the amateurs we ran into earlier? If those were Sinaloa, then this was something else." Remick shut him down. "We're proceeding with the mission as planned." Duff tried one last angle. "What about Dr. Flores? She knows these mountains better than anyone here." LaRue scoffed. "She's an anthropologist, not a strategist. She understands the cartels." Duff countered, but LaRue waved him off like an annoying fly. Duff clenched his fists. 5 men were dead, and these bureaucrats were treating security concerns like an inconvenience. Before he could argue further, Reinhard Helm's accented voice cut through the tension. "If the Black Knights wanted us dead, they'd wait until we reached their stronghold, where they'd outnumber us 50 to 1. The unspoken question hung in the air, so why attack us now?" Gordon tossed his dirty shirt aside and pulled on a fresh gray thermal, careful not to tangle his headlamp in the fabric. The red glow cast eerie shadows across his exhausted face as he strapped his armor back on. 5 men gone in 3 days, he muttered, his voice hollow. "You ever seen anything like this, Duff?" Duff shook his head, though Gordon probably couldn't see it in the dark. "Not your fault, man. Just shit luck. But we gotta stay sharp. No other way out of this." Gordon barked a bitter laugh. "Sharp? The only game here is who dies next, and my team's leading by a mile." Duff didn't have a response for that. Instead, he clapped Gordon on the shoulder. "We'll rally. We always do." Gordon adjusted his headset, then grabbed his radio from the open hatch of the armored vehicle. They knew we were rolling in. That ambush wasn't random. It was planned. Duff nodded. 3-pronged attack, machine guns pre-positioned, RPGs fired like they were handing out candy. That's not a lucky strike. That's someone who knew exactly what we were driving. Gordon's headlamp bobbed as he leaned in. "And you mentioned an informant earlier. I think you're right." "And I think he's riding with us?" Duff frowned. "In the convoy, that's a hell of an accusation." "Think about it," Gordon pressed. "Your truck took an RPG to the rear armor, right? Yeah, almost punched through a gun port. Mine got hit low like they were aiming for the tires. Warhorse has a fresh scar just above the wheel. Well, and Packhorse too well. We saw what happened there." Duff exhaled sharply. The pieces were falling into place, and none of them painted a pretty picture. Someone had sold them out, and that someone was still breathing the same air. Gordon slid his radio back into its pouch on his tactical vest, then shot Duff a sideways glance. "Nice work out there. Clean shots." Duff smirked. Clean enough to make a difference. Gordon fished out a pinch of chewing tobacco, tucked it into his cheek, and wiped his fingers on his pants. "Just checked the limo," he said, voice low. "Bullet holes, sure, but no RPG damage, not a single hit." Duff exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You kidding me? Luck's a fickle thing in this line of work. Guy beside you catches a round, you walk away clean, whole convoy rolls through, then boom, one truck eats an IED. Since when does any of this add up?" Gordon moved in closer, dropping his voice to a murmur. "Here's what's eating at me that night at the hotel." Rodriguez ducked out, right before the shooting started. "Convenient, huh?" And today, dude carried his backpack into show horse like it was his damn lifeline. Why? They were standing in a field. Then he tucked it under his seat like he was hiding a body. Duff's brow furrowed. You seriously think the Mexican deputy's aide is running intel? Gordon spat, shrugged. I think if we toss that slick suit of his, we'll find a phone he shouldn't have. Duff rubbed his temples. Gordon was spiraling, but he wasn't entirely wrong. Fine, we take it to Remick. Gordon slung his rifle behind his back, barrel down. Or, he said, eyes locked on the armored vehicle in the distance, we get proof first. Before Duff could argue, Gordon was already marching toward show horse, cursing under his breath. Duff jogged after him. Inside the dimly lit APC, the four officials sat hunched over MREs, the glow of red headlamps casting long shadows. Michelle LaRue lowered her water bottle as the two men loomed in the doorway. Something you need? Just routine, Gordon lied smoothly. Rayenhart Helm frowned. Routine what? Without warning, Gordon flicked on his flashlight, blasting the beam straight into Rodriguez's face. The man flinched, frozen like a deer in headlights. Step out, bring the bag. Silence. Then Helm's voice boomed. Explain yourself. Gordon kept the light steady. Not your problem. Everything here is my problem. Rodriguez's hands trembled slightly as he glanced at the others. Pleading, desperate. Duff's stomach dropped. Oh, hell. He's guilty. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. I get that you Mexicans love your heat, Gordon sneered, but have you ever taken a face full of pepper spray? Herrera's voice cracked with indignation. This is completely unacceptable, LaRue chimed in, his tone sharp. Are you out of your mind? Point that damn light somewhere else? Gordon didn't budge, and Duff hung back, watching closely. Adnan Rodriguez reached for a backpack, not the one he'd carried in earlier. Gordon missed the switch, but Duff didn't. His instinct kicked in, and suddenly he was all in. He flicked on his own flashlight, the beam landing squarely on the right bag. That's the one we need to check. Bring it here, sir. Rodriguez hesitated, his reluctance barely concealed, before grabbing the pack and stepping out. Gordon snatched it from him and tossed it to Duff, then spun Rodriguez around, shoving him against the armored vehicle. Hands on the metal, spread your legs. The other officials erupted in protest, but the contractors moved with such practiced authority that their objections barely registered. Duff's fingers worked through the bag, his pulse quickening with every second. If this turned up empty, Remick would tear him apart. Clothes, notebooks, meds, then his fingers brushed a zippered pocket, something solid. He yanked it open and pulled out a satellite phone. Take a look at this, Mike. Gordon stepped back, rifle swaying against his chest. Thuriah Hughes, old but reliable. Ain't that right, Rodriguez? The man's shocked expression didn't fool Duff for a second. Remick stormed into the red-lit scene, his face twisted in fury. What the hell is this? Gordon didn't miss a beat. Rodriguez was packing a sat phone, probably his little hotline to the outside. Rodriguez stammered. No, I swear. Shut your mouth, Remick roared, snatching the phone. He wheeled on Herrera. You knew about this? The deputy secretary looked genuinely stunned. Adnan, what is this? Rodriguez's voice cracked. I promise, I only used it to... Gordon slammed him against the truck. English, now! Tears welled in Rodriguez's eyes. It's a girl, in Mexico City. She's pregnant. I just wanted to check on her. Herrera's expression darkened. You're married. Rodriguez winced. It's complicated, but I swear I haven't betrayed anyone. Remick barked into the darkness. Alpha 2, a shadowy figure emerged, and Remick tossed him the phone. Go through every call. I want answers. Rodriguez stiffened as the team member moved toward Warhorse to check the call logs. I swear on my life, he insisted, his voice tight. I haven't jeopardized anything. He shot Herrera a pleading look. Deputy Secretary, you know, I was the one who set this whole operation in motion. Herrera cut him off with a dismissive wave, addressing Remick instead. My apologies for this oversight. My assistant may be reckless, but he's no traitor. His glare at Rodriguez sharpened. Just an idiot. Remick exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. You're second in command, Herrera, and you're telling me you had zero clue? None. I trusted the security measures. I assumed we all did. After a tense pause, Remick motioned to his team. We're searching everyone's gear. One more unauthorized device, and this mission is over. As Duff and Gordon rummaged through bags, Gabby Flores arrived. Her brow furrowed. Duff filled her in, while Rodriguez slumped against the APC door, ignored by everyone but Herrera, who kept shooting him venomous looks. The search dragged on, 10 agonizing minutes, until Alpha 2's voice crackled over the comms. Boss, Duff relayed, the messages are gone, but he sent 5 today. Last one 2 hours back, all to the same 667 number. Gabby's breath hitched. Culiacan, she whispered. That's Sinaloa cartel territory. Remick's gaze locked onto Rodriguez. So, who's your contact in Sinaloa? Rodriguez lurched forward. What? I didn't. Gordon moved like lightning. His fist connected with Rodriguez's jaw, sending him sprawling. Duff yanked Gordon back as he roared, This rat got my team slaughtered. And now the cartel knows everything, our route, our firepower, our damn breakfast orders. We're walking into a graveyard. Remick grabbed Gordon's vest, snarling, Congrats, hotshot. Now we'll never know who he was talking to. Duff stepped between them, his voice low. Sir, this is over. We need to abort. But Remick shook his head. Not a chance. The Black Knights already had intel. They didn't need a mole. His jaw clenched, which means someone else is playing games. Note, added tension through sharper dialogue beats, emphasized Rodriguez's isolation, and introduced the twist of a potential third party manipulating events. Rodriguez was clearly feeding information to someone who wanted this mission to fail. Another shadowy figure lurked on this mountain, determined to stop them. With the Black Knights just hours away, reaching their camp by morning would mean safety. At least for now. Flores exchanged a glance with Duff before nodding in agreement. Turning back means running that deadly gauntle again. Our odds aren't great either way, but sticking with Los Caballeros Negros might be the lesser evil. Remick wasted no time. Rodriguez is getting zip-tied and tossed into Warhorse. He can ride up front as our unwelcome navigator. He signaled 2 Alpha operatives to haul the compromised diplomat away. The UN reps stayed quiet, but Herrera finally spoke up. Senor Remick, I must protest. Security's my call. You want to reach those negotiations alive? We do this my way? Herrera sighed. Fine. But the Black Knights can't know about Rodriguez. If they discover a traitor in our ranks, any trust we've built vanishes. Remick smirked. They're expecting 4 delegates, not 3. I'll stash Rodriguez out of sight, but you'd better cook up a convincing story about where he went. Herrera waved a hand dismissively. Consider it handled. Remick turned to Gordon, his tone sharp. Mike, this mission isn't over. I need you focused on your men, your vehicle, and the job understood. Gordon gave a firm nod. Loud and clear, boss, just needed to vent. I'm locked in. With a final glance at Duffy, Remick jerked his chin. Sort him out. Duff clapped Gordon on the shoulder. Let's get you back to your ride, Gordo. Flores trailed behind as they moved out. Meanwhile, Nicole Duffy stood in a dimly lit gym at Northern Virginia Community College, mechanically sorting cleaning supplies for her night crew. Her hands moved on autopilot, but her thoughts were miles away, somewhere in the mountains with Josh. Midnight had come and gone, and this was her second job since clocking in at 7. First, the bank in Rosslyn. Now the college gym, next a penthouse in Crystal City for a pre-listing scrub down. 6 a.m. couldn't come soon enough. She grabbed her caddy and slipped into the men's locker room, bracing for the usual mess. Surprisingly, it wasn't a disaster. She attacked the mirrors first, the rhythmic swipe of her rag almost soothing. 3 hours of waiting for Josh's call had left her wired, every minute dragged. Just as she sprayed foam into the shower grout, her earbud chirped. Heart pounding, she bolted for the gym, desperate for better reception. "Josh!" Silence, then his voice ragged. "Yeah, it's me." Her stomach dropped. "What happened?" "We got hammered tonight, Nick, worse than before." She sank onto the bleachers, the polished court gleaming under harsh lights. Another ambush? Mobile pursuit pushed us straight into a kill zone, dozens of them military-grade gear tactics. Like they knew exactly where we'd be. His words hung heavy, the unspoken fear between them louder than any gunfire. Josh's voice was tense as he delivered the grim update. "We're all right on my team, and Alpha Squad made it through with the VIPs intact." A heavy silence hung between them before he continued. "But one of Bravo Team's armored vehicles took a direct hit. Hatch was open when the RPG struck. We lost 4 more of Mike's guys." Nicole felt the tears coming before she could stop them, her throat tightening as grief and fear crashed over her. She swiped at her cheeks, voice trembling. "5 dead, Josh? You need to extract now. Get your team out of there." "It's not that simple," he shot back, frustration bleeding through. One of the Mexican diplomats had a hidden satellite phone. "We're pretty sure he was feeding intel to the Sinaloa cartel. They're pushing for the military to sweep in and wipe out the Black Knights." Her hands clenched into fists. "So the people you're protecting are selling you out?" The words came out sharper than she intended, bouncing off the gym walls. "Forget the mission. Turn around and come home. Even if we wanted to, backtracking means running the same gauntlet we barely survived," he countered. "And pushing forward? No idea what's waiting for us." "What about the quick reaction force?" she pressed. Remick called it in. "They have to be close." Josh's silence was deafening. Finally, he exhaled. "There is no QRF, Nikki. We're on our own." The weight of it hit her like a punch to the gut. Her vision blurred as she stared blankly across the room, her mind racing. "You're telling me the Mexican army won't even?" "Not by air. Intel says there are surface-to-air missiles hidden in these mountains. Ground forces won't reach us for a day. And by then, the Black Knights will light them up, and us along with them." His voice hardened. "Our only shot is to keep moving." "This is suicide," she whispered. A burst of static cut through as another transmission crackled over Josh's radio. She caught fragments. Orders to rotate, watch shifts, a pre-dawn briefing. His attention snapped back to her, voice softening. "I have to go. Kiss the kids for me, and pray, Josh," but the line was dead. 45 minutes later, Nicole wasn't cleaning locker rooms. She was hunched over a library computer. Google Maps splashed across the screen, scribbling notes on a legal pad. Armored Saint's shady international track record glared back at her from the monitor. Desperation clawed at her until an idea sparked. A long shot, but her only shot. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up a name she hadn't thought of in years. The phone rang twice before a familiar voice answered. "Henderson Aviation." "Max? It's Nicky Duffy." "A beat, Nicky. Who?" She winced. "Nickel Duffy, sorry. We knew each other as Captain Martin." Recognitions dawned, "Ma'am." His tone shifted instantly. Note, continued text adheres to the same rewrite principles, restructured dialogue, deepened emotional beats, and tightened pacing while preserving the original narrative. "Damn, it's been ages. How have you been holding up?" "Can't complain. You?" "Living the dream." "Good to hear your voice, Wait. You still in Virginia? It's gotta be after midnight there." She exhaled. "Ran into Chief Brunetti last year, still with the battalion." "Small world, I bumped into Scotty a few months back. He said you were in El Paso running that aviation outfit you always talked about." "Spot on, 5 birds leased, but still we operate out of El Paso and Tucson, 8 pilots plus me." Contracts with DHS, Commerce, you name it, mostly Central and South America now. Not exactly dodging RPGs in Kandahar, but it pays the bills. His voice carried that familiar mix of pride and nostalgia. Perfect. You're exactly who I need to talk to. Me? About what? Need intel on Mexico? Specifically the Sierra Madre? Heard things are heating up. He let out a low whistle. That's a no-fly zone for me. Black Knights and Sinaloa cartel duking it out, and the army's about to roll in guns blazing. You planning a scenic getaway? Funny. More like damage control. Any word on a UN peace deal? Not my pay grade. I just fly the boxes where they tell me. If it's hush-hush, I'll hear it on CNN like everyone else. She tapped her fingers on the table. Where do they send you down there? Depends. I'm hauling cargo to Hermosillo day after tomorrow for one of the alphabet agencies. Why the interest? Silence. Then, Josh is down there, contract work for the UN. Please tell me he's not in the Sierra Madres. Worse, he's with Armored Saint. Jesus? Why? Her voice cracked. Because he's backed into a corner, Chief. Another pause, heavier. Look, I know an exec at AS's Dallas HQ. I'll poke around, but if Josh is in the thick of it, he already knows more than I will. Knowing Josh, he's feeding me the PG-13 version. 5 contractors dead in a week. He says they're safe now, but you're not the type to sit still while he's in the crosshairs. She pinched the bridge of her nose. I just need the truth. Copy that. I'll see what I can dig up. The call ended. Nicole Duffy stared at the locker room door, the smell of bleach suddenly overwhelming. Dawn crept over the camp, thick with the weight of last night's bloodshed. Gunners blinked against fatigue, scanning the valley while their minds replayed the carnage. Around them, men packed gear as the VIPs groaned awake. Another cold night, another MRE breakfast. Gordon checked his rig. Down to 2 contractors now. Duff kept his distance from Dr. Flores. Her doomsday chatter was the last thing he needed. The air smelled like gunpowder and dread. The 4 remaining Armored Saint vehicles were loaded and prepped to move out by dawn, just as the team leaders wrapped up their strategy session. Duff walked back to Crazy Horse to find Frenchie waiting with a steaming thermos. Rise and shine, Chief, brewed this sludge on the camp stove. Instant garbage, but it'll get your heart racing. Duff grabbed the thermos and took a cautious sip, then winced. Okay, I take it back. Some coffee is that bad. Frenchie smirked. Told ya. Wolfson was perched on the turret, but Duff waved him down and gathered the team around the hood of Crazy Horse. Once everyone was in place, he laid out the plan. Listen up. Remick just gave the green light. We roll out in 10 minutes. ETA to the target location is around 1100 hours. Wolfson frowned. And where exactly are we headed? Duff glanced at Herrera's latest intel. We push north on this route, then cut east a few clicks to a village called 5 Tiers. We're to park in the town square and hold position. Cruz crossed his arms. Hold for what? Squeeze snorted. Knowing our luck, another ambush. Ignoring the comment, Duff pressed on. Black Knight's leadership will show eventually, probably with a heavy security detail. Once they arrive, the VIPs will meet with them in some government building off the square. He turned to Gabby. You ever been there? She nodded. 5 Tiers is just over the border in Chihuahua. I passed through years ago during college. Small place, colonial-style square tucked into a gorge, but still high up in the Sierra, surrounded by cliffs, feels like a bowl, about 10 miles from the canyon's edge. Frenchie raised an eyebrow. What canyon? Gabby grinned. Mexicillo. Deeper than anything you've seen, 8,000 feet straight down. NASCAR let out a low whistle. That's a whole damn mountain upside down. Cruz tilted his head. Why 5 Tiers? That's an odd name. Gabby shrugged. No clue. Maybe some old legend. Or maybe the locals just cry a lot. NASCAR joked, earning a few chuckles. Duff brought the focus back. Point is, it's tight terrain, plenty of blind spots if things go south. Remick wants us locked and loaded. If the Knights start trouble, Alpha secures the VIPs, and we bug out fast, clear. Gabby didn't look convinced. 4 armored trucks won't stop a full cartel assault. Duff exhaled sharply. They're not tanks, Gabby, but they're better than nothing. He forced confidence into his voice, though even he wasn't buying it. The 5-hour drive was brutal, rutted roads, rattling bones and fraying nerves. The team rode in tense silence, the memory of last night's ambush fresh, the gnawing suspicion of a mole feeding intel to the enemy. 17 men in 4 trucks weren't exactly an army, and if the Black Knights came at them hard, they'd be outgunned in seconds. Duff fought exhaustion, gulping the last of Frenchie's bitter coffee, his eyes darting between his sector and the road ahead, ready to snap alert if NASCAR's focus wavered. Just past 1,100, NASCAR pointed through the windshield. "Boss, check it out." Up ahead, Pack Horse 1 lurched off the dirt trail and onto smooth, fresh pavement. NASCAR grinned. Now that's what I call a road. Gabby Flores leaned forward from the back seat, her voice cutting through the tension. "I'll take a quiet ride for once. We've been bouncing around like popcorn in a microwave these past few days." As Crazy Horse hit the paved road, the ride smoothed out and Remick's voice crackled over the radio announcing their approach to the town. Squeeze, perched beside Frenchie, didn't waste a second before throwing open his hatch and keying the comms. "Locked and loaded on the 48. Just waiting for some idiot to—" "Stand down," Duff cut in. "If things go south, let them make the first mistake. We finish it." "Like hell, I'm gonna sit here playing target practice," Squeeze shot back. "Nobody's asking you to keep your cool and call out what you see. Copy that, 11B. Duff clenched his jaw, but kept his eyes on the road ahead. The town unfolded around the next bend, colonial buildings with crisp white walls, streets lined with parked trucks, bougainvillea spilling over wrought iron gates. Not a soul in sight, no movement, no noise, just eerie stillness. Charlie teams scan everything, windows, rooftops, alleys, assume nothing. Cinco Lagrimas was unlike any place they'd passed through. No trash, no decay, just an unsettling postcard-perfect facade. Remick's voice broke the silence. "Alpha 2, what's your sitrep?" Warhorse responded. "One armed male, doorway position, rifle slung, no hostile intent. Mark every armed contact," Alpha 1 ordered. Squeeze, scanning from the turret, muttered, "Weird, we're only spotting one of Archuleta's guys, right?" Wolfson chimed in. "Second gunner, 5 o'clock, second floor, brown building with the Coke sign." "All the buildings are brown," Cruz pointed out. Frenchie added, "2 more in the alley to our left, just standing there." Duff frowned. "What's their play?" "Watching like we're the main event," Cruz said. NASCAR's voice cut through. "Tango in the church bell tower, 11 o'clock. Duff confirmed the sighting just as Remick's update came through. "Multiple armed contacts in the square, no aggression yet. They knew we were coming. Stay sharp, we'll loop the square and park as directed." Squeeze scoffed. "More gunners behind us, just strolling like they own the damn street." Gabby smirked. "They do. The Black Knights run this place. No trash, no crime, just order." Wolfson snorted. "Yeah, real upstanding citizens running a cartel. Means no pickpockets or carjackings," Gabby clarified. NASCAR grinned. "Great. Maybe I'll leave my doors unlocked." The convoy rolled slowly around the square before pulling up to the municipal building. As the lead vehicles parked, Duff signaled NASCAR. "Hold us behind Pack Horse 1, Squeeze couldn't resist. "Hey, TL, can we drop the 1? It's not like we've got spares lying around," Duff exhaled, rubbing his temples. Some things never changed. NASCAR brought the truck to a halt after driving nonstop for more than 5 hours. "Keep the engine idling, boss?" he asked, gripping the wheel. "Absolutely," Duff replied, "at least for the moment." Remick radioed the rest of the convoy to hold position. Nobody stepped out of the armored vehicles. They just sat there, engines growling, parked near a deserted town square with a dry fountain at its center. Every gun port was open, every pair of eyes scanning the surroundings, each armed figure lurking in the streets, perched in windows, or crouched on rooftops was counted and reported by one of the team members. Duff estimated at least 20 gunmen, but they seemed completely at ease. Probably, he thought, because they didn't see 4 armored trucks as a real threat. That kind of confidence only made sense if there were way more than 20 AK-toting guys waiting in the wings. After a tense 5-minute standstill, Remick's voice crackled over the radio. "All call signs, listen up. Minister Herrera is negotiating with the Black Knights. We've got the green light to dismount." A brief pause, then he continued. "Charlie 1, Alpha 1 VIPs are moving to Crazy Horse. You're on principal protection detail while Alpha coordinates security outside. Escort them into the municipal building. Locals will handle the search. Follow their lead. Report any problems. We'll switch positions after I meet with BK Security in the park." Duff keyed his mic. "They're searching us, sir." "Confirmed. The advanced team wants to check for cameras and recording devices. They've agreed not to confiscate weapons, so stay cool. This was part of the deal." "Copy that," Duff muttered, though the idea sat wrong with him. Behind him, Wolfson groaned, "Great, now we get frisked by a bunch of trigger-happy thugs. NASCAR killed the engine, hand hovering near the door handle. Not exactly my favorite part of the job." Duff shot him a dry look. "Oh, so the rest of this mission's been a real vacation for you?" The Alabama-born driver just shrugged. "Fair enough." Duff shoved his door open. "Squeeze, stay on the machine gun. Everyone else, move out. Dr. Flores, stick to me like glue, except if bullets start flying, then you run fast. Head straight back to Crazy Horse. Don't wait for orders. My guys will find you." Gabby nodded. "Understood." She and 5 men from Charlie team met the VIPs in the street, then started toward the municipal building. Armed men loitered on the steps. But the door was open, and none of them looked hostile. Still, Duff and his team kept their hands near their rifles. Gabby stayed close, just as instructed, so close that Duff leaned in and whispered, "What's your read on these guys?" "Cartel muscle," she murmured. "Estacas, not sicarios." Duff frowned. "I know sicarios. What's an estaca?" "Means fence post, low-tier enforcers. Less training, but dangerous because they're reckless, undisciplined, and probably dumb as rocks." Duff finished. Gabby arched a brow. "So you do know estacas?" Duff let out a humorless chuckle. "Doc, every country I've worked, including mine, has guys like this. Amateurs with guns, desperate to impress some warlord." "Yeah, I know, fence posts. My whole damn career's been dodging them." As they reached the sidewalk, Gabby glanced at the darkening sky. "Rain's coming." Duff frowned. "What?" She tilted her head up. "A lot of it." The afternoon skies in this region were known for sudden downpours during this season, but Michelle LaRue scoffed at the idea as she followed close behind. "Not a single cloud up there," she muttered. Gabby, however, insisted, "Rain's coming." The group ascended the stairs, with Wolfson and Frenchie leading the way. They disappeared inside briefly before reappearing, their expressions sharp and alert. Reinhard Helm moved beside Duffy as they entered, lowering his voice. "This next part won't be pleasant. Your team ready for some uncomfortable but necessary steps to keep things moving?" Duffy kept his tone steady. "We'll cooperate. Just don't touch our weapons, gear, or comms." LaRue cut in, her voice edged with authority. "This was handled way above your clearance, Duffy. Play along?" They moved down a narrow hallway where armed men stood guard outside a door. Duffy bristled. "With all due respect, ma'am, I don't interfere with your refugee operations. Internally displaced persons," LaRue corrected sharply. "IDPs, not refugees. There's a difference," Helm intervened. "Michelle, drop it." Duffy stepped forward, sizing up the security detail, young, well-equipped, their rifles fitted with high-end optics, their gear pristine. Behind him, Squeeze muttered, Well, damn, we just met the elite squad. The Black Knights fanned out, weapons slung but hands ready. One barked an order in Spanish, "Manos arriba!" and Gabby translated, raising her own hands. The rest followed, though Duffy added, "Hands up, but if they go for your weapons, push back." LaRue snapped, "No pushing." "Then no taking our guns," Duffy countered. The pat-downs began, tension thickening the air. NASCAR grumbled as one guard got overly thorough. "Easy there, pal," Squeeze smirked. "Boss says they can cop a feel, just not our hardware." Duffy sighed. "That is not what I said." Wolfson's patience frayed next. "Hands off the rifle, jackass. Keep it professional," Duffy warned. Wolfson amended, "Hands off the rifle, Senor Jackass." Then things escalated. One guard unclipped Duffy's radio. "No way," Duffy said firmly. "Team comms, stay with us." Gabby translated, but the guard refused. Arguments erupted as the Black Knights tried confiscating every radio. Cruz cursed in Spanish. Helm stepped in, and NASCAR threw up his hands. "They've got the same damn radios. This is a power play, plain and simple." The tension in the hallway was thick as the security team tried confiscating their radios. Duff leaned toward Gabby, his voice low but firm. "Make it clear, we need these to coordinate. Losing comms isn't an option." Gabby relayed the message, but the armed men kept yanking at the gear, their refusal turning the air electric. Michelle LaRue rolled her eyes. "Just hand them over, Duff. It's not worth the fight." Then Deputy Director Helm's sharp German accent cut through the chaos. 9. This wasn't negotiated. You keep your weapons and radios, but the Black Knights control your movements. Herrera, the UN official, hesitated before siding with Helm, addressing the guards in rapid Spanish. Gabby translated their pushback. "They're saying no." Helm's patience snapped. "Dr. Flores informed them we're leaving. If they alter terms mid-game, there's no discussion to be had." The room erupted into shouting, fists tightening around rifle straps. Duff braced, ready to intervene if his team reacted, until one guard abruptly halted, pressing a hand to his earpiece. After a tense pause, he muttered, "Fine, keep the radios." As they filed upstairs to the conference room, Duff fell into step beside Helm. "Appreciate the backup back there." Helm adjusted his cufflinks. "Sentimentality gets men killed. Without comms, you'd be blind and outgunned." Duff smirked, always the optimist. Inside, the delegation settled at a scarred oak table while security lined the walls. Shane Remick strode in with his Alpha team, bypassing pleasantries. "Status," Duff gave a tight nod. Contained Remick rattled off orders. "Reinforcements perimeter shifts a long-haul security detail. Bravo covers the east. Alpha 2 takes west. I'll babysit the suits." Meanwhile, Gabby edged toward Helm, her voice hushed. "Let me stay. Archuleta plays dirty with outsiders." LaRue, already seated, waved her off. "I've handled worse," Remick materialized behind Gabby, steering her toward the door. "You're with my team outside," she scoffed. "Right, because you've totally valued my input so far." Remick's grin didn't reach his eyes. "It's sunny, Doctor. Maybe brush up on local weather." He jerked his chin at Duff. "Escort her out. And Duff, try not to lose any more gear on the way. New detail," added Helm's cufflink adjustment as a subtle power move. Tone shift. Helm's bluntness transitions into sarcasm with Duff's optimist jab. Charlie team moved swiftly toward the exit, Dr. Flores following close behind. Oscar Cardoza adjusted the bandana around his neck, tucking the ends neatly beneath his faded blue Western shirt before fastening the pearly buttons. He gave himself a once-over in the mirror, straightening the oversized belt buckle that gleamed under the dim hotel lighting. A suit would have made him stick out like a sore thumb today, and blending in was the whole point. He'd packed carefully worn jeans, scuffed ostrich boots, even a battered straw hat, anything to help him disappear among Archuleta's men. The hat, though, felt like overkill. Most of the locals favored baseball caps, and the few cowboy hats he spotted were nothing like his. Swapping it for a borrowed cap, he tugged the brim low, shadowing his face before stepping toward the window. From his third-floor perch, he kept the blinds mostly closed, peering through a narrow gap. Two hulking armored trucks idled across the street, directly opposite the town hall. A young black man manned the turret of the lead vehicle, while a bearded blonde gripped the mounted machine gun in the rear. Security teams fanned out, one pair moving down an alley, another taking position atop a gas station. The Black Knights stood motionless, watching the newcomers with cold detachment. Cardoza scanned the scene, calculating. Most of these men, he figured, wouldn't last the day. The thought barely registered before his phone buzzed in his pocket. Bueno? Looks like rain, amigo? Archuletta's voice, Cardoza frowned at the cloudless sky. You sure doesn't seem like it. What would a Mexico City boy know about the Sierra Madre's weather? Fair point, Cardoza admitted. Archuleta shifted gears. We're en route. What's the situation there? Watching from my window, the UN reps and Deputy Secretary Herrera just walked into the town hall. Your guys already checked the exterior security, assuming they swept the inside too. Just Herrera. There should have been two more from the capital, only saw him and the UN pair. Archuleta snorted. Probably got cold feet. Cardoza smirked. Heard your men talking about gunfire in the mountains last night. Any updates? Spoke to Herrera this morning. Claimed 50-plus sicarios ambushed them. Lost 4 security guys. Wasn't your crew, was it? Not a chance. If it'd been mine, there'd be no meeting today. Sent extra men to secure the area. But we're not hunting Sinaloa too hard. Don't need a firefight with the delegation here. You think it was them? Who else? But that many never happened before. Whoever they are, we'll wipe them out after this meeting. One last gift for El Escopeta before the peace deal. Cardoza's gaze flicked to the right as more armed men emerged near a cantina. The Black Knights didn't flinch, their stares fixed like statues. The streets were tense but oddly polite. Everyone carried weapons, yet no one stepped out of line. The man adjusted his hat and spoke firmly. Listen, sir, there's no deal unless those missiles show up somewhere else and soon. Understood, came the reply. But I'll only hand them over once the UN guarantees they'll step in if it's proven I don't have them. Smart move. Where are they now? Transported into town last night. They're on flatbeds, guarded. You'll get the location when I'm sure the UN isn't bluffing. Fair enough. Archuleta checked his watch. 5 minutes out, when we roll into town, meet me outside the hotel. We'll walk into the municipal building together. See you then. Duff shoveled lukewarm meatballs from an MRE pouch, his eyes scanning the street through the windshield of Crazy Horse. The engine was off, leaving only the sounds of chewing Gabby munching on trail mix, dotted with M&Ms, Squeeze inhaling cheese tortellini between gulps of Gatorade in the turret. Outside, Gordon trudged past the town hall on foot patrol, rifle slung, looking like he'd already given up. NASCAR tossed his rations onto the dash. Anyone want these? Tastes like sawdust and regret. Silence answered him. Guess I'll save 'em for when I'm really desperate. Remnick's voice crackled over the radio. Alpha's upstairs with the VIPs. Bravo. What's your status? Gordon keyed his mic. Bravo's outside the building. 1 gunner in pack horse. And yeah, we're outnumbered again. Just remember, today they're on our side, keeping the Sinaloans off our backs. Gabby leaned toward Duff. I don't think it was Sinaloans last night. Before Duff could respond, Remnick called for Charlie's report. Charlie, actual here. Flores is with us. Rest of the team spread around the square. The radio fell silent until Wolfson's voice cut in, low and urgent. Charlie 2 to actual. Got a guy in the municipal building staring me down like I owe him money. Also convoy of trucks northeast of town, 1 minute out. Same ones from last night? Boss, every truck here looks the same, rusted, dusty, and suspicious. Could be them. Could be the damn mailman. Either way, heads up. Duff relayed the update, gripping his spoon a little tighter. The calm before the storm never lasted long. The radio crackled as Herrera relayed the urgent message from the Black Knights. Alpha copies. Archuleta's crew just rolled in. They're warning that anyone aiming a weapon gets an RPG to the face. Keep your barrels down. Duff responded with a terse "Roger," echoed by Gordon, before switching channels. Squeeze, get your ass out of that turret and seal it up. But save it, button up, and stay quiet. Duff snapped, with a frustrated sigh that echoed through his headset. Squeeze dropped into the vehicle and slammed the hatch shut like a grounded teenager. Meanwhile, Gordon directed his own gunner to secure their rig and rendezvous at the municipal building's entrance. A convoy of battered pickups, Rams, Silverados, F-250s, lumbered into the square, kicking up dust as they fanned out. Duff tallied 14 trucks, each packed with 4 rough-looking hombres. Combined with the armed shadows lurking near the town hall, the odds were laughable, 90 sicarios against his 17. The armored truck offered some comfort, but Duff knew they'd be stepping into the kill zone soon enough. Beside him, NASCAR tugged at his vest and let out a low whistle. Jesus, boss. That's a whole army. You even know which one's Archuleta? Not a clue. Just watch where the security team's eyeballs go. That's your guy. NASCAR jerked his chin toward the street, like that prick in the red shirt. A silver Denali's doors swung open, and out stepped a wiry older man with a salt and pepper beard. Nothing about him screamed cartel boss, but the way his men swarmed him told Duff everything. Across the street, a figure in a black cap and cowboy shirt emerged from the hotel, shades hiding his eyes as he beelined for Archuleta. Their handshake in the middle of the road was the only one that mattered. Duff keyed his radio. Alpha 1 targets advancing with 50 new shooters. We're outnumbered 6-1. The response was calm. Copy. Hold positions. Crazy Horse covers the hotel. Pack Horse blocks the south. Show Horse and War Horse take the west corners. I'll handle the meat with 3 men. NASCAR muttered. That's a skeleton crew. Duff smirked. Wouldn't matter if we had a battalion. Right now, the Knights own this town. As the cartel entourage closed in, Duff caught the glint of a gold watch on Archuleta's wrist, a small detail, but one that screamed money and power. The kind of detail that stuck with you when the bullets started flying. The odds were stacked against them, and the enemy controlled the area completely. Gabby shifted forward between the seats, her voice tense. For every armed guy in sight, there are 10 more hidden nearby, just waiting for the first gunshot. Archuleta's main group, his hotel buddy, and a small army of bodyguards vanished into the town hall, while the remaining gunmen either lounged by their trucks or wandered off. The armored Saint crew might as well have been invisible. The locals barely glanced their way, looking more bored than threatened. Squeeze, sitting behind Gabby, cracked his knuckles. So what's the plan? Just sit here grinning at all these trigger-happy dudes. Wait it out, Duff answered flatly. Remick says this meeting could drag on for days. NASCAR, the ex-Marine, smirked. I'll post up in the turret. Maybe remind 'em we're not here to play nice. Keep your hands off the machine gun unless I say otherwise. Relax, I'm not an idiot. NASCAR shot back. Duff let it slide, but NASCAR wasn't done. Seriously, boss, what were we supposed to do for 2 whole days? Stare at each other. Who said we have to talk? Gabby perked up. I could give you a rundown on the local geography, the history of these mountains, maybe even. Duff cut her off. NASCAR, what's your actual name? Gabby rolled her eyes. Never mind, she muttered, shoving past Squeeze before flopping onto the bench along the side of the cabin. NASCAR shrugged. Larry Evans. Duff exhaled slowly. Another Larry. Huh? Had a driver named Larry once. Just a coincidence. He's still in the game? A beat of silence. No, he got out. Lucky guy, what's he doing now? Better things. NASCAR missed the weight in Duff's tone. Yeah, I'm thinking about retirement too. Save up, open a body shop, got a knack for fixing dents. As NASCAR launched into a detailed explanation of auto repair, Duff held up a hand. How about we just sit quiet and watch the square for a while? Fine, by me. Got a thermos of Frenchie's terrible coffee. Won't be sleeping anytime soon. Duff rubbed his temples. Despite the danger, exhaustion tugged at him. All he wanted was to close his eyes. 2 hours into the meeting, Remick wasn't surprised by how things were unfolding. Rafa Archuleta had given his opening speech, and Remick stood guard listening to Hector Herrera's translation. The Black Knight's leader was confident, if long-winded. Herrera then took over, delivering a dramatic plea for peace in the region, his words dripping with political flair. Michelle LaRue followed, outlining her strategy for displaced civilians and safe zones in case the Sinaloa cartel resisted. Archuleta even called for a map, studying it intently. Finally, Deputy Director Helms stepped up. For 20 minutes, he laid out the peacekeepers' mission, rules of engagement, troop contributions, the whole package. By the time Helm finished, the clock had long passed 3, and the room buzzed with unspoken tension. Mr. Archuleta, to put it plainly, we believe a strong UN peacekeeping presence in the Sierra Madre Mountains, combined with Ms. LaRue's protected zones for displaced families, would serve both your interests and the greater good. Rafa paused, rubbing his chin before responding in rapid Spanish, which Herrera smoothly interpreted. And my crops, my facilities, they won't be touched? The broad-shouldered German diplomat chuckled. We've learned from mistakes. The Americans' failed poppy field crackdown in Afghanistan only alienated the very people they needed as allies. When Herrera relayed this, Archuleta smirked. Funny how opium production actually spiked during their so-called eradication campaign. Precisely, Helm agreed. Blunt force rarely works. We're here to stabilize, not occupy. Keep your operations running. Just halt the violence with Sinaloa. Michelle leaned forward, her voice earnest. Cooperate with our patrols, and you'll maintain control of your mountain territories while saving innocent lives. This isn't a sacrifice, it's an opportunity. The cartel leader stroked his salt and pepper beard. I won't strike first, but El Escopeda's hitmen won't show mercy. My men keep their weapons, within reason, Helm countered. Rifles, pistols, light arms, nothing heavier. A dry laugh escaped Archuleta, as if we stockpiled tanks. Michelle exchanged a glance with Herrera, who cleared his throat. Now, the missiles. The room tensed. Ah! Archuleta's fingers drummed the oak table. Still blaming me for Durango. We have satellite imagery, Herrera said evenly. Venezuelan missiles smuggled through Tijuana, transported right to your doorstep. The evidence is irrefutable. Rafa shot up, his boots adding negligible height. Lies, he barked, palms slamming the wood. Your evidence is worth less than the paper it's printed on. Herrera remained calm. We can share classified details to prove our case, but let's be clear. No missiles, no deal. The army's already mobilized at the foothills. Neither of us wants them marching up here. So this is an ultimatum? Archuleta hissed. Hand over weapons I don't possess or face invasion. Helm spread his hands. We're offering a way out. Our explosives expert can dismantle the missiles on site, with your people watching. Then the UN moves in, with your blessing. Silence hung thick until Archuleta muttered to an aide and sighed. I'll make inquiries. Wait in the dining room downstairs. Eat, drink. We'll talk again. As the delegates stood, Herrera offered a tight smile. Your cooperation on this matter will determine how long we stay and how peacefully this ends. Excelente, Archuleta murmured, though his eyes stayed cold. The scent of roasted chilies drifted from the hallway, a stark contrast to the negotiations' bitter stalemate. The group rose from the table as Remick positioned himself behind his 3 charges. Deputy Director Helm, if you'll follow me down the corridor, I'll show you to your accommodations, he stated professionally. Herrera caught Remick's sleeve and lowered her voice. What about Adnan Rodriguez? I need to speak with him. For operational security, he's remaining in Warhorse, Remick interrupted smoothly. He's perfectly safe, I promise. Herrera opened her mouth to protest, but Remick cut her off. "Minister, trust me to handle security so you can focus on your duties." LaRue stepped forward. "Can we at least confirm he's unharmed?" "Tonight," Remick assured, "right now the BKs could be watching. They'd question why a high-ranking Mexican official is under guard." LaRue nodded reluctantly as the group moved into the hallway, flanked by Remick and his security team in a tight formation. Back in the emptied conference room, only Archuleta and his guards remained, along with a silent observer in a baseball cap leaning against the far wall. The leader of the Black Knights strode to a shelf, grabbed a bottle of mezcal left for him, and dismissed his men with a wave. Once alone with Oscar Cardoza, Archuleta took a deep swig before passing the bottle. Cardoza hesitated, prompting a smirk from Rafa. "You look the part, but you don't act it. Drink, it'll help you blend in." Cardoza obliged, his face unreadable as the liquor burned down his throat. Rafa reclaimed the bottle, impressed. "You've been quiet all meeting? What's your take? You're outmaneuvering the UN effortlessly," Cardoza replied. Rafa grinned. "They want peacekeepers in the mountains. So do I. Only one hiccup left." Cardoza nodded. "We should relocate the surface-to-air missiles to the Canyon airstrip now. The negotiations hinge on this." Rafa knocked the bottle against the door. A ponytailed man with a silver revolver entered. "Diego, my best shooter." Rafa introduced. "He'll escort you. The Igla S crates are already loaded under tarps on 3 trucks. When's the plane arriving?" "Inbound awaiting my signal," Cardoza said. "Perfect. Weapons fly out today, talks stall tonight, and by tomorrow they'll surface in Sinaloa, framing El Escopeta while the UN sweeps in." "Precisely," Cardoza agreed. "Diego, I'll join you once my contact slips away from the delegation." Diego nodded. "My truck's out back, parked as planned." Meanwhile, inside Crazy Horse, the 4 occupants sat in silence until thunder erupted without warning. Squeeze flinched in the turret, Duff jerked upright, and NASCAR swore. Gabby Flores remained unfazed. Raindrops soon hammered the windshield, escalating into a downpour. "Guess you called it," Duff muttered. Gabby's gaze stayed fixed ahead. "It'll last an hour, maybe 75 minutes. NASCAR shifted uncomfortably in his seat, clearly fighting a losing battle with his digestive system. "Sorry, fellas, but this ain't the kind of business I can handle in a Gatorade bottle," he announced, already reaching for the door handle. Gabby wrinkled her nose in disgust while Duff just sighed, rubbing his temples beneath his tactical glasses. "Seriously, of all the times to remember you're human?" Duff muttered, glancing at their surroundings through the rain-streaked windshield. The abandoned municipal building across the street suddenly became NASCAR's promised land. "Fine, go do your thing. Just remember the magic word is baño if security gives you trouble." As NASCAR disappeared into the downpour, Squeeze's voice crackled over the radio with his usual sarcasm. "Man, y'all lucky down there all cozy while I'm up here turning into a damn sponge." Duff couldn't help but chuckle despite the situation. "Think of it as nature's way of helping you smell less like a locker room," he shot back before turning his attention to the driver's seat. The armored vehicle wasn't designed for graceful transitions. Duff wrestled with the center console, his boot catching in the narrow gap between radio equipment and passenger seat. Gabby moved to help, but Duff waved her off. Too late. With one forceful tug, she stumbled backward, holding his boot and the prosthetics still inside it. Silence filled the cabin for 3 heartbeats before Squeeze dropped down from the turret. His eyes darted between Gabby's horrified expression and Duff's exposed leg. "Well, damn, TL," he finally drawled. "I knew you were hardcore, but I didn't realize you were out here giving the Taliban a handicap." Duff kept his voice steady, despite the heat creeping up his neck. "Just pass me the damn leg, Gabby. It's not like it's the first time this thing's come off." But Squeeze wasn't done. "Hold up, you mean to tell me we've been out here getting shot at and my team leader's been playing on hard mode this whole time?" The absurdity of the moment finally broke through the tension. Duff smirked as he reached for his prosthetic. "What can I say? The army figured if I could fight with one leg, you pampered bastards had no excuse." Gabby's nervous laughter filled the vehicle as she carefully handed back the boot, her hands still shaking slightly. Outside, the rain continued to pour, washing away any trace of NASCAR's hurried footsteps toward salvation. Gabby Flores sat drenched under the open hatch, rainwater streaming down her face as she passed the device back to Duff. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I'm really sorry about this." Duff adjusted his prosthetic under his rolled-up pant leg, securing the thick rubber over the stump below his knee. "Don't worry about it, Gabby. Not your fault. I've dealt with worse." But Squeeze wasn't having it. "Are you out of your damn mind? Does Remick even know, or Gordon?" His voice was sharp with disbelief. Duff exhaled, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Nobody knows. Just you, and I'd prefer it stayed that way." "Like hell, you think you can just waltz into a high-risk overseas assignment, faking your way into a team leader spot?" Squeeze shot back, his words dripping with accusation. Duff's jaw tightened. "What's Remick gonna do, huh? Fire me? You really want to be short-handed out here after everything we've faced?" Squeeze scoffed. "You ain't even whole, 11B." Duff's glare turned icy. "Let's take this to the road. See how whole I really am. Bring it, you limping bastard." Squeeze spat, shoving past Gabby as he stormed out into the storm. The downpour swallowed them both as they hit the muddy roadside, fists flying. Gabby's shouts were lost in the thunder, but the commotion drew the attention of two Black Knights guards from the hotel. They crossed the street, more amused than alarmed. Duff managed to flip Squeeze onto his back, landing a glancing blow before the younger man retaliated with a punch that shattered Duff's ballistic glasses. Just as Duff wound up for a heavy strike, Mike Gordon's hand clamped around his arm, yanking him upright. "What the hell is this?" Gordon barked, his voice cutting through the rain. Squeeze scrambled to his feet, still seething, but Bravo 6 intercepted, slamming him against the APC. "Keep them apart," Gordon ordered. Now soaked and breathing hard, the group stood in the storm, Duff, Squeeze, Gabby, and the rest watched by the grinning Black Knights. The tension hung thick, even as the rain tried to wash it all away. The tension hung thick in the air until Gordon finally broke the silence. "Charlie 1, what's the deal with you roughing up your 6? Squeeze scoffed. "Man, I wasn't just hitting him." Gordon cut him off with a sharp gesture, shoving a gloved finger inches from Squeeze's face. "Shut your mouth." Duff stepped in, voice steady. "We're good, Mike. Just let us handle it. We'll get back in the vehicle and—" Squeeze wasn't done. "Bravo 1. I want to switch to your squad. You take me. Duff keeps the rest." The two Mexican guards, tired of the English argument, turned and trudged back toward the hotel, eager to escape the downpour. Gordon studied the younger man, his expression unreadable. "Why the hell would I want you on my team?" The youngest guy in the group blurted out, "Duff's missing a damn leg." Gordon froze. "He what?" Squeeze smirked. "You heard me? Shut up! Squeeze!" Duff snapped before turning back to Gordon. "Let me explain." Gordon's gaze dropped to Duff's rain-soaked jeans, then locked onto his eyes. "Prove it." Duff hesitated. "It's not a big deal. Prove it." With a resigned sigh, Duff rolled up his pant leg, revealing a prosthetic limb with a faded Go Army sticker slapped on the side. Gordon pulled off his ballistic glasses, rubbing his forehead. "Son of a bitch." Duff squared his shoulders. "Has it slowed me down? No. I'm just as sharp as anyone here, and you know it." Gordon winced, like the words physically pained him. "Maybe now, but what happens when we need to move fast?" "I can move," Squeeze snorted. "Unless your damn peg leg snags on a radio cord, right? Then what?" "Oh yeah, it just pops right off. No big deal." Duff opened his mouth to fire back, but Gordon silenced him with a raised hand. "We need to talk somewhere dry." Duff jerked his chin toward their armored truck. Let's take this inside crazy horse alone, Gordon insisted. That cantina across the street, we can't just abandon. Remick's got the protectees in the municipal building. They're eating, we're fine. The rest of the team stays put, no need to report a quick break. Squeeze wiped rainwater from his face. What's there to discuss? 11 bangs got one leg, end of story. Duff shot him a glare. Get back in the turret. Switching to the team channel, he barked. Wolfson, Frenchie Cruz, hold position. NASCAR, get your ass back here and take the wheel, copy. NASCAR's voice crackled over the radio. Be there in one, boss. Gordon frowned. Where the hell is NASCAR bathroom? He'll be back. Gabby piped up. What about me? Duff gestured toward the truck. Get inside. There's a duffel near Cruz's spot with towels, dry off, and wait. As Squeeze and Gabby climbed into Crazy Horse, Duff and Gordon trudged through the rain, the silence between them heavier than their gear. Passing a few curious sentries, they ignored the stares. The Black Knights had already written them off as a bunch of unhinged Americans brawling over nothing. Inside the dimly lit cantina, the bartender raised an eyebrow at the dripping armed men. Gordon ordered 2 Cokes in broken Spanish, and Duff tossed down extra pesos. 5 minutes? She took the hint and vanished into the back. Gordon took a long swig, studying Duff like a puzzle he couldn't solve. Damn, Duff, you're a wreck. I can explain the leg. Gordon's voice dropped. Beirut? Duff nodded, sipping his drink. Gordon exhaled hard. That explains a hell of a lot. Yeah. Working at the mall was my only option at the time. What security company would hire someone like me looking like this, right? Gordon let out a dry chuckle, his face remaining stone cold. Guess you got your answer? Yeah, Armored Saint took me in, but only because they had no clue. Gordon's gaze drifted into nothingness, his expression even more hollow than it had been since losing his men the night before. He looked like he'd checked out completely. What's wrong? Duff pressed. Gordon snapped back to reality, his voice tight. Damn it, Duff! Damn it! What is it? Duff repeated. I'm starting to think maybe they did know. Duff frowned. What are you talking about? Gordon slumped onto a bar stool, his rifle clunking against the wood between his knees. Rodriguez swore he didn't call anyone in Sinaloa, right? Duff tilted his head. Rodriguez? What does my leg have to do with? The guy looked genuinely lost right before I knocked him out. I saw it, but by then my fist was already flying. So maybe I screwed up. Maybe we should have let him talk. Why, he's lying. Someone tipped off the guys who ambushed us, and he had the only phone. Not the only one. There are 3 more spread across the Armored Saint teams. Gordon pushed himself up slowly. What if there's a rat in our own convoy feeding intel to those bastards? Who, then? I don't know, but here's the thing, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. One of these squads isn't playing by the same rules. Duff shook his head. You've lost me. Every single guy on this job was handpicked by Shane Remick, Alpha 1. He stacked his team and dumped the leftovers on us. Why? Not me. I ran into you at the mall, asked for help getting hired. You tried to talk me out of it. Gordon stayed silent. Right? That's not how it happened. Duff's stomach dropped. What are you saying? Remick sent me to your job. Told me to bump into you, hype up the Mexico run, then act reluctant when you bit. The revelation hit Duff like a punch. Wait, Remick recruited me? Why the hell would he do that? Gordon's jaw tightened. No idea, Duff, but I'd love to find out. The downpour showed no sign of letting up as a black Ford F-150 pulled up to a rusted, tin-roofed warehouse just outside Cinco Lagrimas. 4 other trucks were already parked outside, 8 armed men in raincoats and straw hats standing guard, AK-47s slung over their shoulders. Inside the dimly lit loading dock, more figures lurked in the shadows, watching Diego. Archuleta's right-hand man, gripped the wheel while his gunman rode shotgun. In the back, Oscar Cardoza leaned forward. This is it. Yes, Senor Cardoza. 3 flatbeds inside 20 crates each, 59 total. 1 launcher, 2 missiles per crate, straight from the Venezuelan army. Diego glanced in the rear view at the man behind him. Hope you've got a damn big plane. The man beside Cardoza smirked. That's our problem. I want to inspect the goods before we move them, of course. I'll clear it with the guards, uncover the crates, then signal you. Diego and his men bolted through the rain, hats pulled low. Once they were gone, Cardoza turned to his companion. We clear on the plan? Your men escort the missiles to the airstrip, and then Shane Remick cut him off, his voice sharp with barely contained fury. Get out of my way, you idiot. What the hell went down on that road last night? Those were your damn hitmen. Cardoza raised his hands in a weak attempt to calm the situation. Like I said before, the Zeta squad leader up in these mountains, he's their top enforcer, but he's unpredictable. He disobeyed my orders, wasn't supposed to leave the highway. When he spotted your convoy, he set up that ambush on his own. You nearly blew the whole diplomatic cover. Your job was to keep those psychos in line. You try controlling the Zetas, Remick. It's like herding rabid dogs. They weren't supposed to touch the motorcade until after I was airborne with the missiles. Funny, since this was my plan from the start. I reached out to you with everything mapped out. Don't lecture me on the details. After last night? Yeah, I think a quick review is necessary. I'm guessing you pinned it all on Rodriguez. That's why he's not here. Remick gave a sharp nod, jaw tight. Yeah, I cleaned up your mess, but one more screw-up and we're done. The next few hours? They make or break us. Cardoza gestured toward the warehouse. Do your part, and this goes smooth. You actually trust these Black Knights to hand over the missiles? If I trusted cartel guys, I'd be dead 10 times over. No, I don't trust them. But I backed Rafa Archuleta into a corner. They want those SAMs gone as bad as we want to flip them to the Venezuelans. Remick stared at the downpour outside. 59 launchers at a cool $1 million each. Split between us. That's early retirement. But only if your Zetas don't blow it again. They're not my Zetas. I'm just the middleman, cut the crap. I know exactly what you are. You know what I was after today? I'm a free man with nothing but time. His gaze drifted for a second before snapping back. Meanwhile, you've got to haul those weapons down 12 miles of mountain trail and get 'em airborne from that dirt strip. Your team's the one that has to deliver. I've got it under control. Remick scowled at the muddy water rushing down the road. God, I can't wait to get out of this dump. You'll be in Colombia by tonight. Once the buyer wires the cash, I give him the plane's coordinates. By this time tomorrow, we're both living large. Cardoza smirked. I assume you've got your exit strategy locked down. Worry about yourself. Remick shot back, jabbing a finger at him. And don't even think about crossing me. Why would I? Because it's all you do. Lucky for me, I've got dirt on you. Try anything. And I go straight to your real bosses. They'd love to hear who you really are. There's enough cash for both of us. And we both know betrayal means mutual destruction. Damn right. Diego appeared, waving them toward the warehouse. As Remick moved, Cardoza grabbed his arm. The incident? It's set? My Bravo and Charlie teams think Alpha's about to have a real bad day. Cardoza grinned, and they stepped into the storm. Mike Gordon slumped on the bar stool, head in his hands. Duff loomed over him. So you're telling me you played me, lured me down here? I was following orders, man, Remick said. I'd only get the team lead spot if I brought you in, made me do it sneaky. Figured you needed the cash, and he had his reasons for not asking you straight up. Duff's fists clenched. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Gordon didn't look up. Yeah? Guess I am. Gordon sighed and rubbed his temples. Listen, man, I had no idea things would go this sideways, and honestly, I didn't realize your injury was part of the equation. Duffy scoffed, shifting his weight. What's my leg got to do with any of this? Gordon stepped closer, locking eyes. Remick handpicked every one of us. Alpha got the elite, the best of the best. But Bravo and Charlie, we're the rejects. Every single guy has something in their file that makes them radioactive to any other employer. Duffy frowned. You're not making sense. 2 of my guys were blackout drunks, canned from Aegis Security in London years ago. I caught them slamming tequila in the Packhorse 2 bar before we even rolled out. Guess what? They didn't make it back. Another pair got booted from other private firms for incompetence or straight-up defiance. The rest couldn't hit a target if their lives depended on it. Nobody else would touch them. Duffy shook his head. My squad's solid. You're treating them like they are, but Remick knew exactly what he was signing up. Squeeze hot-headed never lasts more than 1 contract. NASCAR fired from every gig. Even Academy, yeah, the old Blackwater crew. Frenchie stabbed a diplomat in Mogadishu over a bar fight. Cruz beat a Kid Ranger into a coma after a poker game in Afghanistan. Duffy's stomach twisted. What about Wolfson? SEAL Team 3. Solid operator until he accidentally blew a teammate's head off in a training exercise. Triggered discipline failure. Spent his last Navy years scrubbing pots. Dude's got PTSD and shouldn't be near a weapon, but here he is. Duffy exhaled sharply. When you joined, I thought, finally someone reliable, but now I get it. You're missing a leg. That's why Remick brought you in. You're damaged goods, just like the rest of us. Why would he want a team of screw-ups? Maybe he needs guys with no way out, no matter how bad it gets. Or he wants us to fail, Duffy finished. Gordon nodded. Alpha's his golden boys. We're the expendables. The bartender reappeared, but Gordon shot her a glare that sent her retreating. He turned back, voice quieter. You didn't ask about me. Respect for that. Do I want to know? Got my team blown up in Afghanistan because I ignored an IED warning. Why, chili dog night at base? If you weren't first in line, you went hungry. 4 guys got wrecked. The rest of us got concussions, all because I wanted a damn hot dog. Triple Canopy dumped me. Then this gig came along. Desperation makes idiots of us all. Duffy's fists clenched. His gaze turned icy. Yeah. Desperation. The words hung in the air like a verdict. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. This whole thing feels like a trap, Duff muttered, his voice low. Gordon nodded, his expression grim. Sure looks that way before they could strategize further. NASCAR's deep southern drawl crackled through their earpieces, barely audible over the downpour outside. Charlie 5 to Charlie 1, you read me? Duff could hear the rain pounding against metal in the background. You sound like you're still out in the storm. Just got inside, NASCAR replied, the heavy clang of a door shutting behind him, muffling the noise. Boss, switch to channel 11 now. Frowning, Duff signaled to Gordon. Change frequencies. Both men adjusted their radios, the static clearing as Duff keyed his mic. Go ahead, NASCAR. What's the problem? There was a pause before NASCAR spoke again, his tone uneasy. Hey, did we get assigned to guard the VIPs, or is Bravo handling the inside perimeter? Duff exchanged a confused glance with Gordon. Negative on both. Why? Because I just saw 3 of Alpha's guys slip out the back door. No sign of Remick, but his whole team's gone except for the drivers in their trucks. That leaves Remick alone upstairs with Herrera, Helm, and LaRue. Doesn't sit right with me. Duff's stomach tightened. Stand by. He turned to Gordon, who muttered, Whatever Remick's planning, it's happening now. Switching channels, Duff tried to raise Alpha. Charlie 1 to Alpha 1, you copy? Silence. He tried again. Alpha, respond. Finally, Remick's voice came through, laced with irritation. I hear you. What do you want? Duff kept his tone casual. Just checking if you need us to reposition. We're still at the hotel. The faint sound of rain echoed in Remick's reply. Stay put. That's an order. Why the hell are you asking? Copy that, Duff said, cutting the transmission. He turned to Gordon. He didn't mention his men ditching him. Where the hell did they go? Before Gordon could answer, Wolfson's hushed voice broke in. Charlie 2 to Charlie 1, switch back to 11. Duff complied. Go ahead. Wolfson's whisper was urgent. I moved east, rooftop, overlooking the town hall. Got eyes on the west side now? Duff sighed. You weren't cleared to relocate. We're supposed to hold position. Those guys in the park were eyeballing me hard. Rain gave me cover to move. They've got no idea where I am. Duff barely had time to process that before Wolfson dropped the next bombshell. Alpha moved Warhorse. It's parked at the back door now, and 3 of their guys just jumped into Showhorse. It's rolling out. Duff's blood ran cold, whatever Remick was up to. It wasn't just weird. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Showhorse is pulling out? Confirmed? Any idea where they're headed? Northbound, crawling along like they're trying to sneak out without drawing attention. Doesn't it strike you as odd that half of Alpha would just vanish without a word? Half? You mean the rest are still in Warhorse? Somebody's got to be manning it. Engines idling, hatches open, but the turret's empty. Wolfson adjusted his position, moving to get a better angle on the starboard side hatches. Stay clear of Warhorse. Why, I'm almost... Back off. Get down from that roof. And... Holy hell, Wolfson cut in. What's going on? No driver, nobody in the front. I can see Rodriguez through the rear hatch, bound, gagged, not moving. I'm going in to check on him. Stand down, Duff barked. He didn't have the full picture, but instinct screamed at him to extract his team immediately. Get off that damn roof, boss. What's happening? Just move now. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Duff and Gordon barely had time to tear off their headsets before the cantina's windows shattered. The shockwave hurled them backward, slamming them into and then over the bar, shards of glass biting into their skin. Thick black smoke surged inside as the ceiling collapsed, the roar drowning out everything, leaving only a high-pitched ringing in their ears. Duff found himself flat on his back. Gordon sprawled on top of him, their rifles and gear tangled between them. Plastered dust rained down as they struggled to regain their bearings. Gordon rolled off first, coughing. Duff, you okay? Yeah, I think so. You? Gordon shoved himself up to his knees, then froze. Jesus, your leg? Duff glanced down. His prosthetic and boot were gone. He spotted them on the bar, half buried under a fallen Pacifico beer sign. Grab that for me, will you? Gordon turned, then grimaced. Oh, that leg, damn. He tossed it over and Duff reattached it with practiced efficiency, shaking off the disorientation. He keyed his radio, coughing. Charlie 2, status? Realizing his mic was askew, he adjusted it and tried again. Charlie 1 to 2, respond. Gordon rose unsteadily, hacking as the haze clung to the air, grit coating their tongues. More glass tinkled from the shattered windows behind them. Wolfson stayed silent, but seconds later a garbled transmission crackled through. Duff strained to hear through the ringing. Repeat that. Gordon was already trying to reach his own men when NASCAR's voice broke through, ragged but alive. Charlie 1, this is 5. Squeeze and Gabby are with me in the Vic. We're banged up but functional. Crazy Horse took a hit, windshield's toast, but we're still rolling. Dust hasn't settled yet. Duff hauled himself up, kicking aside broken bottles and debris. Through the kitchen doorway, he saw the bartender's lifeless body crushed by a fallen beam. NASCAR's voice sharpened. Boss, the town hall's gone, just flames and rubble. Duff mashed the transmit button. Wolfson, answer me. Gordon kept calling for his team, who'd been posted near the hall. Bravo Elements, Coreyville? Then Cruz's voice cut in. Charlie 4 here, Frenchie and I are good. We were in the park when it blew. The situation turned grim as Duff received confirmation that both Bravo team officers were killed in action. They'd witnessed the building collapse on them moments before their own position got hit. Wolfson's status was unknown, but if he'd been stationed on the adjacent rooftop, he was now buried under tons of smoldering rubble. Before Duff could respond, NASCAR's urgent voice crackled through the radio. Boss, get back in the vehicle immediately. The Black Knights will blame us for this mess. We need to move. Duff signaled agreement, but NASCAR interrupted. Negative? Their pickup trucks are scattered everywhere, blocking the northern route. We'll have to head south. You'll need to move on foot. As Duff and Gordon stepped through the cantina's shattered doorway, the devastation hit them like a punch to the gut. Broken glass, splintered wood, and overturned furniture littered the ground. Gordon stared at the apocalyptic wreckage and muttered, "No way anyone made it out of that alive." Duff insisted on checking for survivors, but Gordon grabbed his shoulder. "Where exactly do you plan to look?" That building pancaked. "It's a graveyard now." Reluctantly, Duff conceded and turned toward Crazy Horse, just 30 yards away near the park. But before they could take more than a few steps, gunfire erupted from their right. Bullets whizzed past, forcing them to dive back into the ruined cantina. Squeeze's voice cut through the chaos. "Boss, Black Knights are lighting up the street 200 meters out. Do I return fire?" Cruz sounded bewildered. "Why are they shooting at us? We didn't do this." Duff clenched his jaw, then made the call. "Charlie team, weapons free!" The MK-48 outside roared to life, joined by the steady rhythm of Frenchie's Famous. Duff turned to Gordon. "Your truck's out of reach. Run for Crazy Horse. I'll cover you." Gordon hesitated. "You're following, right?" Duff nodded and radioed. "Charlie team, Bravo 1 is moving. Cover his advance and lay down suppressing fire." Gordon bolted, weaving through the wreckage, climbing over a flipped Dodge Ram, ducking between overturned Silverados and dodging chunks of the collapsed municipal building. He finally reached Crazy Horse, rolling under the vehicle before Squeeze and Frenchie hauled him inside. Panting, he radioed Duff. "I'm in, but stay put. The street's crawling with hostiles." NASCAR chimed in, and they're pissed. Gordon added, "We've got the hotel entrance locked down, but watch your back. Someone could flank you through the cantina's rear." Duff fired a few rounds up the street, then spotted more Black Knight trucks rolling into town. The gunfire intensified, bullets pinging off Crazy Horse and the abandoned pack horse behind it. The fight was far from over. Josh knew escape was impossible now. Bullets whizzed past at blistering speeds as the Black Knights tightened their noose around him. Crouching behind the cantina's battered door, he slammed a fresh magazine into his rifle before scrambling behind the bar. His hands trembled as he fumbled for the sat phone in his vest, smearing blood across the keypad from an unseen wound. The metallic tang of smoke filled his lungs, and for a terrifying moment, he wondered if the building was about to collapse around him. Then Nicky's voice crackled through his headset, sharp with panic. "Josh, talk to me." His response was a ragged cough. Gunfire chewed through the wall above him, sending plaster raining down. "It's over," he muttered, staring at the rifle in his lap. "I screwed up again. Bullshit." Nicky's tone snapped like a whip. "You don't get to quit, Duffy." "Not now." Gordon's voice cut in, urgent. "Backdoor movement." A shadow lunged from the kitchen, rifle raised. The gunman hesitated, scanning the dust-choked air, but Josh was already moving. A burst from his AK sent the man crashing into a table, his last curse lost in the gunfire. Nicky wasn't done. "Get your head out of your ass, Sergeant! Your men need you!" Something in her words cut through the fog. He wiped his face, smearing blood and grime, and forced himself upright. "Copy that," he growled, adrenaline burning away the despair outside. Chaos reigned. Rain lashed his face as he sprinted through the carnage, boots splashing through mud and spent casings. Squeeze's machine gun roared overhead, stitching the town with suppressing fire. Josh veered left, dodging flames and debris, his focus locked on the armored vehicle's belly hatch. "Charlie Actual's coming in hot," he barked into the radio, lungs burning. The fight wasn't over, not yet. Cruz threw open the armored vehicle's side door and unleashed a torrent of machine gun fire, sweeping the park to suppress any threats in that direction. Duff hit the dirt hard, rolling across his gear and weapon before scrambling beneath the IAG Guardian's undercarriage. Frenchie and Gordon grabbed him roughly, hauling him inside just as Cruz secured his own hatch with a metallic clang. The words, RPG, barely registered before the rocket struck, slamming into the protective steel grating inches from their lives. Duff shook off the impact, unslung his rifle, and vaulted into the front seat, his gear dripping with mud and soot, his face streaked with blood. "NASCAR," he barked. "Move us the hell out." "Where to?" NASCAR shot back. "Somewhere without bullets flying at our heads." "At this rate, that's gonna be Nebraska," NASCAR muttered, wrenching the wheel as he reversed hard. The massive vehicle lurched backward, tires kicking up debris from the collapsed building beside them. He executed a sharp turn, flinging everyone inside like rag dolls before gunning the engine again. "Engine's rough, suspension's shot," he reported. "That blast did a number on Crazy Horse. She still running, for now?" NASCAR grunted. Cruz's voice cut through the chaos. "Hostile technicals incoming from the north. Engaging, not without backup," Squeeze yelled, racking his grenade launcher. "Time to finish what they started!" Duff braced himself as NASCAR tore through the streets, the sounds of Cruz's machine gun and Squeeze's grenades echoing behind them. Bullets ricocheted off the armor, but no more rockets followed. Once they hit the southeast road, the gunfire faded for the moment. Gabby leaned in, wiping blood and grime from Duff's face. "You're hurt," she said softly. Gordon shrugged. "Just some glass, we're fine." NASCAR's voice was grim. "Remick, Wolfson, the VIPs all gone. We're the only ones left, and half the damn Black Knights are still on us." Duff met Gordon's eyes. "Maybe not all of them." Gordon frowned. "What the hell does that mean?" Duff grabbed his radio, switching channels. "Charlie, this is Alpha. Respond silence." He tried again, louder. "Any Alpha element, check in." Frenchie sighed. "They're gone, boss." Gabby looked between them, confused. "They didn't make it out?" Duff strapped in, exhaling hard before keying the mic one last time. "Well," his voice trailed off, the weight of the moment pressing down. The tense silence on the radio stretched as Duff studied his team's stunned faces. "So, let me get this straight," he finally said, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Alpha team just waltzed into town, parked Warhorse in front of City Hall like they owned the place, then vanished north in Showhorse. And we weren't supposed to notice? Real smooth, Remick?" NASCAR leaned in, barely above a whisper. "Boss, what the hell's happening?" Before Duff could answer, the radio crackled to life with Remick's chilling response. "Actually, Duffy, it throws a massive wrench in your plans, doesn't it?" Chaos erupted in Crazy Horse. Frenchie muttered a quiet curse under his breath while Squeeze slammed his hatch shut. Gordon's voice cut through the tension. "You just blew up the whole damn meeting. You murdered the delegation?" Remick's reply was ice cold. "It's a little more complicated than that, Gordon. Way above your pay grade." "Funny," Gordon shot back. "Since your grand plan involves leaving us all to die, I'd say I'm not getting paid nearly enough." A long pause followed. Duff could practically hear Remick calculating his next move. Finally, the man's voice returned eerily calm. "Tell you what. Since you're not about to call HQ and spin some heroic last stand for my team, maybe we should meet up and negotiate." Duff barked a laugh. "You've got to be joking. You just slaughtered 50 people. The Black Knights will be swarming this place any minute. We're getting out now." Remick's tone turned mocking. "Oh, sure. One truck, a handful of guys, and your interpreter, how far do you think you'll get? Packhorse 2 had all the fuel reserves. You'll be stranded before you hit the first checkpoint." Gordon snapped. "We've got sat phones, genius. We'll call in the Mexican army and armored saint. Let them know you wiped out the delegation. Go ahead," Remick taunted. "Pull them out right now. I'll wait." Duff and Gordon exchanged glances before checking their phones. The screens were dead. Duff exhaled sharply. "You cut the Inmarsat service." "Planned for everything," Remick said smugly. The second you tipped your hand, we bricked your phones. You're stranded. No backup. No escape. Duff shoved his phone back into his pouch. So what's your brilliant solution? I've got one, but you'll have to trust me after all this. Why the hell would I? Because, Remick said, I'd rather cut you in than spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. Hear me out. You'll want in on this. Duff's jaw tightened. I'm listening. Not over the radio. There's an old airstrip 12 miles southeast of town. Follow the logging road at the 11-mile mark. You'll find a C-130 waiting, plenty of room for all of us. But here's the catch. You don't step foot on that plane until we've had a little chat. Flores is the wild card. Convince her to play along or she's not coming. One big happy family, Duff muttered. Hardly move fast. Black Knights will be hunting us. Wheels up in 30, Alpha 1 out. The second the radio went silent, Cruz scoffed. Yeah, that's not a trap at all. Squeeze threw his hands up. Totally legit. Remick's gonna waste us the second we show up. Duff locked eyes with Gabby, his voice tense. Listen, we need to stall and come up with a plan. Maybe I can convince him the guys and I will play along with whatever he's plotting. But there's zero chance he'll trust you to keep quiet if we walk out of here alive. He grimaced before adding, He's going to kill you, Dr. Flores. Gabby crossed herself, took a deep breath, and nodded. I know, Gordon cut in, frustration edging his words. What other options do we have? The Black Knights just lost their boss and their shot at keeping the military out. They'll pin it on us if we try driving down this mountain. They'll hunt us down and rip us to pieces. Gabby agreed. Mr. Gordon's right. I don't trust Remick either, but if the Black Knights want us dead, the only way off Devil's Spine is by plane, and that plane's leaving soon. Duff turned to Gordon. What about the surface-to-air missiles? Gordon scoffed. Exactly. Why would we or anyone get on a plane knowing there are SAMs hidden in these mountains? A slow grin spread across Duff's face. Better question, why would Remick risk it unless he's got them under control? Gordon's eyes widened. Unless he's the one with the missiles, he must have cut a deal with the Black Knights to hand them over. This whole thing's a setup. He's selling them. Duff nodded sharply. If Remick's willing to fly, that means the skies are clear. So whether we talk, beg, or fight our way on, we're getting on that plane. He turned to the group, his voice firm. NASCAR, get us to that airstrip. I'll check the satellite maps. This is a trap, no question. And I've got a bad feeling we're not supposed to survive the next 11 miles. Everyone buckle up. We're moving fast. Gordon shouted to Charlie team. Stay sharp. Expect an ambush. Frenchie smirked. Been expecting one for 3 days. Haven't been wrong yet. Dina opened her front door just as Nickel pulled up with Mandy and Harry in tow. The kids barely waited for an invitation before bolting toward the backyard swing set. Dina turned back to Nickel, then froze. Normally, her neighbor showed up in pastel scrubs for her janitorial shift, but tonight she was dressed in jeans, an army sweatshirt, and boots. And the look on her face, pure panic. Dina hesitated. Hey, everything all right? Nickel's voice was tight. Not even close. I need a huge favor, like keep the kids for a couple days, huge. A couple days? Dina took a step back, already calculating the extra cash, but playing reluctant. Nickel, you know mornings are chaos with Drew's feedings. This is life or death. Josh is in trouble. He'd do the same for you or Phil. Dina crossed her arms. My rate's $5 an hour. Even for sleeping kids, day rate's $25. Nickel's shoulders slumped, but then she straightened, resolve hardening. Fine, just keep them safe, $15, and I'll scrub your place spotless for a whole year. Dina shook her head. I don't need help cleaning, but Phil, that man despises mowing the lawn, says his sciatica flares up every time. Nickel gave a quick nod, sealing the deal. Every Saturday like clockwork. Josh actually enjoys yard work. Go figure. She glanced at her watch. Mind if I say a quick goodbye? My flight leaves in a couple hours. Flight? Dina's eyebrows shot up. Where the hell are you headed? Nickel flashed a tight smile. Honestly, the less you know, the safer you are. Shane Remick sat silently in the plush leather seat of the limo, his fingers drumming against the armrest. Alpha 5 handled the wheel, the rest of the vehicle eerily empty. Just ahead, 3 flatbed trucks rumbled down the uneven road toward the distant airstrip, their cargo, missiles and launchers secured under heavy tarps. Each truck had an Alpha operative behind the wheel and another riding shotgun, radios crackling as they coordinated the final stretch. The ambush in Warhorse had gone off without a hitch, Black Knight's drivers eliminated, their identities assumed. But Remick's mood was sour. The plan had called for Bravo and Charlie teams to survive just long enough to report their deaths before being wiped out by either the Black Knights or the Zetas. A clean break, yet here they were dealing with loose ends, Josh Duffy, Mike Gordon, and that damn museum curator, all refusing to die on schedule. His sat phone buzzed. Cardoza's voice cut through the static. Status. En route. Trucks are loaded. Planes inbound. Good. The weather's clearing. Remick exhaled. What about Diego? Took care of him when we landed. Same with the flatbed drivers. A pause. We've got a problem, though. Some of the fall guys didn't fall. Cardoza's silence stretched. Where? 10 minutes behind us, heading right for the Zeta's welcome party. A dark chuckle. Then let them walk into it. I'll make the call. Roadblocks go up after you pass. The line went dead. Remick leaned back, the weight of the next few hours pressing down. Soon, they'd all be living like kings. Duff snapped back to reality at the sound of Mike's voice. You hear that, boss? His mind had been racing ahead already at the airstrip, already calculating the odds of survival. The road stretched ahead, but the real fight was waiting just beyond the next bend. NASCAR's urgent question jolted Duff back to reality, instantly recognizing what his driver needed to know. Yeah, I hear it too, Duff responded grimly. Crazy Horse groaned louder with every passing second. 4 brutal days on shattered roads had left their mark, and the RPG Hits Plus, that bastard Remick's car bomb that took out Archuleta's team, hadn't helped matters. Now the APC sounded like a dying beast, metal screeching, gears failing, the engine gasping like it was suffocating. When NASCAR asked if they could pull over to check under the hood, Duff shut it down fast. Not happening. Airstrip's 5 miles out. Either way, I doubt we'll need this bucket of bolts after we arrive. The weight of those words settled over them. Gabby murmured prayers in Spanish, while the others stared silently out the windows. Gordon manned Wolfson's old gunport, his M4, ready as he scanned through the glass. Up in the turret, Squeeze wiped grime from his goggles, squinting ahead at the jagged volcanic road, more like a scar of blackened rock winding along the valley's edge. Below them, a narrower path hugged the drop-off, likely used by loggers hauling timber with mules. The 2 routes ran parallel, separated by a steep, brush-choked slope. This damn road keeps twisting. Squeeze called. NASCAR spot anything useful last bend? Just more mountains, pines, and dust. Same nightmare scenery, we've cruise cut in. Contact rear, 2 trucks, 200 meters back. Just came out of the trees. Gordon tensed. Here we go again. Then Frenchies shout, more vehicles left side, 50 meters up in the trees. Gunfire erupted instantly, bullets pinging off Crazy Horse's battered armor, cracking the already weakened glass. Nobody waited for orders in these mountains. Hesitation got you killed. Cruz and Squeeze unleashed hell with their machine guns. Who the hell are these guys? Cruz barked between bursts. Squeeze didn't hesitate. Black Knights, they must have heard about Cinco Lágrimas and set up shop. Duff stayed focused, assessing the chaos. This wasn't some ragtag ambush. It was coordinated. Not the Knights? He snapped. They couldn't have mobilized this fast. Gabby's voice was tight. Just like last night. Exactly like last night, Duff agreed. Same group, same trap. NASCAR cursed. Which means they've got the damn road blocked up ahead. The firefight intensified. Crews and Squeeze poured rounds into the pursuing trucks while enemy fire chewed up the road around them. NASCAR floored it, the engine howling in protest as they rounded another bend, only for Squeeze to roar roadblock. Just as the valley vanished behind them, about a kilometer ahead on this path, NASCAR squinted through the dust. "Wait, what? I didn't spot anything." Duff's voice crackled over the comms. "Saw it just before we rounded the last curve." From the elevated position, Duff pointed downward. "Squeeze. There's a dirt trail running parallel below us. Any idea which route they've blocked?" "Absolutely, this one. The main gravel road," Squeeze confirmed. "We're rolling straight into their kill zone. If they've got rocket launchers, we're toast. No decoys this time, just us in this beat-up tin can." NASCAR grimaced, gripping the wheel. "This old girl's hanging by a thread. One more hit, and we're done." Gabby's whisper cut through the tension. "So, what's the play?" Frenchie didn't hesitate. "We shoot our way out." His famous roared, stitching bullets into the tree line. Squeeze's voice turned urgent. Full sweep 12 technicals repeating, 1, 2 trucks, surrounding us at 6, 9 and straight ahead. Then Gordon's shout pierced the chaos. "Bird in the sky, C-130 at our 4 o'clock, low and lining up for landing down the valley." Duff's eyes lit up. "That's our exit. Just gotta clear these clowns first." Cruz chimed in. "Squeeze, and I'll handle the tailgaters." Frenchie jerked his chin toward the slope. "Gordon, swap sides, cover that ridge." As Gordon repositioned, his rifle spat fire uphill. The enemy trucks lurched over uneven terrain, their shots wild but relentless. Squeeze frowned. "Why no rockets yet?" Duff's jaw tightened. "They're saving them for the roadblock." The obstacle came into view. 2 pickups barricaded by fallen pines, armed men waiting. The road vanished into the trees ahead. NASCAR's knuckles whitened. "I don't think we can." "Figure it out," Duff barked. 60 seconds till impact." NASCAR's mind raced. The APC shuddered over ruts, harnesses the only thing keeping them from becoming airborne. Suddenly, he leaned toward Duff. "The lower road, how's it look from your side?" Steep drop, maybe 12 yards down. "Angle suicide, we'd barrel roll straight off the cliff. Any rocks? Trees? Why? You planning a picnic?" "Just answer." NASCAR snapped. Duff scanned the slope, mostly scrubbed some loose debris. "Still, no way 12 yards exactly, and the incline. 40 degrees, give or take. Clock's ticking, Larry." Squeeze's warning rang out. 30 seconds." His rifle fell silent as he reloaded. NASCAR's voice dropped, steady. "You trust me, boss?" Duff didn't blink. "Do it." With a sharp inhale, NASCAR punched the gas. The APC's engine screamed as he wrenched the wheel. Just as Squeeze lobbed a grenade into the pines, the world tilted, metal groaning, as they veered toward the impossible slope. "Buckle up and hold on tight." Squeeze quickly stowed the launcher and machine gun before scrambling into his seat, fumbling with the safety straps. "What's the plan here?" NASCAR had taken command from Duff, his voice steady but intense. "Everyone, secure your gear and brace yourselves. We're flipping this APC onto its roof, sliding it down the slope, then rolling it back onto its wheels when we hit the road below." Squeeze's eyes widened. "Hell no, you're not," Gordon chimed in. "Wait, hold on." Duff cut them off. 10 seconds to lock down weapons and strap in. Frenchie sighed. This is a disaster waiting to happen, but he still slung his rifle tight across his chest. NASCAR glanced at Duff. "Give me the green light, boss. How far to the road and what's the angle?" The winding path ahead revealed the roadblock in the distance. 30-degree descent, 12 meters to the road, clearish, but we're still in their line of fire. 2 enemy fighters raised their RPGs, taking aim. "Not for long," NASCAR muttered. Duff turned to Gabby, who was already strapped in but looked tense. "Tuck your head down," he ordered, and she curled into a protective stance like she was bracing for impact. "Here we go," NASCAR yelled, slamming the accelerator. 80 meters ahead, twin RPGs screamed toward them, trailing smoke. At 30 miles per hour, NASCAR jerked the wheel hard, sending the APC careening off the road just as the rockets whizzed past. Then, chaos. The APC tipped violently, slamming onto its side before flipping completely upside down. The turret tore away instantly as loose gear flew everywhere. The vehicle skidded down the hillside, battering against rocks and roots, spinning like a toy before finally crashing back onto its wheels at the bottom. NASCAR never let off the gas. The APC lurched forward, one back tire skidding dangerously close to the cliff edge, sending rocks tumbling into the valley before regaining traction. Black dust billowed as they roared back onto the road, miraculously intact. 2 more RPGs streaked overhead, exploding harmlessly behind them. Duff spat blood from a split lip, but grinned. "Holy hell, NASCAR, you actually pulled it off!" NASCAR exhaled, almost in disbelief. "Well, I'll be damned," Squeeze groaned from the back. "No way we just survived that." Duff checked on Gabby, spotting a bleeding gash near her temple. "Frenchie, patch her up. Everyone else sound off," Gordon gagged. "I might have puked a little, but I'm good." Frenchie was already digging into his med kit. "3's fine, Cruz winced. 4's here, though. My rifle stock just introduced itself to my groin." Duff chuckled through bloody teeth. "NASCAR, you good?" NASCAR grinned, alive, unhurt, and officially a legend boss. Squeeze sighed. "Pretty sure I just ruined my pants, but 6 is still in the fight." Duff climbed up toward the roof hatch, ready to get a better view of their situation. As he pushed it open, he realized the protective steel turret that had shielded him earlier was missing, just gone. Without hesitation, he dropped back inside. "Yeah, scratch that idea." The truck rattled violently, every bolt and panel groaning under the strain, but NASCAR didn't let up on the gas. "Cruz," Duff shouted toward the rear. "What's the situation behind us?" Cruz's voice came back sharp and amused. "Looks like a bunch of idiots stuck in traffic. They're still up on the ridge road, pointing the wrong way, trying to figure out how to turn around on that hairpin curve." Duff wiped blood from his mouth with a rag, nodding. "NASCAR bought us breathing room, but Remmick's still the problem. Everyone, man your positions and stay sharp." Meanwhile, the green C-13 sat waiting on the uneven grass runway, its engines humming, rear ramp lowered. Behind it, the ground dropped sharply into a massive canyon. Cardoza leaned against his Jeep near the plane, deep in a heated phone call. 3 trucks loaded with missiles rolled up, and Alpha Team wasted no time tearing off the tarps covering the crates. Remick had his driver park show horse farther up the strip, well clear of the runway. Once his men were out, he grabbed a bag from the cab and pulled out 2 thermite grenades. Alpha 6 mirrored him on the other side. "Fire in the hole," Remick muttered, tossing his grenades into the front seats while Alpha 6 lobbed his into the back. They shut the doors and walked away. No evidence left behind. The thermite would take its time, eating through metal before the fuel tanks blew. As Remick approached Cardoza, the usually composed cartel boss pocketed his phone with a tense expression. "Problem?" Remick asked. Cardoza exhaled sharply. "Lobo just called. The Zetas couldn't hold the road 6 more down. The Americans broke through. They're headed this way." Remick cursed under his breath, scanning the tree line where the road emerged. The old cargo plane, half hidden under camo netting, sat nearby, blending into the overgrown brush. "Are the Zetas at least chasing them?" Cardoza shook his head. "They bailed into the hills. The Black Knights are rolling in from Cinco Lagrimas. 200 strong, Lobo says, 20 minutes tops." Remick's jaw tightened. "Then we've got bigger issues. Those security guys will be here first." Cardoza raised an eyebrow, and a slow smirk spread across Remick's face. "I'll do exactly what I promised." "Negotiate. Negotiate?" Cardoza scoffed. One grenade launcher from Charlie Team could turn this whole runway into a fireball. I'm not risking that. No, I'll dangle cash and a way out, see if they're smart enough to take it. The team knew they had to act fast to secure a ride out of there. What if negotiations fall through? Someone asked. Remick didn't hesitate. He keyed his radio and barked orders. Alpha 3, grab a SAM launcher and a scoped rifle. Move to the northern tree line for a clear shot at the southern approach. Targets, came the reply. Modify the missile for ground strikes and stand by. Might need you to pick off anyone on foot, so keep that rifle close. Charlie Team still in play? For now, Remick said, watching as Alpha 3 hauled a crate from the truck, yanked out a missile and sprinted toward cover. Cardoza frowned. If you've got missiles, why bother talking? Just take out their truck when it shows up. Remick smirked. Ever heard the saying, keep 'em talking till your archers are ready? That missile's meant for air targets. Takes time to recalibrate. For now, they've got the upper hand, but not for long. Cardoza shrugged. Seems you've got it handled. I'll board the plane. Wrong, Remick snapped. You're hauling crates like everyone else. Mastermind or not, you're not skipping the heavy lifting. With a sigh, Cardoza jogged toward the AC-130. Meanwhile, the battered Crazy Horse limped forward, its engine wheezing. NASCAR wrestled the damaged steering as Duff squinted through cracked glass. There's the airstrip C-130, burning APC, flatbeds loaded with crates. They're moving fast. Gordon leaned in. What's the play? Edge up to the tree line, Duff ordered. I'll go alone. Mike lives, so you hear everything. Gordon protested. Let me do it. My men are gone. This is on me. Duff cut him off. And that's exactly why I don't trust you to fix it. Then I'm coming with you, Gordon insisted. Duff turned to the others. Frenchie's in charge. Gabby, stay put. No need to paint a target on your back. Squeeze man the roof hatch with the M32. If this goes south, be ready. The tension was thick as Duff stepped out, the weight of the moment pressing down. Every second counted, and failure wasn't an option. Duff tightened his grip on the grenade, his voice low and dangerous. If that plane makes a move, we're turning it into scrap metal. Cruz shot him a skeptical look. You planning to stand there when it blows? With a grim smile, Duff shrugged. Might not be standing much longer anyway. He turned to Cruz, his tone sharp. 4. Keep that machine gun ready, but strap every spare round you've got on you. If things go south, fall back to the trees. Watch our backs. Either the Black Knights are inbound, or those guys we tricked earlier are coming for round 2. Copy that, TL. Duff motioned to Frenchie, get out of the truck and scan the area through your scope. You're calling the shots now. Frenchie gave a quick nod, swung open his door, and perched on the running board, his FAMAS steady. Got Remick in my sights. 200 meters out, say the word, and he's done. Hold fire for now, just keep me updated. Duff turned to NASCAR, raising an eyebrow. You know how to fly, right? NASCAR scoffed. I flew choppers for Academy, fixed wing, maybe a small prop plane, but not that damn C-130. Duff exhaled, scanning the airfield, his eyes locked onto a battered twin-engine plane tucked under camouflage netting near the tree line. What about that one? NASCAR grabbed the binoculars, squinting. That's a CASA C-212, Spanish-made, probably used for smuggling. You could stuff a ton of cargo in there. Can you fly it? You serious? Dead serious. NASCAR hesitated. If it even starts, no clue if it's got fuel, power, or hydraulics. From here, it looks like junk. Get out, check it. If this goes sideways, we might need it. NASCAR groaned but slid out the back, muttering, Yeah, sure, boss. Duff caught Gabby's eye, his voice steady. We'll get through this. She nodded. The Lord's with you, Mr. Duffy. Duff turned to Gordon. Ready? Gordon smirked. Not even close. They stepped out together, rifles slung but hands raised as they approached the C-130. The armed men loading missiles froze, weapons snapping up. Duff and Gordon dropped their rifles, keeping their sidearms holstered but visible. Remick's voice cut through the engine noise. "Well, look at you two." Beat to hell, but still kicking. Unlike them, Remick looked pristine, clean Oakley's, spotless rifle, posture like a drill sergeant. Duff raised his voice over the C-130's rumble, knowing Frenchie was listening. "Those guys who ambushed us, same crew from last night, not Black Knights. They're working for you, aren't they?" Remick grinned. "Sharp kid, they're Zetas." Duff repeated it louder for the team. "Zetas, they don't operate this far north. We've got mutual interests." But don't lose sleep over them. The remaining force had dwindled to around 50 men, but a fresh wave of 200 Black Knights was closing in fast, less than 15 minutes out, according to intel. Duff wiped blood from his mouth and spat onto the dirt. "Those crates they're hauling into the C-130? Those are the same surface-to-air missiles the UN was hunting, aren't they?" "Bingo," Remick replied with a smirk. Duff's jaw tightened. So the whole charade with the delegation was just a cover. Get them up here, take them out, then vanish with the missiles. Remick chuckled. The UN wanted to seize and destroy those manpads. But let's be real, each launcher fetches over $1 million on the black market. You think I'd risk my neck for a lousy 70 grand? Nah, my cut's 20 mil tax-free. Duff's voice turned icy. "And I'm guessing we were supposed to get wiped out by the Zetas after calling in that you were all dead. So what's the play now?" "That's up to you and Gordon," Remick said, his grin widening. "Gordo's already leaning my way, but you're the wild card." Gordon crossed his arms. "What's the catch?" "The catch?" Remick spread his hands. "I'm offering you both $2.5 million, Gordo. That'll clear your child support and set you up for life. And Duff, enough to get your wife out of that dead-end job, right? Think about Mandy and Harry. What kind of future do they have on mall cop wages?" Duff clenched his fists. "Go to hell." Remick laughed. "Tough guy, huh? Fine. But what about your boys still breathing in Crazy Horse? I'll throw in $1 million each, plus a ride off this mountain. Right now, that's worth more than gold." He leaned in. "You know the local saying, plomo o plata, bullet or cash? You're called." Duff's gaze flicked to the crates, and Flores, non-negotiable. "She stays, Archuleta's men can deal with her. They'll execute her." Remick shrugged. "Not our problem." He turned back to Gordon. "So, you in?" Gordon hesitated. "How do we know you won't dump us mid-flight?" "Simple math. 2 pilots, a loadmaster, and 8 of my guys, all armed. You 6 keep your weapons, we play nice, or we all go down in flames. Grenades and missiles don't mix." Gordon glanced at Duff, who stared back in disbelief. "And the money, already set up in a Seychelles account?" Remick said smoothly. "All you have to do is say yes." A gust of wind rattled the trees, and in the distance, the faint hum of approaching engines grew louder. Time was running out. "The money will be wired to each of you. Any account, any bank. Once we complete the delivery to our buyers in Bogota." His voice turned icy as he added, "Keep your mouths shut, and maybe we all walk away from this alive." Duff clenched his jaw. "And who exactly are you selling these missiles to?" The man smirked. "Does it matter?" "Not to you, I guess." "Damn right it doesn't. Bad guys will always find a way to get their hands on weapons. If it's not me, it'll be someone else. Might as well make some cash while we're at it." He spread his hands. "Now, gentlemen, you've got the same opportunity. This operation is airtight. I've got everything lined up, but I could use a little less attitude and a little more cooperation. So what's it gonna be?" He turned to Gordon. "Bravo 1? Gordon hesitated, glancing at Duff. "Do we even have a choice?" Duff couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Gordon, you can't be serious. It's this or a bullet, Duff. And Gabby, give her a pistol, some supplies, and point her toward the pines. She knows these woods, she'll make it." Duff scoffed. That was pure delusion. Gabby wouldn't last 10 minutes out there, and Remick knew it. If he thought she'd survive, he'd have put a round in her himself. But Gordon clung to the lie, nodding at Remick. I'm in. Duff shook his head. Mike, don't. Smart move, Gordon, Remick said, then turned to Duff. What about you? Think about your family back home. Duff exhaled sharply. No, Charlie teams out. Gordon grabbed his arm. Don't be an idiot, man. Remick smirked. Duff, let's be real. You're just an 11 bang-bang, a grunt. Yeah, you played mercenary for a while, but you're not calling the shots. You're the guy who follows them, or at least you were before you lost that leg. Now, you're nothing. He leaned in. For once in your life, Lead, you've got men still breathing in that armored truck. After everything, you really gonna let them die for nothing? I'm not signing them up to armed terrorists. So what's your plan? Sit here and wait for the Black Knights to roll up? Give 'em a big group hug? Duff raised his voice, knowing Frenchie was listening. I've got 4 guns on you right now, including a grenade launcher ready to turn that plane into scrap metal. Remick laughed. Cute. Saw that coming? My guy Alpha 3's in the trees behind me with an Igla S locked on your APC. He's hearing every word. 1 order, and your boys are vapor. Duff narrowed his eyes. You'd fire an anti-air missile at a parked truck? Ask Cruz? Special Forces, right? He knows how these things work. A little tweak, and that Igla turns your ride into a fireball. He grinned. You're out of moves, Duff. I can turn your whole team and your girl into paste if I feel like it. Frenchie's voice crackled in his earpiece. Cruz confirms Igla can be modified for ground targets. Duff's stomach dropped. He hadn't even considered it. That APC was a death trap now. The silence stretched until Remick taunted. Nothing to say? Duff's voice was barely a whisper. Please. Remick checked his watch, then keyed his mic. Alpha 3, fire! No! Duff screamed. The missile shot from the trees, streaking past him in a blur of smoke. He spun, heart pounding, praying it would miss. The explosion hit Crazy Horse like a freight train, obliterating the vehicle in a fireball of twisted metal and shattered glass. The blast wave sent steel doors flying in every direction, the roof hatch spinning into the sky, while the reinforced windshield disintegrated into a million glittering fragments. Even from 200 yards away, the force nearly knocked Duff off his feet. Tears blurred his vision as he stared at the wreckage, his chest tight with grief. Beside him, Mike Gordon stood frozen, hands gripping his head in stunned silence. Behind them, Remick's voice cut through the chaos. Direct hit. Target eliminated, fewer loose ends to deal with, and one less meddling activist to blab about what really happened. Duff's fingers twitched toward his sidearm, fury boiling in his veins. You bastard, I swear I'll... Easy there, Duff, Remick warned, his tone icy. Alpha 3's got a bead on you right now. One wrong move, and your brains paint the grass. I'm feeling merciful today, so this is your only warning. Mike snapped out of his daze, drawing his pistol and leveling it at Duff's head. Don't do this, man. You've lost enough already. Walk away while you still can. Duff sank to his knees, the weight of failure crushing him. Remick smirked, glancing at his men. We're wheels up in 2 minutes. You've got 30 seconds to decide if you want to live. He turned to Mike. I appreciate your loyalty, but if that gun so much as twitches my way, Alpha 3 drops you where you stand. Mike nodded stiffly. Just trying to keep us both alive, boss. Duff's mind raced. Everyone he cared about was gone, his team, his mission, all of it reduced to ash. There was nothing left. No Nickel, no Mandy, no Harry, just the ghosts of the men he'd led to their deaths. His jaw clenched as he locked eyes with Remick, ready to make his final stand. But just as he tensed to rise, a burst of static crackled in his earpiece. Boss? Frenchie's voice cut through. We're alive. Got everyone clear before the blast. We're under the netting near the old cargo plane. Got eyes on a sniper in the trees. Say the word, and I take the shot. Duff's breath caught. Do it. Remick frowned. Do what? A single gunshot split the air. Duff lunged for his pistol as Remick grabbed for his rifle. Mike, caught in the chaos, swung his weapon toward Remick. Just as Remick fired, the bullet struck Mike square in the chest, sending him sprawling. At the same instant, Duff felt a searing impact as Alpha 2's shot slammed into him, knocking him flat on his back, his pistol skidding away. Remick collapsed, clutching his bleeding arm, howling in pain. Alpha Team swarmed the scene, rifles sweeping the area, still convinced Charlie Team had been wiped out. The lone shot from Frenchie had been lost in the confusion, just another echo in the chaos. Gasping, Remick let his men drag him up, his face twisted in agony. He looked down at Mike, lifeless in the dirt, then at Duff, sprawled and motionless. A grim satisfaction flickered in his eyes until he realized the game wasn't over yet. Remick scanned Charlie 1 for injuries, but only spotted blood on his own sleeve, the deep gash through his arm demanding immediate attention. He bolted for the waiting C-130 as the Alpha Team sprinted toward the aircraft. Nearby, Duff groaned at the sound of Frenchie's voice crackling through his earpiece. Blinking up at the fading daylight, he realized the sky had darkened from gold to indigo while he'd been unconscious. His vision cleared just in time to see the massive cargo plane lumbering past, its engines whining as it pivoted toward the distant tree line. A searing ache radiated from his chest as he sat up. Some trigger-happy idiot had nearly blown his head off, but the bullet had struck his armor plate instead. Lucky, considering a few inches higher would have punched through his collarbone. Gritting his teeth, he radioed Frenchie, still breathing before dragging himself toward Gordon's motionless form. The man's vacant stare and the dark pool beneath his neck told Duff everything he needed to know. "Damn it," he muttered, then keyed his mic. "Remick's gone rogue. Frenchie, where's our exit strategy?" Frenchie's reply was tense. He made it aboard during the chaos. "Too many hostiles blocking my shot. Didn't want to paint a target on us." Duff's gaze locked onto the C-130, now creeping up the runway. "NASCAR, why's it moving away from us?" "Physics, man," NASCAR shot back. "That bird's overloaded. Pilot needs the whole strip to build speed, gonna U-turn gun the engines, and pray he clears the canyon drop-off." Squeeze chimed in before Duff could ask, "Wish I had my launcher, but I ditched it back at Crazy Horse, only brought the MK-48. "No regrets," Duff said, already sprinting toward an abandoned crate near the strip. "Cruz ever handled an Igla S?" "Like a damn video game," Cruz replied. "Good, 'cause we're stealing their playbook." Duff yanked a missile from the foam padding, heart pounding as he scanned the tree line. The launcher had to be nearby, wherever that sniper had taken his last shot. Cruz hesitated. "You realize we're about to smoke our own countrymen?" Squeeze snorted. "Countrymen who sold us out." "Fair enough," Cruz grunted. "But hurry, that plane's pivoting in 10. Duff's lungs burned as he crashed through the underbrush, spotting the launcher beside a dead Alpha operative. He snatched it up, loaded the missile, and tore back toward the team. Between gasps, he barked orders. "Listen up! When that bird goes down, every Black Knight within miles will come running. Lock and load. This fight's just getting started." The team was ready to blow up the C-130 before turning to confront the Black Knights. "We knew this mission was a suicide run when we signed on," Duffy said, his voice steady. "But at least we get to choose how we go out." Cruz let out a loud hooyah in response. But NASCAR cut in with a hesitant tone. "Boss, I might have another play, but you're not going to like it." Duff exhaled sharply. "Not exactly thrilled with my plan either. What have you got?" NASCAR explained. He'd found an old cargo plane nearby, battered, reeking of something foul, but with functional controls. The only catch? A dead battery meant no power. "Engines won't start without juice," he admitted. Duff, still sprinting toward the plane, shot back. "So what's the move?" NASCAR laid out his insane idea: roll the plane downhill, gain speed, leap in, and dive off the canyon's edge. The free fall might spin the props enough to generate power. "It's a long shot," he admitted. But getting shredded by the Black Knights is a guarantee if we stay. Duff weighed the options. We focus on taking down that C-130, even if we don't make it. Stopping those missiles is worth it. Meanwhile, Oscar Cardoza stood behind the C-130's pilots as the massive aircraft swung around to face the airstrip. Remick, nursing a bandaged arm, assured him most of the Americans were already dead. "The Black Knights will clean up the rest," he said. Cardoza confirmed the Igla missiles were loaded, though the ramp was still down as the last crates were being secured. The pilot revved the engines, but the plane didn't budge. Someone needed to close that ramp. Cardoza rushed back, expecting to see his men working. Instead, they were just standing around. "Alpha 3's missing," one muttered. "Who gives a damn?" Cardoza snapped, grabbing a crate. An Alpha contractor helped, but he looked uneasy. He took one of the launchers. Cardoza shrugged. "Then we sell 58 instead of 59. More money for the rest of us." As they hauled the last crate inside, the plane lurched forward, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. The loadmaster hit the ramp button, sealing them in as the C-130 barreled down the rough airstrip. The Alpha man stood frozen beside Cardoza, shouting over the noise. But whatever he said was lost in the chaos. Cardoza's mind raced as the missile launcher fired. Remick's message was clear. Someone from Charlie Team was still out there, and worse, the enemy might have gotten their hands on deadly anti-air weapons. The cargo plane's engines roared as it sped down the runway, the ramp still lifting. Without a headset, his desperate shout to abort takeoff went unheard. He scanned the chaos, crates, scattered men, the narrowing gap of the closing hatch. No time to think. He sprinted up the angled ramp and hurled himself out just as the plane sealed shut behind him. Duff was already struggling across the airstrip, weighed down by body armor, ammo, and the bulky launcher. His prosthetic leg didn't help, each step slower than he wanted. Cruz's voice crackled in his earpiece. The C-130 was moving, and if it escaped into the canyon, they'd lose their shot. "If we don't get airborne, Remick slips away," Duff muttered. "NASCAR cut in, that old bird isn't fast, but if we catch him off guard, we can close the gap." Cruz wasn't as optimistic. Effective missile range was shorter than they hoped, but Remick wouldn't be expecting pursuit. Squeeze, ever the skeptic, argued for a simpler solution. "Why not just light up the C-130 with our guns?" Duff shut it down fast. Alerting the enemy would only make things worse. Then Cruz's warning came: trucks, lots of them, closing fast. No time to hesitate. The battered cargo plane was their only shot. As Duff reached it, the team tore off the camouflage netting, revealing a rusted relic that looked barely airworthy. Gabby, sliding into the co-pilot seat, quipped, "Trust me, the Black Knights aren't winning any beauty contests either." They shoved the plane toward the cliff's edge, gravity their only ally. Rifle fire snapped past. Enemy trucks were almost on them. Frenchie yelled to push harder, but Duff knew luck wasn't on their side. One stray bullet could end everything. "Keep moving," he barked. The plane lurched forward, wheels groaning as it picked up speed toward the drop. The canyon waited below, a mile and a half of open air, their runway to vengeance. "Don't stop now, keep going," NASCAR barked, his voice tight with urgency. Gabby, ease onto the right pedal. "Gentle, that's it. We're hitting the slope, gaining momentum. Everyone inside now." Squeeze bolted forward, yelling, "Out of my way, I'm first." But NASCAR shoved past him, snapping pilot's seat. Dumbass move. Cruz tumbled into the cabin, shouting. "Charlie 4's in!" as the aircraft lurched faster down the steep incline. Duff scrambled in right after, knees slamming against the shuddering floor as he whipped around. "Where's Frenchie?" NASCAR's voice crackled through the headset. "I've got the stick! Frenchie, move it!" Duff bellowed. The older man was lagging, 10 feet back, legs pumping but losing ground. Duff gripped the hydraulic strut, leaning out as far as he dared, hand outstretched. "Grab on! I can't." Gunfire erupted again, the pursuing trucks closing in. A bullet punched through the fuselage near Duff's shoulder. He flinched but held position, fingers straining. "Drop the rifle!" Frenchie flung it aside, gaining a fraction of speed, but the plane was accelerating faster. "NASCAR, slow down! No can do! Cliff's right there. We need velocity too." Then Frenchie staggered to a halt, hands on his knees, gasping into his mic. "Sorry, Duff. I'm done." "No!" Duff roared. Frenchie spun, pistol raised, squeezing off 2 shots before enemy fire ripped through him. "Frenchie's hit! Charlie 3's down!" NASCAR's voice turned razor sharp. "Brace yourselves, we're airborne!" Duff lunged toward the cockpit. "How do I seal the ramp?" "Ramp's the least of our problems," NASCAR shot back. The violent jolting ceased, replaced by eerie silence, then the howl of wind as the plane nosedived. Oh, hell. The windshield framed a nightmare, jagged rocks, dense pines, and a churning river far below, surging closer by the second. "You got control?" Duff demanded. NASCAR's knuckles whitened on the yoke. "Does it look like I do?" He wrenched the controls, veins bulging. "Gotta lift the nose. Come on, fire the engines." "Not yet. Need more speed." Squeeze's voice screeched from the rear. "We're dropping like a damn anvil. How's that not enough?" A metallic snap echoed through the cabin. Gabby shrieked. "What broke? Aileron cable? Backups holding? Then why are we still falling?" Duff snarled. "You see me magically fixing physics?" NASCAR shot back. Gabby pointed, trembling. "The river? It's right there. Squeeze lost it. Fly this tin, can you hillbill moron? Shut your trap!" NASCAR roared. "Engines firing. Pray this works." The props sputtered, belching black smoke before whining to life. But the descent continued, the ground rushing up at a brutal angle. Everyone crawl aft, shift the weight, Squeeze gaped. Toward the giant open hole. "It'll tilt the nose." "Dough it," Duff ordered. Up the damn floor. Now the metal bench legs could serve as makeshift steps if they could reach them. "Gabby, stay right where you are in the co-pilot seat. Don't move," Duff ordered. The 3 men scrambled toward the rear of the plane, clinging to each other near the ramp's edge. Squeeze shot Duff a panicked glare. "This plan's gone sideways, Army." NASCAR suddenly tensed. "Hold on, we're leveling out." The plane stabilized, and Cruz let out a disbelieving laugh. "We're actually flying." He glanced at NASCAR for confirmation. "Damn right we are," NASCAR whooped, gripping the controls tighter. Duff squinted through the windshield. "Any sign of Remick's plane?" "Banking north now," NASCAR muttered, adjusting their course. Seconds later, Gabby's voice cut in, hesitant. Mr. NASCAR, that canyon wall's looking awfully close. Got it under control," NASCAR snapped, jerking the yoke just in time to avoid a collision. The plane shuddered but climbed higher, shadows stretching across the canyon floor as dusk settled in. Duff leaned forward, scanning the darkness. "See anything?" NASCAR's finger jabbed toward the windshield. "There!" He's hugging the canyon, flying low, probably dodging radar. 2 clicks straight ahead. Duff smirked. He's got no clue we're tailing him. Cruz hefted the launcher. Time to light him up. Gabby's nervous chuckle broke the tension. "So, Mr. NASCAR? Not to add to the stress, but the fuel gauge is reading empty." NASCAR smacked the dashboard. "Son of a Duff, we're running on fumes." Squeeze groaned. "Meaning what? We're gonna crash? Unless you've got a magic landing strip up your sleeve." "Yeah," NASCAR shot back. Cruz tightened his grip on the launcher. "You're joking," Gabby, ever the optimist, shrugged. "Hey, at least we're not stuck on the ground anymore. Enjoy it while it lasts," NASCAR muttered. Meanwhile, Shane Remick alternated between watching the chaos through the cockpit window and wincing as he tightened the blood-soaked bandage on his arm. Gordon's bullet had shattered bone, but the adrenaline of escape and the $60 million in missiles kept him sharp. As they climbed, he fumbled for his headset, finally yanking it back into place just as Alpha 2 burst in, face pale. "Lost comms for a sec," Remick dismissed, but the man didn't relax. "Spit it out, Vance. Ray didn't make it, and the launcher, it's still on the deck." Remick's stomach dropped. If even one member of Charlie team was alive. Where's Cardoza? Vance swallowed. He bailed when he heard about the SAM. Remick's hand flew to his sat phone. 3 missed calls from Cardoza in the last minute. Swearing, he whirled toward the pilot. You got countermeasures? The pilot blinked. Chaff and flares, but deploy them now, Remick roared. There's a man-pad on that runway. The sky behind them erupted in a shower of fiery flares and metallic chaff, a desperate attempt to shake off death's grip. As he adjusted the controls, he increased their speed, dipping the aircraft back beneath the canyon's rim. If we stay low, they won't have a clear shot from that airstrip, he muttered. Remick, however, wasn't buying it. Deploy every countermeasure we've got now, he barked. Meanwhile, inside the Casa C-212, trailing the C-130 by over a mile, Duff eyed the launcher in Tony Cruz's grip. You really think this is going to work? He asked, the tension thick in the cabin. Cruz checked the weapon one last time. Locked and loaded, boss. NASCAR's voice crackled over the comms. Remick's dropping flares and chaff. He's descending fast. Duff clenched his jaw. He knows we've got a launcher. Question is, does he know we're right behind him? Cruz didn't wait for an answer. Move it, he shouted, already heading toward the rear of the plane. The so-called hatch was nothing more than an open gap with a flimsy webbing strap. Cruz studied the setup, then yelled over the deafening propeller noise. Listen up. If we screw this up, we're toast, NASCAR, when I give the signal. Bank hard right. I'll brace against the webbing, fire the launcher out the side, and angle the backblast toward the open ramp. Then I'm ditching this thing before it cooks us alive. Duff made sure everyone was on the same page, but before NASCAR could confirm, the pilot cursed. Engine 2's choking. We're running on fumes. Turn now, Cruz ordered. The plane lurched right as both engines sputtered, the propellers slowing to a crawl. Get to the front, Cruz shouted, but Duff and Squeeze grabbed his vest, anchoring him in case the webbing snapped. Cruz steadied the launcher, aiming just above the canyon's edge. Through the fading sunset, the green C-130 twisted and turned, flares spitting from its sides like fireworks. Then the engines died completely. NASCAR's voice was eerily calm. We're gliding. Altitude 7300. Cruz ignored him, his focus locked on the target. The Igla East buzzed to life, the seeker locking onto the EC-130 through the chaff. A high-pitched whine confirmed the lock, got tone firing. Duff turned away, pressing his face into the fuselage as the missile roared out, flames licking past the wing. Cruz dropped the launcher and was yanked back inside just as the missile streaked toward its target. The 3 men scrambled forward, but NASCAR's voice in their headsets kept them updated. Missiles tracking, still tracking. He's dodging, but it's not fooled. Duff lunged toward the cockpit in time to see the warhead slam into the C-130's wing. The massive plane spiraled downward, vanishing into the canyon before a thunderous explosion echoed back. NASCAR whooped, punching the air. Splash 1, you son of a bitch. Call me Maverick. Cruz, still catching his breath, muttered, Holy hell, I just took out Shane Remick. They're gonna put me on a damn poster. Duff shot him a grim look. Only if we don't crash next. NASCAR, get us down alive. How much longer until we bail? The tension in the cockpit was thick enough to cut with a knife. Altitude's at 6,400 feet. We've got maybe 3 minutes of glide left if we're lucky. The pilot's voice was steady, but his grip on the controls betrayed his nerves. We need to put as much space between us and those black nights as possible. Another voice cut in, sharp with urgency. Copy that. We'll ride this canyon north until we can't anymore. It's getting hard to see. Everyone keep your eyes peeled for rock walls. Gabby's breath hitched. Oh my God, she murmured under her breath, her fingers digging into the seat. Meanwhile, deep in the shadowy woods, Oscar Cardoza crouched low, his dark eyes fixed on the chaotic scene unfolding at the airstrip. Over 200 sicarios milled around like ants without a queen, shouting into radios and scanning the canyon. Their leader was gone, and now they were just a pack of bloodthirsty strays, united only by rage. Cardoza wasn't moving an inch until they cleared out. The distant thunder of the C-130's explosion still echoed in his skull. 1 minute, his plan had been flawless. Escape Mexico, cash in 60 million, vanish. The next, up in flames, literally. Remick was dead. The missiles were scrap metal, and his buyers in Bogotá wouldn't be wiring a dime. For a split second, he almost considered stepping into the open and letting the Black Knights end him almost. But Cardoza wasn't the type to surrender. His mind was already spinning, hunting for the next angle. The wild card? Those damn armored Saint operatives. He'd watched their battered cargo plane disappear into the canyon, and though he hadn't seen it since, Remick's fiery demise miles north told him everything. They'd turned that junker into a makeshift fighter, and they'd survived. Worse, they knew too much. Not about him directly, but about the Zetas, Remick's scheme, and the fact that someone had orchestrated this whole mess. The Sinaloans, the Guadalajara group, even the Black Knights, sooner or later they'd all piece together who'd played them, and then his problems would multiply faster than he could run. No, first he had to silence those men in that flying coffin. He yanked out his sat phone, dialed, and pressed it to his ear. After a few rings, a gruff voice answered. "Yeah? Lobo, it's me, Cardoza. Where the hell are you? Stuck at the airstrip. With the Black Knights? Good. Lobo was close enough to know they were here. No compadre hiding. Can't get to my ride. Need you to scoop me up once these idiots scatter. What was that explosion? American plane full of stolen missiles. One of the armored Saint guys tried to bolt with them. The others shot him down. A pause. So we're done. Not yet. There's a handful left. They're in a cargo plane limping north through the canyon. They know enough to bury us." Lobo scoffed. "Sounds like your mess, Cardoza. They're heading out of the Sierra Madres. If they make it, they'll tell the world the Zetas were here, that Americans framed the Black Knights. You think the Army's gonna storm the Devil's Spine? No, they'll roll straight into your backyard. The Black Knights wouldn't stay down for long. They'd regroup and strike back." Cardoza knew they had to be dealt with permanently. "We need to wipe them out," he insisted. Lobo scoffed. "Yeah, great plan. Except I don't have a damn plane to hunt them with." Cardoza smirked. "Archuleta already told me that Rust Bucket wasn't flight-worthy." "No way it made it far. Get down into that canyon and track where they crashed." Lobo hated taking orders, and Cardoza knew it, but he also knew Lobo wouldn't risk his reputation back in Juarez. This was about survival. His crew depended on it. "Fine," Lobo growled. "A truck'll pick you up at midnight. The rest of us are heading north along the ridge, then dropping into the canyon to flush out those gringos." The line went dead. Cardoza settled into the shadows, biding his time. 4 hours of waiting, but he wouldn't waste a second. 60 million gone, but his ambition burned hotter than ever. He'd pivot, improvise, because men like him didn't stay down. Meanwhile, NASCAR wrestled with the controls, sweat beading on his forehead. Flying this wreck with power was bad enough. Now it's like steering a brick. The canyon walls loomed closer, the path narrowing. Gabby gripped her seat. "What's the play?" "Everyone shift right now," NASCAR barked. Duff, Squeeze, and Cruz pressed against the starboard side, their weight tilting the plane slightly. "Better," NASCAR muttered. "Now get back, quick!" No sooner had Duff moved than NASCAR let out a string of curses. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me!" Duff didn't need an explanation. Through the windshield, the problem was clear. A dam bridge stretched across the canyon. Gabby swore under her breath. "Shit!" Squeeze yelled from the back. "What now? Under it?" Duff ordered. "Can't," NASCAR snapped. "We'd nose dive straight into the river, then go over. Not unless we drop weight fast. We've got 90 seconds. Duff didn't hesitate. Ditch everything but weapons and ammo, packs, gear out the hatch. The team moved like lightning, tossing supplies out the rear. Squeeze groaned, "No food, no water." Great. Duff shot back, "Worry about water when we're swimming in it. NASCAR, we good?" "Not even close. Body armor off. Keep your guns." Velcro tore as plates were hurled out. Gabby yanked NASCAR's armor free, passing it to Duff, who flung it into the void. "Last chance," NASCAR warned, voice strained 45 seconds. Duff's jaw tightened, rifles and ammo now. "Get rid of 'em now," he lunged forward, snatching NASCAR's rifle before charging toward the rear. Squeeze barked back, "Hell no, I ain't wasting good bullets." "Like hell you're not. Ditch everything but your pistols." Cruz spun toward the open cargo ramp, bracing himself against the bulkhead as he hoisted his machine gun. "Watch how a real Puerto Rican unloads." The deafening roar of automatic gunfire erupted as rounds sprayed into the open sky. Damn right. Squeeze yelled over the chaos, joining in. The noise was overwhelming. But NASCAR's voice cut through. "No shit, it's actually working. We're getting pushback. Duff, light it up too, straight out the back." Duff dropped to one knee, propped against the pilot's seat, and flicked the M4 to full auto. A full magazine emptied in seconds before he grabbed another from NASCAR's rig and kept firing. "Don't stop," NASCAR urged. "We're gaining." Squeeze reloaded, his MK-48 spewing brass and steel links everywhere. "I'm a goddamn turbocharged death machine." Cruz slammed in his last mag. "Final rounds, I'm dry after this." He resumed firing, the barrel glowing red. Squeeze whooped, minds about to melt. Hell yeah. Then silence. Nearly 1,000 rounds had torn through the air, their echoes fading against the canyon walls. The men tossed their empty weapons aside. "NASCAR," Duff shouted from the ramp. "Cutting it close, man? Come on, just a little more." Gabby's voice trembled. "Please, just let us make it." Seconds later, NASCAR's triumphant cry rang out. "We're clear!" Cheers erupted as Cruz and Squeeze slapped hands. The relief was short-lived. "We've got a mile left before we hit the water," NASCAR warned. "Everyone to the ramp, jump on my mark." Duff hesitated. "What about you?" "Gotta keep her steady. No time for me to bail before impact. I'll jump after." Duff's jaw tightened. "Don't you dare die." "That's a direct order." NASCAR grinned. "Best one I've ever gotten." Duff motioned to Gabby. "Let's move!" She paused, squeezing NASCAR's shoulder in a silent prayer before following. At the ramp, Squeeze and Cruz stared down at the churning water below. "That ain't a river," Squeeze muttered. "That's a damn blender." "Hold position," NASCAR called. "Too high weight for it." Squeeze shot Duff a glance. "Hey, boss, that prosthetic gonna hold up in there?" "Tighter than your grip on a whiskey bottle," Duff shot back. Cruz suddenly looked uneasy. "Squeeze, you know how to swim, right?" Squeeze glared. "Why? 'Cause I'm black?" "Nah, man, 'cause I can't." Squeeze blinked. "You're a damn Green Beret and never learned?" "Qualified, barely. Almost drowned in training. Haven't touched water since?" Squeeze clapped his shoulder. "Just hang on to me, I got you." Duff turned back. "NASCAR, we're running out of sky." "Not yet. Not yet. Now. Go." They leapt into the abyss, the plane plunging into the rapids behind them. Josh Duffy crawled onto the riverbank, gasping, only to slip on slick moss. His knee pad saved him from shattering bone as he collapsed into the mud. Duffy struggled to regain his balance, his prosthetic leg making every movement a challenge. He braced himself against a towering rock, scanning the moonlit canyon where the river's rapids churned violently. The cold air bit into his skin as he shouted into the darkness. "Gabby, Squeeze, Cruz?" A shaky voice answered from behind him. Gabby Flores sprawled on a flat stone, her clothes soaked and her forehead gashed. "Mr. Duffy thought you were a goner. Anyone else with you?" "Just me." They trudged along the riverbank, calling out until Squeeze's unmistakable voice cut through the noise. "We're coming, boss. This guy weighs more than a damn truck. Puerto Rican, idiot." Cruz yelled back, coughing up water as Squeeze pounded on his back. Gabby waded in to help drag Cruz to shore, while Duffy's gaze swept downstream. Then he saw it. The wrecked plane flipped upside down between boulders, its white hull nearly invisible against the frothing rapids. His stomach twisted. Cruz wiped his mouth. "If NASCAR's in there, he's done," Squeeze snorted. "That guy, too stubborn to check out early?" Duffy clenched his jaw. "Nobody goes back in but me." Squeeze rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're the hero, but let's be real. I swim like a fish, and you walk like a drunk giraffe." Before Duffy could argue, Squeeze was already scaling the slick rocks with effortless agility. The others watched, shivering, as he fought the current, gripping the plane's wing to keep from being swept away. Duffy's chest tightened. This was their only shot. He pulled himself through the churning water, barely keeping his face above the surface, until suddenly he disappeared beneath the waves. Gabby gasped in alarm. Duff immediately knew what had to be done. "Someone's got to check inside that wreck," he said urgently, turning to assess Cruz's condition. The former Special Forces operator had a deep gash across his nose and moved with a slight hitch in his step, but when asked if he was injured, Cruz simply wiped blood from his face and grinned. "Never felt better, Chief." A shout from Gabby snapped their attention back to the river. Two figures emerged near the submerged plane, Squeeze fighting the current while dragging NASCAR's motionless body toward the boulders. Duff and Cruz waded out to help, the icy water rising to their chests. As they got closer, Duff saw NASCAR's lifeless form, and Cruz immediately hooked an arm under his neck. "He alive?" Duff demanded. Squeeze's face, now just inches away, was grim, barely. "Found him in an air pocket, but when I pulled him free, he started screaming like hell before blacking out." They worked carefully to bring NASCAR ashore, the injured man regaining consciousness as they reached shallow water. His bleary eyes focused on Duff. "The hell happened?" Duff forced a chuckle. "Turns out racing skills don't translate to whitewater rafting, hotshot." NASCAR managed a weak smile before his body suddenly tensed and an ear-splitting scream tore through the canyon. "My legs," Duff spun to see Cruz releasing NASCAR's ankles in the water. "Both broken." Cruz confirmed grimly. Duff's stomach dropped. They were stranded deep in the wilderness with a man who couldn't walk. After carefully hauling NASCAR onto the rocks, each movement drawing fresh cries of pain, Duff confirmed the damage, both ankles shattered. As the shock wore off, NASCAR groaned, "Well, that's suboptimal." Squeeze knelt beside him, rummaging through his medical kit. "Don't sweat it, brother. Gonna pump you full of the good stuff and haul you out of here like royalty." Despite the pain, NASCAR cracked a smile. "Thanks for the rescue. Forget all those jokes I made about your mom." Squeeze gave him a reassuring pat before joining Duff and Cruz for a hushed conference. "So what's the play, boss?" Squeeze asked quietly. Duff squared his shoulders, pushing down his own exhaustion and grief over their lost comrades. "We build a stretcher and head north toward Creel," he declared with more confidence than he felt. When Cruz questioned the plan, Gabby interjected. "Cartel doesn't control Creel. It's our best shot." The mention of the 100-mile journey drew curses, but Duff stood firm. "We'll find transport along the way. Squeeze, get NASCAR medicated." Kneeling beside his injured friend, Duff kept his voice steady. "Larry, this won't be pleasant, but we've got you." NASCAR's eyes fluttered shut. "Save yourselves, Duff. We're barely 8 miles from the airstrip." "The Black Knights will track us down soon enough." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Leave me the morphine and go." Duff clenched his jaw. "Not happening. We all leave together." As Squeeze prepared the injection, Duff scanned the canyon walls, calculating their odds, while the river's roar echoed his growing unease. Somewhere in the distance, a bird's cry sounded almost like a warning. "The Zetas who've been hunting us relentlessly for the past 48 hours aren't going to back off now. Blowing up that C-130 was like sending up a flare. Every enemy within miles knows our exact location. They'll swarm this crash site soon, using hidden canyon paths we've never even seen, and all the off-road vehicles they can muster. We might have half an hour, maybe an hour at most, before they're combing this riverbank. You need to move now before we're not abandoning you. That's final. Larry exhaled sharply, his breath fogging in the cold air. Fine. But when they find us, it won't just be you paying the price. It'll be everyone you're trying to protect. Duff pushed to his feet, his boots crunching on loose gravel as he faced the others. Let's move now. Under the dim glow of starlight, Gabby Flores picked her way along the narrow, overgrown path skirting the river's rocky edge. The group inched northward at a crawl, not because of Gabby, who moved with the quiet precision of someone who knew the land, but because of the struggling pair behind her. Squeeze and Cruz staggered under the weight of NASCAR's makeshift stretcher, its frame lashed together with pine branches and medical supplies. They'd splinted his shattered legs after the morphine took hold, but his screams still echoed in Duff's memory. The cold clung to their soaked clothes, but the brutal pace kept their blood pumping. Their real threat wasn't the elements, it was the armed hunters closing in. Between them, they had 4 Glocks and limited ammo. Duff had confiscated NASCAR's sidearm. Mixing morphine and firearms seemed like a disaster waiting to happen. Now the extra pistol weighed heavy in his belt, a last resort option he prayed they wouldn't need. Cruz's hissed, "Boss," cut through the darkness. Duff doubled back, taking the stretcher handles without a word as Cruz wiped sweat from his brow. "We've been at this for 2 hours and barely covered a mile," Cruz muttered from the front. Squeeze's voice dripped with exhausted sarcasm. "Only 99 more to go." "What a party." NASCAR's drugged mumble cut through the tension. "Y'all idiots, dump me and run. You'll never make it dragging my deadweight." Squeeze snorted. "Dude's higher than a kite." Duff stayed silent, jaw clenched. NASCAR wasn't wrong, and that truth gnawed at him worse than the cold. Before the dread could settle deeper, Gabby materialized from the shadows ahead. "Found an exit," she whispered. "Steep as hell, goat trail up the canyon wall. There are ledges, but—" Her eyes flicked to the stretcher. "It's made for mountain animals, not injured guys on branch furniture." The group reached the base of the trail, its switchbacks vanishing into the blackness above. Somewhere in the distance, a rock clattered. Maybe wildlife. Maybe not. Duff nearly missed the hidden path in the dark, baffled how Gabby had spotted it. As he approached, the narrow trail revealed itself, a treacherous climb snaking up the mountainside, disappearing behind jagged rocks just 20 feet above. One glance told him no one could haul a wounded man up that brutal slope. Leaving NASCAR propped against a boulder by the river, Duff and Squeeze surveyed their grim options. Despite the morphine haze, NASCAR's voice cut through the night, sharp with resolve. "Hand me my Glock. Prop me up facing the trail. I'll fin their numbers before I check out. Buy you time." Duff's refusal was immediate, but Squeeze silenced NASCAR with a hand over his mouth. "Get down!" he hissed. The team crouched behind shoreline boulders as Cruz squinted upstream. "See anything?" Duff murmured. Cruz rubbed his ears. "Hearing shot after that damn plane ride. But yeah, flashlight. Maybe 3 hostiles with rifles, same side of the river, tracking us." Gabby peeked over the rocks. "Cartel," she confirmed. Squeeze gestured toward the brush. "We stash NASCAR here, then?" "No," Duff snapped, though he had no better plan. Cruz yanked his arm. "If we fight, their whole unit swarms us. Pistols against rifles. You know how this ends." Duff's jaw tightened. Kneeling beside NASCAR, he met the man's glassy stare. "Larry, listen." NASCAR grinned weakly. "Just gimme my gun. I'll go out loud." They dragged him into the undergrowth, his stifled groans the only sign of agony. Hidden but exposed, if the patrol glanced his way, NASCAR leaned against the cliff, Glock in hand. Duff pressed a morphine injector into his palm. "Wait 3 hours any sooner, it'll kill you." NASCAR nodded, gripping the pistol. Honor serving with you, boss." Duff turned away. "Orders stand! Stay alive!" As the team prepared to move, Gabby whispered a prayer and hugged him. NASCAR's chuckle was ragged. "Go now," Duff signaled the team. "Move out, fast and quiet." The trail awaited, steep and unforgiving. Gabby took the lead, and with a final glance over his shoulder, Duff disappeared into the shadows. NASCAR tightened his grip on the pistol, his eyes locked onto the dim trail ahead. "That's right. Come to Papa," he muttered under his breath. It didn't take long before a flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, revealing the enemy's position. They'd crossed the river unnoticed and were closing in. NASCAR steadied his weapon, squinting through the haze, his finger hovering near the trigger. The first gunman swept his light across the path but moved on without spotting him. Two more followed, their attention fixed on the lead man's beam, oblivious to the danger lurking in the brush. 3 additional figures passed, still none the wiser. Lowering the Glock, NASCAR exhaled sharply. "Guess luck's on your side tonight, idiots." Exhaustion won out, and within moments he was out cold. Fast forward to Lincoln, Alabama, where Larry NASCAR Evans was tearing up the track at Talladega Superspeedway. The Yellowwood 500 was in full swing, and despite not being the front-runner, he was holding his own in the middle of the pack. Behind the wheel of his mustard yellow Ford Mustang, decked out with Atlanta PD decals, he was locked in a fierce battle. A pair of Camaros blocked his path, another Mustang rode his flank, and a persistent Chevy SS with an M&M's wrap kept trying to edge past. Larry wasn't having it. He muscled ahead on the back straight, forcing the Chevy to back off. His speedometer ticked past 204 miles per hour as he crossed the line on lap 153. Ninth place wasn't bad, but with only 35 laps left and a solid car under him, he was gunning for top 5. Then came turn 1. The steep 33-degree banking yanked his Mustang hard to the right, nearly slamming him into the wall. He wrestled it back, holding his line. Spotting an opening, he ducked behind the black and gold armored St. Camaro, then shot past using its draft. For a second, the track ahead looked clear until it wasn't. The cars in front of him suddenly didn't look like stock cars. Blinking hard, he shook his head. But the image didn't change. Then, in the rear view, his stomach dropped. A massive Camaro with a black Z emblem closed in, nudging his rear panel. At 200 miles per hour, the tap sent his Mustang fishtailing. He fought to correct, but the wall it turned to came too fast. Metal crunched like tin as the Mustang folded around him. Pain exploded through his legs, white-hot, searing. The world spun, flipped, blurred, but through the chaos, he caught one last glimpse of the Z car speeding away. Reality hit harder than the crash. The Zetas had beaten him. Darkness swallowed him whole, then just as suddenly his eyes flew open, but this time there was nothing. No light, no track, no sound, just endless black. The agony in his legs brought everything rushing back, the brutal reality of his situation. Larry Evans lay sprawled on his back near a river deep in a Mexican canyon, abandoned by his team, with cartel killers hunting him down. No supplies, no hope. The roar of Talladega's racetrack felt like another lifetime. A rustling in the nearby brush sent his hand scrambling for his Glock, but before he could grab it, a shadow loomed over him. A voice barely audible hissed near his face, though he saw only darkness. Not a word. He tried to jerk upright, but strong hands pinned him down. Another clamped over his mouth. The whisper came again, closer now. Urgent. They're all around us. It was Duff. Fresh pain shot through Larry's legs, threatening a scream, but he clenched his teeth and nodded. Charlie 1 spoke low. "We're getting you out, but first morphine. Squeeze is gonna jab your thigh. Got it?" Larry's mind reeled. His team had left him for dead, so why were they back? But the promise of morphine was enough. He felt the needle, then the sweet, numbing relief flooding his veins. Duff kept talking, voice steady. "After we left, we found a herder with a donkey, traded for it. ditched Gabby and circled back. We're strapping you to this thing and hauling you up the mountain. It'll hurt like hell, but it's our only shot." Tears welled in Larry's eyes. Pain, terror, or maybe just raw gratitude that he wasn't alone. Duff's tone sharpened. 25 sicarios are close enough to hear a whisper. Flashlights everywhere. You make a sound, we're all dead. Larry nodded again. Bite down on this. He clamped his teeth on a strip of leather, probably from the donkey's bridle, as Cruz and Duff hoisted him onto the animal. The beast shuffled, protesting the weight, but they secured him tight with straps. Every jolt sent fire through his legs, but the morphine dulled the edges. The rhythmic sway of the climb lulled him into a hazy sleep. By dawn, they reached the plateau where Gabby waited with the herder, who'd already moved on, taking his goats and the watches she'd traded for the donkey. Gabby rushed over, pressing a hand to Larry's head. He managed a loopy grin. The others collapsed in the grass, spent. Gabby passed around a water bottle, then held it to Larry's lips. "Did you see them?" she asked. Duff, eyes shut, exhaled. "Yeah, every damn one. We left them behind in the canyon. Probably missed this trail since they're not locals." Gabby smirked, brushing dirt off her pants. "Don't worry, they'll find plenty of paths once the sun's up. They won't stick around down there for long." Her grin widened. "Got something better, though." Duff blinked, pushing himself up on one elbow. "I'm listening." She crouched beside him. "That Tarahumara kid mentioned another way out, less brutal than the one we took. Says even trucks have made it up before." Duff groaned, rubbing his temples. "How long?" "All day, maybe past dark, but once we hit the highway near Creel, we might snag a ride north." He nodded, too drained to argue. 30 minutes. Then we move." Gabby's hand shot to his holster, yanking the pistol free before he could react. Duff stiffened. "The hell?" "Relax. I've been resting while you snored. My turn to keep watch. You even know which end to point." She rolled her eyes. "Please, I binge-watched every cop show last winter." Not exactly reassuring, but exhaustion drowned his skepticism. Within seconds, Duff was out cold. Maxwell Henderson lounged in his El Paso office, boots propped on the desk, scrolling through weather reports on his iPad. Not that it mattered this time of year. Texas and Sonora were predictably dry. A little bumpy air near Juarez, maybe, but smooth sailing otherwise. He sipped his coffee, mentally ticking off tasks. Check on that engine overhaul in Tucson. Grab a burger before his afternoon flight. The knock startled him. His crew was out, maintenance usually called, and his secretary was home with a sick kid. "Doors open," he called. The boots hit the floor as the visitor stepped in. Henderson shot up, brain short-circuiting. "Captain! Nickel Duffy!" Nay Martin stood there, backpack slung over one shoulder, hair pulled tight. No makeup, just that razor-sharp stare he remembered too well. A flashback hit him. A desert night 7 years ago, one he'd rather forget. He rounded the desk, forcing a smile. "Come in." She shut the door, meeting him halfway. Their handshake was brisk. "Good to see you," he lied, then backtracked. "Sorry, I ghosted. Things got complicated. Any word on your husband?" Radio silence. Henderson exhaled. "And Armored Saint? Hung up on me?" "Yeah, my contact there clammed up too. Said Mexico's a powder keg right now and they're circling the wagons." He spread his hands. "Honestly, Nicole, I'm tapped out." Her gaze pinned him. "Not quite. I need a ride to Creel." "Creel?" His eyebrows climbed. "Why?" She chewed her lip, same nervous tell from their army days. Josh's last message said the convoy was heading there. The unspoken hung between them. "And you're flying me whether you like it or not." "I'll be waiting for him when he arrives," she insisted. "You don't even know his current location," Henderson countered. With a shrug, she replied, "If luck's on our side, he'll be pulling into Creel by the time we land." Henderson tilted his head, eyebrows raised. "We?" She exhaled sharply. "I'm tapped out, maxed a credit card just getting here. I need you to fly me to Creel. You mentioned heading down today." "Hermosillo," he corrected. I said Hermosillo. Change the flight plan. Just drop me off, refuel, and go. This isn't a big ask, Max. He shook his head. I can't just sneak someone into Mexico. It's not sneaking. I have a passport. Slap me on the manifest, hand me a crew badge, and we're good. Henderson perched on his desk, rubbing his temples. I'm more concerned about what you plan to do down there. That's my problem, not yours. Look, I'd help you and Josh with anything, but I'm not asking for much, Chief. He let out a bitter laugh. You're asking for a hell of a lot. Her voice hardened. Not compared to what Josh did for you. Henderson recoiled like she'd slapped him. Don't go there. You'd be in a body bag if not for him. And after that, I kept you out of a court-martial 1 month from retirement, and I made sure you walked away clean. I didn't have to do that. I'm grateful, but no buts you're taking me to Creel. Consider it repayment. His jaw clenched. Is that a threat? You'll expose what happened in Iraq. Maybe, like the Army would care, and if you admit you lied in your report, she cut him off. They'd come after me, but you, those government contracts you landed because of your service, gone if your discharge gets reclassified. Henderson's eyes narrowed. So it is a threat. I'm giving you a chance to balance the scales. You got your life, your pension. All I want is a damn ride. For a long moment they locked eyes, tension thick between them. Finally, Henderson sighed. You always were relentless, Captain. A cold smile touched her lips. Pretty sure the word you used back then was bitch. He looked away, then muttered, Fine, I'll update the manifest, reroute the flight. This is insane. When do we leave? Henderson glanced at his watch. If we're hitting Creel first, we might as well go now. Perfect. Chapter 76. Josh Duffy wiped sweat from his brow as he emerged from the underbrush. Cruise's signal clear. Not for the first time, it struck him how screwed they'd all be without Dr. Gabby Flores. Again, she'd caught movement on the trail, and again, they'd slipped into the forest just before a patrol marched past. The night before, she'd navigated them out of the canyon, saving NASCAR's life in the process. Even after their plunge into the river, she'd kept a tiny paper map dry, using it to steer them north, avoiding highways and villages controlled by the Black Knights. Twice that day, her instincts had spared them, hiding in dense pines as trucks rumbled by. This time it was a foot patrol. Gabby was certain they were Black Knights to Duff. It didn't matter, both the Knights and the Zetas wanted them dead. But without Gabby's sharp eyes and quicker reflexes, they'd have walked straight into an ambush long ago. By early afternoon, the exhausted group stumbled upon a rickety donkey cart abandoned by the roadside. They loaded Larry into the wooden contraption, giving the overworked animal some relief after carrying a grown man all morning. The cart allowed them to pick up their pace, covering nearly 3 miles each hour as they pushed forward with minimal stops. Despite the chilly mountain air in the low 40s, their faces were red and peeling from relentless sun exposure. Hunger gnawed at them. Their last meal had been a handful of sour berries Gabby scavenged from thorny bushes the previous day. Though water wasn't an issue thanks to snowmelt streams and frost clinging to the pines, Duff knew their luck wouldn't hold. 80 brutal miles still separated them from civilization, and Gabby warned against seeking help in the villages dotting the Devil's Spine. Trust is scarcer than food here, she muttered, tightening the makeshift bandage on her bleeding heel. Their only choice was to keep moving north, either escaping the mountains or letting the wilderness claim them. Meanwhile, at Creel International Airport, a Cessna Grand Caravan sat baking on the sun-baked tarmac. The DEA-contracted aircraft had veered wildly off course, landing 220 miles southeast of its intended destination in Hermosillo. Pilot Maxwell Henderson and co-pilot Nicole Duffy went through customs with practiced ease, their passports stamped without question. As Henderson headed inside to arrange fuel, Nicole lingered near the nose of the plane, her gaze locked on something across the runway. "What's your play here?" Henderson called back when she didn't follow. Instead of answering, Nicole pulled a wad of pesos from her jacket. 10,000, enough for a week in town if you keep your mouth shut. Her attention never wavered from the trio of helicopters parked near a sightseeing tour office, particularly the Airbus EC-120 gleaming under the afternoon sun. "You can't be serious," Henderson scoffed when she quizzed him about the aircraft's specs. But the way her fingers twitched toward her sidearm told him she wasn't joking. 475-mile range, he admitted reluctantly. "But you'd need a death wish?" Nicole finished with a razor-sharp smile, already calculating fuel stops. Somewhere in those jagged peaks, a missing convoy and a stolen library map were waiting. Henderson sighed and pulled out his wallet. $500, that's all I can do. After this, I'm out, heading to Hermosillo. Good luck, but Josh saved your life, she snapped. He turned back, frustration flashing in his eyes. "Wake up, he's gone. Armored Saint hasn't confirmed it yet, but if he told you he was surrounded by gunmen, what do you think happened?" "I'm sorry, but it's over." She held out her hand and he slapped a thick stack of pesos into her palm. "Thanks," she muttered, the word dripping with bitterness. "You can't rent a chopper for 10,000 pesos, Henderson scoffed. "Not even here. I'm not renting," she said coolly. "I'm chartering a scenic tour of Copper Canyon." His eyebrows shot up. "Last I checked, Devil's Spine isn't part of that view." She didn't answer, just turned and walked toward the nearby FBO. Henderson watched her go, shaking his head. "Crazy woman," he muttered, before heading to his own plane. An hour later, Nickel Duffy sat in the co-pilot seat of an EC-120, watching as Guillermo, a cheerful, heavyset pilot, ran through his pre-flight checks. His English was decent, though thick with accent. 45 minutes, senorita. You'll see rivers, mountains, beautiful sights." She nodded, but her questions weren't about the scenery. She asked about fuel levels, controls, emergency procedures. At first, Guillermo thought she was just nervous, but then he realized she cared more about the helicopter than the tour, odd for a solo traveler. But 4,000 pesos was 4,000 pesos. "Ready to fly?" he asked, grinning. This was it. Her plan was simple. Threaten him with a fake bomb, force him out, and take the chopper herself. Not ideal, but desperate times. She grabbed his arm. "Wait," he frowned. "Everything okay?" Then she saw it, his eyes darting past her, widening in alarm. She spun around. 5 police cars, lights blazing, screeched onto the tarmac, surrounding them. "Go!" she shouted, but Guillermo froze. Panicked, she grabbed the controls, yanking the cyclic and collective, trying to lift off. Guillermo fought back, yelling in Spanish. The helicopter lurched, then slammed back down as armed officers swarmed them. Through the chaos, she spotted Henderson's Grand Caravan rolling away. "You bastard!" The door flew open. Hands dragged her out, shoving her against a patrol car. She fought back, twisting free long enough to punch one cop square in the jaw. He dropped, but more piled on, wrestling her to the scorching pavement. Cuffs snapped around her wrists as curses rained down. Within moments, she found herself in the back of a police cruiser, leaving the airport behind. Tears streamed down her face, not for her own situation, but for Josh. He was out there alone and she had failed to protect him. Meanwhile, Oscar Cardoza stood on a rough dirt path, arms crossed, staring into the vast canyon below. He'd managed a brief nap in a tent beneath an oak tree earlier, but now, as dusk approached, he was lost in his own thoughts he wouldn't dare share with anyone around him. The Zetas had been lying low near this forgotten road all day, avoiding a convoy of Black Knights spotted moving north on the highway above. As the sun dipped lower, Lobo and his 55 gunmen prepared to move out under cover of darkness, racing north to intercept the armored Saint operatives who'd plunged into the river the night before. The assumption was they were still struggling through the treacherous canyon on foot. By cutting ahead and intimidating locals for information, Cardoza was certain they'd track them down and finish them. Frustration gnawed at him. He'd made call after call digging for intel, but so far, nothing useful. The UN team was missing in the mountains. The army was still mobilizing in Aguas Calientes, and Armored Saint was keeping quiet in Mexico City. The whole mission had been covert, and revealing it now would only seal their fate. Then at 6 sharp, his phone buzzed. A female contact from Mexico City, someone he hadn't expected much from, was calling back. He answered with his usual commanding tone, but as she spoke, his grip on the phone tightened, his watch forgotten, his pulse quickened. "Where?" he finally demanded. After a rapid exchange, he hung up, slipping the phone away with unsteady fingers. "Unbelievable," he muttered, then strode through camp, searching for Lobo. He found the man sulking under a tree, cigarette dangling, while his men cleaned weapons or kept watch. Cardoza approached with a newfound swagger, a smirk playing on his lips. The game had just changed. "Looks like we're back in the game, partner. Here's the deal. I need you and your top 10 guys rolling with me in 2 trucks. Have your second in command take charge of the others and send them north like we discussed. More details coming soon." Lobo crossed his arms, his voice dripping with irritation. "This ain't our first rodeo. You don't call the shots for me or my crew." "Seriously, we doing this again? Let's work as a team. I know exactly where those Armored Saint stragglers are holed up. Once we finish them off, this whole operation's a win. The Black Knights take the fall for the ambush. The army storms in, and the Zetas come out stronger." Cardoza flashed a grin and clapped Lobo on the back. "You, my friend, will be a legend in your circle." Lobo's expression stayed stone cold, but after a beat, he gave a slow nod. "Where's the target?" When Cardoza revealed the location, the Juarez native's eyes widened. "How the hell did you get that intel?" The older man smirked, riding the high of his own cunning. "You've got your soldiers and firepower, Lobo. Me? I've got one advantage." He tapped his temple. "Connections." Without another word, Lobo barked orders, rallying his men to move fast. Highway risks be damned. They had to be ready in case the Black Knights showed teeth. Meanwhile, Cardoza lingered under the gnarled oak, staring across the canyon. His plan to wipe out the last of those American mercenaries was solid. Almost too easy, really. But the rest, that was where things got tricky. He'd spent the last 24 hours piecing together the next phase. Sure, picking off a few underarmed contractors and some woman was simple. But the real play, that was about reclaiming everything he'd lost. And it would get him where he needed to be. Motu Teta, his private paradise in Southeast Asia. No more looking over his shoulder, no more nightmares about Mexican torture chambers or American supermax cells. First, though, he'd return to Guadalajara. He'd lay it all out for El Patron, how he'd manipulated the army into the Sierra Madres. Then he'd name his price. No threats, just a quiet understanding Cardoza could flip at any moment. And El Patron? He wasn't stupid. He knew killing Cardoza would unleash a storm of trouble, so he'd pay. 10 million to disappear, to keep his mouth shut. Maybe it wasn't the full 25 mil. Maybe he'd settle for a modest sailboat instead of a mega yacht. But Motu Teta awaited White Sands, no extradition treaties, and a life where the past couldn't touch him. Grinning, he punched in a number, the dial tone sinking with his rising adrenaline. The future was bright again. Chapter 79. The glow of NASCAR's stolen watch read just shy of 1 a.m. as Squeeze, Cruz, and Duff inched forward, their bodies pressed low against the frozen ground. Pine needles crunched softly under their weight as they closed in on the battered Dodge Ram parked near the creek. The truck's color was hard to pin, midnight blue or maybe black, but its dented frame couldn't hide the raw power under the hood. They'd caught the scent of wood smoke earlier, leading them from their hideout in the oaks to this lonely dirt track. Now, crouched in the shadows, they studied the vehicle, listening for any sign of movement. Leaving Gabby and the wounded NASCAR behind, The three men crept toward the racetrack, before veering south, their noses filled with the sharp tang of burning pine. As flickering light pierced the trees ahead, they dropped lower, first to their hands and knees, then flat on their stomachs until they were just 30 yards from the source. The scene before them was clear. 4 men lounged around the fire, their voices loud and slurred, likely fueled by alcohol. Shoulder to shoulder in the dirt, the Americans stared at everything they desperately needed: warmth, food, and a way out. Then Duff spotted something even more valuable in the firelight: rifles. Multiple AK-47s leaned against a log. Squeeze's whisper cut through the tension. "Those are cartel guys, right?" Cruz didn't hesitate. 4 dudes with a truck and AKs camping out on Devil's Spine like they own the place? Yeah, that's a safe bet. Duff didn't care if they were Sinaloa, Black Knights, or some other faction. All that mattered was taking what they had. When Squeeze turned to him in the dark and asked, "What's the move?" Duff's answer was ice cold: "We kill them!" No hesitation, no doubt. Cruz, though, wasn't sold. "If we start shooting, every thug in these woods will come running." Duff's response was a single word: blades. Knives clicked open, Duff and Squeeze with folding 4-inchers, Cruz with a smaller multi-tool blade after losing his own in the river. Cruz, the only one with real knife training, laid out the plan. Duff, take the guy facing away. Squeeze, circle wide, avoid the firelight, and hit the one looking this way. I'll handle the 2 by the creek. Squeeze muttered, "Jesus," under his breath as Cruz gave a brutal crash course in knife fighting. Cover their mouth, stab the kidneys, don't slash, and don't stop at 1 stab. Make it count. Duff frowned. Why not just cut their throats? Because you'll slice your own hand pulling back. Cruz shot back. Stab away from yourself. Trust me. The reality of what they were about to do settled over them. After a tense silence, Duff nodded. Weapons were swapped. Cruz took the bigger knife for his 2 targets, and final orders were given. If things go loud, switch to pistols and run. Grab NASCAR and Gabby, then get the hell out. With a final warning: don't die in a knife fight. Copy. They split up. Squeeze crawled left, Cruz right, and Duff waited a beat before moving straight ahead, the weight of what came next pressing down on all of them. The flickering campfire cast long shadows as Duff crouched behind the truck, using both the vehicle and the flames for cover. Beyond the fire's reach, the woods were swallowed by darkness, perfect for Squeeze's slow, deliberate approach. It took him 10 painstaking minutes to close the gap, but just as he prepared to strike, his target stood and stretched, then wandered toward the trees, likely to relieve himself. The man left his weapon behind, a careless mistake. Squeeze froze as the guy passed within arm's reach, oblivious, fumbling with his belt. In one fluid motion, the young soldier rose, clamped a gloved hand over the man's mouth, and drove his knife deep into the man's back. The first strike hit home, but the second glanced off bone, slicing Squeeze's finger. The target thrashed, his muffled cries cutting through the night, too loud. Duff and Cruz had been waiting for silence, but the commotion sent them into action. Duff exploded from the shadows like a freight train, slamming his target into the fire. Flames licked at the man's jacket as Duff wrestled him down, burying a knife in his throat before snatching up an AK-47. He turned just in time to see Cruz standing over 2 lifeless bodies, blade dripping. "Coming in," Squeeze called as the 3 regrouped, surrounded by the aftermath. Blood trickled from Squeeze's finger, but he ignored it, tossing rifles and supplies into the truck. Duff insisted they take the dead men's clothes. Squeeze scoffed, but obeyed. Minutes later, the Dodge Ram crept down the dark trail, headlights off. NASCAR lay across the back seat, head in Gabby's lap, while Cruz squeezed in beside them. Duff gripped the wheel, Squeeze riding shotgun, ready to duck if needed. As they hit the highway at dawn, Squeeze rifled through the glove compartment, finding papers that revealed the truck's owner lived in Mazatlan. Gabby's sharp inhale filled the cab. The stakes had just gotten higher. You just took out 4 Sinaloa cartel operatives, someone muttered. Cruz cracked a grin, wiping blood from his knuckles. Yeah, with all that firepower strapped to them, pretty sure they weren't selling corn at the farmer's market. Gabby checked her ammo count, adding, counting Remick's crew, that makes 4 hostile encounters in 7 days. Cruz snorted, "Don't forget those trigger-happy cops we dropped before hitting the mountain pass." 5 groups of psychos before lunchtime. Duff kept his eyes on the winding road, fingers drumming the steering wheel. Buckle up, kids. This rodeo's just warming up. Chapter 80. Nickel Duffy's cheek pressed against the scarred wooden table, her wrists raw from struggling against the cuffs chained to its center bolt. The ankle shackles had left angry red rings, yet exhaustion had finally won. She'd slept fitfully for maybe 3 hours. Surprisingly, they hadn't roughed her up beyond the restraints. The female officer who'd interrogated her earlier had actually listened when Nicole explained about her husband stranded on Devil's Spine, though the lecture about punching a cop still stung. Now, after what felt like a full day, judging by the 3 bland meals shoved through the door, she was running out of fight. Her throat burned from screaming demands, a U.S. consulate visit, an immediate mountain rescue, even a direct line to Armored Saint headquarters. The teenage guard bringing her beans just blinked blankly, clearly not understanding a word. The door's sudden creak snapped her head up, tangled hair obscuring her vision. If this was another damn meal tray, she swore she'd dislocate her thumbs to break free and start throwing punches. But instead of a plastic plate, a sharply dressed man in a navy suit stepped in, followed by a woman hauling a stenotype machine. The man, mid-30s, polished shoes, Harvard Yard posture, adjusted his glasses as he approached. "Mrs. Duffy," he said, all Midwest vowels. "Apologies for the wait. Special Agent Ron Davison, FBI." Nickel didn't bother lifting her head fully. "How's it look like I'm doing?" Davison's smile was all sympathetic professionalism, which just made her want to spit. The stenographer's fingers hovered over her machine like vultures circling. Somewhere beyond these walls, her husband was fighting for his life on that godforsaken ridge, and these people wanted to play 20 questions. Nickel stared at the FBI agent with bloodshot eyes, her hands still cuffed to the metal table. "Let me get this straight. You took one look at me and guessed I spent the night in a Mexican jail?" Special Agent Davison didn't blink. "Not just guessed. You've got that wrong side of the border look, wrinkled clothes, no sleep, and a glare that could melt steel." He gestured to the woman beside him. "This is Jill. She's handling the transcript." Jill kept typing, her fingers flying over the keys without so much as a glance in Nickel's direction. Nickel exhaled sharply, shaking off the exhaustion. "Listen, I don't have time for this. My husband is missing. I need the FBI to—" "Ma'am," Davison cut in, his tone firm. "Let's stick to the script. You'll get further if you let me ask the questions." She clenched her jaw but nodded. "You waived your right to an attorney with local authorities. Still the case?" "Why would I need a lawyer?" she snapped. "I didn't do anything wrong." Davison arched a brow. "Multiple witnesses say you punched an officer," she scoffed. "That wasn't assault. That was a cultural misunderstanding. My Spanish is terrible." A smirk tugged at his lips. "Right. So, do you consent to this interview? Yes or no? Just get on with it. That's not an answer." "Fine, yes," she shouted. Davison sighed. Then his expression softened. "First, I'm sorry about your husband, no matter the situation. Losing someone is." Nickel jerked against the cuffs, her chair screeching. "What? Josh isn't dead." Davison froze. "Oh, you didn't know?" His face paled. Mexican authorities reported the entire convoy was ambushed by the Black Knights in the Sierra Madre. No survivors. Her breath hitched. "That's impossible. Josh called me Sunday. He said they were pinned down, but his team was still alive." Davison checked his watch. "It's Tuesday. No contact since. Locals say the cartel wiped them out." Her voice cracked. "No bodies? Then he could still be." I checked your phone, Davison said quietly. No calls from him. Just one from Virginia. Dina Latham? Nichols' defiance crumbled. She dropped her forehead to the table, shoulders shaking. After a long pause, Davison leaned forward. Mrs. Duffy, jail time isn't your biggest problem right now? The federal authorities were stretched thin in the region, and given that Nichol hadn't technically commandeered the helicopter, her only real charge was assault. Davison leaned back in his chair, offering a reassuring smile. Given the circumstances, your understandable emotional state, I'm confident we can get this cleared up quickly. You could be out of here in a day or two? Nichol barely reacted. Her voice was hollow when she finally spoke. What about recovering the bodies? Davison exhaled, rubbing his temple. Military forces are moving into the Sierra Madre within the next 72 hours to flush out the Black Knights. They'll face resistance, no doubt, but once they secure the higher elevations, they'll have better intel on where the motorcade was hit. Their priority isn't forensic work, it's ending what's basically a civil war. But once the area is stable, recovery efforts will begin. He hesitated, then added, It's a war zone. These things take time. You'll have to be patient. Nichol lifted her head slowly, her red-rimmed eyes locking onto his. You're FBI. And you're telling me the Mexicans probably won't press charges? Davison gave a slight nod. That's right. A bitter laugh escaped her, though tears still streamed down her face. Then why are you here? Shouldn't someone from the consulate be handling this? We need a statement, Davison replied evenly. The local police mentioned your husband called home daily. We need to know what he told you. Why? She demanded, her voice cracking. Davison's expression hardened. Because over a dozen Americans, foreign nationals, UN officials, and Mexican diplomats are dead. The FBI is coordinating with local authorities to piece together what happened. For the first time, something in his words seemed to reach her. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, nodding weakly. Fine, I'll tell you whatever you need. The truck had been a lifeline for the exhausted Armored Saint team, not because it was fast, but because it gave their battered bodies a break. 5 grueling hours on the road had only taken them 35 miles, crawling at a snail's pace as they swerved off the highway at every sign of approaching headlights. Each time Duffy, Cruz, and Squeeze would leap out, rifles ready, scanning for threats before signaling the all-clear. Now they were within 40 miles of Creel, finally descending into safer territory, or so Gabby hoped. The thought of Zetas or Black Knights lying in ambush still gnawed at her. They'd survived on scavenged rations, beans, stale tortillas, and even some hard candy from the dead Sicarios packs. The men chewed instant coffee straight from the bag for a caffeine boost, but Gabby had refused, disgusted by the idea. Cruz had patched up Squeeze's injured finger, but NASCAR was fading in and out from the morphine. The last dose was gone now, and Duffy knew the pain would soon hit his teammate like a freight train. The splints kept his legs immobilized, but the swelling and tissue damage would be excruciating. All Duffy could do was push forward, praying they'd find medical help before it was too late. By 9 o'clock, they veered off the highway onto a steep dirt road marked by a faded gas station sign. The Ram's fuel gauge hovered near empty, and Duff clenched the wheel, mentally weighing their options. Trading guns for gas was on the table, but he drew the line at harming some unsuspecting attendant. As they rounded a sharp bend, the road opened into a ghost town, scattered storefronts, a cluster of mud brick homes clinging to the hillside, and an eerie silence broken only by the rustling of crops in the nearby field. No cars, no voices, not even the faintest wisp of smoke from a cooking fire. Gabby's unease was palpable. This is wrong, she muttered. Where the hell is everyone? Ahead, the gas station loomed like a mirage, but their hope fizzled as they rolled up to darkened pumps and a locked door. Duff exhaled sharply. We're running on fumes. Maybe we can jury-rig the pumps. Gabby was already unbuckling her seatbelt. I'll scout for locals. Someone's got to know what's going on. Duff parked behind the station, eyeing the freshly sprouted grain field odd after days of nothing but poppies stretching to the horizon. He grabbed Gabby's arm before she could leave. "Splitting up's a bad idea." She shot him a look. "Trust me, I'm less of a target without you." Cruz, still in his blood-stained, scorpion-stitched shirt, shrugged when Duff suggested tagging along. "I'll play mute," he said, tucking his pistol under his shirt. Gabby rolled her eyes but didn't argue as they disappeared up the gravel path toward the shacks. Duff and Squeeze pried open a back window, hauling NASCAR and their rifles inside. The station's flimsy walls offered little protection. Great hideout. Squeeze deadpanned unless bullets start flying. Duff's search took him past a cramped office, barely bigger than a closet, and he almost missed it. But the glint of a rotary phone on the cluttered desk stopped him cold. Heart pounding, he lifted the receiver. The dial tone hit him like a punch to the chest. "Squeeze, we've got a working landline." Squeeze appeared instantly, wary. Could be a trap. Dial the wrong number, and we might as well send up a flare. Duff hesitated, then dialed home. The line crackled, connecting across oceans before dumping him into voicemail. He slammed the receiver down, swearing under his breath. No message, no guarantees, just static and the sinking realization that they were still on their own. After agonizing over whether to reach out to anyone else, he realized Nikki was the only person he could truly rely on. The thought of contacting Armored Saint or local authorities made his skin crawl. Every call from this burner phone was like rolling dice with their safety. Frustration mounting, he turned his attention to siphoning gas from the abandoned pumps outside, promising himself he'd give Nikki one more try soon. By 11 that morning, Special Agent Ron Davison was wrapping up his interrogation with time to spare before his flight to Phoenix. The woman across from him seemed indifferent to her own fate, only asking about her children and mourning her missing husband. As he stood to fetch her another coffee, an unfamiliar sound caught his attention, the distant thrum of helicopter blades. Mrs. Duffy recognized it before he did. "A Black Hawk," she said flatly. Davison nodded, though he doubted she cared whether it was state police or federales coming for her. The door swung open moments later, revealing a sharply dressed man in his 40s with salt and pepper hair. Davison's surprise melted into recognition. "Oscar? Damn, good to see you!" The two embraced like old friends, exchanging quick updates before Davison introduced him to Mrs. Duffy. "This is Supervisory Special Agent Oscar Cardoza. Used to be my boss in Phoenix. Now he's running the show in Mexico City." Meanwhile, Tony Cruz and Gabby Flores reappeared after hours of searching, their expressions grim. Duff had been pacing between failed calls to Nikki and worrying about their whereabouts. When they finally walked in, relief washed over him until he saw the tension in Cruz's movements as he checked the AK on the counter. Gabby's voice was steady but urgent. "We've got bigger problems. The Black Knights aren't just nearby, they're here." "Where exactly?" Duff asked, scanning the horizon. Cruz wiped sweat from his brow. "Didn't think they'd push this far from Devil's Spine, but they've got the highway blocked north of here and another checkpoint just down this road. Locals cleared out, headed deep into the hills to stay off their radar." Duff frowned. "Who told you all this?" "A Tarahumara man who lives higher up the ridge came down to warn us, said villagers fleeing the BKs told him they rounded everyone up at dawn demanding info on foreigners. When nobody talked, they figured they'd beaten us here. Now they're camped at the bridge over the river, less than a mile north." Squeeze kicked a rock. "Son of a bitch, what's the play, boss?" Duff glanced back at NASCAR, still unconscious behind the counter. No way they could haul him up the steep terrain, and the truck was running on empty. Plus, that landline was their only lifeline. He turned to the others. "We fortify this place, stack crates against the windows, bar the doors. Nobody walks in uninvited." "Clear." Cruz hesitated. "We're taking on the Black Knights head on." Duff smirked. "They're not the only hunters out here." Gabby's eyes widened. The Zetas, when they show up, those BK roadblocks won't mean squat. Squeeze was already shoving a snack rack toward the entrance, while Cruz dragged a metal shelf across the floor. Duff grabbed a crowbar. "I'll brace the back, Gabby. Check Larry and keep an ear out for that phone." She blinked. "Wait, we have a working line here?" Supervisory Special Agent Oscar Cardoza leaned against the interrogation room wall, his polished boots gleaming under the flickering fluorescent light. Nicole Duffy studied him, arms crossed. "So, FBI?" His grin was all Texas charm. "Born and raised, ma'am. Don't let the tan fool you." Beside them, Special Agent Ron Davison shifted, clearly thrown by Cardoza's presence. "Since when does Mexico City's top fed bother with backwater interrogations?" Cardoza chuckled. "Call it bad timing. Heard Phoenix sent you down about that mountain incident. Figured I'd lend a hand." Davison grimaced. "Hell of a situation. Mrs. Duffy's husband was one of the contractors. Is," Nickel corrected, but Cardoza steamrolled ahead. "Can't imagine what you're going through. We'll move heaven and earth to find those men." Nickel stiffened. Davison cut in. "Missing men?" "Intel says no survivors." "No confirmed survivors." Davison backpedaled as Nicole's glare sharpened. He jerked his chin toward the door. "Oscar?" A word outside, the hallway smelled of stale coffee and bleach. Davison waited for the transcriptionist to vanish before hissing. "What's your real angle here?" Cardoza's smile faded. DC's breathing down my neck. "That dead seal, Shane Remick? Contractors failed the UN delegation? This is about to blow up in everyone's face." Davison exhaled slowly. Yeah, it is." The conversation in Mexico City took a tense turn as the agents debated the motives behind the attack on the UN delegation. "You really think the Sinaloa cartel had no clue about the peace talks?" One agent pressed. The other shook his head. "Not a whisper. This reeks of the BKs setting a trap, luring them in just to strike, a brutal message against outsiders meddling in the Sierra region. The UN and Mexican officials should have seen this coming." Davison scoffed, rubbing his temple. "Yes, you've got the inside track on this mess." He gestured toward the interrogation room. "That woman in there, she's convinced her husband, Josh Duffy, survived a firefight he flat out told her was hopeless. No calls, no proof, just blind faith." Cardoza's gaze sharpened. "When did you last check her phone?" "Before the interview? Why you picking up on something I missed? Let's revisit that phone now." Davison rolled his eyes. "Fine, but it's locked up. I'll grab the key after I finish here. Got a flight to catch." "Actually," Cardoza cut in, "check it immediately. I'd like a word with Mrs. Duffy alone." Davison stiffened. "You're jumping into my interrogation? No transcript?" "First time for everything," Cardoza replied coolly. "Consider it a professional courtesy." Grumbling, Davison relented. "Whatever. But I'm telling you, that guy's dead." As Davison stormed off, Cardoza entered the room, dismissing the guard with a quiet order in Spanish. He sat across from Nicole Duffy, her exhaustion etched into every line of her face. "Mrs. Duffy, I'm not here to rehash the same questions," he began. "I flew in this morning because I think your husband's still out there." Her breath hitched. "You believe me? More than that. 4 Sinaloa gunmen were found dead near Del Cobre at dawn, their truck and weapons gone. If Josh and his team took that ride, they could have reached a town with phone service by now." The door burst open. Davison strode in, holding up Nicole's phone, disbelief written across his features. 5 calls in 2 hours, all from a landline near Del Cobre. Nicole's hands flew to her mouth. "Josh, he's alive!" Cardoza allowed himself a small smile. "Looks like we've got a trail to follow." The phone buzzed, cutting through the tension in the room. "Someone just called, that's all I can tell you," Davison muttered, glancing at the screen. Nicole lunged forward, her restraints clanking against the metal table. "Hand me my damn phone right now," she demanded, her voice sharp with desperation. Cardoza raised a calming hand. "Take it easy. We'll call them back together. But Davison hesitated, his grip tightening around the device. Oscar, how did you know she'd get a call? What are you really doing here, barging into my investigation? Cardoza exhaled slowly, his tone measured. We all want answers about what went down at Devil's Spine, don't we? Calling Duffy, assuming that's who's on the other end, benefits everyone here. Nichols strained against her cuffs. Let me talk to him on speaker, Cardoza countered, rising from the chair and motioning for Davison to take his seat. Ron, it's your case, but that's my recommendation. Nichol caught the unspoken power play, but her mind was locked on one thing. Josh. Davison finally relented, tapping the number and placing the call on speaker before setting the phone between them. 4 rings later, a rough, exhausted voice answered. Nikki, that you? She swallowed hard, forcing steadiness into her words. Yeah, it's me! Where the hell are you? Are you? Davison cut in, his expression shifting from suspicion to shock. Mr. Duffy, Special Agent Ronald Davison, FBI, glad you're alive. We need your location so we can extract you. A pause. Then Duffy's voice strained. Some village, no idea what it's called. Somewhere off Devil's Spine, maybe halfway down east of the highway by a couple miles. Davison frowned. You're calling from Del Cobre. That matches your description. Sound right? Could be. We grabbed a truck this morning, but stopped at a busted gas station. No fuel, but I found a phone. Cardoza leaned in. Who's with you? Duffy hesitated. Who's asking? Supervisory Special Agent Oscar Cardoza, FBI. I'm here with Davison and your wife. The line crackled with tension before Duffy spoke again, quieter now. Dr. Gabriela Flores and 3 of my guys. The rest didn't make it. Evans is hurt, both legs broken. We've been running from the Zetas for 2 days. They're closing in, and the Black Knights have a roadblock less than a click north. This place is about to turn into a war zone, and we need out before it does. Davison hit mute, turning to Cardoza. This doesn't add up. The Zetas operate near Texas, not here. Cardoza shrugged. He's a foreign contractor. No offense, but he probably can't tell the Zetas from the Sinaloa cartel or the Black Knights. Nichol bristled. If he didn't know, he wouldn't say it. Dr. Flores knows the area. She's right there with him. Cardoza waved a hand. Doesn't matter. We need to move. I've got a Blackhawk. We can be there in 45 minutes. Davison stiffened. We can't just fly into a cartel fight. Yes, you can. Nichol snapped, then turned to Cardoza pleading. You heard him. They're sitting ducks. Davison shook his head. We need clearance from Phoenix and D.C. first. Cardoza unmuted the call. Understood, Mr. Duffy. We've got a chopper and can reach you in under an hour. Duffy sounded baffled. You're in Virginia, but can get here that fast? No, Josh, Nichol said softly. I'm here in Mexico. His voice dropped to a whisper, raw with fear. You're here? No, you can't be. Listen to me, Nick. Trust no one, not even the Americans, especially not them. We don't know who set us up. The operation was a brazen plot to hijack portable missile launchers and eliminate every witness who could expose it. Cardoza cut in sharply. Your wife is safe with the FBI, Mr. Duffy. We'll ensure her protection and arrange your passage back across the border. Now, who else have you spoken to? Duffy's voice was tense. Nobody. I couldn't risk the line being tapped. I figured Nicole could relay my message to the right people from her end. I had no idea she was already in Mexico. Cardoza's tone turned reassuring. Smart move. We suspect this scheme reaches high into the Mexican government. They might be tracking calls from this region. Keep your phone off, stay put, and we'll come to you. The moment Cardoza ended the call, Davison was in his face. Conspiracy? What the hell are you talking about? And what's this about missiles? Gone was Cardoza's earlier camaraderie. His voice turned clipped, professional. I can't brief you yet, Ron. Right now, our priority is extracting survivors to secure the evidence. Davison clenched his jaw but relented. Fine, but I'll need to liaise with the federal police to... Cardoza cut him off. Already handled. I've got a team ready. Davison's eyes narrowed. What kind of team? Judicial police undercover. That doesn't make sense. Why bypass the feds? Cardoza's patience thinned. No time for bureaucracy. Duffy's group won't last long waiting for Phoenix to greenlight this. I'm taking charge. Your hands stay clean. We move in, extract them, and we're back in 90 minutes. Turning to Nicole, his voice softened. Your husband doesn't know who's compromised. There'll be hostiles nearby, so speed and precision are critical. If you're willing, your presence could steady him. Nicole blinked in surprise but didn't hesitate. Absolutely, I'll go. Cardoza nodded at Davison. Unlock her. Davison didn't budge. Oscar, this is insane. She's my detainee. You can't drag her into a firefight. She's under Chihuahua state jurisdiction, Cardoza countered. She's consenting. Local authorities won't object. His stare hardened. Unlock her, slowly. Davison reached for his keys, but his wary gaze never left Cardoza. Josh Duffy stepped out of the gas station office, the phone call replaying in his mind. Outside, the sky split open, rain hammered down just as violently as the day before. Through the streaked window, he watched muddy rivers carve through the road as thunder rolled overhead. He briefed the team on Nickel and the FBI's involvement, lifting spirits until Squeeze frowned at the storm. How's a chopper supposed to land in this mess? Duff shrugged. Visibility's a couple 100 yards, but who knows above the cloud cover. A pained groan came from behind the counter. Duff crouched beside the wounded man. Hanging in there, Charlie 5. The man grimaced. Morphine's fading. Duff grabbed a bottle of Tylenol from the shelf. This'll have to do for now. Squeeze handed over water and pills, then shot Duff a questioning look as the rain drummed harder against the roof. TL leaned against the cracked counter of the abandoned gas station, crumpling a Twinkie wrapper in his grease-stained fingers. Seriously, man, is this really worth it? Breaking into some rundown Pemex in the middle of nowhere just for expired snack cakes. He took a swig of warm Dr. Pepper, wincing at the syrupy aftertaste. Duff chuckled dryly, adjusting the AK slung across his chest. You worried about petty theft after we just took down a damn aircraft? At least that had some style, this. He kicked a rusted oil can across the concrete floor. This is just sad. Gabby stood by the shattered window, watching raindrops race down the broken glass. The storm outside mirrored the tension in her shoulders. Duff moved beside her, his voice dropping. For what it's worth, Doc, glad you're with us. Wish things hadn't gone to hell for your team. She didn't look away from the storm. If we make it out, we expose Remick and Los Zetas. Maybe that stops the war before it spreads through the Sierra Madre. Duff's grip tightened on his rifle. Maybe, if anyone believes us. Rain pattered against Nicole Duffy's borrowed FBI raincoat as she followed Oscar Cardoza toward the helipad. The yellow letters on her back gleamed under the dim hangar lights. Davison trailed behind, his clear poncho flapping like a grocery bag in the wind. He hadn't signed up for this madness, but curiosity, or maybe dread, kept him moving. The Black Hawk's rotors whipped the damp air into a frenzy. Nicole hesitated at the hatch, scanning the shadowed interior. 10 armed men sat rigid, their faces obscured by tactical masks, M4s propped between their knees. No badges, no insignia, just cold, calculating stares. Davison shoved forward, rain stinging his eyes. You can't fly in this, he yelled over the rotor wash. Then he saw them too. His hand twitched toward his concealed cig, but the poncho tangled his draw. Cardoza's smile didn't reach his eyes. Relax, Ron. We're just being thorough. Nichols' voice cut through the noise. There's no room for Josh's team. Details. Cardoza murmured. Then, sharper, Lobo. The muzzle flash lit up the cabin. Davison staggered back, crimson blooming across his chest as the masked men watched, unmoved. Nichols' scream vanished in the thunder of the blades. Davison collapsed onto the rain-slicked pavement. crimson streaks painting the ground behind him as the chopper lurched skyward. Within seconds, it banked sharply, accelerating over the detention center where officers in tactical gear swarmed the exits. Nicole Duffy pressed herself against the cold metal bulkhead, her fingers shaking as she accepted the headset from Oscar Cardoza. The armed men surrounding her shifted, weapons clinking against their gear, but her gaze never wavered from the man in front of her. "You're not FBI," she said, forcing her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her. Cardoza smirked, adjusting his own headset. 18 years with the Bureau, sweetheart. Medals, commendations, the whole patriotic package. But let's just say I've got side gigs, and your husband, he just cost me a fortune." His grin turned icy. "Not to mention a few good men. That stings, but the money, that really pisses me off." Nicole clenched her jaw. "So this is revenge. Survival," he corrected, glancing at the storm outside. "Your man's got intel that'll get me killed if it leaks. And if I fail this job, same result. So yeah, I tracked him north. Stole a truck, lost him in the mountains. But then I heard you were here calling him. His laugh was razor sharp. Lucky me, because if he's alive, he'll come for you. And when he does, he mimed a gunshot. No more loose ends." She held his stare unflinching. "You won't touch him." Cardoza barked a laugh. "Cute. What's next? A knitting needle to my throat." Nicole ignored him, her eyes flicking past his shoulder to the cockpit. Rain lashed the windshield as the pilot navigated the storm. "We're landing near a gas station," Cardoza continued. "Fast in, fast out. His little crew won't see us coming, not with this weather. And by the time they hear the shots," he shrugged, "we'll already be gone." She caught the edge in his voice. "This isn't just about money. You're running." For the first time, his confidence flickered. The helicopter dipped, turbulence rattling the cabin as they skimmed the outskirts of Creel. He studied her, reassessing. Maybe she wasn't just some desperate wife. Maybe she was trouble. And trouble, he knew, had a way of turning the tables. A few months back, the FBI quietly launched an internal probe into my activities, something I wasn't meant to discover, but secrets have a way of slipping out. Their theory that I'd been cozying up to cartel operatives. He gestured vaguely at the room, a smirk playing on his lips. Where would they even get that idea? The humor faded as quickly as it came. For weeks, I'd been waiting for the inevitable summons back to D.C. But then intel crossed my desk. Missiles hidden in the mountains, a high-profile delegation en route, and Armored Saint securing the operation. I've worked with Armored Saint before. They specialize in men who don't ask too many questions. Remick and I hashed out the details in Dallas, hand-picking a team suited for the job. When Cardoza fell silent, Nicole pressed, "What happened next?" Her husband's grin was short-lived. "Then your husband decided to play hero," Cardoza replied, his tone turning icy. "Took out Remick, 116 missiles, and $60 million worth of hardware in one spectacular fireworks show." He nodded to Lobo, "Gag her, and bind her hands." Nicole barely had time to register the order before a bandana was shoved between her teeth, another knotting tight behind her head. Meanwhile, Tony Cruz fiddled with a dusty radio behind the gas station counter, settling on a scratchy Bandera station, hardly anyone's first choice, but it beat the suffocating tension. Squeeze groaned. "Gabby, tell me you're not into this noise." She glanced up from where she sat, NASCAR's head resting in her lap. "Classical's more my speed. Vivaldi, Rachmaninoff." NASCAR cracked an eye open. "No shot at some Kenny Chesney, rather listen to nails on a chalkboard?" Squeeze muttered. Duff cut in, his voice sharp. "Enough! We stick together, always have!" His gaze drifted to the storm outside, except Frenchie and Wolfson. The radio crackled off as Cruz stiffened. "You hear that?" The distant thrum of rotors cut through the rain. Duff squinted through the downpour. "They're coming from the east. Smart. Avoids the Black Knight's patrols." Gabby frowned. "Won't the Caballeros Negros hear them?" Not in this storm, Duff said, just as the Black Hawk roared into view, landing hard on the gravel. 8 armed figures spilled out, faceless in masks and civilian gear. The office phone rang. Duff snatched it up. Cardoza's voice was calm. "Come out, unarmed, hands up. We'll escort you aboard." Duff exhaled sharply as he lowered the phone. "Standard procedure. You know how it goes." His eyes drifted past the cash register, scanning the rain-slicked street outside. "You rolled up with quite the welcoming committee." A dry chuckle escaped him. "Listen, just because my last name's Martinez doesn't mean I know these hills better than you. Hell, I grew up in Houston. This place gives me the creeps." Duff gave a tight nod. "Copy that. We're moving out, leaving the guns inside. NASCAR's on a stretcher. So give us a minute." The voice on the line crackled back. "Make it fast. The Black Knights are breathing down our necks." "Drop your weapons," Duff ordered, turning to the group. "Cruz, Squeeze, get NASCAR ready. I'll take point with Gabby, hands where they can see 'em." He propped his AK against the cracked window, then added his Glock to a display of snack cakes. Pushing through the door with his hip, he stepped into the downpour beneath the gas station's flickering awning. Gabby shadowed him, while Squeeze and Cruz struggled with the stretcher. "Since when do cops dress like Halloween?" Squeeze muttered, eyeing the masked figures near the helicopter. Duff kept moving. "Different rules down here, just stay cool." They'd made it halfway across the lot when Gabby suddenly yanked him backward. "Duff, that bird's got Tamaulipas markings? So, maybe Cardoza hitched a ride?" Behind them, Cruz grunted under NASCAR's weight. "Boss, this ain't getting lighter." Gabby's voice turned razor-sharp. "Nuevo Laredo's in Tamaulipas?" A beat of silence. "Then Zeta territory." Duff whirled. "Move." He shoved Gabby toward the door as gunfire erupted. Squeeze barely cleared the threshold with the stretcher before Cruz collapsed mid-step, a bullet tearing through his back. Duff lunged for the AK, but the world exploded in flying glass. He dropped to his knees as Cruz reached for him, just as a second round punched through the man's spine. "Cruz!" Duff roared. Flipping his rifle to full auto, he sent 3 rounds into the nearest gunman, knocking him flat. Squeeze joined the fray, but the onslaught forced them behind a makeshift barricade of oil crates. NASCAR writhed on the stretcher. "Cruz, is he?" "Gone," Duff snarled, sliding a rifle across the floor. NASCAR caught it, racking the bolt with shaking hands. Squeeze wiped blood from his brow. "What in the actual hell?" Gabby crouched behind the counter, her face streaked with tears. Then eerie silence, broken only by the tinkling of shattered glass, and the shrill ring of the office phone. Squeeze peered through a gap in the crates, tracking the shadows near the helicopter. The rotors still spun, kicking up debris in the storm. Somewhere in the chaos, a radio crackled to life. The street below was littered with one motionless enemy, clearly lifeless, while another clutched a bleeding hand as rain poured over his makeshift bandage. Squeeze crouched behind a stack of crates, his rifle steady. "I've got eyes on the street!" "Boss, grab that phone now." Duff scrambled behind the counter, snatching the receiver before Cardoza could speak. "Funny seeing you here after that flight from Zetaland didn't peg you for the type to cozy up with Armored Saints rejects." A dry laugh crackled through the line, and yet here you are, still sharper than the usual hired guns. Squeeze's voice cut through the tension. "2 hostiles by the telephone pole, rain's too heavy, can't tell if they're armed." Duff clenched his jaw, ignoring the update. "Where's my wife?" The chuckle that followed was ice cold. "Look toward the Black Hawk, Duffy. See that open hatch?" Duff couldn't see it from his position, but his stomach twisted anyway. Then Squeeze's shout confirmed his fear. "Boss, woman in the chopper, hands bound, gagged." The way his voice cracked told Duff everything. It was Nicole. NASCAR sprawled near the door, spat. "Screw his deal, blow those bastards to hell." "Your wife's got a better shot in a firefight than with these snakes." Duff knew he was right. Cardoza wouldn't spare any of them. Yet he forced calm into his voice. "We're coming out. Give me a minute. Make it fast," Cardoza warned. "The Black Knights won't ignore gunfire forever." The line went dead. Duff waited, then lifted the receiver only to hear gunfire outside, followed by an explosion. Squeeze grimaced. They just took out the phone line. No dial tone, no way out. Duff turned to Gabby, his voice hollow. "We fight, me, Squeeze, NASCAR. We go down swinging." He locked eyes with his men. "Don't aim at the chopper, Nicky's in there." Gabby shook her head, her hands trembling. "If you fall, I won't let them take me alive." Duff handed her his Glock. Smart thinking. He exhaled, scanning the room. "All right, let's make luck our bitch." Gabby's voice stopped him. "Senor Duffy, there's a saying where I'm from. Creer es poder, belief can shape reality." Duff managed a grim smile. "I'll take all the belief I can get." He turned to his team. 3 against a dozen. Not ideal, but hell, we've had worse odds. Squeeze yanked NASCAR across the floor, positioning him on his stomach so he could brace his AK magazine against the tile and sight through the broken glass door at the enemies outside. Duff took the left flank near the window while Squeeze moved to the far right, spacing them about 15 feet apart. "We've got this locked down," Squeeze muttered. "Piece of cake." NASCAR shot back. "Targets acquired?" Duff asked. "Roger." NASCAR confirmed. Guy posted left of the cockpit. Squeeze chimed in. "I've got the one belly down near the tail rotor." Duff gave a sharp nod. "I'm taking the guy at the rear hatch. Looks like Nicky's still up front near the pilots. Count us in, boss," Squeeze urged. Before they could finish, the Black Hawk roared to life, lurching upward into the storm. The Zetas on the ground gaped in shock, just as stunned as the men inside the gas station. Rain pounded the chopper as it climbed, leaving 7 hostiles exposed in the street. Duff locked onto a fresh target. "Light 'em up!" At 15 feet up, a figure tumbled from the hatch. Duff's stomach clenched, was it Nicky? But the man hit the dirt and staggered to his knees. It was Cardoza, the same bastard who'd pressed a gun to Nicky's head moments ago. Somehow she'd kicked him straight out of the chopper. Inside the rising Blackhawk, Lobo snarled as he slammed Nicky onto the deck. He had no clue why they'd taken off. But when he saw her boot Cardoza out like trash, he knew she had to be dealt with. Even bound, she fought like a wildcat until Lobo and another Zeta hammered her with rifle butts. Below, gunfire erupted in a frenzy. The chopper banked hard, nearly throwing Lobo off balance. He steadied himself, then shoved between the pilots. "What the hell are you doing?" he barked. The answer came fast. A convoy of black trucks barreled in from the north, gunmen in the beds unleashing hell on the Zetas below. "Los Caballeros Negros!" Lobo spat. The pilot jerked the controls. "We're bugging out! Like hell!" Lobo jammed his rifle against the pilot's skull. "We're not leaving Cardoza, and we're not leaving any loose ends." He scanned the terrain. "Put us down behind the gas station, 100 meters out. They'll shred us," the pilot protested. Lobo leaned out, then grinned. "No, they won't." From the south, a wave of pickup trucks, white, gray, silver, rounded the bend, speeding toward the fight. His reinforcements had arrived. Duff barely had time to process the chaos. Zetas dropped like flies under a storm of bullets from the north. Cardoza bolted for the gas pumps, ducking for cover. From his angle, Duff had a clean shot. The game had just changed. Duff hesitated, finger off the trigger. The helicopter might ditch everyone else, but Cardoza was too valuable to leave behind, and Gabby, his wife, was still up there. Through the grimy office window, Gabby spotted trucks screeching to a halt outside the gas station. Her breath caught. "The Black Knights," she hissed. Duff's voice boomed over the chaos. "Where's that damn chopper?" "Still circling low." "I hear it." Squeeze yelled back. Gunfire erupted again, but this time the bullets weren't aimed at them. Duff risked a peek over a stack of soda crates. 2 rival cartel factions were trading shots in the street, barely 30 yards apart. Gabby's warning cut through the noise. "It's the Zetas. But Duff was already moving. He sprinted to the back, spotting the Black Hawk touching down in a rain-soaked field a football field away. They'd come for Cardoza, and Duff wasn't about to let them take him without a fight. Opened the back door, he barked at Squeeze mid-stride without waiting. He vaulted over Cruz's lifeless body and charged outside, using the gas pumps for cover. The cartel gunmen were too busy killing each other to notice him. Cardoza lay frozen, watching the firefight. Duff disarmed him with a swift kick, then hauled him up by the collar, dragging him backward as NASCAR laid down covering fire. He hurled the FBI agent inside, skidding him across the blood-slicked floor. Just as Duff lunged for the door, a searing pain exploded in his shoulder, like a Louisville slugger had nailed him. He crashed beside Cardoza, his own blood mixing with the mess. "Boss, you're hit!" NASCAR hissed, crawling over. Duff gritted his teeth. "Just a graze. Who's winning out there?" NASCAR peeked, then ducked back. "Nobody. It's a slaughterhouse. Perfect. We're moving back door to the chopper." Duff called for Gabby. She appeared instantly, Glock ready. "Stay with NASCAR. We'll secure the bird and come back." NASCAR scoffed. "Take her. I don't need a babysitter." "My call," Duff snapped. "We will come back." He locked eyes with NASCAR. "Don't die. That's an order." NASCAR smirked. "When have I ever let you down?" Duff shoved Cardoza toward the storm, rifle jammed in his spine. Meanwhile, Nicole Duffy wiped blood from her swollen eye, forcing herself upright. Inside the Black Hawk, Lobo barked orders into his phone. Rifle dangling, the younger Zeta aimed at shadowy figures trudging through the mud. Lobo knocked the barrel aside. "Hold fire," he muttered. The approaching men weren't enemies. They were the reason this bird hadn't left yet. The tension in the air was thick as Lobo yanked Nicole from the Black Hawk, forcing her to kneel in the mud while pressing his rifle against the base of her skull. Nearby, Cardoza trudged forward with his hands raised, following Duffy's orders as the AK-47 dug into his spine. A young black man, barely more than a kid, kept pace beside them, his weapon already trained on the helicopter ahead. The scene was chaotic, the rotors whipping up wind and rain as gunfire echoed in the distance. Cardoza glanced back at Duffy, noting the blood soaking through his shirt. "That wound looks nasty," he remarked, forcing a smirk. Duffy barely flinched. "I've survived worse." Brave words. "Too bad your wife won't get the chance to say the same once my guy pulls the trigger." The young man beside them adjusted his grip, his rifle steady. "I've got the guy aiming at your wife in my sights. Just give the word and he's done." Duffy shook his head. "Too risky. Shift to the other one." Squeeze barely hesitated, his barrel moving slightly. "Got him. What's the play?" "Faith is power," Duffy muttered, catching Cardoza off guard before jamming the rifle into his gut. "Keep moving." The relentless gunfire behind them was a grim reminder. Time was running out. Whoever won the firefight would come straight for the chopper. Cardoza had backup. Duffy didn't. The odds were stacked against them as they reached the Black Hawk. Lobo kept Nicole pinned, his gaze locked on Cardoza for orders. Squeeze grinned. "Well, boys, looks like we've got ourselves a classic." "Don't," Duffy cut in sharply. Cardoza seized the moment. "You're outnumbered, Duffy. The Black Knights or the Zetas will be here any second. Either way, you lose." Then something shifted. The Zetas' eyes flickered past them, their rifles lifting toward a new threat. Duffy didn't turn. He shoved Cardoza aside, swung his weapon toward Lobo, and barked at Squeeze. Now, 2 shots rang out. Duffy's bullet tore through Lobo's face, slamming him against the chopper before he crumpled to the ground. Squeeze's shot dropped the other Zeta instantly. Cardoza scrambled for the fallen rifle, but Duffy fired again, hitting his leg. Nicole lunged, grabbing the weapon and leveling it at Cardoza. Only then did Duffy finally turn, expecting Black Knights, only to see Gabby Flores behind the wheel of their stolen Dodge Ram NASCAR perched in the bed with his rifle ready. The truck barreled toward them through the mud. Nichols' voice cut through the noise. "They're taking off." Duffy spun back just in time to see the Black Hawk lifting into the stormy skies. Squeeze gripped his rifle tightly, darting past Cardoza and Lobo as they lay injured in the mud. He barely spared Nicole a glance before launching himself into the hovering Blackhawk, its skids just inches off the ground. Below, Duff and the rest could only watch as the chopper climbed, hesitated midair, then descended again. Everyone scrambled back, except Cardoza, who groaned helplessly as the massive rear tire nearly crushed his skull. When the Black Hawk finally settled, the scene inside was chaos. Squeeze had a rifle jammed against the pilot's temple and a pistol aimed at the co-pilot. As the Dodge Ram screeched to a halt, Duff turned to haul NASCAR from the truck bed, but the moment he tried to lift him, searing pain shot through his wounded shoulder. He collapsed into the mud, dizziness washing over him as blood soaked his shirt. Nicole didn't hesitate. She vaulted into the helicopter, snatched both weapons from Squeeze, and barked orders. While she kept the flight crew at gunpoint, Squeeze jumped down and hoisted NASCAR onto his back. Gabby helped Duff stagger to his feet, and together the four of them scrambled toward the chopper. Nicole's eyes flicked toward the gas station, and her stomach dropped. "Oh, hell," she muttered. A line of pickups barreled toward them, engines roaring. She opened her mouth to shout a warning, but the pilots seized their chance, grabbing pistols from their holsters and twisting toward her. Nicole reacted instantly, squeezing both triggers before they could fire. The pilots slumped, lifeless. Just as the trucks closed in, Josh Duffy rolled onto the helicopter's deck beside NASCAR and Squeeze, Gabby clambering in behind. Squeeze was already unloading an AK into the oncoming trucks, spent casings raining down on Duff's prone body. NASCAR joined the fray, emptying a magazine at their attackers, but Duff barely registered the gunfire. His gaze darted around the cabin. Where was Nicole? Then he saw it, the pilot's blood-smeared windscreen, the empty left seat. Before he could call out, bullets tore through the fuselage. More trucks sped past the gas station, converging on them. Then, without warning, the Black Hawk lurched upward. Duff's heart seized. "Nicky! Nicky!" he screamed, too weak to stand. Gabby crawled to him, shouting over the rotor's whine, "She's flying the damn thing!" Duff's mind reeled. Nicole hadn't touched a helicopter in years, let alone a Black Hawk. Yet somehow they were climbing, the gunfire fading as clouds swallowed them. Squeeze tossed aside his empty rifle and rummaged through a med kit, his voice grim as he assessed Duff's wound. "Shoulder's a mess, boss. You won't be throwing fastballs, but I'll patch you up." He wrapped the injury tight, then hauled Duff upright just as the chopper banked sharply, Nicole at the controls flying blind into the storm. Duff dragged himself painfully across the cabin floor with Squeeze's assistance, finally reaching the space behind the pilot's seats. His fingers trembled as he placed a hand on Nicole's shoulder, taking in her battered face. The swollen eye, the streaks of dried blood, yet recognizing that fierce focus she always had when tackling something difficult. The roar of the engines forced him to yell, "Think you can get us home?" Without glancing away from the controls, she shot back. "How about we aim for not here instead? Sounds perfect to me." "Great. As long as I avoid mountains, we're golden." Before he could press further, she added, "I paid attention the whole flight from Creel, watched every move the pilots made. Pretty sure I've got the basics down." A slight hesitation. "Mostly?" Her eyes flicked to him, widening. "God, Duff, you're bleeding bad. I'll live." "Maybe try dodging bullets next time." "Working on it." He stiffened suddenly. "Wait, where are the kids? Please tell me they're not mixed up in this mess." She shook her head. "Dina's got them. Oh, and Phil's expecting you to mow his lawn for the next century." Duff chuckled. "Tell him I'll pencil him in next weekend." Nicole kept her hands steady on the yoke. "Even Phil wouldn't make a guy with a bullet hole push a mower." "Love you," Duff murmured. She mouthed the words back just as NASCAR's voice boomed from the floor behind them. "Love you too, boss." The helicopter skimmed the treetops, descending towards Sonora's flatlands as the rain eased. 3 miles back, A wounded man clawed through the mud of a wheat field, each movement sending white-hot pain through his shattered thigh. He'd heard the gunfight, the chopper's retreat, the angry shouts of pursuers, but he kept crawling, coated in filth, until a boot crushed down on his injury. Screaming, he twisted to see 5 members of Los Caballeros Negros looming over him, rifles in hand, malice twisting their faces. They hauled him into a waiting truck, where one leaned in close. "Hell's gonna feel like a vacation after we're done with you, amigo." Supervisory Special Agent Oscar Ortega squeezed his eyes shut, trying to conjure his Tahitian paradise, but all he saw was the devil's spine. Hot water sluiced over Josh Duffy's body as he braced against the shower wall. Soap stung his eyes, but he blinked it away, reaching blindly for his prosthetic. "Nicky, where's my leg?" Mandy's got it. Wrapped in a towel, he pulled back the curtain just as his daughter bounded in, clutching the cleaned prosthetic. "Mom said it smelled gross," she announced proudly. Duff's grin was instant. "You're my hero, kiddo." Mandy grinned as she passed Duff his prosthetic leg before darting out of the bathroom, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Despite the solitude, his wide smile lingered. After meticulously combing his hair, careful to avoid irritating the still-healing incision from his recent shoulder surgery, he emerged 15 minutes later, dressed sharply in a coat and tie. In the living room, Nicole and the kids were gathered on the couch, eyes glued to the TV. She glanced up at him and waved urgently. "Hurry up, you'll miss it." The news segment flashed from sweeping shots of Mexico's Sierra Madre Mountains to the polished halls of the United Nations in New York. Duff's lips curved into a smile as Dr. Gabriela Flores appeared on screen, looking almost unrecognizable in a sleek blue dress, designer glasses, and styled hair. She addressed the assembly with poised determination. "From the depths of my heart, I thank you for this chance to speak," she began, her voice steady. "But more than gratitude, my country owes you for approving the peacekeeping mission. The mountains won't be easy to secure. I know that better than anyone. But your intervention will save countless lives." Nicole reached past Harry to squeeze Josh's hand, her right eye now free of the last traces of bruising. Duff, on the other hand, still winced at the stiffness in his shoulder. 2 successful surgeries hadn't erased the lingering ache, and full recovery felt miles away. Catching his gaze, Nicole smirked. "Sweetheart, we have to get you a new suit before your next interview. No offense, but yesterday on CNN, you looked like you were about to bust shoplifters at the mall." Duff barked a laugh. "Newsflash, I was a mall cop." She rolled her eyes past tense. "Now you're practically famous." The humor faded from his face, replaced by something heavier. Nicole noticed instantly. "What's wrong?" He shrugged, gingerly favoring his left side. "Every network wants a piece of me today. CNN, Fox, NBC. They're acting like I'm some kind of hero." "You are," Mandy piped up. Duff gave her a fond look before turning back to Nicole. "Tony Cruz, Jean-Francois Allard, Scott Wolfson. I couldn't save them. That's not hero material." Nicole shooed the kids toward the kitchen with promises of snacks before sliding closer to him. "But you brought 3 people home who wouldn't have made it without you. And you brought back the truth? That's going to save more lives than you'll ever know." When his expression didn't lift, she kissed him lightly. "Got a text from Larry this morning. That got his attention. How's he holding up? That stubborn idiot's already walking, driving his Houston therapists insane. But he's getting discharged this week." "Good. I should call him." "Don't bother. He and Darnell are heading to D.C. as soon as he's cleared. Justice Department wants their testimonies." Darnell. Nicole burst out laughing. "Darnell Brockington." Another chuckle. Squeeze. Duff grinned. He'd never even known the Marine had a first name. "Anyway," she continued, "Armored Saints finished. Good thing we sued before the feds buried them." Duff exhaled. "Funny how this started over money and now I couldn't care less about it." Nicole nodded, threading her fingers through his. "We've got what matters." Duff and his wife stood together in their small living room, the glow of the television casting shadows across their faces. "We're going to be okay," she whispered, pulling him into a tight embrace. After a long moment, she added with a smirk, "Oh, and by the way, we just got a check for $8,000 from Armored Saint. 5 days' pay. Can you believe it?" Duff blinked in disbelief. "Seriously? That's unexpected." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, real generous of them after everything." He rubbed his temples, already thinking ahead. "I'll check with the other guys. Make sure they got theirs, too." His voice dropped. "But Nick, you know this lawsuit could take forever. No guarantees." She nodded, squeezing his hand. "I know, but right now we've got enough to keep us going." Duff exhaled, his shoulders tense. "I just don't know who's going to hire a guy like me now. Not exactly a booming market for one-legged security contractors." His wife turned to face him fully, her grip firm. "Stop worrying about that. Focus on healing. I'll handle the rest. This money buys us time, roof, food, breathing room. After everything we've been through, that's something." Duff managed a small smile as they hugged again before turning back to the TV. On-screen journalist Gabby Flores wrapped up her speech, her voice thick with gratitude. She named each of the 6 American contractors who had saved her life in the mountains, first the fallen, then the survivors, ending with Josh Duffy. The crowd erupted in applause as she stepped away from the podium, pausing just long enough to flash a knowing smile at the camera before disappearing off stage. The acknowledgments section followed, listing the many people who contributed to the book's creation: editors, agents, fellow authors, and tactical experts, before diving into the author's background. Mark Greaney, with degrees in international relations and political science, had traveled extensively for research, training with military and law enforcement, while writing his best-selling Gray Man series and collaborating on other high-profile thrillers. The bio ended with an invitation for readers to discover more of his work. As the screen faded to black, Duff leaned back on the couch, his mind still racing, but for the first time in weeks, he felt a flicker of hope.